storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The legacy and the estate she leaves behind. And a 5-year family feud was settled in the battle over the Queen of Soul's estate. 3 out of 4 of Aretha Franklin's sons brought their case to court this week, with the Michigan jury ruling her 2014 handwritten will, found in the couch of her Detroit home, was valid. 2 of her sons argued this document should override a different one she wrote in 2010. While the Respect singer didn't have a formal will before she died in 2018, both notes said her children should share music royalties, but divided other assets differently. And it is fascinating, especially if you can look at those handwritten notes from a notebook in that will, like really tough to read, tough handwritings, a lot of stuff scratched out, names scratched out. So tough go for the family.
Points to the importance of, even though it's such a difficult conversation, making that will. And Sarah Silverman isn't joking around when it comes to her material. The comedian is taking OpenAI and Meta to court over copyright infringement. She's joining a class action suit against the companies, alleging they made illegal copies of authors' works in order to develop artificial intelligence. The claim says that ChatGPT's ability to summarize her book, The Bedwetter, is only possible if OpenAI accessed it without her permission. The lawsuit is seeking awards for damages, but those details have not been made public. And I think that as AI becomes more and more popular, we're going to see a lot more of these lawsuits.
Courts are going to be filled up with that. Meanwhile, Britney Spears is getting ready to break the ice, announcing her memoir, The Woman in Me. She told fans she'll be sharing her story on her terms, with a tell-all detailing her meteoric rise to stardom, the Free Britney movement, and more. The pop icon originally signed the deal last February, just months after her 13-year conservatorship ended. It's slated to hit store shelves in October. And remember the Britney versus Spears documentary that was just right as their conservatorship that the trial was going on. So this is going to be the to-be continued part.
For sure, just a couple months away. No need to take a look at your imagination any longer. We finally have a sneak peek at Wonka, starring Timothée Chalamet as the whimsical chocolatier. The film follows the origin story of how the book character came to be. We also got our first look at Hugh Grant as an Oompa Loompa. It floats into theaters December 15th.
Wow, big shoes from Gene Wilder to Johnny Depp. He's going to be great. All right, Michelle is back with your midweek forecast next.
And buyer beware, how to tell if that Amazon Prime Day deal with glowing reviews might be a little too good to be true.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? there's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. We're looking at that dangerous heat continuing in the south. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in so many spots. 111 today in Phoenix, 103 in San Antonio. Also looking at the chance for some stormy weather in the plains to the Midwest. We could see winds really gusting high into the 70s. Also some hail falling. In the Northeast, it's all about the warmth. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s, and rain returns to New England by tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Summertime. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Amazon Prime Day has kicked off and continues today, but if you rely on reviews to know which discounts to take advantage of, be careful. Linda Baccaro from our New York station has some advice on how to spot the fake ones.
Amazon Prime Day scored $12 billion in sales last year for the online retail giant. Shoppers often relying on reviews. But are they all reliable?
If I see there are very few reviews or a few reviews, 5 or 10 reviews, I'll look at them cautiously.
Look for how many people have reviewed and what is the star.
Safety in numbers. Trust when many people are saying something.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says as many as 40% of online reviews are fake. Amazon says it uses AI technology to hunt for fake reviews and tells us it blocked 200 million last year alone. The Federal Trade Commission now proposing a rule to stop marketers from paying for positive reviews. If they do, they could face civil penalties. In the meantime, there are some free tools to help consumers spot fake reviews. Review Meta combs through Amazon, and FakeSpot analyzes billions of reviews across several retail sites. Saud Khalifa is founder and CEO of FakeSpot.
We provide a grading system. It's an A to F kind of a grading system. The A grade means there's a majority of trustworthy reviews. F means there's a majority of reviews that you should look with a closer eye.
He says certain products tend to be targets.
Things like USB cables have a very high preponderance of fake reviews. And last I checked, it was about 45% of the reviews in that category would be unreliable.
So what can you do to spot a potentially fake review? The FTC says look for information on a product from a variety of sources. Watch out if there's a sudden burst of reviews on a particular item. And keep in mind that a negative review could also be fake to harm a competitor. And when reviews are mostly positive, FakeSpot has this suggestion.
Take a look at the negative reviews or even the 3-star, the mid-level reviews, and try to see what the problems are with the product. The price may be really good, but if it breaks within 1 week, then you're not going to be really satisfied with that.
If you spot a fake review on a product, you can use the report link on Amazon.
And our thanks to Linda Baccaro for those tips.
We have been tracking the ever-soaring Powerball this week, and tonight you'll have another shot at the prize. The jackpot currently sits at an estimated $725 million. So if somebody scores the winning numbers, it would be the 10th largest sum in history. There's still time to try for the 1 in 292 million odds. Just grab your ticket before tonight's drawing at 11 p.m. Eastern. So not impossible, but almost.
No, at this rate, we're waiting in line almost every single day with these jackpots. Thanks for watching early today.
Have a great day. A high-stakes summit. President Biden set to meet face-to-face with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in just hours. We're live with what to watch for.
Breaking overnight, tensions soar after North Korea launches an intercontinental ballistic missile toward Japan. The international reaction to the regime's first missile test in months.
Widening the net, the massive manhunt for an escaped murder suspect with survivalist skills is intensifying in Pennsylvania. While across the country, we're hearing about how another escaped murder suspect was caught.
There wasn't an orange jumpsuit 2 hours ago, and there was an orange jumpsuit laying right there on the ground. And then I could hear some splashing in the water.
Coming up, more on the dramatic capture in California.
Bank of America's mega fine. The nation's second largest bank ordered to pay up for charging illegal fees and opening fake accounts. CNBC's Karen Cho tells us what it means for customers.
And pickleball takes a swing at the Green Monster. The fastest growing sport in America heads to the one and only Fenway Park. It is Wednesday, and Early Today starts right now. And a good Wednesday morning to you. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. As NATO maintains its long-held position on inviting Ukraine to join their military alliance, unexpected tensions are bubbling between President Biden and President Zelensky just hours ahead of their meeting at today's summit. For more, we go to NBC's Alice Barr in Washington. Alice, good morning. President Zelensky appears to be running out of patience on this issue. So what should we expect from this meeting?
Yeah, some sharp words coming into this. Presidents Biden and Zelensky will be meeting face-to-face coming up at 8:45 Eastern time here this morning. And at the forefront is going to be the subject of NATO membership for Ukraine. The Ukrainian president has long desired a more concrete promise for his country's eventual pathway to join the security alliance in order to secure its own defense, as well as deter Russia from taking action against other European nations. Despite the U.S. and other other NATO allies continued support for Ukraine in its war against Russia, they are continuing to only offer a distant promise for the war-torn country to join the alliance once it meets certain conditions. So as he made his way to the Lithuanian capital on Tuesday, President Zelensky pushed back on Twitter against the lack of definitive commitments, calling it unprecedented and absurd, and warning that, quote, uncertainty is weakness. He later kind of softened his stance after arriving in Vilnius, Lithuania, saying that he believes that the alliance won't waste time and that Ukraine will make NATO stronger.
Alice, do we know where President Biden specifically stands on this issue?
He has spoken on this a number of times, most recently just yesterday, alongside the NATO Secretary General. In brief remarks, he really emphasized the need to remain united as NATO and as allies. Let's let you hear a little.
We agree on the language that we proposed, that you proposed, relative to the future of Ukraine being able to join NATO. I still think that President Putin thinks the way he succeeds is to break NATO. Not going to do that.
President Biden has long touted the importance of keeping NATO together in order to counter Russian aggression, while maintaining that inviting Ukraine into NATO right now in the midst of an armed conflict would pitch the entire alliance into the war, though it doesn't appear that President Zelensky can afford to wait until the war's end, whenever that may be. Back to you.
Carefully watching the words exchanged and the tone in which they are exchanged as well. Alice, thank you.
Breaking news this morning, North Korea appears to have fired another intercontinental ballistic missile toward its neighbor to the east, Japan. That's according to the Japanese Coast Guard and the South Korean military. The projectile is believed to have landed in the sea. Japanese officials have condemned the launch as, quote, completely unacceptable and a threat to the safety of the Japanese people. ICBMs have the ability to reach the continental United States with a nuclear warhead, so these kinds of launches are closely watched by the U.S. and its allies.
The Department of Justice says it will no longer try to defend former President Trump in the defamation case brought by writer E. Jean Carroll. The DOJ could have been obliged to defend him if his words against her had been part of his duties as president. But they now say he continued comments about Carroll made once he left office, and they're proof that he was speaking in a personal capacity when he denied raping her. Her lawyer praised the decision, while a lawyer for Mr. Trump would not comment. Carroll has already won the civil jury case in question, but has filed a new one slated for trial in January.
Well, another defendant who stormed the Capitol during the January 6th riot has been sentenced. 22-year-old Matthew Bedingfield pleaded guilty to a felony count of assaulting or impeding officers. At the time of the riot, Bedingfield was out on bail on a charge of first-degree attempted murder. He has now been ordered to serve more than 3 years in federal prison.
The White House confirmed that the Secret Service will brief the House Oversight Committee Thursday about the cocaine found in the West Wing earlier this month. This comes following a request from Republican Chairman James Comer, who is seeking to determine what White House security practices led to the discovery of the substance. The cocaine and the bag it was found in remain in a federal lab for testing.
Well, that massive manhunt for the escaped Pennsylvania inmate is now heading into day 6. And Pennsylvania Crime Stoppers is offering a $10,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of 34-year-old murder suspect Michael Burham. Meanwhile, the man who helped find the escaped California inmate is sharing his story. Brittany Hope from our Sacramento affiliate has these details.
He wasn't looking up, he was looking around this way, and he was right there.
From his own backyard, Bill Sanchez saw the murder suspect at the center of a massive manhunt at about noon.
When I looked over the edge right here at the creek, I do it 5 times a day, and there wasn't an orange jumpsuit 2 hours ago, and there was an orange jumpsuit laying right there on the ground. And then I could hear some splashing in the water.
He says he immediately went to call 911.
Well, straight back in the house, I said, we got the guy. He's got to be right here. We've got him.
Law enforcement showed up to his Rockland home on Zion Court minutes later.
There was probably, over 20 guys with guns drawn standing right here on this deck and looking over this fence at the time.
Looking over at Eric Abril, found in his boxers with the chain around his waist still left over from the restraints he was able to get out of during his escape from Sutter-Roseville Medical Center. The more than 24-hour search as he roamed the neighborhood had people in the area on edge.
Terrified. So my mom has lived here for 40 years, and there's sheds and things and, you know, vehicles parked and things like that where there's lots of hiding spots.
You can see from above, Antelope Creek, where Abril was captured, is covered in trees. But ultimately, it was his bright orange jail pants and Sanchez's vigilance.
So, it's over.
That helped lead to his capture.
The whole Placer County is relieved now, so it's a big deal.
And our thanks to Brittany Hope for that report.
Charles Manson follower Leslie Van Houten has been released on parole from a California prison after 53 years. Now 73, she was convicted of the 1969 murders of Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. A state court blocked Governor Gavin Newsom's attempt to stop her release. On Friday, Newsom said he wouldn't challenge Van Houten's release. She was originally sentenced to death, but it was reversed on an appeal to life with the possibility of parole.
Let's turn now to that utter devastation left in the wake of flash flooding in Vermont. Historic downtown Montpelier was slammed by about 2 months worth of rain. The city is now under a boil water advisory, and officials are still keeping an eye on a dam that's upstream from the capital as it nears maximum capacity. More than 100 people had to be rescued, with many more forced to evacuate their homes.
We have to go now, now. We have to go right now. So we got our kids and we grabbed our dog and we left.
15 counties in Vermont have been declared disaster areas. Roads and bridges just buckled and entire homes were swept away. When the water does finally recede, a massive and expensive cleanup will be next.
Now to the other serious weather threat millions are facing, the dangerous heat wave that has brought record-breaking triple-digit highs for weeks now. Our Kathy Park has the latest.
The brutal heat building across the country, turning typical hotspots even hotter. Vegas baking at 117, Phoenix a sweltering 109, and Death Valley could hit 130 degrees by this weekend.
So this pattern's been a little bit stuck.
Meanwhile, Miami reaching its 30th consecutive day with a heat index in the triple digits.
The humidity is what kills you.
For roofers here, there's no escaping the elements.
I usually wet my wrist, my neck. Those are the cool down areas for me. That works for me.
The Miami-Dade County mayor telling us the chief heat officer is zeroing in on these extreme conditions.
They're really understanding that this is serious, that it's here to stay, and that we all have to adapt and protect.
And it's not just soaring temperatures. Florida is literally in hot water. Thanks to a marine heat wave, water temperatures in some spots off the coast are in the mid to upper 90s. That's 5 to 10 degrees above average. And fueling all this is a stagnant and stifling weather pattern. Later this week, the Sunshine State will be baking under a Saharan dust cloud blowing in from Africa.
It's about a mile above our heads when it comes, but it really stifles the thunderstorms when they come, when those arrive, and it makes for some very hot days in places like South Florida.
Just 3 weeks into summer and already smashing multiple heat records across the globe. Kathy Park, NBC News, Miami.
More on that dangerous heat. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking the temperatures. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're looking at dangerous temperatures stretching from the west to the south central states into the southwest. 75 million Americans under some sort of heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, a heat watch, or an excessive heat warning. The southwest still seeing an excessive heat warning. We're going to see temperatures once again into the triple digits. In the southeast, if you're not into the triple digits, you factor in that humidity, it'll feel like over 100 degrees. So looking at the heat index in portions of Florida, Miami today, it's going to feel like 106, feeling like 104 in Jacksonville. It'll feel like the 100s too in Kansas City. So warm in the southeast, warm in the south central states. Tomorrow, we're going to look at the same story. This is going to go on and on. We have that heat dome tacked in place. It's not budging. So we're going to see into the weekend these temperatures continuing. And by the way, off the waters, off the coast of Florida, we're looking at waters into the 90s, kind of spa-like in that area. We're looking at temperatures tomorrow. Jacksonville, it's going to feel like 107. It'll feel like near 100 degrees in Charlotte. And that will continue throughout the weekend because this weekend we're looking at temperatures even in D.C. into the mid-90s, 93 on Saturday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. It's a warm one in the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, Midwest. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s, 94 today in D.C., 90 in Louisville, and it continues to be hot in the South. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits. Phoenix, 111. All right, guys, it's steamy in the South. We're going to talk about some storms in the middle of the country and then also some flooding concerns returning tomorrow in portions of the Northeast. Back to you.
Wow, what a cycle we are in. Okay, Michelle, thank you. We're back in a minute with the next act looming for the picket line in Hollywood.
And Bank of America slapped with over $100 million in fines for a flurry of consumer abuses. What it means for the customer.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
As a strike deadline is fast approaching at 12 a.m. Pacific tonight, SAG-AFTRA has agreed to federal mediation in its talks with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. One of the union's major sticking points here is residual pay from streaming platforms. In a statement, SAG said in part that it is not confident that the AMPTP has any intention of bargaining toward an agreement. The union also reiterated that another contract extension was not on the table after extending it from June 30th to today.
A federal agency is ordering Bank of America to pay over $100 million to customers for a slew of customer abuses, including double-dipping fees and opening fake accounts. CNBC's Karen Cho joins us now with those details. Karen, good morning.
Francis and Jessica, good morning to you both. We have seen the second largest bank in the United States, Bank of America, slapped with that $150 million fine. This against consumer abuses that have hurt hundreds of thousands of customers. Effectively, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has said that Bank of America engaged in deceptive practices in recent years. These include charging bogus fees in the form of multiple $35 overdraft fees for the same transaction. Also, when it comes to credit cards, those much-sought rewards that many sign up for, that effectively the bank failed to issue those rewards to users, and finally that it signed up customers for credit cards without their consent. Now, as well as this $150 million fine, the bank will have to pay out $80.4 million to customers in compensation. This comes on top of $23 million that it's already forked out to customers who were improperly denied credit cards. The regulator says that these actions undermine customer trust in the banking industry. Where effectively it also signals that the bad banking behaviour we saw over at Wells Fargo, the rival back in 2016, fake accounts that were created, that it stretches beyond just one bank. So it is a negative indication on some of the banking behaviours at this point. Back to you, Francis and Jessica.
We'll be waiting for those notices and those checks maybe in the mail, or maybe direct deposit if that's easier for them, you'd think, right? Karen, thank you.
Still to come here on Early Today, trading bats for rackets, how pickleball is taking over the iconic Fenway Park.
Plus, a watershed moment for the World Cup and LGBTQ athletes.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The world's fastest growing sport is headed to the oldest ballpark in the major leagues. Fenway Park is serving up a weekend of pickleball, turning its outfield into a bevy of courts as part of the Pickle 4 Ballpark Series. Players from the Pro Pickleball Tour will make a visit to the Red Sox home base for exhibition games, and fans can also reserve times to play themselves right next to the Green Monster. The event kicks off in Boston today before heading to the San Francisco Giants' Oracle Park later this month. And I love that pickleball has grown to be so huge, and Fenway Park hosting not just baseball, but concerts, hockey, ice hockey, and now this.
Pickleball. I'm having FOMO. I haven't tried it yet. And turning now to a groundbreaking moment in professional sports, as a record number of out LGBTQ athletes will be competing in this year's FIFA Women's World Cup. According to Outsports, at least 88 soccer players from all around the world who identify as part of the LGBTQ community will be heading to the pitch in Australia and New Zealand. That's about double the 38 out athletes from the last Women's World Cup in 2019. Outsports also notes that two out soccer stars, U.S.'s Megan Rapinoe and Brazil's Marta, will be playing in their final World Cup games. And by the way, the Women's World Cup starts next Thursday, July 20th.
All right, and here we go. We got superstar Naomi Osaka, who can add another title to her accolades. Mom, according to People magazine, the four-time Grand Slam champ has welcomed her first child, a baby girl, with partner Corday. The couple first told the world they were expecting back in January. While Osaka has been taking some time away from the court, she previously shared she has her eyes set on returning to the sport next year.
Still to come on Early Today, you might need to grab an umbrella today. Michelle is next with your forecast.
And a friendship forged across 4,400 miles. Pen pals finally meet after 40 years.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. We are watching the chance for strong to severe storms later on this afternoon through tonight in portions of the plains in the Midwest. 18 million people at risk. Where you see the yellow, that's the likeliest spot for seeing these storms. Any of these storms could produce some really strong winds up to 75 miles per hour. That's over hurricane force speed. Also large hail, baseball-sized hail. A few tornadoes are possible as well. And then we're going to turn our concern tomorrow to some flooding concerns once again in portions of New England. The places that were hit hard earlier this week could see some flooding. Burlington, Albany, Keene, Binghamton. We're looking at some heavy rain falling tomorrow. Up to 3 inches is possible. Where you see that brighter colors, that's where we're looking at the heaviest rain. Back to you both.
Michelle, very busy this morning. Thanks so much. Pen pals finally bridge a 40-year gap.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now to an incredible friendship between girls that lived half a world apart, a connection between Kentucky and Sweden growing over decades into sisterhood. Shannon Kogan from our Louisville affiliate has this story.
Martha Gray was in the 3rd grade at St. Augustine in Lebanon, Kentucky.
And our teachers asked if we wanted to have a pen pal from another country. And so I signed up.
She was matched with Johanna Maiden of Sweden, also growing up in a small town with 2 siblings.
She said as soon as she would write, she would wait by the mailbox to get my letters back.
They would write each other at least once a month for years, sharing stories of their family, first boyfriends, first jobs.
Well, she kind of was my sister when we were growing up, the girl that I could chat with and tell all my little childhood secrets and whatever. And she would write back the same.
Later, they wrote about marriage, children, and sadness. This is a letter Johanna sent after Martha was diagnosed with breast cancer. Those handwritten letters turned into sharing on social media and phone calls.
And every time we would talk on the phone, she would say, oh, my dream is one day that we can meet.
In June, this happened. The 2 3rd-grade girls who lived in Ocean and 4,400 miles apart met in person. Martha and her husband traveled to Sweden, staying 3 days with Johanna and her family.
In a way, surreal, but in a way, it was like, I've known her so long, it was like my old friend. It was just comfortable. You have your shirt on.
Martha FaceTimed Johanna while we were with her, and we talked about the first moment she opened the door to see her friend.
What was that moment like?
Oh, it was just like she had been here for many times before.
A relationship so special, even though they had never met in person.
You named your daughter after your pen pal.
Yes.
Now Johanna and her family are planning on traveling to Kentucky. Pen pals that have turned into forever friends.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Talk later.
And not only friends, but sisters, really, and family.
Yeah, and what's a lost art, too. Our thanks to Shannon for sharing that story. All right, I want to bring you these spectacular pictures. Lava flow in Iceland when a volcano erupted southwest of the capital on what's known as Reykjanes Peninsula. That eruption at the seismic hotspot came after intense earthquake activity in the region on Monday. Spectacular. Hope it's safe.
Beautiful. Thanks for watching Early Today.
Right now on Morning News Now, high-stakes meeting. President Biden meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky this morning at the NATO summit. A main topic at their one-on-one discussion, admitting Ukraine into the alliance. Tensions are high after Zelensky blasted NATO leaders, calling a condition they made for joining, quote, absurd. We have full coverage this morning from Lithuania. Also, cleaning up from historic flooding. This morning, the recovery process is just getting started in Vermont. While some parts are still underwater, a sliver of good news for one city where they've been keeping a close eye on a dam in danger of breaching. And that's just one of 2 major weather issues gripping the country. That sweltering heat wave that's been suffocating the Southwest is now expected to expand to other parts of the country. We're tracking the dangerous conditions and how one city could soon see a nearly 50-year-old heat record shattered. Plus, moving forward, 2 grand juries are now selected, tasked with deciding if former President Donald Trump will face more criminal charges, this time over claims of election interference in Georgia. We're breaking down what comes next and what it could mean for the Republican frontrunner in the 2024 presidential election. And changing the game in a field typically dominated by men will introduce you to the women leading the charge for sports in one of America's fastest growing cities.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. It's great to have you with us. We begin our show with the NATO summit and a series of crucial meetings that could shape the future of the war in Ukraine.
This morning, Ukraine's President Zelensky is joining NATO leaders on day 2 of the summit. He's meeting with several leaders, including President Biden. Zelensky's appearance comes one day after NATO said Ukraine does have a future inside the military alliance, but rebuffed his call to set a timeline for membership. Zelensky is blasting that decision. Here's what NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg had to say after meeting with Zelensky.
Ukraine is now closer to NATO than ever before. Allies reaffirmed that Ukraine will become a member of the alliance and agreed to remove the requirement for a membership action plan. This will change Ukraine's membership path from a 2-step process to a 1-step process. And we will issue an invitation for Ukraine to join NATO when allies agree that conditions are met.
In just a few moments, we'll hear from the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. But first, we want to kick things off with NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, she is in Lithuania. Good morning to you. So we know that this timeline for Ukraine's NATO membership is not quite what President Zelensky would have hoped for. Spell it out. What exactly is the alliance's position? What's Zelensky's reaction here?
Exactly, Joe. President Zelensky wasn't shy about his displeasure with what NATO leaders agreed to in that communique yesterday, with those 2 key points spelled out. The fact that they won't be able to even be invited to join until allies can agree, because some security reforms need to be met as well as democratic ones. And also they need to completely agree on what can happen once the war is resolved, of course, as it continues to rage on in Ukraine as it defends itself against Russia. So the timeline for that is not what President Zelensky wanted, but he did soften his tone after arriving here, thanking the leaders for their continued support when it comes to weapons and defense spending, but of course saying that he wants to see more, and he wanted that in the short term. So while yesterday focused on what he wasn't able to get, today the focus is going to be all about what Ukraine will be receiving. So we did see his disappointment turn into some gratitude, and I think you'll expect to see that between President Biden and President Zelensky when they come face to face just a short couple of hours from now, with President Biden being the one to say over the weekend first he didn't think Ukraine was ready to join NATO yet, again, given this timeline. But the fact that it can be fast-tracked once that invitation is extended was something that Ukrainian officials welcomed, even though, again, they want to say they would like to be more included, though now their status has been upgraded to the fact that they can actually call a meeting with all of the members of NATO at any point as they continue, again, to defend themselves in the face of Russian aggression, Joe.
So the issue of Ukraine's NATO membership aside, we know Zelensky is meeting President Biden this morning along with a host of other leaders. What kind of support is on the table right now?
Yeah, and there's going to be a new announcement from the G7 leaders here, effectively trying to help Ukraine improve its military to deter any further attack from Russia or anyone else. So what that means is really a long-term security commitment, and then also the ability for some NATO countries to negotiate their own bilateral agreements with Ukraine when it comes to security. Here at NATO, they've really wanted to emphasize the fact that the countries are supposed to pledge 2% of their GDP to defense spending, but they want to make sure that that's now seen as a floor, as a minimum, and not the ceiling, so that countries can continue to do more. And we've already seen countries like Germany and France continue to pledge more help here, with some other NATO countries saying they will help to train Ukrainian pilots on those critical F-16 fighter jets that Ukraine had been asking for so long, that the U.S. finally pledged recently, Joe.
And Monica, we understand President Biden will also give a speech later today after the summit. Real quick, what is the message he's expected to deliver?
The big message here is that if you look at when the start of the war took place and what President Putin then expected to happen when he wanted to, in the words of the U.S., divide the West, that the fact that the NATO alliance is stronger than ever, President Biden is going to say, is a clear indication that President Putin has lost that, at least, attempt. Even though the war is ongoing, 500-plus days and counting, they're going to say that the unity here and the show of support for Ukraine has never been stronger. It continues to be unwavering, and that the only person who should really come out of the entirety of this disappointed, in fact, is Vladimir Putin.
Joe. Right. Monica, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor, for more on this. Ambassador, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So how do you think the president should address this disappointment from President Zelensky over Ukraine's lack of admission into NATO? Is there a way for the peace to be kept here between NATO allies and Ukraine during this period?
Well, I think so, Savannah. As Monica just reported, there's a lot of support. There's incredible support for Ukraine from the NATO alliance. These new weapons that the French have proposed to catch up with what the Brits have already provided. These are long-range weapons that will help Ukraine on the battlefield. The F-16 training that she just mentioned is all good. So that part is very solid. It's the question about NATO membership. It was never, as you've reported, Savannah, it was never about joining this week. That was not on the table. No one proposed that. No one proposes Ukraine joining in the middle of a war. But what the Ukrainians really were hoping to see was the proposal. You know, they wanted to get engaged, and the alliance didn't quite get there. They said, well, we'll think about it. It's coming.
So, Ambassador, we saw President Biden play this major role in ushering Sweden into the alliance. But then, of course, we've seen him and his opinion, his words matter when it comes to what will happen with Ukraine. We are anticipating this speech from him in just a few hours, as Monica mentioned. Put in context for us the importance of the president's role on the world stage when it comes to this particular move, moving forward with support for Ukraine.
Well, you're right, Savannah. I think President Biden played a major role in getting Sweden approved by the Turks. I think he played a major role in that. And he's been a leader. He's been the leader of the coalition, the broad coalition, not just NATO, but across the world. You know, the Japanese and the New Zealanders and the Australians, the South Koreans, they're all there at this summit. And President Biden gets a lot of credit for that broad coalition. He is seen as being maybe a little overly cautious in terms of the invitation to Ukraine to join the alliance. However, the next summit meeting will be in Washington, D.C. next year. And President Biden can lead that charge for an invitation, indeed for membership next year.
How does this all actually impact what we're seeing on the ground in Ukraine? Is NATO in agreement about how to move ahead while they are still in this conflict?
I think they are, Savannah. I think they are very agreed. They're very united, and the weapons commitments are important. The other thing that's important is, as Monica indicated, President Putin has to be disappointed. His strategy, his only strategy, is to try to wait us out. Is to try to stay there as long as it takes until we get tired. And what NATO has described, what NATO has committed, what NATO has shown is it's not getting tired. It's increasing the support for Ukraine, and that will continue. That's got to be a problem for President Putin.
Ambassador Bill Taylor, we always appreciate you. Thanks for joining us. Now let's head to Vermont, where recovery efforts are just beginning to start this morning after the devastating flooding this week.
The flooding there was unprecedented. The storm that slammed into parts of the state dropped 2 months of rain in just 2 days. Vermont's governor says the flood levels were worse than what the state saw from Tropical Storm Irene 12 years ago.
Vermont's emergency management says teams carried out more than 100 rescues yesterday. But this morning, those floodwaters are starting to recede in some areas, and FEMA's response teams are on the ground beginning to assist with relief efforts.
From the northeast to the southwest now, where the heat dome that has been baking that region for weeks is now expected to expand to other parts of the country. And that heat wave in the south is expected to roll right into next week. We have full coverage of both these stories. In just a moment, we're going to talk with the mayor of hard-hit Montpelier, Vermont, about the flooding there. But let's start with meteorologist Michelle Grossman and the heat down south.
That's right. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, we're seeing this heat continuing with that heat dome that you said tacked in place. It is not moving, and we're looking at triple digits for so many today, tomorrow, and really throughout the weekend into early next week. So 78 million people impacted by heat alerts from the west to the south central states, the southeast, the southwest. We're looking at excessive heat warnings. Phoenix, Las Vegas, you're going to be back into the triple digits once again today. So that extreme heat does continue. Phoenix 112 today. That's 6 degrees above normal for this time of year. 114 in Palm Springs, 107 in Las Vegas. It's really hot, too, in portions of New Mexico, Texas, also Amarillo, 103, 109 in Roswell, and near 100 degrees in Pueblo, Colorado. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see those temperatures soar once again into the triple digits, 109 in Las Vegas, 113 in Yuma, 102 in Albuquerque, and 94 degrees in Durango. That's 7 degrees above what they typically feel this time of year. So the heat wave will continue into the weekend, into early next week, too. We're looking at Albuquerque on Saturday and Sunday into the triple digits, 117 on Saturday, also on Sunday in Phoenix. And that's going to be the story. We're going to look at Las Vegas into the triple digits, too, throughout the weekend into early next week, too. Now, we have the heat in place. We have a severe weather threat, too. 18 million people at risk today with winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Some really large hail, baseball-sized hail, and a few tornadoes are possible, especially where you see this yellow area. Des Moines, Omaha, Kansas City, Springfield, St. Louis, Peoria. We're looking at the chance for some really strong storms. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that risk slide to the east. So then we're talking about portions of the Ohio Valley. So Cleveland to Cincinnati, you could see some strong storms tomorrow. Really gusty winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, and also the chance of an isolated tornado. Tomorrow, also on Thursday, we're going to see some rain into the northeast. Unfortunately, once again, also New England. So the hard-hit areas in Vermont and portions of New England will see a flood threat once again, and that's not just tomorrow. It's going to last into Friday as well. So we're looking at rain falling on really saturated soil. Tomorrow, the heaviest rain from Portland, Maine to Norfolk, Virginia, and that will be the story as we go throughout the weekend, too. We're going to see that rain sticking around. So you guys, we have a couple tough days ahead of us with the heat, also with some stormy weather. We'll talk more about this next hour.
All right, awesome. Michelle, thank you so much. Now we're going to turn to that historic flooding in Vermont. We want to bring in Jack McCullough. He's the mayor of Montpelier, Vermont. Mayor McCullough, thank you so much for joining us, especially when your town is going through something so tough. First, just describe to us the devastation that you've seen.
Well, it's a real improvement from yesterday, but I can tell you yesterday it was terrible. The streets were flooded. It was like rivers flowing through the main streets of Montpelier, and water flowing into all the businesses downtown. Since then, the water has receded, and now we're faced with a massive cleanup effort. We will start by getting all the mud and debris out of the streets, and then we'll be able to start with the rest of the work, clearing up all the businesses and helping people get back on their feet.
Mr. Mayor, I know the police department, City Hall Fire Department, they were all flooded. Obviously, I mean, it's hard enough for first responders to deal with this without their own, places of work being flooded. So how were they able to get to people in need and carry out everything that needed to be done?
Well, we had a tremendous amount of help from other departments. We've had other fire departments and rescue departments from around Montpelier, and I saw a group even from as far away, I think, as South Carolina, who just drove up to provide the help they could. So we had people.
Wow.
We had swift rescue teams with boats getting people out of their locations if they were stuck, and we've had our fire and police departments at our emergency operations center at our water plant, which is on high ground outside of the city limits.
Oh, incredible to hear about people coming from so far just to help out. Mr. Mayor, I also do want to ask you about the Wrightsville Dam, just upstream from your city, getting dangerously close to capacity. That was a major concern at one point. What is the status there this morning? Is that something that you all are keeping an eye on?
We're keeping an eye on it, but we're definitely feeling better about that. The waters are receding, and we do not expect at this point that it will either overtop the dam or go into the spillway. So I think we're looking pretty good there. Our river level within the city is well below flood stage at this point. Of course, we have rain expected over the next few days, but I'm hoping it's nothing approaching the level we've had this week.
And Mayor McCullough, what resources are available for people who've been impacted by the storm, by the flooding there?
Well, the president has issued an emergency declaration. I've spoken to Senator Welch, who's working with other senators on both sides of the aisle to get supplemental appropriation for FEMA and other emergency services. And so we, as the days progress, we will be getting out all the resources to the businesses and residents so that they can get help getting back on their feet, as I said.
Mayor Jack McCullough, thank you so much for joining us. Stay safe, and we will be thinking of you and your constituents in your town.
Thank you very much.
Parts of Southern California are also dealing with devastation after a landslide knocked out more than a dozen homes. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is there with the latest.
A community on edge beneath the shattered roofs and cracked walls, with more than a dozen homes still on the move.
You can actually hear the snap, crackle, and pop every minute when you're there.
The LA County Fire Department red tagging 12 homes is unsafe, with 10 actively moving and another 16 under constant watch.
Are you worried about your house?
Oh, yes, of course.
Residents in Rolling Hills Estates, 25 miles south of Los Angeles, started noticing cracks in their homes and on the ground Saturday. Officials say the ground gave way to a landslide, taking 12 homes with it. Weber Yen had just 10 minutes to grab what he could and evacuate his home.
Is there any part of your home that is left standing?
No.
It's still sliding down.
It's 10 foot a day.
The cause is under investigation, pending a geology report.
We don't know how long that these homes are going to continue to move.
But officials say a fissure was found along the destroyed homes, raising suspicions about oversaturation after California's record-breaking winter rainfall.
It's moving quickly. There's nothing to do to stop it, and it's the most shocking, surreal thing I have ever seen.
With parts of homes still tumbling into the ravine behind them, residents urging for accountability.
I'm angry people have dropped the ball. Because there was indication that in April something might have happened, and no one alerted us.
And the real hope here is that all of this extreme land movement is isolated to the homes that you see over my shoulder, but we won't know that until a geological survey is done in this area. Officials say it's expected soon, but until then, homeowners say it's a mystery what happens next. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thank you.
And staying in California, Leslie Van Houten, a follower of Charles Manson, is out on parole this morning. Van Houten was released yesterday after spending more than 53 years behind bars for her role in 2 murders back in 1969. She originally received the death penalty, but that was reversed on appeal, and she received a life sentence with the possibility of parole.
This morning, there are 2 big developments in the federal criminal case against former President Donald Trump. The next court hearing in the case related to his alleged mishandling of classified documents was pushed back until July 18th. That's next Tuesday. That hearing was supposed to happen this Friday. Trump has pleaded not guilty in this case. Also, Trump's lawyers have asked to postpone the case until after the 2024 election. His legal team believes it would be nearly impossible to find an impartial jury in the midst of a presidential campaign.
And in one of the other cases against former President Trump, 2 grand juries were selected in Georgia that will likely decide whether the former president and his allies should face criminal charges for election interference back in 2020.
At the heart of that investigation is the call that Trump made to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, suggesting he could help Trump find enough votes to beat Joe Biden in that state. Trump has also pleaded not guilty in that case, saying he has done nothing wrong. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now with more. Danny, good morning. So what happens when this case is presented to the grand jury, and then what happens after the vote?
There are actually 2 grand juries who have been seated, and either one of them could end up actually hearing the Trump documents case. That's why the grand jury was likely seated within about 3 hours, because they probably didn't have to go through all the questions that a petit jury, and that's the jury that goes to trial, petit meaning small and grand meaning large. Grand juries are just large. That's all they are. There are obviously a bunch of other rules about secrecy, but these 2 grand juries, one of which will hear the Trump documents case, and then they will vote true bill or no true bill, yay or nay, and ultimately decide, presumably or hopefully in secret, one way or another, whether or not Trump or anyone else is indicted in Georgia for election interference.
So, Danny, with what we've already seen over the past couple months with the former president, with the New York indictment and a federal indictment, Trump has, of course, been able to continue his bid for the White House. In fact, of course, he's still the front runner. Would that be the case here, too? And then to take it a step further, if something happens in this particular investigation, could he take office if elected?
Of course, yes. This is a major constitutional issue, one that, of course, has never been addressed. And if I were to take a guess, this is the way it would work out. If Trump, say, for example, was on trial or even convicted or even imprisoned at the time he wins the election, if he wins the election and is sworn in all likelihood, the state case, the state prison term would go away during the pendency of his presidency. And the same thing for the federal case. Now, what if the cases are still pending, but he hasn't been convicted? Well, in all likelihood, the federal case goes away on pause, and so does the state case, but for different reasons. The state case because of the supremacy clause, but the net effect is the same. If Trump is elected, these cases go away, and the federal case goes away forever, because what will undoubtedly happen if Trump is elected while the case is pending, or even after he's convicted, or even after he's served the sentence, which would not happen with this timeline, then Trump would simply pardon himself, or if the case is still pending, he could do it in an easier way. He could simply hire an attorney general who is loyal to him, who he knows on the first day at work will dismiss the charges, and then the case goes away.
Danny, real quickly, another legal issue, this one on the civil side of things. Yesterday, the Justice Department announced it no longer plans to defend Trump in a defamation lawsuit brought by E. Jean Carroll. Real quick, what does that mean?
It means that the Biden administration is no longer interested in defending Trump, when during Trump's administration, it wasn't interested in defending Trump. So in some sense, look, the DOJ is independent. That's the way it's supposed to be. But as you can see, sometimes maybe it isn't so independent, because the Biden administration routinely takes positions that it never would have taken, or excuse me, the DOJ never would have taken under Trump. So to that degree, when the DOJ is involved in civil cases, it is arguably a lot more political than it is in criminal cases, when it's, at least we hope, a lot more independent.
All right, Danny, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, a drought causing a state of emergency in one country. But this morning, some people say the water they're being given to drink is making them sick. The new questions about water safety and how the government is responding.
But first, into the rough. PGA Tour officials grilled over plans to merge with a Saudi-backed golf tour, how they're defending the controversial plan under intense pressure from lawmakers.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back now with golf officials in the hot seat. In Washington, executives of the PGA Tour were grilled at a U.S. Senate hearing on Tuesday. At issue, of course, is their controversial plan to merge with Saudi Arabia's Live Golf. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has more.
The PGA Tour under pressure.
Today's hearing is about much more than the game of golf. It's about how a brutal, repressive regime can buy influence.
The tour hopes to cut a deal with the Saudi Public Investment Fund, which runs the Live Golf Tour. Live Golf was poaching some of the PGA Tour's biggest stars, like Phil Mickelson and Brooks Koepka. The PGA Tour initially fought back against what amounted to a hostile takeover, but ultimately came to the table because they had no choice.
Money, rivers of money, and a rational market force.
That money is what has members of Congress concerned.
What are the amounts that have been discussed?
North of $1 billion.
The Saudi government has a history of human rights abuses, including their connection to the death of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. And Brett Eagleson, whose father died in 9/11, believes there's not enough money in the world to ignore the possible connection the Saudis had to those attacks.
They folded like a beach chair.
Jimmy Dunn, a tour board member who helped open the door to the deal, led a company that lost 66 workers on that day.
If any person had the remotest connection to an attack on our country and the murder of my friends, I am the last guy that would be sitting at a table with them.
But Eagleson, who handed Dunn an FBI report outlining the Saudi connections to the 9/11 terrorists, doesn't agree.
Mr. Dunn needs to realize who, in fact, he is actually getting into business with.
And this partnership is far from a done deal. The two sides have until the end of the year to come to an agreement, and the PGA Tour has promised that the Saudis will be nothing more than a minority investor.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you.
International headlines now. Northern India has been battered by heavy rain.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more on that. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, at least 41 people have died after heavy rains, flash floods and landslides have battered northern India since last weekend. Now, according to the authorities, last Sunday was the wettest July day in the capital, New Delhi, in more than 40 years. Thousands of people across the region have been evacuated as relief efforts continue and authorities work on reopening roads affected by the landslides. Now let's go to Syria, where the renewal of a cross-border aid was blocked after Russia used its veto at a UN Security Council. The 9-month renewal was meant to continue delivering food, medicine and shelter to 4 million people living in rebel-held northwest Syria who are still reeling from the devastating earthquake in February. Now, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, called Russia's decision an act of utter cruelty. And let's move to South Korea, where twin giant panda babies have been born in the country's largest amusement park near the capital, Seoul. The proud parents are 2 giant pandas on loan from China. The babies, both female, are the first twin pandas being born in South Korea, and both the mother and her newborns are in good condition. Now, guys, is there anything cuter than baby pandas? Yes, there is. Giant baby pandas.
Yeah, I was going to say, when they get a little bigger, their
say,
cuteness factor
right
will go up a little
like
bit.
Hamster looking.
And they do that bleeding sound when they're young.
Yeah,
It actually is kind of cute. So, all right, Claudio.
They're so small, though. It's so, oh my gosh, wow.
They'll get big. All right,
That's
thanks,
cute.
Claudio.
Thanks, Claudio.
In other international news, a state of emergency has been declared in Uruguay because of a severe drought there. Rain levels have reached the lowest levels that country has seen in decades. Now, the government is trying to do everything it can to get water to families, but some are raising concerns about the drinking water they're getting. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has that story.
Uruguay is suffering its worst drought in decades. This reservoir is a major water source for the capital, Montevideo. The water levels are so low, it's become unrecognizable.
A donde te llega la vista, llegaba el espejo de agua.
This local saying the water used to cover everything in sight as he stood surrounded by weeds and cracked dirt.
Es horrible, es horrible, horrible, horrible.
The reservoir at Uruguay's largest dam, today only using less than 2% capacity.
Hubo que mezclar el agua dulce que venía de la cuenca alta con el agua con bastante sodio y salubridad que venía de abajo.
The record drought and low rainfall has forced water officials to declare an emergency and use water from a saltier supply for the nearby 1.8 million people in the capital region. Residents there who used to drink safely from the tap forced to buy water bottles to avoid what they say is foul-tasting water.
El malestar que te causa.
This woman saying the water upsets her stomach and gives her headaches. Health officials have denied widespread negative health claims caused by the water. The government now distributing drinking water to the most vulnerable and exempting taxes on bottled water while promising a new reservoir. The drought and foul-tasting tap water also inciting protests in the nation, which has the highest GDP per capita in South America, according to the International Monetary Fund, and was the first country in the world to declare access to water a constitutional right. Some critics blaming the agribusiness and developers for the current situation. The Guardian reporting that locals are also growing angry with a plan to build a Google data center in Uruguay that will reportedly use 2 million gallons a day to cool down servers. A Google spokesperson telling NBC News in part, quote, "The Uruguay data center project is still in the exploratory phase. As potential planning and design continues, we expect preliminary numbers to undergo adjustments." For now, residents continue stocking up on water, waiting out their only hope, new rain.
Thanks to Guad Venegas for that story. Well, the government is helping with bottled water. The health ministry says the tap water is suitable for human consumption in most cases, but officials are cautioning pregnant women, children under 2, and those with unique health conditions to avoid drinking it.
Coming up, Iowa lawmakers pass major new restrictions on abortion.
Up next, we'll take a closer look at the new bill and what it could mean for the future of health care in that state.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Waking up this morning to new legislation that could drastically change access to abortion in the state. State lawmakers passed a bill that last night that would make it illegal for pregnant people to get an abortion past 6 weeks of pregnancy. Governor Kim Reynolds says that she expects to sign that bill into law on Friday. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Des Moines with more on how Iowans are responding to that legislation.
This morning, Iowa on the verge of enacting a new restrictive ban on abortion.
Back away from it!
Despite hours of intense protests and strong debate,
the bill is declared to have passed the Senate and the title was agreed to.
Iowa lawmakers overnight passing legislation blocking the procedure after the detection of cardiac activity, banning abortion at roughly 6 weeks before most women know they're pregnant.
If they're not prepared to have a baby, they shouldn't have sex.
Iowa Republicans passed a nearly identical version in 2018 that was quickly blocked by the courts. But that law came before the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and Republicans hope a more conservative state Supreme Court will let this stand. What kind of impact would this have on the abortion care you provide?
It would have a huge impact. This would affect almost all the patients that we see.
The bill includes exemptions to protect the life of the mother and for rape and incest if reported to law enforcement, public health authorities, or a doctor.
If this bill becomes law, women will die in Iowa. Common sense has walked out the door.
Iowa's governor promising to sign the bill into law on Friday. Iowa would become the 16th state restricting abortion access to 6 weeks or less. 14 of those states currently ban the procedure with few exceptions.
And as soon as that child is conceived, it is a child, it's a life, and it matters.
A March poll showed most Iowans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases, including 70% of women. But this morning, the limited providers across the state are scrambling, saying they're unsure of what happens next.
I want to continue practicing medicine, and I think the language is so vague that I need to know when I can intervene to save a woman's life.
That's Shaquille Brewster reporting. Even before this bill, neighboring Minnesota saw a 211% increase in people from Iowa traveling to that state for abortions. The law will be enacted immediately once it's signed. Planned Parenthood says it's promising quick legal action once that happens. Time now for your weekly checkup.
From the power of a popular board game to the link between good dental health and good mental health. It's fun that rhymes. This week is all about brain power. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us to discuss the latest health headlines. Hi, Dr. Patel. So this board game we're talking about is Monopoly. I feel like there's kind of, I don't know, do you like Monopoly?
I haven't played in because it takes too long.
It's so long.
It's so long.
My husband loves it, but he's like into math and money things. So like I feel like that makes sense, but I was never a fan. But there is new research that suggests that we might want to give it a second chance if we don't like it. Why is that?
Well, especially if you're in the 3 to 9-year-old age group. So this is a research out of the UK that looked at 19 studies to understand whether board games can be helpful in language acquisition, math skills. Turns out board games, especially those with rules and numbers, can actually help in those very math skills that we talk about and that we want children that age to use. So here are the doctor's orders. They're pretty simple. Back to the board games, that is. And then try to plan game nights as a family. You may find them tedious, but your 3 to 9-year-olds that are around you are going to love them, and they're probably going to learn from them.
It is the only chance I'll ever get to buy a hotel, so I do look at it that way.
A 3-year-old playing Monopoly? Is that real? Is that possible?
It is a fairly simple game, just a little bit of math. All right, let's talk about something else. Brushing our teeth. Obviously, that's good for dental health, but doctors say it could also be good for your mental health.
Yeah,
what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so in this case, we've known for a long time that gum disease, tooth decay, we've seen this have some role potentially in memory loss, potentially in Alzheimer's disease, but never really had any association to kind of link the two together. So scientists took 172 people ages 55 and older, none of them had memory issues, and then watched them over 8 years and did interval tooth exams, gum exams, and also did MRIs of their brains. And over those years of intervals, what they found is an interesting association. If you had severe tooth loss or severe gum disease, you actually had a shrinkage in the important area of your brain called the hippocampus. It's a very small but incredibly important horseshoe-shaped part of your brain that stores all your memories. It's how you know where your car is, where your keys might be, and it is believed to have an incredibly key role in Alzheimer's. So this does not mean that we know that gum disease and tooth decay lead to Alzheimer's, but it's another interesting association that brings us to today's doctor's orders, that if you don't rush when you brush and floss like a boss, because gum disease and tooth decay, big no-nos in my book.
Did you just make this up?
I feel like that's probably part of the dental, like,
floss like
world.
a boss. Have
Floss
you ever
like a
heard
boss.
that?
I'm sure I've heard. I think that's the thing.
I've got to encourage myself to do it. Yeah. So I gotta remember to do it.
Can you make all your doctor's orders rhyme from here on out? I think it'll help me remember them. Okay, finally, Dr. Patel, there's this new study. I was reading up on this, prepping for this segment, but I still don't fully understand the implications of this, showing that people can hear silence. What does that mean?
All right, if that felt like a really long silent pause, it's because it is. It's a great way to think about your brain. I know. You wondered if I was off my earpiece, what was going on. That silence sounded painfully long, and that's because researchers have also found and looked at this question: is silence the absence of a sound, or is it actually your brain processing some sort of sound? And so they set out to do what we call kind of an auditory illusion experiment, where they took really noisy restaurant scenes, inserted gaps of silence, some one time, some two times. The longer sound of silence compared to the same amount of silence spread out over 2 or 3 times really indicates that silence is something that we can sense, and that silence is actually something that we hear, and that our brain processes something when it is quote unquote silent. So next time you hear about that break or suspenseful pause, or when you can't think of what to say and everybody's hanging on your every word, that's actually a brain working. So the significance here is that Simon and Garfunkel sound, the song, The Sounds of Silence, there's something to it.
All right.
So the doctor's order here, silence is something you can hear. Try to enjoy the sound of nothing.
I love it.
So
okay, you just gave our entire control room a heart attack, by the way. So, FYI.
There you go.
She froze. We lost her.
Play Monopoly in silence while flossing like a boss.
There you go.
Do it all at once. All right, Dr. Patel.
Thanks.
Coming up, Bank of America accused of doubling fees, opening accounts without consumers' consent.
We will have more on the ruling and the major fines now being levied against one of the nation's largest banks. Stay with us.
Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bank of America, the second biggest bank in the country, has been ordered to pay more than $250 million. This comes after an investigation found the bank was double charging insufficient fund fees, not giving out the cash rewards and bonuses it promised to customers, and in some cases opening accounts without customers' knowledge or permission. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has more on what this all means.
Hey there. The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau has ordered Bank of America to pay tens of millions of dollars in penalties and in some cases money directly to consumers for a pattern of behavior they say began back in 2012. At that time, they began doing things like dinging people multiple times for non-sufficient funds fees. If you've ever overdrawn your account the way I have, you've been hit with that $35 fee. Turns out they were hitting people multiple times when the merchant would try to run the same fee again without letting people know and without giving them a chance to fight back against it. In addition, they accused the bank of having not lived up to certain promises it made around bonus rewards and other sorts of incentive programs. And perhaps most startling, they say that Bank of America has, in fact, been using personal information of customers to open phantom accounts. We saw this at the heart of the scandal that engulfed Wells Fargo a couple of years ago. Well, now we're seeing it supposedly within Bank of America as well in an effort to meet sort of internal sales quotas. All of this has led to this enormous judgment. More than $80 million worth of penalties will be paid directly to consumers, and tens of millions of dollars will also go directly to the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, which maintains a victims fund. Supposedly that money will go on to people as well. So if you are a Bank of America customer, you should be watching out in the coming weeks for notice from either the CFPB or from the bank that you might be owed money. Back to you.
All right, Jake Ward, thank you.
Let's stand some financial headlines, starting with retailer Bye Bye Baby closing down its stores.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and other money news. Pippa, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Bye Bye Baby stores are set to close after a last-ditch effort to save the chain falls apart. Go Global Retail, a brand management firm, was in line to buy the chain, which was part of Bed Bath & Beyond. But Go Global tells CNBC it could not reach a deal on price. Bed Bath & Beyond's top creditor believes it can recover more of its losses by selling Bye Bye Baby's intellectual property and moving ahead with liquidation sales. Meantime, Google has pulled the plug on an AI-powered chatbot aimed at Gen Z users. CNBC has learned Google recently scrapped an app being developed called Bubble Characters. Internal documents show the chatbot had been in the works since 2021 and featured human-like conversations with users. It was reportedly put on the back burner in favor of work on Bard, the ChatGPT rival Google launched back in February. And Kim Kardashian is in talks to buy back the stake in her beauty company she sold to the retail chain Coty. The Wall Street Journal reports SKKN by Kim was valued at $1 billion when Coty bought the 20% stake 3 years ago. Kardashian wants to buy it back as part of efforts to expand the company's beauty categories. Kardashian has expanded her business empire in recent years. Her shapewear company, Skims, was valued at $3.2 billion last year. She's also launched a firm to invest in consumer and media companies. Kim K, man, business entrepreneur.
I know. All the Kardashians. I can't keep up with all the businesses. There's tequila, there's the lip gloss. I mean, it's pretty amazing, actually. Pippa, thank you so much. All right, well, let's stay on some business news. We're now into the second day of Amazon's two-day Prime Day sale. As you'll remember, it should really be called Prime Days, according to Joe and I. Well, it sounds like a lot of us are planning to take advantage of these price cuts. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has more.
We've been talking a lot about inflation in recent months and the fear of an upcoming recession and how consumer spending has been hitting lows on big ticket items these last couple of months especially. But people really are expected to come out during Amazon Prime Days. Tuesday and Wednesday this week are when the people are going to be focusing in on that. 80% of Americans saying that they plan on shopping during this time. And Amazon is expecting to bring in a projected $12 billion, billion with a B, I know those are big numbers, and so to put that all into perspective, last year, which was the biggest Amazon Prime Days ever, the company said that consumers around the world purchased 100,000 items every minute during this sale. And so that is just an absolutely insane number. But when you look at the deals that are on this site right now over this 2-day sale span, we've seen some pretty crazy big deals. We've seen treadmills 40% off, vacuum cleaners that are only $900 marked down to $150. And so there's no projection on what exactly the sales will be until you see them pop up hour by hour. And so if you're interested in shopping this sale, it's important you make a wish list if you want to spend in a smart way and not just go sporadically spending online, and focus in on what you're really looking for. And then think about that category if it's something that's an Amazon brand, like a Fire Stick, a Fire TV, an Amazon Echo, or a Kindle. That's where you're going to get a good deal right now. But if you're looking for furniture or kitchen appliances like that, it might be smart to wait and look at other bigger retailers come Labor Day. Or if you can wait even longer for some electronics, Black Friday and Cyber Monday are just down the road. You could also do some price comparisons because Walmart, Best Buy, Target have also jumped on this summer sale bandwagon to really cash in on this Christmas in July feeling. You're going to get those best deals if you're a member of each of these retailers, if you sign up for their mailing list, or if you subscribe to their credit card. So either way you're going to be shopping, it's important to make sure you're looking for that best deal. Back to you.
All right, Maura Bear, thank you so much. I overwhelmed myself yesterday.
Did you?
There's just so much. It's crazy, but I want cleaning supplies. Very exciting. Coming up, turning the tables.
We're going to take you to the city where women are at the center of a lot of men's sports. What's coming up next?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Britney Spears' memoir led to a bidding war, and now we're learning new details about the book. As first revealed by People, the title will be The Woman in Me. It'll be released on October 24th. The press release says that the memoir illuminates the enduring power of music and love and the importance of a woman telling her own story on her own terms. It'll cover her battle over her 13-year conservatorship, which she won last year. The book is published by Gallery Books, which is part of Simon Schuster. A lot of folks are going to be interested in that one.
For sure. I think, just good to hear her in her own words any chance she gets. So very interesting. All right. Thanks, Joe. We end this hour over in Seattle, which wrapped up hosting the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis got to talk to some powerhouse women working behind the scenes in the city's sports scene.
She's at the forefront of bringing big events to one of the country's fastest growing cities.
It's a huge catalyst for the revitalization of all of our cities, frankly, post-pandemic.
Beth Knox, who runs the Seattle Sports Commission, is thrilled about winning the crown jewel event in baseball for the first time in more than 2 decades.
Major League Baseball has awarded the 2023 All-Star Game to Seattle and the Seattle Mariners.
The All-Star Game at T-Mobile Park, home of the Seattle Mariners. And she's not the only female power player in Seattle's sports world, a world typically dominated by men. Katie Griggs runs the business behind the Mariners.
I am incredibly passionate about people.
2 years ago, she took over business operations for the team, becoming the first woman ever in that role for a Major League Baseball team. Her goal? Become the most progressive team in the sport. One way she's doing that, putting together a diverse committee that includes several women to pull off the premier event.
We really wanted to put together a group of emerging leaders who would look at this event holistically through many different lenses.
That's included hosting the Jenny Finch Classic for softball players from urban areas, the first ever showcase for players from HBCUs, a camp for a Native American tribal school in the area, free events like the drone show and movie nights for people who can't afford the expensive tickets for the game. Griggs says adding diverse voices like hers means a better experience for fans.
I think it's really good for the sport. I think it's really good for sports in general to ensure that leadership reflects our fan base.
But progress of getting women in the room is slow. A recent report card by the University of Central Florida gives Major League Baseball the worst grade among major men's American sports. America's pastime has a long way to go, with women making up only about a quarter of senior administrators. Those numbers are even lower for top executive positions. But some pro teams are catching on. The Miami Marlins just became the first team in American men's pro sports to have women run the baseball and business side of things. And in football, the Las Vegas Raiders have made Sandra Douglas Morgan the first black woman to run an NFL team. But it's in Seattle where women are really running the sports show. At the University of Washington, the WNBA's Seattle Storm, and the NFL's Seattle Seahawks.
These women, in my experience, are very passionate about getting things done. But it's really about making the region a better place. And I love working with people who have that kind of passion and determination.
Seattle will stay in the sports spotlight, hosting the NHL's Winter Classic on New Year's Day, and NCAA Men's Basketball Regional in 2 years, and World Cup matches in 2026.
There's a lot of great aspects to Seattle. You can walk to the stadiums. So it's a special environment that is especially conducive to these large sporting events.
As for women helping to define men's sports, Griggs says gender parity is coming.
I see a path in the future to having a lot greater representation of our fans.
All right, thanks to Rahima for that story. The women also told NBC News that they see a responsibility to create a space for other women to get into sports management and encourage them to participate really in all areas of sports.
I live in Seattle. It's a great sports town, and everyone's just such huge fans of the soccer team there, the football team, all the sports.
Yeah,
so,
what a cool peek behind the scenes. Awesome.
Exactly. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you very much for spending it with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a high-stakes meeting this morning. President Biden and Ukraine's President Zelensky coming together on day 2 of that critical NATO summit in Lithuania. But tensions are flaring over when and how Ukraine will actually join the alliance. We'll bring you the latest from Lithuania's capital. A weathered America. In Vermont, a glimmer of good news as those devastating floodwaters begin to recede in some spots. The governor says they haven't seen destruction like this in more than a decade. We'll have the latest on those recovery efforts. And down south and out west, another triple-digit scorcher for millions more. That dangerous extreme heat now expected to expand to other parts of the country. We have team coverage and your latest forecast all coming up. Also this morning, pressing pause again. More Ticketmaster troubles this morning for Taylor Swift fans as she takes her blockbuster Eras tour to Europe. More on yet another frustrating website meltdown and where the company is now placing the blame. And an American in London. It is a Cinderella story of sorts from Wimbledon, how a 27-year-old from the States is keeping his dream alive on the iconic grass. I always love to see those surprising American success stories in the big tournaments.
Tennis is so much fun to watch, too.
Exactly.
So
and now you're going to become a player. So
next
year. All right. We begin this hour with the NATO summit in Lithuania, where members are gathering for a second day to discuss long-term support for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
This morning, President Zelensky is holding talks with NATO leaders, including President Biden. The Ukrainian leader is pushing members for longer-range weapons. Zelensky also met with NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg one day after calling the alliance's decision not to give a timetable for an invite, quote, absurd. Well, after that meeting, Zelensky said it would have been, quote, ideal if Ukraine was given an invitation to join. We've got NBC News military analyst Lieutenant General Steph Twitty standing by. Before that, let's get to our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Hey, Peter, good morning.
And effectively, the White House says any two...
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning to both of you. This really is a critical day in President Biden's trip as he looks to fortify NATO's strength ahead of that sit-down with President Zelensky, who's been fiercely critical, as you note, of NATO's unwillingness to nail down a specific timeline for Ukraine to join the alliance. But White House advisors say that the U.S. and its allies here are deeply committed to helping Ukraine build a military that can defend itself and deter any further attack. President Biden this morning on tap to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky, their third face-to-face this year. But this time, a potentially more tense meeting between the two allies, amid disagreement over when and how Ukraine will be allowed to join the alliance. A statement from NATO's leaders here said they plan to include Ukraine eventually, but provided no specific timeline, saying there are democratic and military standards Ukraine must first meet. Zelensky initially called that decision absurd, but today appeared to soften his tone, saying he wants to be on the same page as NATO.
What we hear and understand that we'll have this invitation when security measures will allow.
This morning, world leaders here are announcing increased security assistance to Ukraine, calling it a long-term commitment.
Mr. Secretary, good morning to you.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken telling Savannah here on Today, the takeaway from this summit for Vladimir Putin is clear.
That tells President Putin that he can't outlast us. He can't outlast Ukraine. He can't outlast all of the countries that are supporting Ukraine.
All of it comes ahead of what the White House is casting as a major speech today. The president expected to tout NATO's increased strength. Just to the east, Russia is watching what happens here closely, accusing NATO of a strong anti-Russian attitude, warning the addition of 2 new NATO members, quote, carries very big risks. In Kyiv today, another round of Russian attacks with drones. Ukrainian officials say they were all intercepted. Also this morning, news of another potential high-level loss for the Russian military. A Ukrainian official citing reports that a Russian senior commander was killed in a Russian-occupied city in eastern Ukraine after a long-range missile strike there. NBC News, we should note, has not independently confirmed this death. The Russian military so far has not commented, but he would be one of a growing number of Russian generals, Joe and Savannah, killed in this war.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant General Steph Twitty for more on this. Good to have you with us. So first of all, do you think NATO is right to hold off on Ukraine's membership invite right now? And what do you make of Zelensky's frustration?
Yeah, so I do think that NATO is correct in their approach with Ukraine right now. We must all remember that Ukraine is at war. And if they're assessed coming into NATO, that would now mean that NATO is at war with Russia, which would mean that 31 nations, soon to be 32 with Sweden now coming on board, would be a part of the fight against Russia. And we all do not want a World War III in this case. And so I think we should hold up, wait to see where this war goes. Hopefully that the Ukrainians will be successful, and then they will be assessed into NATO.
So that brings us to the other big question today, which is how far members of NATO are willing to go to provide long-term support to Ukraine. Does it seem like NATO is united on that front?
I think it's been pretty clear that all NATO countries are expected to go for the long term here in terms of their support to Ukraine. There have been many pledges that have come out of this particular summit. As you know, the U.S., they provided $40 billion, and we will probably hear today, after the meeting between Zelensky and President Biden, more support from the U.S. But for the long term, I see NATO staying with Ukraine and seeing this through, seeing this fight through with them.
So Russia sees NATO's eastward expansion as an existential threat to its security. You mentioned the worries about a World War III. Well, the Deputy Secretary of Russia's Security Council said increasing military assistance to Ukraine is bringing us closer to World War III. Do you think NATO is concerned enough about these risks?
I think they are concerned. That's why you see these metered things occurring. If you go back, you know, first we didn't want to put tanks in, then we didn't want to put F-16 in. And so there are metered responses, and we're testing the resolve of the Russians, obviously. But we must go back and remember, it was not NATO that started this war, it was Russia. And the intent of NATO in doing all this is to provide peace and stability on the European continent, not just in Ukraine, but also along the NATO periphery and their borders. And so by doing these various things that they're doing, overall, they're providing that peace and stability on the European continent, which is so important to ensure that we have lasting democracy in Europe.
You know, NATO's not giving a timeline for Ukraine's membership. Do you have any idea how long it realistically could take?
Yeah, so as you know, war is uncertain. And so we don't know how long this war will take place. There's no negotiations that have started on the diplomatic front to try and end this war. And at this point, we have no clear winner. So we don't know the outcome, and we don't know how long this will take. My opinion is that we're going to be at war for quite some time. When I say we, the Ukrainians, and not just months. I think we're looking at years here. And so you can anticipate a year, maybe 2 years. You know, I hate to put a timetable to it, but I think once this war is over, we could see rapid succession of Ukraine getting into NATO.
All right, Lieutenant General Twitty, thank you so much. Now the weather and that extreme heat wave that is creating unbearable conditions in the Southwest. It's been doing it for weeks.
Yeah, and it looks like that region won't be able to catch a break. That heat dome covering the area is forecast to expand into other parts of the country, actually. This morning, heat advisories, watches, and warnings are stretching from Florida to California. And in Phoenix, they have been dealing with triple-digit temperatures every day for nearly a month. They're on track now to break a nearly 50-year heat record, in fact. In the Northeast, some areas are cleaning up after severe storms this week. In Vermont, the focus has turned to recovery efforts as devastating floodwaters begin to recede.
We have full team coverage on all this extreme weather and your forecast. We're going to start off with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who is in Houston. Priscilla, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Unfortunately, the brutal heat is here to stay, showing little signs of relief in the coming days. Here in Houston, folks are already in the pool, getting their laps in before we hit those triple-digit temperatures today, as across the country, temperatures are making a run for records that have stood for nearly half a century.
This morning, extreme heat is intensifying from coast to coast.
This summer is worse than all of the past summers.
Triple-digit temperatures baking the Southwest today, with highs expected to reach a staggering 120 degrees in some spots by the weekend. Experts say it's historically hot.
We're seeing things get worse and worse. We sometimes hear the expression a new normal. Is this a new normal? But it's worse than that. More intense and frequent heat waves, wildfires, floods like we're seeing play out this summer.
The official start of summer was just 3 weeks ago, but already in South Florida, Miami has seen 31 consecutive days of a 100-plus degree heat index.
The humidity is what kills you.
In Texas, El Paso has had 26 100-plus degree days, their longest streak ever recorded. Houston is now bracing for another week of temps expected to feel like 105 degrees and hotter.
I came to the park prepared because I knew without it I'd die out here.
It's been 100 degrees for like, 2 weeks almost? It's crazy.
The prolonged heat has claimed more than a dozen lives already this summer, and July is on pace to be the hottest month in U.S. history. The harsh combination of heat and drought also hitting the heartland, impacting crops and produce.
All the customers want to come out and get their fresh grown produce, and unfortunately I don't have as much to offer as I would have. Mother Nature just needs to help us out.
The seemingly never-ending scorcher leaving millions bracing for what's to come and hoping for some relief.
And of course, one way to beat the heat is finding pools like this one. The YMCA here also serving as a cooling center. All great options as folks try to stay safe and survive these dog days of summer. Joe, Savannah.
Priscilla, thank you so much. For more on the dangerous heat, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Michelle Grossman to join us again. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, 78 million Americans under a heat alert today, and it's stretching from the southwest into portions of the south central states and the southeast, and really into the northeast. We're hot, too. So we're looking at heat warnings, heat watches, heat advisories. Where you see that hot pink color, those are excessive heat warnings, and that's because we're going to see temperatures once again into the triple digits. Look at Phoenix over the next seven days. We're only getting hotter by Saturday and Sunday, Monday, up to 117, still Tuesday at 115. Same story in Las Vegas. We're going to see those temperatures soar into 116 territory on Sunday, 116 on Monday, and then 112 on Tuesday. So that heat dome is going to stay in place. We're going to see those temperatures really soaring and staying in place over the next couple of days into next week. So we're looking at hotter highs into the north as well. New York City, 93. It's going to feel like 93, so not a lot of humidity. We have a little humidity this morning, but that's dropping throughout the day. But as you head down to the southeast, we're looking at Tampa, 94, feeling like 105. It'll feel like 106 in Miami. It will feel like 112 in Dallas, and in Kansas City, 96 degrees, but with a heat index, you're going to feel like 104. So it's hot in the northeast as well. As we head down closer to the southeast, south central states, we're looking at Houston, 100 degrees. That's where Priscilla is. It will feel like 111 today and feeling like 106 in New Orleans. Now, as we go throughout this weekend, we'll keep those hot temperatures in place. In Tallahassee, we're looking at the mid-90s Saturday and Sunday. You factor in that humidity, it will feel like over 100 degrees. Shreveport on Saturday, 100 degrees. It's going to feel hotter than that, too, with the heat index. And then D.C., you're going to be into the mid-90s by this weekend. So that hot air, the warmth, is going to fuel some storms as we go throughout today into tonight. 21 million people at risk throughout the Central Plains into the Midwest. Where you see that yellow, the storms are likely from Des Moines to Omaha, Kansas City, Springfield, St. Louis, Peoria. We're looking at some really strong winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. That will bring down some power lines. That will snap some trees as well. Also looking at the chance for some damaging hail, 2 inches or larger, baseball-size hail, and a few tornadoes are possible. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that the risk kind of move off to the east. So we're looking at the Ohio Valley under the threat for severe storms tomorrow from Cleveland to Cincinnati. But notice that green. That's starting in portions in the northeast all the way through to Tennessee Valley, back to the Central Plains for the threat of strong to severe storms. But the likeliest spot will be where you see that yellow. Winds could gust up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well, not as large as today, but still, and also looking at an isolated tornado or two. So this is what we're concerned about as we go throughout tomorrow. We're going to look at this cold front moving through New England. That's going to bring the chances for flooding increasing again in the Northeast. So we're looking at places that got hit hard earlier in the week, seeing some flooding concerns as we go throughout Thursday and Friday. The rain is falling on really saturated ground. So as we go throughout Friday, that front kind of lingers. It moves very slowly, bringing showers and storms, and also bringing the heaviest rain from Portland, Maine to also Virginia. This is what we're looking at in terms of rainfall totals, up to 3 inches in some spots, especially where you see that yellow. So you see Burlington, Rutland, portions of New England into the Northeast. We'll see some rain. It will be heavy at times as well. That's going to lead to some flash flooding. We do have a flash flood risk, and that includes Burlington, Albany, and also Syracuse. So, guys, we're going to watch that heat, and we're also going to continue to watch this flooding concern, especially Thursday and Friday in parts of New England once again. Back to you.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
So much going on across the country, and let's stay on this and now get to the Northeast, where those floodwaters are starting to recede and people are surveying the extensive damage left behind. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is in the capital of Montpelier that was especially hard hit. Hi, Kristen. Good morning. So just tell us first, what are you seeing as far as the extent of the damage there? It doesn't look great behind you.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Savannah. Not great at all. You know, as you mentioned, the river is down, but take a look what it's left behind. This gives you some idea of the power of these waters that we're talking about. There are entire trees just deposited here against this bridge because they couldn't get under it. And then here's another big issue with cleanup. Take a look, the mud. This is feet and feet of messy and sticky mud that people are going to have to deal with. They're trying to clean it up. We've seen some machines out here, but there is just a lot still to get to. And then the big concern with rain in the forecast is you can see how saturated the ground around here is. There's still standing water in a lot of places. And so that rainwater won't have too many places that it can go. So nobody really breathing a sigh of relief here yet, Savannah.
So, Kristen, you mentioned these machines coming by to clean up what looks like an impossible mess, to be frank about it. What resources are available as they start to begin the cleanup process?
Right, so that federal disaster declaration is going to help get some funds. FEMA is here on scene. There are still a lot of search and rescue teams that are on scene because there are entire communities that are still cut off. There are Black Hawk helicopters still flying, making sure that everybody, and I'm going to step out of the road here, everybody can get out of their homes if they need to get to shelter, get to safety. Here in Montpelier, 500 people have already signed up to volunteer for the cleanup today. They'll be downtown helping some of those businesses because a lot of the businesses will be almost a total loss of all their inventory inside. So, you know, the cost of this is just going to run into the billions.
Oh my gosh, and it's just always so incredible to hear about all these people volunteering and helping. We heard earlier from a mayor who said people are driving up from South Carolina just to throw in their hands and help here. Always great to hear that. You mentioned those helicopters. What areas are search and rescue teams focused on today?
Right. So there are a few towns to the south that are completely cut off. I don't know if you saw those train tracks where, you know, it had been washed out underneath them. That's an iconic image from this storm. And so in those places where they can't get to by road yet, by boat, those choppers are able to get into them. And then a lot of it, frankly, is we've seen people, you know, driving through some of this water. Here they're getting through it, but there are still places with standing water, and there are calls coming in from people whose cars get stuck in the middle of it, and they need to be rescued now. So the search and rescue team's still on standby getting those calls in.
Kristen, also pretty far behind you, you might not be able to see or hear it, but we're seeing some cars that almost look like they're turning around. What is the status right now just of being able to get around even in the areas where you are that are no longer cut off, but obviously still look like that?
Right. So the interstate is still open, but I mean, I'll come over here a little bit more if we have time, and you can see just the depth of this mud. You know, here it's up to my boots, and I might be stuck here. And then this water, so it is going up over the smaller cars. We did see a BMW get stuck earlier. And so, you know, a lot of people coming up across this bridge, seeing this, and they're really doing what they should, not knowing how deep this is and what's underneath it at this point. Because remember, you know, some of the roads, the asphalt's been washed away in places. So really dangerous when you come up to something like this to get across it. And so like the larger trucks are booming right through it, but some of the smaller cars deciding to turn around.
Yeah, good reminder. You said they're doing what they should by turning around, because that's where you can get yourself in a bad situation. Thank you for potentially getting stuck for us to show us that, Kristen. Stay safe. We appreciate it.
Now to news out of California. Leslie Van Houten, a follower of Charles Manson, is out on parole this morning. She was released yesterday after spending more than half a century behind bars for her role in 2 murders back in 1969. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on this.
Hey there, of course we remember those Manson family killings. They captured the attention of everyone in the late 60s, early 70s. The details so searing and brutal. Families have been against this release for years, but now Leslie Van Houten has finally won her appeals, and the governor says he had no choice but to let her walk free. This morning, convicted murderer Leslie Van Houten, one of Charles Manson's most famous followers, is out of prison. Van Houten was released to parole supervision on Tuesday in Los Angeles. The 73-year-old had been serving a life sentence after she was convicted for the gruesome killings of Lino and Rosemary LaBianca in 1969. Her parole request had been rejected 5 other times amid family members' outrage at the possibility she could walk free.
I want her to stay in jail the rest of her life.
It was part of a string of cult murders, all at Manson's direction, including pregnant actress Sharon Tate and 4 others at the home of Tate and her husband, director Roman Polanski. Van Houten, then aged 19, wasn't there for the Tate murders, but the next day she and other followers broke into the LaBianca's house and stabbed the couple multiple times. Van Houten was originally sentenced to death. That was reversed on appeal and changed to a life sentence. Though Governor Gavin Newsom had rejected parole in the past, his office now telling KNBC the governor is disappointed by the Court of Appeal's decision to release Ms. Van Houten, but will not pursue further action as efforts to further appeal are unlikely to succeed. Van Houten speaking to ABC about Manson.
You know, it didn't happen overnight. He spent a lot of time taking middle-class girls and remolding them.
Charles Manson died in prison, but he and the Manson family have continued to capture the attention of the country and live on in pop culture, including the 2019 hit Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
You are...
I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business.
Now the real-life impact being felt by those left behind.
I really do not believe that anyone who kills 2 people, and especially having in such a brutal manner, should ever be let out of prison.
Van Houten's attorney says she no longer poses a threat to society. She says she has been in rehabilitation and therapy for decades while she's been in prison. And the attorney says there is nothing in Van Houten's record that points to the fact that she would be a danger to society today. Now back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you so much.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, more Ticketmaster troubles for Taylor, why the company decided to temporarily pull the plug on ticket sales abroad, and what it says is to blame.
But first, we could be on the cusp of Hollywood history as the clock ticks down to a potential actors' strike. Actors Guild strike, what that could mean for Tinseltown with writers already on the picket line. All that and more up next.
into the summertime.
We are back, and the window is closing for the Actors Union and major studios to reach a contract agreement.
The Screen Actors Guild and the studios have until midnight to strike a deal. If not, the Actors Guild could join writers on the picket line, bringing Hollywood to a total standstill. Brian Steinberg is the senior TV editor at Variety and joins us now with more on this. Brian, good morning. So, first of all, just to recap, what is it the actors are asking for in these negotiations? Are we seeing any progress as this deadline approaches?
We've seen little progress so far. Actors, like the writers who are already on strike, are very concerned about the new ways that TV and movies are being produced. There are fewer projects, fewer episodes per project. It is a more difficult way to kind of make money. There are concerns about technology, like AI, and how it might usurp human beings doing actual work. And so there's a lot of concerns about setting the table for the future. And the two sides really are still at kind of an impasse right now.
Hey, Brian, it's good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. So writers, we're all talking about here, already on strike. I mean, what happens in Hollywood if actors also go on strike? How much does this standstill mean for just the entire industry?
Well, it gets even worse. You know, before, what was happening, you couldn't produce, you couldn't write new scripts. Therefore, most shows that haven't gone to production couldn't do anything. But there are still some shows that were already had things written and ready to go. Those could be filmed. Those could be produced. Now, even those are in danger because there's no one to read the lines, to do the action. So it just puts the pipeline it removes the pipeline even more than before. It is going to really block the flow of new content for Hollywood.
Yeah. So, Brian, I mean, the studios are definitely going to feel the pinch here. Streaming services like Netflix still can access fresh material through international sources. We know so much of the Korean dramas have become very popular here in America. But how sustainable is that?
It's a kind of catch kind of thing. I mean, Netflix has had some success, like Squid Game, for example. And I know in the past writers' strike, you saw some of the networks take things from Canada and put them on screen here that hadn't been seen. You can do it. It is kind of like, I guess, raiding someone else's fridge to feed yours. It's possible. Not everything works in U.S. audiences or around the world. It's not a solution in the longer term.
All right. Brian Steinberg, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Taylor Swift is heading to Denver this weekend, the next stop for her Eras Tour, but many Swifties already have their minds set on 2024.
Mine set in August when I'll be seeing her again. Well, she's taking her concerts global next year, also later this fall as well. And pre-sales are just beginning for the European shows. But now Ticketmaster is back in the spotlight as the anti-hero after pausing sales for shows in France after another website glitch yesterday. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with everything all of us Swifties already know, most likely. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you. It's shaping up to be a cruel summer for so many Swifties. Even after Ticketmaster staggered days and times for ticket sales in Europe, Taylor Swift fans are still facing challenges they know all too well. Long queues with hundreds of thousands of fans and website glitches now plaguing the pre-sale to the megastar's European performances.
Seeing the Eras Tour live is a dream for so many Swifties around the world. But it's hard to do just that, as Ticketmaster's troubles selling Taylor Swift tickets have now also emerged abroad in Europe. On Tuesday, the company paused sales to Swift's 6 shows in Paris and Lyon, France next year. Ticketmaster says an issue with a third-party provider is to blame, adding, as soon as we saw fans experiencing issues, queues were paused. All codes not used to purchase tickets will remain valid.
I got the lucky space of 463,506. When I got that email a few hours later saying that the entire site was that they're pausing ticket sales, that was very shocking.
This dilemma hard to shake off for Swifties that watched the Eras Tour Ticketmaster meltdown unfold in the U.S. last fall.
I had the tickets in my cart, the exact tickets that I wanted, and then I spent the entire 10-minute countdown trying to log in.
Zoe McCormick lives in Paris and says she took off work Tuesday to purchase Eras Tour tickets.
I was so sad, so disappointed that this was happening again after everything that had happened in the U.S.
Last November, Ticketmaster ultimately canceled the general sale for Swift's United States tour after a massive pre-sale rush and bot attacks caused the site to glitch. Some fans waited for hours in virtual queues only to see error codes sending them to the back of the virtual line. For many, eventual heartbreak.
This is history here. We've never seen the demand
for this kind of tour before. A Ticketmaster can only afford to blow this so many times.
Ticketmaster's technical issues and control of the market, even taking center stage at a Senate hearing earlier this year.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
I can still make the whole place shimmer. For now, Swifties are staying hopeful, saying they'll be enchanted if they can just land a ticket.
I just want to be there and I want to dance with my friends and I want to sing. I'm still staying positive.
And last month, Ticketmaster announced it will begin all-in pricing in September to eliminate those hidden fees, so you'll see the total up front. Meanwhile, Ticketmaster has not yet set a new on-sale time for those France shows, and so far no reaction from Taylor Swift to the latest turmoil with the company, but she said it was excruciating to just have to watch back when fans in the U.S. faced similar wait times. So the saga continues.
What a nightmare. All right, Emily, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, an attempted kidnapping in Florida reportedly thwarted by one courageous 6-year-old who bit back.
Her miraculous story of bravery and survival. That is up next.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back. Turning now to a civil rights investigation looking into Black maternal health. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center is facing allegations of racism and discrimination sparked by the family of Kira Johnson. She was a former patient of the facility who died after giving birth at the hospital. Her husband is alleging she was not provided adequate care because of the color of her skin. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the details.
The LA Times reporting a California hospital is facing a federal civil rights investigation for the way it treats Black women giving birth there.
My wife would be here with her boys if it wasn't for the color of her skin.
The death of 39-year-old Kira Johnson initiating the scrutiny after her husband filed a civil rights lawsuit against Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. It was later settled. Kira and her husband Charles, already parents to one son, a picture-perfect family, when she died after a scheduled C-section delivery of their second child in 2016.
After allowing my wife to bleed and suffer needlessly, while my family and myself begged and pleaded for them to simply just treat her with dignity and respect.
The case bolstered by this video deposition from Angelique Washington, a former surgical technician at Cedars-Sinai who was in Kira's operating room.
The room started to look like a murder scene, a crime scene. It started blood everywhere. I knew it didn't feel good.
The LA Times reporting on the investigation after reviewing a letter sent to Kira's husband Charles from the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, stating the department is reviewing the allegations. NBC News also obtaining the letter that says in part the HHS Office of Civil Rights, quote, is aware of allegations that Black women are provided a standard of care below what is provided to other women who are not Black when receiving health care services related to labor and delivery. HHS confirming the investigation to the LA Times. NBC News has not heard back from the department. The CDC says in 2021, the maternal mortality rate for Black women was 69.9 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's 2.6 times the rate for white women.
It has to do with racism in society, racism in healthcare, bias amongst healthcare professionals. So we're seeing a disproportionate number of deaths.
A Cedars-Sinai spokesperson declining to comment on the investigation, but telling NBC News Cedars-Sinai clinicians, leaders, and researchers have long been concerned with national disparities in Black maternal health, and we are proud of the work we've done and continue to do to address these issues. Kira's husband also filing a lawsuit against her doctor for gross negligence, receiving a $1 million settlement, and filing an additional suit against the hospital that was also settled. Johnson vowing that the pain his family has endured will shed light on the devastating consequences.
Kira's legacy will be that this is no longer allowed to happen anyplace.
Our thanks to Valerie for that important report. Well, since Charles Johnson went public with what happened to his wife, Kira, he's heard numerous stories of similar tragedies. He says he hopes this investigation will lead to change, not just at Cedars-Sinai, but at other hospitals and healthcare systems throughout the country.
Now to the story of a brave 6-year-old. The young girl sent a man running when he tried to abduct her in front of her Miami home. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has the details.
A courageous 6-year-old girl with a big bite. 6-year-old Allyric was sitting outside her Miami apartment by herself when police say this man grabbed her and tried to pull her into an SUV. Allyric telling NBC South Florida that's when she fought back.
I bit him right here.
On his arm? How hard did you bite him?
Real hard.
After the bite, the man eventually gave up.
And then he threw me on the floor, started running back to his car, and left.
Police say the 6-year-old and her siblings noticed a white SUV parked nearby earlier.
I already know because we never seen no white and black car.
After reviewing surveillance camera footage, authorities spotting a man and the car matching the description lurking around the apartment building before the attempted abduction and then fleeing. Using street cameras and a license plate reader, police tracking down and arresting 33-year-old Leonardo Venegas, according to an official police press release. He was arrested without bond on kidnapping and child abuse charges.
Just protect your kids and look over them. Keep a close eye on them because anything can happen in the blink of an eye.
Allyric's mother grateful her daughter's safe and proud of her bravery.
You know, some kids can't think quick like that, but I'm glad that she thought like that.
Maya Eaglin, thanks so much. While Allyric is safe, police say there might be other victims out there. Miami officials are asking anyone with information or tips to come forward.
Now, this next story might just make you yawn. It's a topic near and dear to our hearts working on a morning show. We're talking all things sleep. Some new research shows that women actually have a harder time falling and staying asleep. Today's show anchor Jenna Bush-Hager has all the sleepy details.
It's almost 2 in the morning. I'm not tired.
Reason I can't sleep, number 2,133.
I can fall asleep, I just don't stay asleep.
If you're a woman dealing with sleep issues, you aren't alone. According to a recent survey by the National Sleep Foundation, women are more likely to report trouble falling asleep and staying asleep than men, with the U.S. Office of Women's Health stating that 1 in 4 women has insomnia symptoms.
Women do experience many more sleep difficulties than do men.
Dr. Rebecca Robbins is a sleep expert at Harvard Medical School.
Women are a little bit more prone to feelings of worry, feelings of anxiety and depression. They're shouldering more household duties than a typical male, which generally creep into the workday, and then the workday spills into the evening, and then that spills into sleep.
Dr. Robbins says hormones play a big role in disrupting sleep, too. They can cause mood changes like increased feelings of anxiety and physical symptoms like cramps, which may disrupt sleep. Pregnancy and menopause can also cause physical symptoms like nausea and hot flashes that can negatively impact sleep. And we're not immune from it either.
I just toss and turn. Do you sleep well?
No, because there was a lot of turmoil. Sometimes kids don't go to sleep.
So what can you do to ensure a good night's sleep? Sleep experts say women should create a cool, dark, and quiet sleep environment. Set a strict time to start winding down for bed, including putting your phone down. Try relaxation techniques such as meditation or writing down your to-do list for the next day before bed. And if your partner snores, you may want to sleep in separate bedrooms.
If you're listening today and you're like, oh my gosh, there are hormones, there are environmental factors, all of these things are conspiring against me in my sleep. But do rest assured that if you're diligent, if you practice these healthy sleep strategies, you will be amazed.
Jenna Bush-Hager, thank you so much. Well, Dr. Robbins also said that if you are experiencing trouble sleeping consistently for more than 2 months, you should seek professional help. That happens to me where I'll fall asleep, but then staying asleep.
That can be a trouble. Like, I
Yeah.
hate if I wake up in the middle of the night and can't get back to bed.
Oh my gosh, and I come up with the most ridiculous to-do lists. Like I'll randomly have anxiety about like if my dog is caught up on her vaccines. That seriously happened to me
Wow,
recently.
okay.
It's like I find anything.
All right,
So I
coming
appreciate
up,
that report.
we've got a fresh read on inflation breaking this morning.
Yeah, we'll break down the numbers with none other than Investopedia's Caleb Silver and our own Brian Chung, our financial news Avengers. What it all means for your bottom line next on Morning News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you.
Yeah, so much work to be done here still.
We're back with some breaking economic data.
That's right. Inflation cooled to 3% in June over the year and 0.2% on the month. Well, here to help us make sense of all this, we have NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung at the Big Board and Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here at the desk with us. Good morning to you both. As always, we appreciate you on a morning like this. Brian, I'll start with you to just walk us through these numbers. Sounds like a little bit of good news. How does this compare to the previous month?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. The numbers are certainly encouraging when we see that the pace of price inflation is declining. So as you mentioned, 3%, that's how much prices rose between June of 2023 and June of 2022. That's a slower pace than the 4% that we had seen between May of this year and May of last year. But I want to point out, we're a year out from essentially what was peak inflation. So in June of 2022, the rate of inflation to June 2021 was 9.1%. Wow. So really, that shows quite a far fall. That I want to point out, this is still a positive number. So prices are still rising. They're just rising at a slower pace, which is encouraging news.
Caleb, let's get your reaction to this. 3%, is that surprising?
Yeah, well, we were expecting around that number. We came really, really close to a 2% handle on this number, which shows the impact of all those rate increases by the Federal Reserve. They're working. We're also looking at real average hourly earnings. Comes out at the same time as the CPI report. The Fed's watching this too. That only climbed 0.2% last month, slower than prior months. So prices are coming down for consumers. Wages are slowing. Two things the Fed wants to see happen.
Brian, tell us also what specific categories are we seeing the biggest changes in?
Yeah, well, for this rate of inflation to go down, you're going to have to see some, slowing price increases in certain categories. And in the month, we did see it specifically in areas like food, for example. So it was a 0.2%. These are monthly changes, increase between April and May. Between May and June, it went up by 0.1%. And interestingly, food at home actually essentially went flatline. It's really food away from home dining out that got a little bit more expensive. Now, energy, we saw a decline between April and May because of gas prices going down. It didn't necessarily decline further, but it only went up by 0.6% between May and June. And I want to point out shelter. This is the most expensive thing for most budgets, right? It's the largest share, rent, mortgage payments. It went up by 0.6% between April and May, and it went up by a slower pace of 0.4% between May and June. And this is a big deal for a lot of American families because maybe this shows that the bleed through of higher rents and higher mortgage payments is starting to slow. We'll have to see whether or not that trend continues in the months to come.
And those high rents have been such a huge issue over the last year or so. So you mentioned the Fed. What does this probably mean now when they meet again? Are we going to see another interest rate hike? How much longer could it last?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 14 days, 5 hours, and 15 minutes. I'm not counting, you're counting. And they're probably going to raise rates again 0.25%. And this will probably be the last interest rate hike of the year. We may see some rate decreases at the end of the year even. So this may be it, what we call the terminal point of interest rates. We'll probably see that when the Fed meets in a couple of weeks. And that's it. And I think traders and investors have been anticipating this if you've seen the rally in the stock market.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Brian, Mr. Math, put a nice bow on this for us. What does this just mean for everyday Americans managing their bills?
Yeah, really quickly, I want to show you just kind of how far we've come specifically on these household items that a lot of people spend money on. Again, we're a year out from peak inflation. So where are we on categories like these things? Well, $2.71 for a dozen eggs. That has gone down to $2.22 now. And by the way, that was a lot higher in the middle of the year. You recall in the winter, it really spiked to $4 or $5 a dozen in some cases. Gasoline has gone down from $5.15 last year to $3.82 now. So that's encouraging as well for those that are traveling for the summer. Milk also declining, $4.15 last year. Now it's only $3.99. But again, not all categories decline. A loaf of bread actually increased from $1.69 to $1.94. So this is the kind of status of things that a lot of Americans are putting in their baskets a year out from peak inflation. Really important to recognize that, look, food prices is a major reason for why overall headline inflation has come down. But when you strip out those more core measures of inflation, that does remain high. The year-over-year measure is actually still quite high.
Brian, Caleb, what would we do without you? Thank you so much, as always, for reading in so quickly and being with us. We appreciate it.
We have more breaking news this morning out of Illinois, where at least 3 people were killed. Another 14 were injured in an overnight Greyhound bus crash.
Yeah, as you can see here on your screen, officials are still working through the horrific scene. State police say the accident happened around 2 o'clock in the morning when this bus slammed into 3 commercial vehicles that were parked on an exit ramp. The driver of the bus has been confirmed as one of the people hospitalized. It is still unclear what ultimately caused this accident.
Financial headlines now. It looks like inflation is hitting another aspect of American life, heading back to school.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us once again with that and some other money news. Hey, Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Well, inflation is weighing on back-to-school spending. Deloitte's annual survey, which is out today, finds shoppers plan to spend 10% less per student. The biggest declines are on clothes and technology. Shoppers cite inflation and their personal financial situation as primary reasons to cut back. The cost of school supplies has risen nearly 24% in the past 2 years. CVS Health says its Caremark prescription billing system is operational again after an issue caused delays for customers trying to fill their orders on Monday. Caremark is the nation's biggest drug benefit manager, handling prescriptions for millions of Americans. A CVS spokesman says there may be temporary delays as pharmacies work through a backlog. And General Mills is trying to make its products like Cheerios greener. It's paying Regrow Ag, a startup focused on renewable agriculture, to help in those efforts. Regrow uses satellite images, weather data, government maps, and on-the-ground reporting to create a computer model that knows how crops behave based on different conditions. Companies like General Mills are buying Regrow's software and offering it to farmers. Savannah, Joe, back to you.
Cool.
Very cool. All right,
Yeah.
Pippa, thanks so much.
Thank you. Coming up, he is an American in London who's positively owning the court at Wimbledon.
After the break, Chris Eubank's Cinderella story that's giving the U.S. hope for a win across the pond. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, this one might divide some people, but if you're devoted to Hallmark's Christmas movies, we might have the vacation for you. The network has announced its first ever Christmas-themed cruise. It's sailing in November. The Norwegian gem will be transformed into a winter wonderland for a journey from Miami to the Bahamas. Passengers can join in seasonal activities like Christmas cookie decorating, ugly sweater contests, and wine tasting. That's a new holiday activity. Some favorite actors from Hallmark holiday movies will be doing meet and greets, and fans can attend the premiere of a new Countdown to Christmas movie on board. I think only divided because I'm like this. I'm a little on boats. I know some people don't love cruises.
Right. It's
the Hallmark movie aspect, though.
you like.
I love. In fact, you viewer, you may remember that I had the absolute esteemed privilege of heading to there I am with the snow machine.
She has one of these in her office now, by the way.
I wish. This was one of the best moments I've ever had on a shoot, getting to do this fake snow thing. It was, what was it, 102 degrees or something this day in Utah. This was so epic. It was so much fun. Actually, since we were just talking about this, I texted Casey, our mutual friend and producer, and I'm like, we need a Hallmark follow-up story this year. What are we going to do?
Perhaps you could go on a cruise.
You can all watch me have a panic attack.
I, before the pandemic, covered Christmas camp, where people went for a few days and learned how to make a charcuterie board and all that. It's kind of fun.
So cool, yeah.
Now do it on the water.
I remember. Well, that woman who runs that, she's like all Christmas.
Yes,
all the time.
Christmas Karen.
Love it. All right, love it. Well, here's a story we are watching play out at Wimbledon.
27-year-old American Christopher Eubanks is on a Cinderella run, and this morning he is making his first ever appearance in a major quarterfinal. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter is at Wimbledon with his story. Molly, good morning.
So cool.
Hey guys, good morning. It is so exciting, so much fun, and he actually hits the court in just about 20 minutes for his quarterfinal. And we're not the only ones watching. Queen Camilla inside on hand for the matches, and we will be cheering very loudly from out here. Take a look.
It's this year's Cinderella story.
I feel like I'm living a dream right now.
Unfolding at 127 miles per hour, lanky, towering at 6'7", with a massive serve. Fans can't take their eyes off of 27-year-old Christopher Eubanks, and he knows it. The last American man standing in the singles of Wimbledon. For the first time in his professional career, Eubanks is in the spotlight, America's homegrown superstar.
It's surreal. It's unbelievable. I can't believe this.
Catching fire after years in the minors. Not even a top-ranked junior player. Born and raised in Atlanta, the son of a Baptist minister, also an early coach. He has kept the faith.
My dad got me into tennis because he liked tennis. He picked it up with his older brother, and then when my brother and I came along.
He played at Georgia Tech, but stuck with low pro rankings. Eubanks even took up a part-time tennis commentary gig. A year ago, ranking 163, and then something happened. He became unstoppable. As of this morning, ranking 43.
It's been, something that you dream about, but I think for me, I didn't really know if that dream would actually come true.
He won a grass tournament just a week before Wimbledon, but once he got here, he didn't even book a hotel for the full tournament.
The cancellation policies can be a little bit tough, and yesterday or 2 days ago, we said, let's just move it to next Friday, just to see.
With 23 aces, he beat the British #1 in front of a raucous home crowd, with some friendly faces mixed in. Beating world #5 earlier this week to battle his way into the quarterfinals. Today, gearing up for the biggest match of his life.
Now, guys, I love the hotel detail. He didn't even book the full Wimbledon tournament. He didn't even book himself a room. But also today, actually, in the women's single quarterfinal, American Madison Keys is facing off against Belarusian player Arina Sabalenka. That's going on right now. So we're hearing those cheers coming out. Big day for Americans, though, here in the quarterfinals, you guys.
No kidding. And I feel like moving forward, he's going to do the 2 weeks at the hotel.
I bet he should. He's so much fun to watch. It's like fantastic. Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, Molly, it's still, I still am like, oh, when you say Queen Camilla, I feel like I haven't said or heard it that many times yet.
I know.
So cool that she's in there.
I know. She drove right by us, walked right in the royal box.
There you go. Awesome.
Cool. Molly, thank you.
Have fun.
Let's do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere.
Right now on Morning News Now, high-stakes meeting. President Biden meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky this morning at the NATO summit. A main topic at their one-on-one discussion, admitting Ukraine into the alliance. Tensions are high after Zelensky blasted NATO leaders, calling a condition they made for joining, quote, absurd. We have full coverage this morning from Lithuania. Also, cleaning up from historic flooding. This morning, the recovery process is just getting started in Vermont. While some parts are still underwater, a sliver of good news for one city where they've been keeping a close eye on a dam in danger of breaching. And that's just one of two major weather issues gripping the country. That sweltering heat wave that's been suffocating the Southwest is now expected to expand to other parts of the country. We're tracking the dangerous conditions and how one city could soon see a nearly 50-year-old heat record shattered. Plus, moving forward, two grand juries are now selected, tasked with deciding if former President Donald Trump will face more criminal charges, this time over claims of election interference in Georgia. We're breaking down what comes next and what it could mean for the Republican frontrunner in the 2024 presidential election. And changing the game in a field typically dominated by men will introduce you to the women leading the charge for sports in one of America's fastest growing cities.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. It's great to have you with us. We begin our show with the NATO summit and a series of crucial meetings that could shape the future of the war in Ukraine.
This morning, Ukraine's President Zelensky is joining NATO leaders on day 2 of the summit. He's meeting with several leaders, including President Biden. Zelensky's appearance comes one day after NATO said Ukraine does have a future inside the military alliance, but rebuffed his call to set a timeline for membership. Zelensky is blasting that decision. Here's what NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg had to say after meeting with Zelensky.
Ukraine is now closer to NATO than ever before. Allies reaffirmed that Ukraine will become a member of the alliance and agreed to remove the requirement for a membership action plan. This will change Ukraine's membership path from a 2-step process to a 1-step process. And we will issue an invitation for Ukraine to join NATO when allies agree that conditions are met.
In just a few moments, we'll hear from the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. But first, we want to kick things off with NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, she is in Lithuania. Good morning to you. So we know that this timeline for Ukraine's NATO membership is not quite what President Zelensky would have hoped for. Spell it out. What exactly is the alliance's position? What's Zelensky's reaction here?
Exactly, Joe. President Zelensky wasn't shy about his displeasure with what NATO leaders agreed to in that communique yesterday, with those 2 key points spelled out. The fact that they won't be able to even be invited to join until allies can agree, because some security reforms need to be met as well as democratic ones. And also they need to completely agree on what can happen once the war is resolved, of course, as it continues to rage on in Ukraine as it defends itself against Russia. So the timeline for that is not what President Zelensky wanted, but he did soften his tone after arriving here, thanking the leaders for their continued support when it comes to weapons and defense spending, but of course saying that he wants to see more, and he wanted that in the short term. So while yesterday focused on what he wasn't able to get, today the focus is going to be all about what Ukraine will be receiving. So we did see his disappointment turn into some gratitude, and I think you'll expect to see that between President Biden and President Zelensky when they come face to face just a short couple of hours from now, with President Biden being the one to say over the weekend first he didn't think Ukraine was ready to join NATO yet, again, given this timeline. But the fact that it can be fast-tracked once that invitation is extended was something that Ukrainian officials welcomed, even though, again, they want to say they would like to be more included, though now their status has been upgraded to the fact that they can actually call a meeting with all of the members of NATO at any point as they continue, again, to defend themselves in the face of Russian aggression, Joe.
So the issue of Ukraine's NATO membership aside, we know Zelensky is meeting President Biden this morning along with a host of other leaders. What kind of support is on the table right now?
Yeah, and there's going to be a new announcement from the G7 leaders here, effectively trying to help Ukraine improve its military to deter any further attack from Russia or anyone else. So what that means is really a long-term security commitment, and then also the ability for some NATO countries to negotiate their own bilateral agreements with Ukraine when it comes to security. Here at NATO, they've really wanted to emphasize the fact that the countries are supposed to pledge 2% of their GDP to defense spending, but they want to make sure that that's now seen as a floor, as a minimum, and not the ceiling, so that countries can continue to do more. And we've already seen countries like Germany and France continue to pledge more help here, with some other NATO countries saying they will help to train Ukrainian pilots on those critical F-16 fighter jets that Ukraine had been asking for so long, that the U.S. finally pledged recently, Joe.
And Monica, we understand President Biden will also give a speech later today after the summit. Real quick, what is the message he's expected to deliver?
The big message here is that if you look at when the start of the war took place and what President Putin then expected to happen when he wanted to, in the words of the U.S., divide the West, that the fact that the NATO alliance is stronger than ever, President Biden is going to say, is a clear indication that President Putin has lost that, at least, attempt. Even though the war is ongoing, 500-plus days and counting, they're going to say that the unity here and the show of support for Ukraine has never been stronger. It continues to be unwavering, and that the only person who should really come out of the entirety of this disappointed, in fact, is Vladimir Putin.
All right, Monica, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor, for more on this. Ambassador, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So how do you think the president should address this disappointment from President Zelensky over Ukraine's lack of admission into NATO? Is there a way for the peace to be kept here between NATO allies and Ukraine during this period?
Well, I think so, Savannah. As Monica just reported, there's a lot of support. There's incredible support for Ukraine from the NATO alliance. These new weapons that the French have proposed to catch up with what the Brits have already provided. These are long-range weapons that will help Ukraine on the battlefield. The F-16 training that she just mentioned is all good. So that part is very solid. It's the question about NATO membership. It was never, as you've reported, Savannah, it was never about joining this week. That was not on the table. No one proposed that. No one proposes Ukraine joining in the middle of a war. But what the Ukrainians really were hoping to see was the proposal. You know, they wanted to get engaged, and the alliance didn't quite get there. They said, well, we'll think about it. It's coming.
So, Ambassador, we saw President Biden play this major role in ushering Sweden into the alliance. But then, of course, we've seen him and his opinion, his words matter when it comes to what will happen with Ukraine. We are anticipating this speech from him in just a few hours, as Monica mentioned. Put in context for us the importance of the president's role on the world stage when it comes to this particular move, moving forward with support for Ukraine.
Well, you're right, Savannah. I think President Biden played a major role in getting Sweden approved by the Turks. I think he played a major role in that. And he's been a leader. He's been the leader of the coalition, the broad coalition, not just NATO, but across the world. You know, the Japanese and the New Zealanders and the Australians, the South Koreans, they're all there at this summit. And President Biden gets a lot of credit for that broad coalition. He is seen as being maybe a little overly cautious in terms of the invitation to Ukraine to join the alliance. However, the next summit meeting will be in Washington, D.C. next year. And President Biden can lead that charge for an invitation, indeed for membership next year.
How does this all actually impact what we're seeing on the ground in Ukraine? Is NATO in agreement about how to move ahead while they are still in this conflict?
I think they are, Savannah. I think they are very agreed. They're very united, and the weapons commitments are important. The other thing that's important is, as Monica indicated, President Putin has to be disappointed. His strategy, his only strategy, is to try to wait us out, is to try to stay there as long as it takes until we get tired And what NATO has described, what NATO has committed, what NATO has shown is it's not getting tired. It's increasing the support for Ukraine, and that will continue. That's got to be a problem for President Putin.
Ambassador Bill Taylor, we always appreciate you. Thanks for joining us. Now let's head to Vermont, where recovery efforts are just beginning to start this morning after the devastating flooding this week.
The flooding there was unprecedented. The storm that slammed into parts of the state dropped 2 months of rain in just 2 days. Vermont's governor says the flood levels were worse than what the state saw from Tropical Storm Irene 12 years ago.
Vermont's emergency management says teams carried out more than 100 rescues yesterday. But this morning, those floodwaters are starting to recede in some areas, and FEMA's response teams are on the ground beginning to assist with relief efforts.
From the northeast to the southwest now, where the heat dome that has been baking that region for weeks is now expected to expand to other parts of the country. And that heat wave in the south is expected to roll right into next week. We have full coverage of both these stories. In just a moment, we're going to talk with the mayor of hard-hit Montpelier, Vermont, about the flooding there. But let's start with meteorologist Michelle Grossman and the heat down south.
That's right. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, we're seeing this heat continuing with that heat dome that you said tacked in place. It is not moving, and we're looking at triple digits for so many today, tomorrow, and really throughout the weekend into early next week. So 78 million people impacted by heat alerts from the west to the south central states, the southeast, the southwest. We're looking at excessive heat warnings. Phoenix, Las Vegas, you're going to be back into the triple digits once again today. So that extreme heat does continue. Phoenix 112 today. That's 6 degrees above normal for this time of year. 114 in Palm Springs, 107 in Las Vegas. It's really hot, too, in portions of New Mexico, Texas, also Amarillo, 103, 109 in Roswell, and near 100 degrees in Pueblo, Colorado. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see those temperatures soar once again into the triple digits, 109 in Las Vegas, 113 in Yuma, 102 in Albuquerque, and 94 degrees in Durango. That's 7 degrees above what they typically feel this time of year. So the heat wave will continue into the weekend, into early next week, too. We're looking at Albuquerque on Saturday and Sunday into the triple digits, 117 on Saturday, also on Sunday in Phoenix. And that's going to be the story. We're going to look at Las Vegas into the triple digits, too, throughout the weekend into early next week, too. Now, we have the heat in place. We have a severe weather threat, too. 18 million people at risk today with winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Some really large hail, baseball-sized hail, and a few tornadoes are possible, especially where you see this yellow area. Des Moines, Omaha, Kansas City, Springfield, St. Louis, Peoria. We're looking at the chance for some really strong storms. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that risk slide to the east. So then we're talking about portions of the Ohio Valley. So Cleveland to Cincinnati, you could see some strong storms tomorrow. Really gusty winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, and also the chance of an isolated tornado. Tomorrow, also on Thursday, we're going to see some rain into the northeast. Unfortunately, once again, also New England. So the hard-hit areas in Vermont and portions of New England will see a flood threat once again. And that's not just tomorrow. It's going to last into Friday as well. So we're looking at rain falling on really saturated soil. Tomorrow, the heaviest rain from Portland, Maine to Norfolk, Virginia. And that will be the story as we go throughout the weekend, too. We're going to see that rain sticking around. So you guys, we have a couple tough days ahead of us with the heat, also with some stormy weather. We'll talk more about this next hour.
All right, awesome. Michelle, thank you so much. Now we're going to turn to that historic flooding in Vermont. We want to bring in Jack McCullough. He's the mayor of Montpelier, Vermont. Mayor McCullough, thank you so much for joining us, especially when your town is going through something so tough. First, just describe to us the devastation that you've seen.
Well, it's a real improvement from yesterday, but I can tell you yesterday it was terrible. The streets were flooded. It was like rivers flowing through the main streets of Montpelier, and water flowing into all the businesses downtown. Since then, the water has receded, and now we're faced with a massive cleanup effort. We will start by getting all the mud and debris out of the streets, and then we'll be able to start with the rest of the work, clearing up all the businesses and helping people get back on their feet.
Mr. Mayor, I know the police department, City Hall Fire Department, they were all flooded. Obviously, I mean, it's hard enough for first responders to deal with this without their own, places of work being flooded. So how were they able to get to people in need and carry out everything that needed to be done?
Well, we had a tremendous amount of help from other departments. We've had other fire departments and rescue departments from around Montpelier, and I saw a group even from as far away, I think, as South Carolina, who just drove up to provide the help they could. So we had people
Wow.
We had swift rescue teams with boats getting people out of their locations if they were stuck, and we've had our fire and police departments at our emergency operations center at our water plant, which is on high ground outside of the city limits.
Oh, incredible to hear about people coming from so far just to help out. Mr. Mayor, I also do want to ask you about the Wrightsville Dam, just upstream from your city, getting dangerously close to capacity. That was a major concern at one point. What is the status there this morning? Is that something that you all are keeping an eye on?
We're keeping an eye on it, but we're definitely feeling better about that. The waters are receding, and we do not expect at this point that it will either overtop the dam or go into the spillway. So I think we're looking pretty good there. Our river level within the city is well below flood stage at this point. Of course, we have rain expected over the next few days, but I'm hoping it's nothing approaching the level we've had this week.
And Mayor McCullough, what resources are available for people who've been impacted by the storm, by the flooding there?
Well, the president has issued an emergency declaration. I've spoken to Senator Welch, who's working with other senators on both sides of the aisle to get supplemental appropriation for FEMA and other emergency services. And so as the days progress, we will be getting out all the resources to the businesses and residents so that they can get help getting back on their feet, as I said.
Mayor Jack McCullough, thank you so much for joining us. Stay safe, and we will be thinking of you and your constituents in your town.
Thank you very much.
Parts of Southern California are also dealing with devastation after a landslide knocked out more than a dozen homes. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is there with the latest.
A community on edge beneath the shattered roofs and cracked walls, with more than a dozen homes still on the move.
You can actually hear the snap, crackle, and pop every minute when you're there.
The LA County Fire Department red tagging 12 homes is unsafe, with 10 actively moving and another 16 under constant watch.
Are you worried about your house?
Oh, yes, of course.
Residents in Rolling Hills Estates, 25 miles south of Los Angeles, started noticing cracks in their homes and on the ground Saturday. Officials say the ground gave way to a landslide, taking 12 homes with it. Weber Yen had just 10 minutes to grab what he could and evacuate his home.
Is there any part of your home that is left standing?
No.
It's still sliding down.
It's 10 foot a day.
The cause is under investigation, pending a geology report.
We don't know how long that these homes are going to continue to move.
But officials say a fissure was found along the destroyed homes, raising suspicions about oversaturation after California's record-breaking winter rainfall.
It's moving quickly. There's nothing to do to stop it, and it's the most shocking, surreal thing I have ever seen.
With parts of homes still tumbling into the ravine behind them, residents urging for accountability.
I'm angry people have dropped the ball. Because there was indication that in April something might have happened, and no one alerted us.
And the real hope here is that all of this extreme land movement is isolated to the homes that you see over my shoulder, but we won't know that until a geological survey is done in this area. Officials say it's expected soon, but until then, homeowners say it's a mystery what happens next. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thank you.
And staying in California, Leslie Van Houten, a follower of Charles Manson, is out on parole this morning. Van Houten was released yesterday after spending more than 53 years behind bars for her role in 2 murders back in 1969. She originally received the death penalty, but that was reversed on appeal, and she received a life sentence with the possibility of parole.
This morning, there are 2 big developments in the federal criminal case against former President Donald Trump. The next court hearing in the case related to his alleged mishandling of classified documents was pushed back until July 18th. That's next Tuesday. That hearing was supposed to happen this Friday. Trump has pleaded not guilty in this case. Also, Trump's lawyers have asked to postpone the case until after the 2024 election. His legal team believes it would be nearly impossible to find an impartial jury in the midst of a presidential campaign.
And in one of the other other cases against former President Trump. 2 grand juries were selected in Georgia that will likely decide whether the former president and his allies should face criminal charges for election interference back in 2020.
At the heart of the investigation is the call Trump made to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, suggesting that he could help Trump find enough votes to beat Mr. Biden in that state. Trump says he has done nothing wrong. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now with more. Danny, good morning. So what happens when this case is presented to the grand jury, and then what happens after the vote?
There are actually 2 grand juries who have been seated, and either one of them could end up actually hearing the Trump documents case. That's why the grand jury was likely seated within about 3 hours, because they probably didn't have to go through all the questions that a petit jury, and that's the jury that goes to trial. Petit meaning small and grand meaning large. Grand juries are just large. That's all they are. There are obviously a bunch of other rules about secrecy, but these 2 grand juries, one of which will hear the Trump documents case, and then they will vote true bill or no true bill, yay or nay, and ultimately decide, presumably or hopefully in secret, one way or another, whether or not Trump or anyone else is indicted in Georgia for election interference.
So, Danny, with what we've already seen over the past couple months with the former president, with the New York indictment and a federal indictment, Trump has, of course, been able to continue his bid for the White House. In fact, of course, he's still the front runner. Would that be the case here, too? And then to take it a step further, if something happens in this particular investigation, could he take office if elected?
Of course, yes. This is a major constitutional issue, one that, of course, has never been addressed. And if I were to take a guess, this is the way it would work out. If Trump, say, for example, was on trial or even convicted or even imprisoned at the time he wins the election, if he wins the election and is sworn in all likelihood, the state case, the state prison term would go away during the pendency of his presidency. And the same thing for the federal case. Now, what if the cases are still pending, but he hasn't been convicted? Well, in all likelihood, the federal case goes away on pause, and so does the state case, but for different reasons. The state case because of the supremacy clause, but the net effect is the same. If Trump is elected, these cases go away, and the federal case goes away forever, because what will undoubtedly happen if Trump is elected while the case is pending, or even after he's convicted, or even after he's served a sentence, which would not happen with this timeline, then Trump would simply pardon himself, or if the case is still pending, he could do it in an easier way. He could simply hire an attorney general who is loyal to him, who he knows on the first day at work will dismiss the charges, and then the case goes away.
Danny, real quickly, another legal issue, this one on the civil side of things. Yesterday, the Justice Department announced it no longer plans to defend Trump in a defamation lawsuit brought by E. Jean Carroll. Real quick, what does that mean?
It means that the Biden administration is no longer interested in defending Trump, when during Trump's administration, it wasn't interested in defending Trump. So in some sense, look, the DOJ is independent. That's the way it's supposed to be. But as you can see, sometimes maybe it isn't so independent, because the Biden administration routinely takes positions that it never would have taken, or excuse me, the DOJ never would have taken under Trump. So to that degree, when the DOJ is involved in civil cases, it is arguably a lot more political than it is in criminal cases, when it's, at least we hope, a lot more independent.
All right, Danny, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, a drought causing a state of emergency in one country. But this morning, some people say the water they're being given to drink is making them sick. The new questions about water safety and how the government is responding.
But first, into the rough. PGA Tour officials grilled over plans to merge with a Saudi-backed Gulf Tour, how they're defending the controversial plan under intense pressure from lawmakers.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference, because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is how we
we do the summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivered.
All right, it just made
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with golf officials in the hot seat. In Washington, executives of the PGA Tour were grilled at a U.S. Senate hearing on Tuesday. At issue, of course, is their controversial plan to merge with Saudi Arabia's Live Golf. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has more.
The PGA Tour under pressure.
Today's hearing is about much more than the game of golf. It's about how a brutal, repressive regime can buy influence.
The tour hopes to cut a deal with the Saudi Public Investment Fund, which runs the Live Golf Tour. Live Golf was poaching some of the PGA Tour's biggest stars, like Phil Mickelson and Brooks Koepka. The PGA Tour initially fought back against what amounted to a hostile takeover, but ultimately came to the table because they had no choice.
Money, rivers of money, an irrational market force.
That money is what has members of Congress concerned.
What are the amounts that have been discussed?
North of $1 billion.
The Saudi government has a history of human rights abuses, including their connection to the death of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. And Brett Eagleson, whose father died in 9/11, believes there's not enough money in the world to ignore the possible connection the Saudis had to those attacks.
They folded like a beach chair.
Jimmy Dunn, a tour board member who helped open the door to the deal, led a company that lost 66 workers on that day.
If any person had the remotest connection to an attack on our country and the murder of my friends, I am the last guy that would be sitting at a table with them.
But Eagleson, who handed Dunn an FBI report outlining the Saudi connections to the 9/11 terrorists, doesn't agree.
Mr. Dunn needs to realize who, in fact, he is actually getting into business with.
And this partnership is far from a done deal. The two sides have until the end of the year to come to an agreement, and the PGA Tour has promised that the Saudis will be nothing more than a minority investor.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you.
International headlines now. Northern India has been battered by heavy rain.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more on that. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, at least 41 people have died after heavy rains, flash floods and landslides have battered northern India since last weekend. Now, according to the authorities, last Sunday was the wettest July day in the capital, New Delhi, in more than 40 years. Thousands of people across the region have been evacuated as relief efforts continue and authorities work on reopening roads affected by the landslides. Now let's go to Syria, where the renewal of a cross-border aid was blocked after Russia used its veto at a UN Security Council. The 9-month renewal was meant to continue delivering food, medicine and shelter to 4 million people living in rebel-held northwest Syria who are still reeling from the devastating earthquake in February. Now, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, called Russia's decision an act of utter cruelty. And let's move to South Korea, where twin giant panda babies have been born in the country's largest amusement park near the capital, Seoul. The proud parents are 2 giant pandas on loan from China. The babies, both female, are the first twin pandas being born in South Korea, and both the mother and her newborns are in good condition. Now, guys, is there anything cuter than baby pandas? Yes, there is. Giant baby pandas.
Yeah, I was going to say, when they get a little bigger, their cuteness factor will go up a little bit.
Hamster looking.
And they do that bleeding sound when they're young. It actually is kind of cute. So, all right, Claudia.
They're so small, though. It's so, oh my gosh, wow.
All right,
That's
thanks,
cute.
Claudia.
Thanks, Claudia.
In other international news, a state of emergency has been declared in Uruguay because of a severe drought there. Rain levels have reached the lowest levels that country has seen in decades. Now, the government is trying to do everything it can to get water to families, but some are raising concerns about the drinking water they're getting. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has that story.
Uruguay is suffering its worst drought in decades. This reservoir is a major water source for the capital, Montevideo. The water levels are so low, it's become unrecognizable.
A donde te llega la vista, llegaba el espejo de agua.
This local saying the water used to cover everything in sight as he stood surrounded by weeds and cracked dirt.
Es horrible, es horrible, horrible, horrible.
The reservoir at Uruguay's largest dam, today only using less than 2% capacity.
Hubo que mezclar el agua dulce que venía de la cuenca alta con el agua con bastante sodio y salubridad que venía de abajo.
The record drought and low rainfall has forced water officials to declare an emergency and use water from a saltier supply for the nearby 1.8 million people in the capital region. Residents there who used to drink safely from the tap, forced to buy water bottles to avoid what they say is foul-tasting water.
El malestar que te causa.
This woman saying the water upsets her stomach and gives her headaches. Health officials have denied widespread negative health claims caused by the water. The government now distributing drinking water to the most vulnerable and exempting taxes on bottled water while promising a new reservoir. The drought and foul-tasting tap water also inciting protests in the nation, which has the highest GDP per capita in South America, according to the International Monetary Fund, and was the first country in the world to declare access to water a constitutional right. Some critics blaming the agribusiness and developers for the current situation. The Guardian reporting that locals are also growing angry with a plan to build a Google data center in Uruguay that will reportedly use 2 million gallons a day to cool down servers. A Google spokesperson telling NBC News in part, quote, "The Uruguay data center project is still in the exploratory phase. As potential planning and design continues, we expect preliminary numbers to undergo adjustments." For now, residents continue stocking up on water, waiting out their only hope, new rain.
Thanks to Guad Venegas for that story. Well, the government is helping with bottled water. The health ministry says the tap water is suitable for human consumption in most cases, but officials are cautioning pregnant women, children under 2, and those with unique health conditions to avoid drinking it.
Coming up, Iowa lawmakers pass major new restrictions on abortion.
Up next, we'll take a closer look at the new bill and what it could mean for the future of health care in that state.
Summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Summertime.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mailers delivered to
All right, it just did too.
This morning to new legislation that could drastically change access to abortion in the state. State lawmakers passed a bill that last night that would make it illegal for pregnant people to get an abortion past 6 weeks of pregnancy. Governor Kim Reynolds says that she expects to sign that bill into law on Friday. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Des Moines with more on how Iowans are responding to that legislation.
This morning, Iowa on the verge of enacting a new restrictive ban on abortion.
Back away from it, guys.
Despite hours of intense protests and strong debate,
the bill is declared to have passed the Senate and the title was agreed to.
Iowa lawmakers overnight passing legislation blocking the procedure after the detection of cardiac activity, banning abortion at roughly 6 weeks before most women know they're pregnant.
If they're not prepared to have a baby, they shouldn't have sex.
Iowa Republicans passed a nearly identical version in 2018 that was quickly blocked by the courts. But that law came before the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and Republicans hope a more conservative state Supreme Court will let this stand.
What kind of impact would this have on the abortion care you provide?
It would have a huge impact. This would affect almost all the patients that we see.
The bill includes exemptions to protect the life of the mother and for rape and incest if reported to law enforcement, public health authorities, or a doctor.
If this bill becomes law, women will die in Iowa. Common sense has walked out the door.
Iowa's governor promising to sign the bill into law on Friday. Iowa would become the 16th state restricting abortion access to 6 weeks or less. 14 of those states currently ban the procedure with few exceptions.
And as soon as that child is conceived, it is a child, it's a life, and it matters.
A March poll showed most Iowans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases, including 70% of women. But this morning, the limited providers across the state are scrambling, saying they're unsure of what happens next.
I want to continue practicing medicine, and I think the language is so vague that I need to know when I can intervene to save a woman's life.
That's Shaquille Brewster reporting. Even before this bill, neighboring Minnesota saw a 211% increase in people from Iowa traveling to that state for abortions. The law will be enacted immediately once it's signed. Planned Parenthood says it's promising quick legal action once that happens. Time now for your weekly checkup.
From the power of a popular board game to the link between good dental health and good mental health. It's fun that rhymes. This week is all about brain power. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us to discuss the latest health headlines. Hi, Dr. Patel. So this board game we're talking about is Monopoly. I feel like there's kind of, I don't know, do you like Monopoly?
I haven't played in because it takes too long.
It's so long.
It's so long.
My husband loves it, but he's like into math and money things. So like I feel like that makes sense. So I was never a fan. But there is new research that suggests that we might want to give it a second chance if we don't like it. Why is that?
Well, especially if you're in the 3 to 9-year-old age group. So this is a research out of the UK that looked at 19 studies to understand whether board games can be helpful in language acquisition, math skills. Turns out board games, especially those with rules and numbers, can actually help in those very math skills that we talk about and that we want children that age to use. So here are the doctor's orders. They're pretty simple. Back to the board games, that is. And then try to plan game nights as a family. You may find them tedious. Your 3 to 9-year-olds that are around you are going to love them, and they're probably going to learn from them.
It is the only chance I'll ever get to buy a hotel, so I do look at it that way.
A 3-year-old playing Monopoly? Is that real? Is that possible? It is
a fairly simple game, just a little bit of math. All right, let's talk about something else. Brushing our teeth. Obviously, that's good for dental health, but doctors say it could also be good for your mental health.
Yeah,
what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so in this case, we've known for a long time that gum disease, tooth decay, we've seen this have some role potentially in memory loss, potentially in Alzheimer's disease, but never really had any association to kind of link the two together. So scientists took 172 people ages 55 and older, none of them had memory issues, and then watched them over 8 years and did interval tooth exams, gum exams, and also did MRIs of their brains. And over those years of intervals, what they found is an interesting association. If you had severe tooth loss or severe gum disease, you actually had a shrinkage in the important area of your brain called the hippocampus. It's a very small but incredibly important horseshoe-shaped part of your brain that stores all your memories. It's how you know where your car is, where your keys might be, and it is believed to have an incredibly key role in Alzheimer's. So this does not mean that we know that gum disease and tooth decay lead to Alzheimer's, but it's another interesting association that brings us to today's doctor's orders, that if you don't rush when you brush and floss like a boss, because gum disease and tooth decay, big no-nos in my book.
Did you just make this up?
I feel like that's probably part of the dental,
floss like a boss. Have you ever heard that?
I'm sure I've heard. I think that's
I've got to encourage myself to do it. Yeah. So I gotta remember to do it.
Can you make all your doctor's orders rhyme from here on out? I think it'll help me remember them. Okay, finally, Dr. Patel, there's this new study. I was reading up on this, prepping for this segment, but I still don't fully understand the implications of this, showing that people can hear silence. What does that mean?
All right, if that felt like a really long silent pause, it's because it is. It's a great way to think about your brain. I know. You wondered if I was off my earpiece, what was going on. That silence sounded painfully long, and that's because researchers have also found and looked at this question: is silence the absence of a sound, or is it actually your brain processing some sort of sound? And so they set out to do what we call kind of an auditory illusion experiment, where they took really noisy restaurant scenes, inserted gaps of silence, some 1 time, some 2 times. The longer sound of silence compared to the same amount of silence spread out over 2 or 3 times really indicates that silence is something that we can sense, and that silence is actually something that we hear, and that our brain processes something when it is quote unquote silent. So next time you hear about that break or suspenseful pause, or when you can't think of what to say and everybody's hanging on your every word, that's actually a brain working. So the significance here is that Simon and Garfunkel sound, the song, The Sounds of Silence, there's something to it.
All right.
So the doctor's order here, silence is something you can hear. Try to enjoy the sound of nothing.
I love it.
So
okay, you just gave our entire control room a heart attack, by the way. So, FYI.
There you go.
She froze. We lost her.
Play Monopoly in silence while flossing like a boss.
There you go.
Do it all at once. All right, Dr. Patel.
Thanks.
Coming up, Bank of America accused of doubling fees, opening accounts without consumers' consent.
We will have more on the ruling and the major fines now being levied against one of the nation's largest banks. Stay with us.
Hi, everybody.
good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is Real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Bank of America, the second biggest bank in the country, has been ordered to pay more than $250 million. This comes after an investigation found the bank was double charging insufficient fund fees, not giving out the cash rewards and bonuses it promised to customers, and in some cases opening accounts without customers' knowledge or permission. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has more on what this all means.
Hey there. The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau has ordered Bank of America to pay tens of millions of dollars in penalties and in some cases money directly to consumers for a pattern of behavior they say began back in 2012. At that time, they began doing things like dinging people multiple times for non-sufficient funds fees. If you've ever overdrawn your account the way I have, you've been hit with that $35 fee. Turns out they were hitting people multiple times when the merchant would try to run the same fee again without letting people know and without giving them a chance to fight back against it. In addition, they accused the bank of having not lived up to certain promises it made around bonus rewards and other sorts of incentive programs. And perhaps most startling, they say that Bank of America has in fact been using personal information of customers to open phantom accounts. We saw this at the heart of the scandal that engulfed Wells Fargo a couple of years ago. Well, now we're seeing it supposedly within Bank of America as well in an effort to meet sort of internal sales quotas. All of this has led to this enormous judgment. More than $80 million worth of penalties will be paid directly to consumers, and tens of millions of dollars will also go directly to the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, which maintains a victims fund. Supposedly that money will go on to people as well. So if you are a Bank of America customer, you should be watching out in the coming weeks for notice from either the CFPB or from the bank that you might be owed money. Back to you.
All right, Jake Ward, thank you.
Let's stand some financial headlines, starting with retailer Bye Bye Baby closing down its stores.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and other money news. Pippa, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Bye Bye Baby stores are set to close after a last-ditch effort to save the chain falls apart. Go Global Retail, a brand management firm, was in line to buy the chain, which was part of Bed Bath & Beyond. But Go Global tells CNBC it could not reach a deal on price. Bed Bath & Beyond's top creditor believes it can recover more of its losses by selling Bye Bye Baby's intellectual property and moving ahead with liquidation sales. Meantime, Google has pulled the plug on an AI-powered chatbot aimed at Gen Z users. CNBC has learned Google recently scrapped an app being developed called Bubble Characters. Internal documents show the chatbot had been in the works since 2021 and featured human-like conversations with users. It was reportedly put on the back burner in favor of work on Bard, the ChatGPT rival Google launched back in February. And Kim Kardashian is in talks to buy back the stake in her beauty company she sold to the retail chain Coty. The Wall Street Journal reports SKKN by Kim was valued at $1 billion when Coty bought the 20% stake 3 years ago. Kardashian wants to buy it back as part of efforts to expand the company's beauty categories. Kardashian has expanded her business empire in recent years. Her shapewear company, Skims, was valued at $3.2 billion last year. She's also launched a firm to invest in consumer and media companies. Kim K, man, business entrepreneur.
I know. All the Kardashians. I can't keep up with all the businesses. There's tequila, there's the lip gloss. I mean, it's pretty amazing, actually. Pippa, thank you so much. All right, well, let's stay on some business news. We're now into the second day of Amazon's two-day Prime Day sale. As you'll remember, it should really be called Prime Days, according to Joe and I. Well, it sounds like a lot of us are planning to take advantage of these price cuts. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has more.
We've been talking a lot about inflation in recent months and the fear of an upcoming recession and how consumer spending has been hitting lows on big ticket items these last couple of months especially. But people really are expected to come out during Amazon Prime Days. Tuesday and Wednesday this week are when the people are going to be focusing in on that. 80% of Americans saying that they plan on shopping during this time. And Amazon is expecting to bring in a projected $12 billion, billion with a B. I know those are big numbers, and so to put that all into perspective, last year, which was the biggest Amazon Prime Days ever, the company said that consumers around the world purchased 100,000 items every minute during this sale. And so that is just an absolutely insane number. But when you look at the deals that are on this site right now over this two-day sale span, we've seen some pretty crazy big deals. We've seen treadmills 40% off, vacuum cleaners that are only $900 marked down to $150. And so there's no projection on what exactly the sales will be until you see them pop up hour by hour. And so if you're interested in shopping this sale, it's important you make a wish list if you want to spend in a smart way and not just go sporadically spending online, and focus in on what you're really looking for. And then think about that category if it's something that's an Amazon brand, like a Fire Stick, a Fire TV, an Amazon Echo, or a Kindle. That's where you're going to get a good deal right now. But if you're looking for furniture or kitchen appliances like that, it might be smart to wait and look at other bigger retailers come Labor Day. Or if you can wait even longer for some electronics, Black Friday and Cyber Monday are just down the road. You could also do some price comparisons because Walmart, Best Buy, Target have also jumped on this summer sale bandwagon to really cash in on this Christmas in July feeling. You're going to get those best deals if you're a member of each of these retailers, if you sign up for their mailing list, or if you subscribe to their credit card. So either way you're going to be shopping, it's important to make sure you're looking for that best deal. Back to you.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much. I overwhelmed myself yesterday.
Did you?
There's just so much. It's crazy, but I want cleaning supplies. Very exciting. Coming up, turning the tables.
We're going to take you to the city where women are at the center of a lot of men's sports. That's coming up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Britney Spears' memoir led to a bidding war, and now we're learning new details about the book. As first revealed by People, the title will be The Woman in Me. It'll be released on October 24th. The press release says that the memoir illuminates the enduring power of music and love and the importance of a woman telling her own story on her own terms. It'll cover her battle over her 13-year conservatorship, which she won last year. The book is published by Gallery Books, which is part of Simon Schuster. A lot of folks are going to be interested in that one.
For sure. I think, just good to hear her in her own words any chance she gets. So very interesting. All right. Thanks, Joe. We end this hour over in Seattle, which wrapped up hosting the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis got to talk to some powerhouse women working behind the scenes in the city's sports scene.
She's at the forefront of bringing big events to one of the country's fastest growing cities.
It's a huge catalyst for the revitalization of all of our cities, frankly, post-pandemic.
Beth Knox, who runs the Seattle Sports Commission, is thrilled about winning the crown jewel event in baseball for the first time in more than 2 decades.
Major League Baseball has awarded the 2023 All-Star Game to Seattle and the Seattle Mariners.
The All-Star Game at T-Mobile Park, home of the Seattle Mariners. And she's not the only female power player in Seattle's sports world, a world typically dominated by men. Katie Griggs runs the business behind the Mariners.
I am incredibly passionate about people.
2 years ago, she took over business operations for the team, becoming the first woman ever in that role for a Major League Baseball team. Her goal? Become the most progressive team in the sport. One way she's doing that, putting together a diverse committee that includes several women to pull off the premier event.
We really wanted to put together a group of emerging leaders who would look at this event holistically through many different lenses.
That's included hosting the Jenny Finch Classic for softball players from urban areas, the first ever showcase for players from HBCUs, a camp for a Native American tribal school in the area, free events like the drone show and movie nights for people who can't afford the expensive tickets for the game. Griggs says adding diverse voices like hers means a better experience for fans.
I think it's really good for the sport. I think it's really good for sports in general to ensure that leadership reflects our fan base.
But progress of getting women in the room is slow. A recent report card by the University of Central Florida gives Major League Baseball the worst grade among major men's American sports. America's pastime has a long way to go, with women making up only about a quarter of senior administrators. Those numbers are even lower for top executive positions. But some pro teams are catching on. The Miami Marlins just became the first team in American men's pro sports to have women run the baseball and business side of things. And in football, the Las Vegas Raiders have made Sandra Douglas Morgan the first black woman to run an NFL team. But it's in Seattle where women are really running the sports show. At the University of Washington, the WNBA's Seattle Storm and the NFL's Seattle Seahawks.
These women, in my experience, are very passionate about getting things done. But it's really about making the region a better place. And I love working with people who have that kind of passion and determination.
Seattle will stay in the sports spotlight. hosting the NHL's Winter Classic on New Year's Day, an NCAA men's basketball regional in 2 years, and World Cup matches in 2026.
There's a lot of great aspects to Seattle. You can walk to the stadiums. So it's a special environment that is especially conducive to these large sporting events.
As for women helping to define men's sports, Grigg says gender parity is coming.
I see a path in the future to having a lot greater representation of our fans.
All right, thanks to Rahima for that story. The women also told NBC News that they see a responsibility to create a space for other women to get into sports management and encourage them to participate really in all areas of sports.
I lived in Seattle. It's a great sports town, and everyone's just such huge fans of the soccer team there, the football team, all the sports.
Yeah,
So,
what a cool peek behind the scenes. Awesome.
exactly. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you very much for spending it with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a high-stakes meeting this morning. President Biden and Ukraine's President Zelensky coming together on day 2 of that critical NATO summit in Lithuania. But tensions are flaring over when and how Ukraine will actually join the alliance. We'll bring you the latest from Lithuania's capital. A weathered America. In Vermont, a glimmer of good news as those devastating floodwaters begin to recede in some spots. The governor says they haven't seen destruction like this in more than a decade. We'll have the latest on those recovery efforts. And down south and out west, another triple-digit scorcher for millions more. That dangerous extreme heat now expected to expand to other parts of the country. We have team coverage and your latest forecast all coming up. Also this morning, pressing pause again. More Ticketmaster troubles this morning for Taylor Swift fans as she takes her blockbuster Eras tour to Europe. More on yet another frustrating website meltdown and where the company is now placing the blame. And an American in London. It is a Cinderella story of sorts from Wimbledon, how a 27-year-old from the States is keeping his dream alive on the iconic grass court. Always love to see those surprising American success stories in the big
Absolutely.
tournaments.
Tennis is so much fun to watch, too.
Exactly.
It's so
And now
great
you're
to
going to
have it
become a player. So
on.
next year. All right. We begin this hour with the NATO summit in Lithuania, where members are gathering for a second day to discuss long-term support for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
This morning, President Zelensky is holding talks with NATO leaders, including President Biden. The Ukrainian leader is pushing members for longer-range weapons. Zelensky also met with NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg one day after calling the alliance's decision not to give a timetable for an invite, quote, absurd. Well, after that meeting, Zelensky said it would have been, quote, ideal if Ukraine was given an invitation to join. We've got NBC News military analyst Lieutenant General Steph Twitty standing by. Before that, let's get to our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Hey, Peter, good morning.
And effectively, the White House says any two this.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning to both of you. This really is a critical day in President Biden's trip as he looks to fortify NATO's strength ahead of that sit-down with President Zelensky, who's been fiercely critical, as you note, of NATO's unwillingness to nail down a specific timeline for Ukraine to join the alliance. But White House advisors say that the U.S. and its allies here are deeply committed to helping Ukraine build a military that can defend itself and deter any further attack. President Biden this morning on tap to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky, their third face-to-face this year. But this time, a potentially more tense meeting between the two allies, amid disagreement over when and how Ukraine will be allowed to join the alliance. A statement from NATO's leaders here said they plan to include Ukraine eventually, but provided no specific timeline, saying there are democratic and military standards Ukraine must first meet. Zelensky initially called that decision absurd, but today appeared to soften his tone, saying he wants to be on the same page as NATO.
What we hear and understand that we'll have this invitation when security measures will allow.
This morning, world leaders here are announcing increased security assistance to Ukraine, calling it a long-term commitment.
Mr. Secretary, good morning to you.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken telling Savannah here on Today, the takeaway from this summit for Vladimir Putin is clear.
That tells President Putin that he can't outlast us. He can't outlast Ukraine. He can't outlast all of the countries that are supporting Ukraine.
All of it comes ahead of what the White House is casting as a major speech today. The president expected to tout NATO's increased strength. Just to the east, Russia is watching what happens here closely, accusing NATO of a strong anti-Russian attitude, warning the addition of 2 new NATO members, quote, carries very big risks. In Kyiv today, another round of Russian attacks with drones. Ukrainian officials say they were all intercepted. Also this morning, news of another potential high-level loss for the Russian military. A Ukrainian official citing reports that a Russian senior commander was killed in a Russian-occupied city in eastern Ukraine after a long-range missile strike there. NBC News, we should note, has not independently confirmed this death. The Russian military so far has not commented, but he would be one of a growing number of Russian generals, Joe and Savannah, killed in this war.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant General Steph Twitty for more on this. Good to have you with us. So first of all, do you think NATO is right to hold off on Ukraine's membership invite right now? And what do you make of Zelensky's frustration?
Yeah, so I do think that NATO is correct in their approach with Ukraine right now. We must all remember that Ukraine is at war. And if they're assessed coming into NATO, that would now mean that NATO is at war with Russia, which would mean that 31 nations, soon to be 32 with Sweden now coming on board, would be a part of the fight against Russia. And we all do not want a World War III in this case. And so I think we should hold up, wait to see where this war goes. Hopefully that the Ukrainians will be successful, and then they will be assessed into NATO.
So that brings us to the other big question today, which is how far members of NATO are willing to go to provide long-term support to Ukraine. Does it seem like NATO is united on that front?
I think it's been pretty clear that all NATO countries are expected to go for the long term here in terms of their support to Ukraine. There have been many pledges that have come out of this particular summit. As you know, the U.S., they provided $40 billion, and we will probably hear today, after the meeting between Zelensky and President Biden, more support from the U.S. But for the long term, I see NATO staying with Ukraine and seeing this through, seeing this fight through with them.
So Russia sees NATO's eastward expansion as an existential threat to its security. You mentioned the worries about a World War III. Well, the Deputy Secretary of Russia's Security Council said increasing military assistance to Ukraine is bringing us closer to World War III. Do you think NATO is concerned enough about these risks?
I think they are concerned. That's why you see these metered things occurring. If you go back, first we didn't want to put tanks in, then we didn't want to put F-16 in. And so there are metered responses, and we're testing the resolve of the Russians, obviously. But we must go back and remember, it was not NATO that started this war, it was Russia. And the intent of NATO in doing all this is to provide peace and stability on the European continent, not just in Ukraine, but also along the NATO periphery and their borders. And so by doing these various things that they're doing, overall, they're providing that peace and stability on the European continent, which is so important to ensure that we have lasting democracy in Europe.
You know, NATO's not giving a timeline for Ukraine's membership. Do you have any idea how long it realistically could take?
Yeah, so as you know, war is uncertain. And so we don't know how long this war will take place. There's no negotiations that have started on the diplomatic front to try and end this war. And at this point, we have no clear winner. So we don't know the outcome, and we don't know how long this will take. My opinion is that we're going to be at war for quite some time. When I say we, the Ukrainians, and not just months. I think we're looking at years here. And so you can anticipate a year, maybe 2 years. You know, I hate to put a timetable to it, but I think once this war is over, we could see rapid succession of Ukraine getting into NATO.
All right, Lieutenant General Twitty, thank you so much. Now the weather and that extreme heat wave that is creating unbearable conditions in the Southwest. It's been doing it for weeks.
Yeah, and it looks like that region won't be able to catch a break. That heat dome covering the area is forecast to expand into other parts of the country, actually. This morning, heat advisories, watches, and warnings are stretching from Florida to California. And in Phoenix, they have been dealing with triple-digit temperatures every day for nearly a month. They're on track now to break a nearly 50-year heat record, in fact. In the Northeast, some areas are cleaning up after severe storms this week. In Vermont, the focus has turned to recovery efforts as devastating floodwaters begin to recede.
We have full team coverage on all this extreme weather and your forecast. We're going to start off with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who is in Houston. Priscilla, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Unfortunately, the brutal heat is here to stay, showing little signs of relief in the coming days. Here in Houston, folks are already in the pool, getting their laps in before we hit those triple-digit temperatures today, as across the country, temperatures are making a run for records that have stood for nearly half a century.
This morning, extreme heat is intensifying from coast to coast.
This summer is worse than all of the past summers.
Triple-digit temperatures baking the Southwest today, with highs expected to reach a staggering 120 degrees in some spots by the weekend. Experts say it's historically hot.
We're seeing things get worse and worse. We sometimes hear the expression a new normal. Is this a new normal? But it's worse than that. More intense and frequent heat waves, wildfires, floods like we're seeing play out this summer.
The official start of summer was just 3 weeks ago, but already in South Florida, Miami has seen 31 consecutive days of a 100+ degree heat index.
The humidity is what kills you.
In Texas, El Paso has had 26 100+ degree days, their longest streak ever recorded. Houston is now bracing for another week of temps expected to feel like 105 degrees and hotter.
I came to the park prepared because I knew without it I'd die out here.
It's been 100 degrees for 2 weeks almost? It's crazy.
The prolonged heat has claimed more than a dozen lives already this summer, and July is on pace to be the hottest month in U.S. history. The harsh combination of heat and drought also hitting the heartland, impacting crops and produce.
All the customers want to come out and get their fresh grown produce, and unfortunately I don't have as much to offer as I would have. Mother Nature just needs to help us out.
The seemingly never-ending scorcher leaving millions bracing for what's to come and hoping for some relief.
And of course, one way to beat the heat is finding pools like this one. The YMCA here also serving as a cooling center. All great options as folks try to stay safe and survive these dog days of summer. Joe, Savannah.
Priscilla, thank you so much. For more on the dangerous heat, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Michelle Grossman to join us again. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, 78 million Americans under a heat alert today, and it's stretching from the Southwest into portions of the South Central states and the Southeast, and really into the Northeast. We're hot, too. So we're looking at heat warnings, heat watches, heat advisories. Where you see that hot pink color, those are excessive heat warnings, and that's because we're going to see temperatures once again into the triple digits. Look at Phoenix over the next seven days. We're only getting hotter by Saturday and Sunday, Monday, up to 117. Still Tuesday at 115. Same story in Las Vegas. We're going to see those temperatures soar into 116 territory on Sunday, 116 on Monday, and then 112 on Tuesday. So that heat dome is going to stay in place. We're going to see those temperatures really soaring and staying in place over the next couple of days into next week. So we're looking at hotter highs into the north as well. New York City, 93. It's going to feel like 93, so not a lot of humidity. We have a little humidity this morning, but that's dropping throughout the day. But as you head down to the southeast, we're looking at Tampa, 94, feeling like 105. It'll feel like 106 in Miami. It will feel like 112 in Dallas, and in Kansas City, 96 degrees, but with a heat index, you're going to feel like 104. So it's hot in the Northeast as well. As we head down closer to the Southeast, South Central states, we're looking at Houston, 100 degrees. That's where Priscilla is. It will feel like 111 today and feeling like 106 in New Orleans. Now, as we go throughout this weekend, we'll keep those hot temperatures in place. In Tallahassee, we're looking at the mid-90s Saturday and Sunday. You factor in that humidity, it will feel like over 100 degrees. Shreveport on Saturday, 100 degrees. It's going to feel hotter than that, too. 92 with the heat index. And then D.C., you're going to be into the mid-90s by this weekend. So that hot air, the warmth, is going to fuel some storms as we go throughout today into tonight. 21 million people at risk throughout the Central Plains into the Midwest. Where you see that yellow, the storms are likely from Des Moines to Omaha, Kansas City, Springfield, St. Louis, Peoria. We're looking at some really strong winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. That will bring down some power lines. That will snap some trees as well. Also looking at the chance for some damaging hail, 2 inches or larger, baseball-size hail, and a few tornadoes are possible. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that the risk kind of move off to the east. So we're looking at the Ohio Valley under the threat for severe storms tomorrow from Cleveland to Cincinnati. But notice that green. That's starting in portions of the northeast all the way through to Tennessee Valley, back to the Central Plains for the threat of strong to severe storms. But the likeliest spot will be where you see that yellow. Winds could gust up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well, not as large as today, but still, and also looking at an isolated tornado or two. So this is what we're concerned about as we go throughout tomorrow. We're going to look at this cold front moving through New England. That's going to bring the chances for flooding increasing again in the Northeast. So we're looking at places that got hit hard earlier in the week, seeing some flooding concerns as we go throughout Thursday and Friday. The rain is falling on really saturated ground. So as we go throughout Friday, that front kind of lingers. It moves very slowly, bringing showers and storms, and also bringing the heaviest rain from Portland, Maine to also Virginia. This is what we're looking at in terms of rainfall totals, up to 3 inches in some spots, especially where you see that yellow. So you see Burlington, Rutland, portions of New England into the Northeast. We'll see some rain. It will be heavy at times as well. That's going to lead to some flash flooding. We do have a flash flood risk, and that includes Burlington, Albany, and also Syracuse. So, guys, we're going to watch that heat, and we're also going to continue to watch this flooding concern, especially Thursday and Friday in parts of New England once again. Back to you.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
So much going on across the country, and let's stay on this and now get to the Northeast, where those floodwaters are starting to recede and people are surveying the extensive damage left behind. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is in the capital of Montpelier that was especially hard hit. Hi, Kristen. Good morning. So just tell us first, what are you seeing as far as the extent of the damage there? It doesn't look great behind you.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Savannah. Not great at all. You know, as you mentioned, the river is down, but take a look what it's left behind. This gives you some idea of the power of these waters that we're talking about. There are entire trees just deposited here against this bridge because they couldn't get under it. And then here's another big issue with cleanup. Take a look, the mud. This is feet and feet of messy and sticky mud that people are going to have to deal with. They're trying to clean it up. We've seen some machines out here, but there is just a lot still to get to. And then the big concern with rain in the forecast is you can see how saturated the ground around here is. There's still standing water in a lot of places. And so that rainwater won't have too many places that it can go. So nobody really breathing a sigh of relief here yet, Savannah.
So, Kristen, you mentioned these machines coming by to clean up what looks like an impossible mess, to be frank about it. What resources are available as they start to begin the cleanup process?
Right. So that federal disaster declaration is going to help get some funds. FEMA is here on scene. There are still a lot of search and rescue teams that are on scene because there are entire communities that are still cut off. There are Black Hawk helicopters still flying, making sure that everybody, and I'm going to step out of the road here, everybody can get out of their homes if they need to get to shelter, get to safety. Here in Montpelier, 500 people have already signed up to volunteer for the cleanup today. They'll be downtown helping some of those businesses because a lot of the businesses will be almost a total loss of all their inventory inside. So, you know, the cost of this is just going to run into the billions.
Oh, my gosh. And it's just always so incredible to hear about all these people volunteering and helping. We heard earlier from a mayor who said people are driving up from South Carolina just to throw in their hands and help here. Always great to hear that. You mentioned those helicopters. What areas are search and rescue teams focused on today?
Right. So they're just there are a few towns to the south that are completely cut off. I don't know if you saw those train tracks where, you know, it had been washed out underneath them. That's an iconic image from this storm. And so in those places where they can't get to by road yet, by boat, those choppers are able to get into them. And then a lot of it, frankly, is we've seen people, you know, driving through some of this water. Here they're getting through it, but there are still places with standing water, and there are calls coming in from people whose cars get stuck in the middle of it. and they need to be rescued now. So the search and rescue team's still on standby getting those calls in.
Kristen, also pretty far behind you, you might not be able to see or hear it, but we're seeing some cars that almost look like they're turning around. What is the status right now just of being able to get around even in the areas where you are that are no longer cut off, but obviously still look like that?
Right, so the interstate is still open, but I mean, I'll come over here a little bit more if we have time, and you can see just the depth of this mud. You know, here it's up to my boots, and I might be stuck here. And then this water, so it is going up over the smaller cars. We did see a BMW get stuck earlier, and so, you know, a lot of people coming up across this bridge, seeing this, and they're really doing what they should, not knowing how deep this is and what's underneath it at this point. Because remember, you know, some of the roads, the asphalt's been washed away in places. So really dangerous when you come up to something like this to get across it. And so like the larger trucks are booming right through it, but some of the smaller cars deciding to turn around.
Yeah, good reminder. You said they're doing what they should by turning around, because that's where you can get yourself in a bad situation. Thank you for potentially getting stuck for us to show us that, Kristen. Stay safe. We appreciate it.
Now to news out of California. Leslie Van Houten, a follower of Charles Manson, is out on parole this morning. She was released yesterday after spending more than half a century behind bars for her role in 2 murders back in 1969. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on this.
Hey there, of course we remember those Manson family killings. They captured the attention of everyone in the late 60s, early 70s. The details so searing and brutal. Families have been against this release for years, but now Leslie Van Houten has finally won her appeals, and the governor says he had no choice but to let her walk free. This morning, convicted murderer Leslie Van Houten, one of Charles Manson's most famous followers, is out of prison. Van Houten was released to parole supervision on Tuesday in Los Angeles. The 73-year-old had been serving a life sentence after she was convicted for the gruesome killings of Lino and Rosemary LaBianca in 1969. Her parole request had been rejected 5 other times amid family members' outrage at the possibility she could walk free.
I want her to stay in jail the rest of her life.
It was part of a string of cult murders, all at Manson's direction, including pregnant actress Sharon Tate and 4 others at the home of Tate and her husband, director Roman Polanski. Van Houten, then aged 19, wasn't there for the Tate murders, but the next day she and other followers broke into the LaBianca's house and stabbed the couple multiple times. Van Houten was originally sentenced to death. That was reversed on appeal and changed to a life sentence. Though Governor Gavin Newsom had rejected parole in the past, his office now telling KNBC the governor is disappointed by the Court of Appeals' decision to release Ms. Van Houten, but will not pursue further action as efforts to further appeal are unlikely to succeed. Van Houten speaking to ABC about Manson.
You know, it didn't happen overnight. He spent a lot of time taking middle-class girls and remolding them.
Charles Manson died in prison, but he and the Manson family have continued to capture the attention of the country and live on in pop culture, including the 2019 hit Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
You are...
I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business.
Now the real-life impact being felt by those left behind.
I really do not believe that anyone who kills 2 people, and especially having in such a brutal manner, should ever be let out of prison.
Van Houten's attorney says she no longer poses a threat to society. She says she has been in rehabilitation and therapy for decades while she's been in prison. And the attorney says there is nothing in Van Houten's record that points to the fact that she would be a danger to society today. Now back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you so much.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, more Ticketmaster troubles for Taylor, why the company decided to temporarily pull the plug on ticket sales abroad, and what it says is to blame.
But first, we could be on the cusp of Hollywood history as the clock ticks down to a potential actors' strike. Actors Guild strike, what that could mean for Tinseltown with writers already on the picket line. All that and more up next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here all are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who delivered it.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
We are back, and the window is closing for the Actors Union and major studios to reach a contract agreement.
The Screen Actors Guild and the studios have until midnight to strike a deal. If not, the Actors Guild could join writers on the picket line, bringing Hollywood to a total standstill. Brian Steinberg is the senior TV editor at Variety and joins us now with more on this. Brian, good morning. So, first of all, just to recap, what is it the actors are asking for in these negotiations? Are we seeing any progress as this deadline approaches?
We've seen little progress so far. Actors, like the writers who are already on strike, are very concerned about the new ways that TV and movies are being produced. There are fewer projects, fewer episodes per project. It is a more difficult way to kind of make money. There are concerns about technology, like AI, and how it might usurp human beings doing actual work. And so there's a lot of concerns about setting the table for the future. And the two sides really are still at kind of an impasse right now.
Hey, Brian, it's good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. So writers, like we're all talking about here, already on strike. I mean, what happens in Hollywood if actors also go on strike? How much does this standstill mean for just the entire industry?
Well, it gets even worse. You know, before, what was happening, you couldn't produce, you couldn't write new scripts. Therefore, most shows that haven't gotten to production couldn't do anything. But there are still some shows that already had things written and ready to go. Those could be filmed. Those could be produced. Now, even those are in danger because there's no one to read the lines, to do the action. So it just puts the pipeline it removes the pipeline even more than before. It is going to really block the flow of new content for Hollywood.
Yeah. So, Brian, I mean, the studios are definitely going to feel the pinch here. Streaming services like Netflix still can access fresh material through international sources. We know so much of the Korean dramas have become very popular here in America. But how sustainable is that?
You know, it's a kind of catch can thing. I mean, Netflix has had some success, like Squid Game, for example. And I know in the past writers' strike, you saw some of the networks take things from Canada and put them on screen here that hadn't been seen. You can do it. It is kind of like, you know, I guess, you know, raiding someone else's fridge to feed yours. It's possible. Not everything works in U.S. audiences or around the world. It's not a solution in the longer term.
All right, Brian Steinberg, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Taylor Swift is heading to Denver this weekend, the next stop for her Eras Tour, but many Swifties already have their minds set on 2024.
Mine set in August when I'll be seeing her again. Well, she's taking her concerts global next year, also later this fall as well. And pre-sales are just beginning for the European shows. But now Ticketmaster is back in the spotlight as the anti-hero after pausing sales for shows in France after another website glitch yesterday. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with everything all of us Swifties already know, most likely. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you. It's shaping up to be a cruel summer for so many Swifties. Even after Ticketmaster staggered days and times for ticket sales in Europe, Taylor Swift fans are still facing challenges they know all too well. Long queues with hundreds of thousands of fans and website glitches now plaguing the pre-sale to the megastar's European performances.
Seeing the Eras Tour live is a dream for so many Swifties around the world. But it's hard to do just that, as Ticketmaster's troubles selling Taylor Swift tickets have now also emerged abroad in Europe. On Tuesday, the company paused sales to Swift's 6 shows in Paris and Lyon, France next year. Ticketmaster says an issue with a third-party provider is to blame, adding, as soon as we saw fans experiencing issues, queues were paused. All codes not used to purchase tickets will remain valid.
I got the lucky space of 463,506. When I got that email a few hours later saying that the entire site was that they're pausing ticket sales, that was very shocking.
This dilemma hard to shake off for Swifties that watched the Eras Tour Ticketmaster meltdown unfold in the U.S. last fall.
I had the tickets in my cart, the exact tickets that I wanted, and then I spent the entire 10-minute countdown trying to log in.
Zoe McCormick lives in Paris and says she took off work Tuesday to purchase Eras Tour tickets.
I was so sad, so disappointed that this was happening again after everything that had happened in the U.S.
Last November, Ticketmaster ultimately canceled the general sale for Swift's United States tour after a massive pre-sale rush and bot attacks caused the site to glitch. Some fans waited for hours in virtual queues only to see error codes sending them to the back of the virtual line. For many, eventual heartbreak.
This is history here. We've never seen the demand for this kind of tour before. A Ticketmaster can only afford to blow this so many times.
Ticketmaster's technical issues and control of the market, even taking center stage at a Senate hearing earlier this year.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
I can still make the whole place shimmer. For now, Swifties are staying hopeful, saying they'll be enchanted if they can just land a ticket.
I just want to be there and I want to dance with my friends and I want to sing. I'm still staying positive.
And last month, Ticketmaster announced it will begin all-in pricing in September to eliminate those hidden fees, so you'll see the total up front. Meanwhile, Ticketmaster has not yet set a new on-sale time for those France shows, and so far no reaction from Taylor Swift to the latest turmoil with the company, but she said it was excruciating to just have to watch back when fans in the U.S. faced similar wait times. So the saga continues.
What a nightmare. All right, Emily, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, an attempted kidnapping in Florida reportedly thwarted by one courageous 6-year-old who bit back.
Her miraculous story of bravery and survival. That is up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight.
Storms keep coming here in California.
Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Turning now to a civil rights investigation looking into Black maternal health. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center is facing allegations of racism and discrimination sparked by the family of Kira Johnson. She was a former patient of the facility who died after giving birth at the hospital. Her husband is alleging she was not provided adequate care because of the color of her skin. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the details.
The LA Times reporting a California hospital is facing a federal civil rights investigation for the way it treats Black women giving birth there.
My wife would be here with her boys if it wasn't for the color of her skin.
The death of 39-year-old Kira Johnson initiating the scrutiny after her husband filed a civil rights lawsuit against Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. It was later settled. Kira and her husband Charles, already parents to one son, a picture-perfect family, when she died after a scheduled C-section delivery of their second child in 2016.
After allowing my wife to bleed and suffer needlessly, while my family and myself begged and pleaded for them to simply just treat her with dignity and respect.
The case bolstered by this video deposition from Angelique Washington, a former surgical technician at Cedars-Sinai who was in Kira's operating room.
The room started to look like a murder scene, a crime scene. It started blood everywhere. I knew it didn't feel good.
The LA Times reporting on the investigation after reviewing a letter sent to Kira's husband Charles from the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, stating the department is reviewing the allegations. NBC News also obtaining the letter that says in part the HHS Office of Civil Rights, quote, is aware of allegations that Black women are provided a standard of care below what is provided to other women who are not Black when receiving health care services related to labor and delivery. HHS confirming the investigation to the LA Times. NBC News has not heard back from the department. The CDC says in 2021, the maternal mortality rate for Black women was 69.9 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's 2.6 times the rate for white women.
It has to do with racism in society, racism in healthcare, bias amongst healthcare professionals. So we're seeing a disproportionate number of deaths.
A Cedars-Sinai spokesperson declining to comment on the investigation, but telling NBC News Cedars-Sinai clinicians, leaders, and researchers have long been concerned with national disparities in Black maternal health, and we are proud of the work we've done and continue to do to address these issues. Kira's husband also filing a lawsuit against her doctor for gross negligence, receiving a $1 million settlement, and filing an additional suit against the hospital that was also settled. Johnson vowing that the pain his family has endured will shed light on the devastating consequences.
Kira's legacy will be that this is no longer allowed to happen anyplace.
Our thanks to Valerie for that important report. Well, since Charles Johnson went public with what happened to his wife, Kira, he's heard numerous stories of similar tragedies. He says he hopes this investigation will lead to change, not just at Cedars-Sinai, but at other hospitals and healthcare systems throughout the country.
Now to the story of a brave 6-year-old. The young girl sent a man running when he tried to abduct her in front of her Miami home. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has the details.
A courageous 6-year-old girl with a big bite. 6-year-old Alyric was sitting outside her Miami apartment by herself when police say this man grabbed her and tried to pull her into an SUV. Alyric telling NBC South Florida that's when she fought back.
On his arm? How hard did you bite him?
Real hard. After the bite, the man eventually gave up.
And then he threw me on the floor, started running back to his car and left.
Police say the 6-year-old and her siblings noticed a white SUV parked nearby earlier.
I already know because we never seen no white and black car.
After reviewing surveillance camera footage, authorities spotting a man and the car matching the description lurking around the apartment building before the attempted abduction and then fleeing. Using street cameras and a license plate reader, police tracking down and arresting 33-year-old Leonardo Venegas, according to an official police press release. He was arrested without bond on kidnapping and child abuse charges.
Just protect your kids and look over them. Keep a close eye on them because anything can happen in the blink of an eye.
Alyric's mother grateful her daughter's safe and proud of her bravery.
You know, some kids can't think quick like that, but I'm glad that she thought like that.
Maya Eaglin, thanks so much. While Alyric is safe, police say there might be other victims out there. Miami officials are asking anyone with information or tips to come forward.
Now, this next story might just make you yawn. It's a topic near and dear to our hearts. Working on a morning show, we're talking all things sleep. Some new research shows that women actually have a harder time falling and staying asleep. Today's show anchor Jenna Bush-Hager has all the sleepy details.
It's almost 2 in the morning. I'm not tired.
Reason I can't sleep, number 2,133.
I can fall asleep, I just don't stay asleep.
If you're a woman dealing with sleep issues, you aren't alone. According to a recent survey by the National Sleep Foundation, women are more likely to report trouble falling asleep and staying asleep than men, with the U.S. Office of Women's Health stating that 1 in 4 women has insomnia symptoms.
Women do experience many more sleep difficulties than do men.
Dr. Rebecca Robbins is a sleep expert at Harvard Medical School.
Women are a little bit more prone to feelings of worry, feelings of anxiety and depression. They're shouldering more household duties than a typical male, which generally creep into the workday, and then the workday spills into the evening, and then that spills into sleep.
Dr. Robbins says hormones play a big role in disrupting sleep, too. They can cause mood changes like increased feelings of anxiety and physical symptoms like cramps, which may disrupt sleep. Pregnancy and menopause can also cause physical symptoms like nausea and hot flashes that can negatively impact sleep. And we're not immune from it either.
I just toss and turn. Do you sleep well?
No, because there was a lot of turmoil. Sometimes kids don't go to sleep.
So what can you do to ensure a good night's sleep? Sleep experts say women should create a cool, dark, and quiet sleep environment. Set a strict time to start winding down for bed, including putting your phone down. Try relaxation techniques such as meditation or writing down your to-do list for the next day before bed. And if your partner snores, you may want to sleep in separate bedrooms.
If you're listening today and you're like, oh my gosh, there are hormones, there are environmental factors, all of these things are conspiring against me in my sleep. But do rest assured that if you're diligent, if you practice these healthy sleep strategies, you will be amazed.
Jenna Bush-Hager, thank you so much. Well, Dr. Robbins also said that if you are experiencing trouble sleeping consistently for more than 2 months, you should seek professional help. That happens to me where I'll fall asleep, but then staying asleep.
That can be a trouble. Like, I
Yeah.
hate if I wake up in the middle of the night and can't get back to bed.
Oh my gosh, and I come up with the most ridiculous to-do lists. Like I'll randomly have anxiety about like if my dog is caught up on her vaccines. That seriously happened to me recently.
Okay.
It's like I find anything.
All right,
So I
coming
appreciate
up,
that report.
we've got a fresh read on inflation breaking this morning.
Yeah, we'll break down the numbers with none other than Investopedia's Caleb Silver and our own Brian Chung, our financial news Avengers. What it all means for your bottom line next on Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back with some breaking economic data.
That's right. Inflation cooled to 3% in June over the year and 0.2% on the month. Well, here to help us make sense of all this, we have NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung at the Big Board and Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here at the desk with us. Good morning to you both. As always, we appreciate you on a morning like this. Brian, I'll start with you to just walk us through these numbers. Sounds like a little bit of good news. How does this compare to the previous month?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. The numbers are certainly encouraging when we see that the pace of price inflation is declining. So as you mentioned, 3%, that's how much prices rose between June of 2023 and June of 2022. That's a slower pace than the 4% that we had seen between May of this year and May of last year. But I want to point out, we're a year out from essentially what was peak inflation. So in June of 2022, the rate of inflation to June 2021 was 9.1%. Wow. So really, that shows quite a far fall. Although I want to point out, this is still a positive number. So prices are still rising. They're just rising at a slower pace, which is encouraging news.
Caleb, let's get your reaction to this. 3%, is that surprising?
Yeah, well, we were expecting around that number. We came really, really close to a 2% handle on this number, which shows the impact of all those rate increases by the Federal Reserve. They're working. We're also looking at real average hourly earnings. It comes out at the same time as the CPI report. The Fed's watching this too. That only climbed 0.2% last month, slower than prior months. So prices are coming down for consumers. Wages are slowing. Two things the Fed wants to see happen.
Brian, tell us also what specific categories are we seeing the biggest changes in?
Yeah, well, for this rate of inflation to go down, you're going to have to see some, slowing price increases in certain categories. And in the month, we did see it specifically in areas like food, for example. So it was a 0.2%. These are monthly changes, increase between April and May. Between May and June, it went up by 0.1%. And interestingly, food at home actually essentially went flatline. It's really food away from home dining out that got a little bit more expensive. Now, energy, we saw a decline between April and May because of gas prices going down. It didn't necessarily decline further, but it only went up by 0.6% between May and June. And I want to point out shelter. This is the most expensive thing for most budgets, right? It's the largest share, rent, mortgage payments. It went up by 0.6% between April and May, and it went up by a slower pace of 0.4% between May and June. And this is a big deal for a lot of American families because maybe this shows that the bleed through of higher rents and higher mortgage payments is starting to slow. We'll have to see whether or not that trend continues in the months to come.
And those high rents have been such a huge issue over the last year or so. So you mentioned the Fed. What does this probably mean now when they meet again? Are we going to see another interest rate hike? How much longer could it last?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 14 days, 5 hours, and 15 minutes. I'm not counting, you're counting. And they're probably going to raise rates again 0.25%. And this will probably be the last interest rate hike of the year. We may see some rate decreases at the end of the year even. So this may be it, what we call the terminal point of interest rates. We'll probably see that when the Fed meets in a couple of weeks. And that's it. And I think traders and investors have been anticipating this if you've seen the rally in the stock market.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Brian, Mr. Math, put a nice bow on this for us. What does this just mean for everyday Americans managing their bills?
Yeah, really quickly, I want to show you just kind of how far we've come specifically on these household items that a lot of people spend money on. Again, we're a year out from peak inflation. So where are we on categories like these things? Well, $2.71 for a dozen eggs. That has gone down to $2.22 now. And by the way, that was a lot higher in the middle of the year. You recall in the winter, it really spiked to $4 or $5 a dozen in some cases. Gasoline has gone down from $5.15 last year to $3.82 now. So that's encouraging as well for those that are traveling for the summer. Milk also declining, $4.15 last year. Now it's only $3.99. But again, not all categories decline. A loaf of bread actually increased from $1.69 to $1.94. So this is the kind of status of things that a lot of Americans are putting in their baskets a year out from peak inflation. Really important to recognize that, look, food prices is a major reason for why overall headline inflation has come down. But when you strip out those more core measures of inflation, that does remain high. The year-over-year measure is actually still quite high.
Brian, Caleb, what would we do without you? Thank you so much, as always, for reading in so quickly and being with us. We appreciate it.
We have more breaking news this morning out of Illinois, where at least 3 people were killed. Another 14 were injured in an overnight Greyhound bus crash.
Yeah, as you can see here on your screen, officials are still working through the horrific scene. State police say the accident happened around 2 o'clock in the morning when this bus slammed into 3 commercial vehicles that were parked on an exit ramp. The driver of the bus has been confirmed as one of the people hospitalized. It is still unclear what ultimately caused this accident.
Financial headlines now. It looks like inflation is hitting another aspect of American life, heading back to school.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us once again with that and some other money news. Hey, Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Well, inflation is weighing on back-to-school spending. Deloitte's annual survey, which is out today, finds shoppers plan to spend 10% less per student. The biggest declines are on clothes and technology. Shoppers cite inflation and their personal financial situation as primary reasons to cut back. The cost of school supplies has risen nearly 24% in the past 2 years. CVS Health says its Caremark prescription billing system is operational again after an issue caused delays for customers trying to fill their orders on Monday. Caremark is the nation's biggest drug benefit manager, handling prescriptions for millions of Americans. A CVS spokesman says there may be temporary delays as pharmacies work through a backlog. And General Mills is trying to make its products like Cheerios greener. It's paying Regrow Ag, a startup focused on renewable agriculture, to help in those efforts. Regrow uses satellite images, weather data, government maps, and on-the-ground reporting to create a computer model that knows how crops behave based on different conditions. Companies like General Mills are buying Regrow's software and offering it to farmers. Savannah Joe, back to you.
Cool.
Very cool. All right, Pippa, thanks so much.
Thank you. Coming up, he is an American in London who's positively owning the court at Wimbledon.
After the break, Chris Eubank's Cinderella story that's giving the U.S. hope for a win across the pond. This is Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's great to see that, man. So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back. Well, this one might divide some people, but if you're devoted to Hallmark's Christmas movies, we might have the vacation for you. The network has announced its first ever Christmas-themed cruise. It's sailing in November. The Norwegian gem will be transformed into a winter wonderland for a journey from Miami to the Bahamas. Passengers can join in seasonal activities like Christmas cookie decorating, ugly sweater contests, and wine tasting. That's a new holiday activity. Some favorite actors from Hallmark holiday movies will be doing meet and greets, and fans can attend the premiere of a new Countdown to Christmas movie on board. I think only divided because I'm like this. I'm a little on boats. I know some people don't love cruises.
Right. It's
the Hallmark movie aspect, though.
you like.
I love. In
Because-
fact, you viewer, you may remember that I had the absolute esteemed privilege of heading to a with the snow machine.
She has one of these in her office now, by the way.
I wish. This was one of the best moments I've ever had on a shoot, getting to do this fake snow thing. It was, what was it, 102 degrees or something this day in Utah. This was so epic. It was so much fun. Actually, since we were just talking about this, I texted Casey, our mutual friend and producer, and I'm like, we need a Hallmark follow-up story this year. What are we going to do?
Perhaps you could go on a cruise.
You can all watch me have a panic attack.
I, before the pandemic, covered Christmas camp where people went for a few
Oh, I
days and
remember
learned how
this.
to make a charcuterie board and all that. It's kind of
so
fun.
cool, yeah.
Now do it on the
Yeah,
water.
I remember. Well, that woman who runs that, she's like all Christmas.
Yes,
all the time.
Christmas Karen.
Love it. All right, love it. Well, here's a story we are watching play out at Wimbledon.
27-year-old American Christopher Eubanks is on a Cinderella run, and this morning he is making his first ever appearance in a major quarterfinal. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter is at Wimbledon with his story. Molly, good morning.
So cool.
Hey guys, good morning. It is so exciting, so much fun, and he actually hits the court in just about 20 minutes for his quarterfinal. And we're not the only ones watching. Queen Camilla inside on hand for the matches, and we will be cheering very loudly from out here. Take a look.
It's this year's Cinderella story.
I feel like I'm living a dream right now.
Unfolding at 127 miles per hour, lanky, towering at 6'7", with a massive serve. Fans can't take their eyes off of 27-year-old Christopher Eubanks, and he knows it. The last American man standing in the singles of Wimbledon. For the first time in his professional career, Eubanks is in the spotlight, America's homegrown superstar.
It's surreal. It's unbelievable. I can't believe this.
Catching fire after years in the minors. Not even a top-ranked junior player. Born and raised in Atlanta, the son of a Baptist minister, also an early coach. He has kept the faith.
My dad got me into tennis because he liked tennis. He picked it up with his older brother, and then when my brother and I came along.
He played at Georgia Tech, but stuck with low pro rankings. Eubanks even took up a part-time tennis commentary gig. A year ago, ranking 163, and then something happened. He became unstoppable. As of this morning, ranking 43.
It's been, something that you dream about, but I think for me, I didn't really know if that dream would actually come true.
He won a grass tournament just a week before Wimbledon, but once he got here, he didn't even book a hotel for the full tournament.
The cancellation policies can be a little bit tough, and yesterday or 2 days ago, we said, let's just move it to next Friday, just to see.
With 23 aces, he beat the British #1 in front of a raucous home crowd, with some friendly faces mixed in. Beating world #5 earlier this week to battle his way into the quarterfinals. Today, gearing up for the biggest match of his life.
Now, guys, I love the hotel detail. He didn't even book the full Wimbledon tournament. He didn't even book himself a room. But also today, actually, in the women's single quarterfinal, American Madison Keys is facing off against Belarusian player Arina Sabalenka. That's going on right now. So we're hearing those cheers coming out. Big day for Americans, though, here in the quarterfinals, you guys.
No kidding. And I feel like moving forward, he's going to do the 2 weeks at the hotel.
I bet he should. He's so much fun to watch. It's like been so fantastic. Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, Molly, it's still, I still am like, oh, when you say Queen Camilla, I feel like I haven't said or heard it that many times yet.
I know.
So cool that she's in there.
I know. She drove right by us, walked right in the royal box.
There you go. Awesome.
Cool. Molly, thank you.
Have fun.
Let's get it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere. Good morning, and thank you very much for spending it with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a high-stakes meeting this morning. President Biden and Ukraine's President Zelensky coming together on day 2 of that critical NATO summit in Lithuania. But tensions are flaring over when and how Ukraine will actually join the alliance. We'll bring you the latest from Lithuania's capital. A weathered America. In Vermont, a glimmer of good news as those devastating floodwaters begin to recede in some spots. The governor says they haven't seen destruction like this in more than a decade. We'll have the latest on those recovery efforts. And down south and out west, another triple-digit scorcher for millions more. That dangerous extreme heat now expected to expand to other parts of the country. We have team coverage and your latest forecast all coming up. Also this morning, pressing pause again. More Ticketmaster troubles this morning for Taylor Swift fans as she takes her blockbuster Eras tour to Europe. More on yet another frustrating website meltdown and where the company is now placing the blame. And an American in London. It is a Cinderella story of sorts from Wimbledon, how a 27-year-old from the States is keeping his dream alive on the iconic grass court. I always love to see those surprising American success stories in the big tournaments.
Tennis is so much fun to watch, too.
Exactly.
So
and now you're going to become a player. So
next
next year. All right. We begin this hour with the NATO summit in Lithuania, where members are gathering for a second day to discuss long-term support for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
This morning, President Zelensky is holding talks with NATO leaders, including President Biden. The Ukrainian leader is pushing members for longer-range weapons. Zelensky also met with NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg one day after calling the alliance's decision not to give a timetable for an invite, quote, absurd. Well, after that meeting, Zelensky said it would have been, quote, ideal if Ukraine was given an invitation to join. We've got NBC News military analyst Lieutenant General Steph Twitty standing by. Before that, let's get to our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Hey, Peter, good morning.
And effectively, the White House says any two...
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning to both of you. This really is a critical day in President Biden's trip as he looks to fortify NATO's strength ahead of that sit-down with President Zelensky, who's been fiercely critical, as you note, of NATO's unwillingness to nail down a specific timeline for Ukraine to join the alliance. But White House advisors say that the U.S. and its allies here are deeply committed to helping Ukraine build a military that can defend itself and deter any further attack. President Biden this morning on tap to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky, their third face-to-face this year. But this time, a potentially more tense meeting between the two allies, amid disagreement over when and how Ukraine will be allowed to join the alliance. A statement from NATO's leaders here said they plan to include Ukraine eventually, but provided no specific timeline, saying there are democratic and military standards Ukraine must first meet. Zelensky initially called that decision absurd, but today appeared to soften his tone, saying he wants to be on the same page as NATO.
What we hear and understand that we'll have this invitation when security measures will allow.
This morning, world leaders here are announcing increased security assistance to Ukraine, calling it a long-term commitment.
Mr. Secretary, good morning to you.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken telling Savannah here on Today, the takeaway from this summit for Vladimir Putin is clear.
That tells President Putin that he can't outlast us. He can't outlast Ukraine. He can't outlast all of the countries that are supporting Ukraine.
All of it comes ahead of what the White House is casting as a major speech today. The president expected to tout NATO's increased strength. Just to the east, Russia is watching what happens here closely, accusing NATO of a strong anti-Russian attitude, warning the addition of 2 new NATO members, quote, carries very big risks. In Kyiv today, another round of Russian attacks with drones. Ukrainian officials say they were all intercepted.
Also this morning, news of another potential high-level loss for the Russian military. A Ukrainian official citing reports that a Russian senior commander was killed in a Russian-occupied city in eastern Ukraine after a long-range missile strike there. NBC News, we should note, does not independently confirm this death. The Russian military so far has not commented, but he would be one of a growing number of Russian generals, Joe and Savannah, killed in this war.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant General Steph Twitty for more on this. Good to have you with us. So first of all, do you think NATO is right to hold off on Ukraine's membership invite right now? And what do you make of Zelensky's frustration?
Yeah, so I do think that NATO is correct in their approach with Ukraine right now. We must all remember that Ukraine is at war. And if they're assessed coming into NATO, that would now mean that NATO is at war with Russia, which would mean that 31 nations, soon to be 32 with Sweden now coming on board, would be a part of the fight against Russia. And we all do not want a World War III in this case. And so I think we should hold up, wait to see where this war goes. Hopefully that the Ukrainians will be successful, and then they will be assessed into NATO.
So that brings us to the other big question today, which is how far members of NATO are willing to go to provide long-term support to Ukraine. Does it seem like NATO is united on that front?
I think it's been pretty clear that all NATO countries are expected to go for the long term here in terms of their support to Ukraine. There have been many pledges that have come out of this particular summit. As you know, the U.S., they provided $40 billion, and we will probably hear today, after the meeting between Zelensky and President Biden, more support from the U.S. But for the long term, I see NATO staying with Ukraine and seeing this through, seeing this fight through with them.
So Russia sees NATO's eastward expansion as an existential threat to its security. You mentioned the worries about a World War III. Well, the Deputy Secretary of Russia's Security Council said increasing military assistance to Ukraine is bringing us closer to World War III. Do you think NATO is concerned enough about these risks?
I think they are concerned. That's why you see these metered things occurring. If you go back, first we didn't want to put tanks in, then we didn't want to put F-16 in. And so there are metered responses, and we're testing the resolve of the Russians, obviously. But we must go back and remember, it was not NATO that started this war, it was Russia. And the intent of NATO in doing all this is to provide peace and stability on the European continent, not just in Ukraine, but also along the NATO periphery and their borders. And so by doing these various things that they're doing, overall, they're providing that peace and stability on the European continent, which is so important to ensure that we have lasting democracy in Europe.
NATO's not giving a timeline for Ukraine's membership. Do you have any idea how long it realistically could take?
Yeah, so as you know, war is uncertain. And so we don't know how long this war will take place. There's no negotiations that have started on the diplomatic front to try and end this war. And at this point, we have no clear winner. So we don't know the outcome, and we don't know how long this will take. My opinion is that we're going to be at war for quite some time. When I say we, the Ukrainians. and not just months. I think we're looking at years here. And so you can anticipate a year, maybe 2 years. You know, I hate to put a timetable to it, but I think once this war is over, we could see rapid succession of Ukraine getting into NATO.
All right, Lieutenant General Twitty, thank you so much. Now the weather and that extreme heat wave that is creating unbearable conditions in the Southwest. It's been doing it for weeks.
Yeah, and it looks like that region won't be able to catch a break. That heat dome covering the area is forecast to expand into other parts of the country, actually. This morning, heat advisories, watches, and warnings are stretching from Florida to California. And in Phoenix, they have been dealing with triple-digit temperatures every day for nearly a month. They're on track now to break a nearly 50-year heat record, in fact. In the Northeast, some areas are cleaning up after severe storms this week. In Vermont, the focus has turned to recovery efforts as devastating floodwaters begin to recede.
We have full team coverage on all this extreme weather and your forecast. We're going to start off with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who is in Houston. Priscilla, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Unfortunately, the brutal heat is here to stay, showing little signs of relief in the coming days. Here in Houston, folks are already in the pool, getting their laps in before we hit those triple-digit temperatures today, as across the country, temperatures are making a run for records that have stood for nearly half a century. This morning, extreme heat is intensifying from coast to coast.
This summer is worse than all of the past summers.
Triple-digit temperatures baking the Southwest today, with highs expected to reach a staggering 120 degrees in some spots by the weekend. Experts say it's historically hot.
We're seeing things get worse and worse. We sometimes hear the expression a new normal. Is this a new normal? But it's worse than that. More intense and frequent heat waves, wildfires, floods like we're seeing play out this summer.
The official start of summer was just 3 weeks ago, but already in South Florida, Miami has seen 31 consecutive days of a 100-plus degree heat index.
The humidity is what kills you.
In Texas, El Paso has had 26 100-plus degree days, their longest streak ever recorded. Houston is now bracing for another week of temps expected to feel like 105 degrees and hotter.
I came to the park prepared because I knew without it I'd die out here.
It's been 100 degrees for 2 weeks almost? It's crazy.
The prolonged heat has claimed more than a dozen lives already this summer. And July is on pace to be the hottest month in U.S. history. The harsh combination of heat and drought also hitting the heartland, impacting crops and produce.
All the customers want to come out and get their fresh grown produce, and unfortunately I don't have as much to offer as I would have. Mother Nature just needs to help us out.
The seemingly never-ending scorcher, leaving millions bracing for what's to come and hoping for some relief. And of course, one way to beat the heat is finding pools like this one. The YMCA here also serving as a cooling center. All great options as folks try to stay safe and survive these dog days of summer. Joe, Savannah.
Right. Priscilla, thank you so much. For more on the dangerous heat, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Michelle Grossman to join us again. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, 78 million Americans under a heat alert today, and it's stretching from the southwest into portions of the south central states and the southeast, and really into the northeast. We're hot, too. So we're looking at heat warnings, heat watches, heat advisories. Where you see that hot pink color, those are excessive heat warnings, and that's because we're going to see temperatures once again into the triple digits. Look at Phoenix over the next seven days. We're only getting hotter by Saturday and Sunday, Monday, up to 117, still Tuesday at 115. Same story in Las Vegas. We're going to see those temperatures soar into 116 territory on Sunday, 116 on Monday, and then 112 on Tuesday. So that heat dome is going to stay in place. We're going to see those temperatures really soaring and staying in place over the next couple of days into next week. So we're looking at hotter highs into the north as well. New York City, 93. It's going to feel like 93, so not a lot of humidity. We have a little humidity this morning, but that's dropping throughout the day. But as you head down to the southeast, we're looking at Tampa, 94, feeling like 105. It'll feel like 106 in Miami. It will feel like 112 in Dallas, and in Kansas City, 96 degrees, but with a heat index, you're going to feel like 104. So it's hot in the Northeast as well. As we head down closer to the southeast, south central states, we're looking at Houston, 100 degrees. That's where Priscilla is. It will feel like 111 today and feeling like 106 in New Orleans. Now, as we go throughout this weekend, we'll keep those hot temperatures in place. In Tallahassee, we're looking at the mid-90s Saturday and Sunday. You factor in that humidity, it will feel like over 100 degrees. Shreveport on Saturday, 100 degrees. It's going to feel hotter than that, too, with the heat index. And then D.C., you're going to be into the mid-90s by this weekend. So that hot air, the warmth, is going to fuel some storms as we go throughout today into tonight. 21 million people at risk throughout the Central Plains into the Midwest. Where you see that yellow, the storms are likely from Des Moines to Omaha, Kansas City, Springfield, St. Louis, Peoria. We're looking at some really strong winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. That will bring down some power lines. That will snap some trees as well. Also looking at the chance for some damaging hail, 2 inches or larger, baseball-size hail, and a few tornadoes are possible. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that the risk kind of move off to the east. So we're looking at the Ohio Valley under the threat for severe storms tomorrow from Cleveland to Cincinnati. But notice that green. That's starting in portions of the Northeast all the way through to Tennessee Valley, back to the Central Plains for the threat of strong to severe storms. But the likeliest spot will be where you see that yellow. Winds could gust up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well, not as large as today, but still, and also looking at an isolated tornado or two. So this is what we're concerned about as we go throughout tomorrow. We're going to look at this cold front moving through New England. That's going to bring the chances for flooding increasing again in the Northeast. So we're looking at places that got hit hard earlier in the week, seeing some flooding concerns as we go throughout Thursday and Friday. The rain is falling on really saturated ground. So as we go throughout Friday, that front kind of lingers. It moves very slowly, bringing showers and storms, and also bringing the heaviest rain from Portland, Maine to also Virginia. This is what we're looking at in terms of rainfall totals, up to 3 inches in some spots, especially where you see that yellow. So you see Burlington, Rutland, portions of New England into the Northeast. We'll see some rain. It will be heavy at times as well. That's going to lead to some flash flooding. We do have a flash flood risk, and that includes Burlington, Albany, and also Syracuse. So, guys, we're going to watch that heat, and we're also going to continue to watch this flooding concern, especially Thursday and Friday in parts of New England once again. Back to you.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
So much going on across the country, and let's stay on this and now get to the Northeast, where those floodwaters are starting to recede and people are surveying the extensive damage left behind. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is in the capital of Montpelier that was especially hard hit. Hi, Kristen. Good morning. So just tell us first, what are you seeing as far as the extent of the damage there? It doesn't look great behind you.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Savannah. Not great at all. You know, as you mentioned, the river is down, but take a look what it's left behind. This gives you some idea of the power of these waters that we're talking about. There are entire trees just deposited here against this bridge because they couldn't get under it. And then here's another big issue with cleanup. Take a look, the mud. This is feet and feet of messy and sticky mud that people are going to have to deal with. They're trying to clean it up. We've seen some machines out here, but there is just a lot still to get to. And then the big concern with rain in the forecast is you can see how saturated the ground around here is. There's still standing water in a lot of places. And so that rainwater won't have too many places that it can go. So nobody really breathing a sigh of relief here yet, Savannah.
So, Kristen, you mentioned these machines coming by to clean up what looks like an impossible mess, to be frank about it. What resources are available as they start to begin the cleanup process?
Right. So that federal disaster declaration is going to help get some funds. FEMA is here on scene. There are still a lot of search and rescue teams that are on scene because there are entire communities that are still cut off. There are Black Hawk helicopters still flying, making sure that everybody, and I'm going to step out of the road here, everybody can get out of their homes if they need to get to shelter, get to safety. Here in Montpelier, 500 people have already signed up to volunteer for the cleanup today. They'll be downtown helping some of those businesses because a lot of the businesses will be almost a total loss of all their inventory inside. So, you know, the cost of this is just going to run into the billions.
Oh, my gosh. And it's just always so incredible to hear about all these people volunteering and helping. We heard earlier from a mayor who said people are driving up from South Carolina just to throw in their hands and help here. Always great to hear that. You mentioned those helicopters. What areas are search and rescue teams focused on today?
Right. So they are just, there are a few towns to the south that are completely cut off. I don't know if you saw those train tracks where, you know, it had been washed out underneath them. That's an iconic image from this storm. And so in those places where they can't get to by road yet, by boat, those choppers are able to get into them. And then a lot of it, frankly, is we've seen people, you know, driving through some of this water. Here they're getting through it, but there are still places with standing water, and there are calls coming in from people whose cars get stuck in the middle of it, and they need to be rescued now. So the search and rescue team's still on standby getting those calls in.
Kristen, also pretty far behind you, you might not be able to see or hear it, but we're seeing some cars that almost look like they're turning around. What is the status right now just of being able to get around even in the areas where you are that are no longer cut off, but obviously still look like that?
Right. So the interstate is still open, but I mean, I'll come over here a little bit more if we have time, and you can see just the depth of this mud. You know, here it's up to my boots, and I might be stuck here. And then this water, so it is going up over the smaller cars. We did see a BMW get stuck earlier. And so, you know, a lot of people coming up across this bridge, seeing this, and they're really doing what they should, not knowing how deep this is and what's underneath it at this point. Because remember, you know, some of the roads, the asphalt's been washed away in places. So really dangerous when you come up to something like this to get across it. And so like the larger trucks are booming right through it, but some of the smaller cars deciding to turn around.
Yeah, good reminder. You said they're doing what they should by turning around, because that's where you can get yourself in a bad situation. Thank you for potentially getting stuck for us to show us that, Kristen. Stay safe. We appreciate it.
Now to news out of California. Leslie Van Houten, a follower of Charles Manson, is out on parole this morning. She was released yesterday after spending more than half a century behind bars for her role in 2 murders back in 1969. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on this.
Hey there, of course we remember those Manson family killings. They captured the attention of everyone in the late 60s, early 70s. The details so searing and brutal. Families have been against this release for years, but now Leslie Van Houten has finally won her appeals, and the governor says he had no choice but to let her walk free. This morning, convicted murderer Leslie Van Houten, one of Charles Manson's most famous followers, is out of prison. Van Houten was released to parole supervision on Tuesday in Los Angeles. The 73-year-old had been serving a life sentence after she was convicted for the gruesome killings of Lino and Rosemary LaBianca in 1969. Her parole request had been rejected 5 other times amid family members' outrage at the possibility she could walk free.
I want her to stay in jail the rest of her life.
It was part of a string of cult murders, all at Manson's direction, including pregnant actress Sharon Tate and 4 others at the home of Tate and her husband, director Roman Polanski. Van Houten, then aged 19, wasn't there for the Tate murders, but the next day she and other followers broke into the LaBianca's house and stabbed the couple multiple times. Van Houten was originally sentenced to death. That was reversed on appeal and changed to a life sentence. Though Governor Gavin Newsom had rejected parole in the past, his office now telling KNBC the governor is disappointed by the Court of Appeals' decision to release Ms. Van Houten, but will not pursue further action as efforts to further appeal are unlikely to succeed. Van Houten speaking to ABC about Manson.
You know, it didn't happen overnight. He spent a lot of time taking middle-class girls and remolding them.
Charles Manson died in prison, but he and the Manson family have continued to capture the attention of the country and live on in pop culture, including the 2019 hit Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
You are...
I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business.
Now the real-life impact being felt by those left behind.
I really do not believe that anyone who kills 2 people, and especially having in such a brutal manner, should ever be let out of prison.
Van Houten's attorney says she no longer poses a threat to society. She says she has been in rehabilitation and therapy for decades while she's been in prison. And the attorney says there is nothing in Van Houten's record that points to the fact that she would be a danger to society today. Now back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you so much.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, more Ticketmaster troubles for Taylor, why the company decided to temporarily pull the plug on ticket sales abroad, and what it says is to blame.
But first, we could be on the cusp of Hollywood history as the clock ticks down to a potential actors strike. Actors Guild strike, what that could mean for Tinseltown with writers already on the picket line. All that and more up next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, because
Go ahead. This is it.
We are back, and the window is closing for the Actors Union and major studios to reach a contract agreement.
The Screen Actors Guild and the studios have until midnight to strike a deal. If not, the Actors Guild could join writers on the picket line, bringing Hollywood to a total standstill. Brian Steinberg is the senior TV editor at Variety and joins us now with more on this. Brian, good morning. So, first of all, just to recap, what is it the actors are asking for in these negotiations? Are we seeing any progress as this deadline approaches?
We've seen little progress so far. Actors, like the writers who are already on strike, are very concerned about the new ways that TV and movies are being produced. There are fewer projects, fewer episodes per project. It is a more difficult way to kind of make money. There are concerns about technology, like AI, and how it might usurp human beings doing actual work. And so there's a lot of concerns about setting the table for the future. And the two sides really are still at kind of an impasse right now.
Hey, Brian, it's good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. So writers, we're all talking about here, already on strike. I mean, what happens in Hollywood if actors also go on strike? How much does this standstill mean for just the entire industry?
Well, it gets even worse. You know, before, what was happening, you couldn't produce, you couldn't write new scripts. Therefore, most shows that haven't gotten to production couldn't do anything. But there are still some shows that were already had things written and ready to go. Those could be filmed. Those could be produced. Now, even those are in danger because there's no one to read the lines, to do the action. So it just puts the pipeline it removes the pipeline even more than before. It is going to really block the flow of new content for Hollywood.
Yeah. So Brian, I mean, the studios are definitely going to feel the pinch here. Streaming services like Netflix still can access fresh material through international sources. We know so much of the Korean dramas have become very popular here in America, but how sustainable is that?
It's a kind of catch can thing. I mean, Netflix has had some success, like Squid Game, for example. And I know in the past writer's strike, you saw some of the networks take things from Canada and put them on screen here that hadn't been seen. You can do it. It is kind of like, I guess, raiding someone else's fridge to feed yours. It's possible. Not everything works in U.S. audiences or around the world. It's not a solution in the longer term.
All right, Brian Steinberg, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Taylor Swift is heading to Denver this weekend, the next stop for her Eras Tour, but many Swifties already have their minds set on 2024.
Mine's set in August when I'll be seeing her again. Well, she's taking her concerts global next year, also later this fall as well, and pre-sales are just beginning for the European shows. But now Ticketmaster is back in the spotlight as the anti-hero after pausing sales for shows in France after another website glitch yesterday. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with everything all of us Swifties already know, most likely. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you. It's shaping up to be a cruel summer for so many Swifties. Even after Ticketmaster staggered days and times for ticket sales in Europe, Taylor Swift fans are still facing challenges they know all too well. Long queues with hundreds of thousands of fans and website glitches now plaguing the pre-sale to the megastar's European performances.
Seeing the Eras Tour live is a dream for so many Swifties around the world. But it's hard to do just that, as Ticketmaster's troubles selling Taylor Swift tickets have now also emerged abroad in Europe. On Tuesday, the company paused sales to Swift's 6 shows in Paris and Lyon, France next year. Ticketmaster says an issue with a third-party provider is to blame, adding, as soon as we saw fans experiencing issues, queues were paused. All codes not used to purchase tickets will remain valid.
I got the lucky space of 463,506. When I got that email a few hours later saying that the entire site was that they're pausing ticket sales, that was very shocking.
This dilemma hard to shake off for Swifties that watched the Eras Tour Ticketmaster meltdown unfold in the U.S. last fall.
I had the tickets in my cart, the exact tickets that I wanted, and then I spent the entire 10-minute countdown trying to log in.
Zoe McCormick lives in Paris and says she took off work Tuesday to purchase Eras Tour tickets.
I was so sad, so disappointed that this was happening again after everything that had happened in the U.S.
Last November, Ticketmaster ultimately canceled the general sale for Swift's United States tour after a massive pre-sale rush and bot attacks caused the site to glitch. Some fans waited for hours in virtual queues only to see error codes sending them to the back of the virtual line. For many, eventual heartbreak.
This is history here. We've never seen the demand for this kind of tour before. A Ticketmaster can only afford to blow this so many times.
Ticketmaster's technical issues and control of the market, even taking center stage at a Senate hearing earlier this year.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
For now, Swifties are staying hopeful, saying they'll be enchanted if they can just land a ticket.
I just want to be there and I want to dance with my friends and I want to sing. I'm still staying positive.
And last month, Ticketmaster announced it will begin all-in pricing in September to eliminate those hidden fees, so you'll see the total up front. Meanwhile, Ticketmaster has not yet set a new on-sale time for those France shows, and so far no reaction from Taylor Swift to the latest turmoil with the company, but she said it was excruciating to just have to watch back when fans in the U.S. faced similar wait times. So the saga continues.
What a nightmare. All right, Emily, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, an attempted kidnapping in Florida reportedly thwarted by one courageous 6-year-old who bit back.
Our miraculous story of bravery and survival. That is up next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Turning now to a civil rights investigation looking into Black maternal health. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center is facing allegations of racism and discrimination sparked by the family of Kira Johnson. She was a former patient of the facility who died after giving birth at the hospital. Her husband is alleging she was not provided adequate care because of the color of her skin. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the details.
The LA Times reporting a California hospital is facing a federal civil rights investigation for the way it treats Black women giving birth there.
My wife would be here with her boys if it wasn't for the color of her skin.
The death of 39-year-old Kira Johnson initiating the scrutiny after her husband filed a civil rights lawsuit against Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. It was later settled. Kira and her husband Charles, already parents to one son, a picture-perfect family, when she died after a scheduled C-section delivery of their second child in 2016.
After allowing my wife to bleed and suffer needlessly, while my family and myself begged and pleaded for them to simply just treat her with dignity and respect.
The case bolstered by this video deposition from Angelique Washington, a former surgical technician at Cedars-Sinai who was in Kira's operating room.
The room started to look like a murder scene, a crime scene. It started blood everywhere. I knew it didn't feel good.
The LA Times reporting on the investigation after reviewing a letter sent to Kira's husband Charles from the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, stating the department is reviewing the allegations. NBC News also obtaining the letter that says in part the HHS Office of Civil Rights, quote, is aware of allegations that Black women are provided a standard of care below what is provided to other women who are not Black when receiving health care services related to labor and delivery. HHS confirming the investigation to the LA Times. NBC News has not heard back from the department. The CDC says in 2021, the maternal mortality rate for Black women was 69.9 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's 2.6 times the rate for white women.
It has to do with racism in society, racism in healthcare, bias amongst healthcare professionals. So we're seeing a disproportionate number of deaths.
A Cedars-Sinai spokesperson declining to comment on the investigation, but telling NBC News Cedars-Sinai clinicians, leaders, and researchers have long been concerned with national disparities in Black maternal health, and we are proud of the work we've done and continue to do to address these issues. Kira's husband also filing a lawsuit against her doctor for gross negligence, receiving a $1 million settlement, and filing an additional suit against the hospital that was also settled. Johnson vowing that the pain his family has endured will shed light on the devastating consequences.
Kira's legacy will be that this is no longer allowed to happen anyplace.
Our thanks to Valerie for that important report. Well, since Charles Johnson went public with what happened to his wife, Kira, he's heard numerous stories of similar tragedies. He says he hopes this investigation will lead to change, not just at Cedars-Sinai, but at other hospitals and healthcare systems throughout the country.
Now to the story of a brave 6-year-old. The young girl sent a man running when he tried to abduct her in front of her Miami home. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has the details.
A courageous 6-year-old girl with a big bite. 6-year-old Allyric was sitting outside her Miami apartment by herself when police say this man grabbed her and tried to pull her into an SUV. Allyric telling NBC South Florida that's when she fought back.
On his arm? How hard did you bite him?
Real hard. After the bite, the man eventually gave up.
And then he threw me on the floor, started running back to his car and left.
Police say the 6-year-old and her siblings noticed a white SUV parked nearby earlier.
I already know because we never seen no white and black car.
After reviewing surveillance camera footage, authorities spotting a man and the car matching the description lurking around the apartment building before the attempted abduction and then fleeing. Using street cameras and a license plate reader, police tracking down and arresting 33-year-old Leonardo Venegas, according to an official police press release. He was arrested without bond on kidnapping and child abuse charges.
Just protect your kids and look over them. Keep a close eye on them because anything can happen in the blink of an eye.
Allyric's mother grateful her daughter's safe and proud of her bravery.
You know, some kids can't think quick like that, but I'm glad that she thought like that.
Maya Eaglin, thanks so much. While Allyric is safe, police say there might be other victims out there. Miami officials are asking anyone with information or tips to come forward.
Now, this next story might just make you yawn. It's a topic near and dear to our hearts working on a morning show. We're talking all things sleep. Some new research shows that women actually have a harder time falling and staying asleep. Today's show anchor Jenna Bush-Hager has all the sleepy details.
It's almost 2 in the morning. I'm not tired.
Reason I can't sleep, number 2,133.
I can fall asleep, I just don't stay asleep.
If you're a woman dealing with sleep issues, you aren't alone. According to a recent survey by the National Sleep Foundation, women are more likely to report trouble falling asleep and staying asleep than men, with the U.S. Office of Women's Health stating that 1 in 4 women has insomnia symptoms.
Women do experience many more sleep difficulties than do men.
Dr. Rebecca Robbins is a sleep expert at Harvard Medical School.
Women are a little bit more prone to feelings of worry, feelings of anxiety and depression. They're shouldering more household duties than a typical male, which generally creep into the workday, and then the workday spills into the evening, and then that spills into sleep.
Dr. Robbins says hormones play a big role in disrupting sleep, too. They can cause mood changes like increased feelings of anxiety and physical symptoms like cramps, which may disrupt sleep. Pregnancy and menopause can also cause physical symptoms like nausea and hot flashes that can negatively impact sleep. And we're not immune from it either.
I just toss and turn. Do you sleep well?
No, because there was a lot of turmoil. Sometimes kids don't go to sleep.
So what can you do to ensure a good night's sleep? Sleep experts say women should create a cool, dark, and quiet sleep environment. Set a strict time to start winding down for bed, including putting your phone down. Try relaxation techniques such as meditation or writing down your to-do list for the next day before bed. And if your partner snores, you may want to sleep in separate bedrooms.
If you're listening today and you're like, oh my gosh, there are hormones, there are environmental factors, all of these things are conspiring against me in my sleep. But do rest assured that if you're diligent, if you practice these healthy sleep strategies, you will be amazed.
Jenna Bush-Hager, thank you so much. Well, Dr. Robbins also said that if you are experiencing trouble sleeping consistently for more than 2 months, you should seek professional help. That happens to me where I'll fall asleep, but then staying asleep.
That can be a trouble. Like, I hate if I wake up in the middle of the night and can't get back to bed.
Oh my gosh, and I come up with the most ridiculous to-do lists. Like, I'll randomly have anxiety about, like, if my dog is caught up on her vaccines. That seriously happened to me recently. Okay. It's like I find anything.
All right,
so I
coming
appreciate
up,
that report.
We've got a fresh read on inflation breaking this morning.
Yeah, we'll break down the numbers with none other than Investopedia's Caleb Silver and our own Brian Chung, our financial news Avengers. What it all means for your bottom line next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man delivering.
All right, it just needs to.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back with some breaking economic data.
That's right. Inflation cooled to 3% in June over the year and 0.2% on the month. Well, here to help us make sense of all this, we have NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung at the Big Board and Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here at the desk with us. Good morning to you both. As always, we appreciate you on a morning like this. Brian, I'll start with you to just walk us through these numbers. Sounds like a little bit of good news. How does this compare to the previous month?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. The numbers are certainly encouraging when we see that the pace of price inflation is declining. So as you mentioned, 3%, that's how much prices rose between June of 2023 and June of 2022. That's a slower pace than the 4% that we had seen between May of this year and May of last year. But I want to point out, we're a year out from essentially what was peak inflation. So in June of 2022, the rate of inflation to June 2021 was 9.1%. Wow. So really, that shows quite a far fall, though I want to point out, this is still a positive number. So prices are still rising. They're just rising at a slower pace, which is encouraging news.
Caleb, let's get your reaction to this. 3%, is that surprising?
Yeah, well, we were expecting around that number. We came really, really close to a 2% handle on this number, which shows the impact of all those rate increases by the Federal Reserve. They're working. We were also also looking at real average hourly earnings. Comes out at the same time as the CPI report. The Fed's watching this too. That only climbed 0.2% last month, slower than prior months. So prices are coming down for consumers. Wages are slowing. Two things the Fed wants to see happen.
Brian, tell us also what specific categories are we seeing the biggest changes in?
Yeah, well, for this rate of inflation to go down, you're going to have to see some, slowing price increases in certain categories. And in the month, we did see it specifically in areas like food, for example. So it was a 0.2%. These are monthly changes, increase between April and May. Between May and June, it went up by 0.1%. And interestingly, food at home actually essentially went flatline. It's really food away from home dining out that got a little bit more expensive. Now, energy, we saw a decline between April and May because of gas prices going down. It didn't necessarily decline further, but it only went up by 0.6% between May and June. And I want to point out shelter. This is the most expensive thing for most budgets, right? It's the largest share, rent, mortgage payments. It went up by 0.6% between April and May, and it went up by a slower pace of 0.4% between May and June. And this is a big deal for a lot of American families because maybe this shows that the bleed through of higher rents and higher mortgage payments is starting to slow. We'll have to see whether or not that trend continues in the months to come.
And those high rents have been such a huge issue over the last year or so. So you mentioned the Fed. What does this probably mean now when they meet again? Are we going to see another interest rate hike? How much longer could it last?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 14 days, 5 hours, and 15 minutes. I'm not counting, you're counting. And they're probably going to raise rates again 0.25%. And this will probably be the last interest rate hike of the year. We may see some rate decreases at the end of the year even. So this may be it, what we call the terminal point of interest rates. We'll probably see that when the Fed meets in a couple of weeks. And that's it. And I think traders and investors have been anticipating this if you've seen the rally in the stock market.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Brian, Mr. Math, put a nice bow on this for us. What does this just mean for everyday Americans managing their bills?
Yeah, really quickly, I want to show you just kind of how far we've come specifically on these household items that a lot of people spend money on. Again, we're a year out from peak inflation. So where are we on categories like these things? Well, $2.71 for a dozen eggs. That has gone down to $2.22 now. And by the way, that was a lot higher in the middle of the year. You recall in the winter, it really spiked to $4 or $5 a dozen in some cases. Gasoline has gone down from $5.15 last year to $3.82 now. So that's encouraging as well for those that are traveling for the summer. Milk also declining. $4.15 last year. Now it's only $3.99. But again, not all categories decline. A loaf of bread actually increased from $1.69 to $1.94. So this is the kind of status of things that a lot of Americans are putting in their baskets a year out from peak inflation. Really important to recognize that, look, food prices is a major reason for why overall headline inflation has come down. But when you strip out those more core measures of inflation, that does remain high. The year-over-year measure is actually still quite high.
Brian, Caleb, what would we do without you? Thank you so much, as always, for reading in so quickly and being with us. We appreciate it.
We have more breaking news this morning out of Illinois, where at least 3 people were killed. Another 14 were injured in an overnight Greyhound bus crash.
Yeah, as you can see here on your screen, officials are still working through the horrific scene. State police say the accident happened around 2 o'clock in the morning when this bus slammed into 3 commercial vehicles that were parked on an exit ramp. The driver of the bus has been confirmed as one of the people hospitalized. It is still unclear what ultimately caused this accident.
Financial headlines now. It looks like inflation is hitting another aspect of American life, heading back to school.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us once again with that and some other money news. Hey, Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Well, inflation is weighing on back-to-school spending. Deloitte's annual survey, which is out today, finds shoppers plan to spend 10% less per student. The biggest declines are on clothes and technology. Shoppers cite inflation and their personal financial situation as primary reasons to cut back. The cost of school supplies has risen nearly 24% in the past 2 years. CVS Health says its Caremark prescription billing system is operational again after an issue caused delays for customers trying to fill their orders on Monday. Caremark is the nation's biggest drug benefit manager, handling prescriptions for millions of Americans. A CVS spokesman says there may be temporary delays as pharmacies work through a backlog. And General Mills is trying to make its products like Cheerios greener. It's paying Regrow Ag, a startup focused on renewable agriculture, to help in those efforts. Regrow uses satellite images, weather data, government maps, and on-the-ground reporting to create a computer model that knows how crops behave based on different conditions. Companies like General Mills are buying Regrow's software and offering it to farmers. Savannah Joe, back to you.
Cool.
Very cool. All right,
Yeah.
Pippa, thanks so much.
Thank you. Coming up, he is an American in London who's positively owning the court at Wimbledon.
After the break, Chris Eubanks' Cinderella story that's giving the U.S. hope for a win across the pond. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. New is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, this one might divide some people, but if you're devoted to Hallmark's Christmas movies, we might have the vacation for you. The network has announced its first ever Christmas-themed cruise. It's sailing in November. The Norwegian gem will be transformed into a winter wonderland for a journey from Miami to the Bahamas. Passengers can join in seasonal activities like Christmas cookie decorating, ugly sweater contests, and wine tasting. That's a new holiday activity. Some favorite actors from Hallmark holiday movies will be doing meet and greets, and fans can attend the premiere of a new Countdown to Christmas movie on board. I think only divided because I'm like this. I'm a little on boats. I know some people don't love cruises.
Right. It's
the Hallmark movie aspect, though.
you like.
I love. In fact, you viewer, you may remember that I had the absolute esteemed privilege of heading to I am with the snow machine.
She has one of these in her office now, by the way.
I wish. This was one of the best moments I've ever had on a shoot, getting to do this fake snow thing. It was, what was it, 102 degrees or something this day in Utah. This was so epic. It was so much fun. Actually, since we were just talking about this, I texted Casey, our mutual friend and producer, and I'm like, we need a Hallmark follow-up story this year. What are we going to do?
Perhaps you could go on a cruise.
You can all watch me have a panic attack.
I, before the pandemic, covered Christmas camp, where people went for a few days and learned how to make a charcuterie board and all that. It's kind of
so
fun.
cool, yeah.
Now do it on the water.
Yeah, I remember. Well, that woman who runs that, she's like all Christmas.
Yes,
all the time.
Christmas Karen.
Love it. All right, love it. Well, here's a story we are watching play out at Wimbledon.
27-year-old American Christopher Eubanks is on a Cinderella run, and this morning he he is making his first ever appearance in a major quarterfinal. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter is at Wimbledon with his story. Molly, good morning.
So cool.
Hey guys, good morning. It is so exciting, so much fun. And he actually hits the court in just about 20 minutes for his quarterfinal. And we're not the only ones watching. Queen Camilla inside on hand for the matches, and we will be cheering very loudly from out here. Take a look.
It's this year's Cinderella story.
I feel like I'm living a dream right now.
Unfolding at 127 miles per hour, lanky, towering at 6'7" with a massive serve. Fans can't take their eyes off of 27-year-old Christopher Eubanks, and he knows it. The last American man standing in the singles of Wimbledon. For the first time in his professional career, Eubanks is in the spotlight, America's homegrown superstar.
It's surreal. It's unbelievable. I can't believe this.
Catching fire after years in the minors. Not even a top-ranked junior player, born and raised in Atlanta, the son of a Baptist minister, also an early coach. He has kept the faith.
My dad got me into tennis because he liked tennis. He picked it up with his older brother, and then when my brother and I came along.
He played at Georgia Tech, but stuck with low pro rankings. Eubanks even took up a part-time tennis commentary gig. A year ago, ranking 163, and then something happened. He became unstoppable. As of this morning, ranking 43.
It's been, something that you dream about, but I think for me, I didn't really know if that dream would actually come true.
He won a grass tournament just a week before Wimbledon, but once he got here, he didn't even book a hotel for the full tournament.
The cancellation policies can be a little bit tough, and yesterday or 2 days ago, we said, let's just move it to next Friday, just to see.
With 23 aces, he beat the British #1 in front of a raucous home crowd, with some friendly faces mixed in. Beating world #5 earlier this week to battle his way into the quarterfinals. Today, gearing up for the biggest match of his life.
Now, guys, I love the hotel detail. He didn't even book the full Wimbledon tournament. He didn't even book himself a room. But also today, actually, in the women's single quarterfinal, American Madison Keys is facing off against Belarusian player Arina Sabalenka. That's going on right now. So we're hearing those cheers coming out. Big day for Americans, though, here in the quarterfinals, you guys.
No kidding. And I feel like moving forward, he's going to do the 2 weeks at the hotel.
I bet he should. He's so much fun to watch. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, Molly, it's still, I still am like, oh, when you say Queen Camilla, I feel like I haven't said or heard it that many times yet.
I know.
So cool that she's in there.
I know. She drove right by us, walked right in the royal box.
There you go. Awesome.
Cool. Molly, thank you.
Have fun.
Let's do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, happy Wednesday. So happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, July 12th. Easing inflation. New data shows consumer prices are now at their lowest level in more than 2 years. What this all means for your wallet and the health of the U.S. economy.
High stakes address. We're waiting to hear from President Biden this hour as the NATO summit comes to a close. The group's members pledging support, more support for Ukraine. But there are major questions about bringing the country into the alliance.
Road to recovery. Communities across Vermont are still reeling today after severe flooding devastated the state. Homes ripped apart and businesses destroyed. How people there are starting to clean up and rebuild.
Hollywood standoff. Another potential strike is threatening the entertainment business. This one from a union representing thousands of film and TV actors, where both sides stand with the deadline just hours away.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. It's good to have you with us. We're going to start with good news for the economy. New data released today shows inflation falling to its lowest level since March of 2021. Over the last year, prices have increased by 3%. It means prices are still rising, but at a slower rate than we've been seeing.
Last year at this time, inflation was at a whopping 9%. It's welcome news for our wallets, and Wall Street is loving it, too. You can see the green just all over the stock market today. That's boosting your 401k. That's because the Fed is considering raising interest rates again, but these new numbers could impact their decision. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, break down this data for us. What does it mean for the economy, as the Fed kind of indicated here?
Yeah, and Ellison, Vicky, by the way, that 9%, that was the peak of inflation from that chart that we just saw. But let's contextualize the numbers that we got this morning. As you mentioned, 3%. That's how much more prices increased between June of this year and June of last year. That's a slower pace than the 4% we saw in the May period, and much lower than the 9.1% we saw this time last year. Now, where did we see price changes by category? Well, we saw it specifically in these areas. So food essentially going sideways. These are monthly changes that you're looking at from April to May. It was 0.2% that food went up. It went only up by 0.1%, and food at home, groceries, went essentially flat. It's really food at restaurants that went up. We also saw shelter. This is the largest cost for most Americans, just putting a roof over your head. Mortgages and rent actually slowing in price increases to 0.4% in the month, although energy prices, gasoline did tick up a little bit, a 3.6% decline between April and May. It did go up by only 0.6% between May and June. And one last point I want to bring out here, again, we're a year out from peak inflation. We saw things like eggs decline in prices. It actually spiked in the winter, you recall, when it was $4, $5 a dozen. Also saw milk go down, although bread did go up from $1.69 a loaf to $1.94. Gasoline, this is a big one for Americans traveling this summer, dropping by over $1 between June of last year and June of this year. So some good signs for a lot of these staples that Americans are spending on.
Trending in the right direction, Brian. So the Federal Reserve will consider raising interest rates again later this month. That's going to impact how much we pay for car loans, for mortgages, and a lot more. Are we expecting rates to continue rising as we head into the second half of the year?
Yeah, well, policymakers at the Federal Reserve are going to very closely watch this report as they get into their next policy setting meeting at the end of the month. And I just want to take it back and rewind it to the yearly rise in prices. Again, the headline number is what they're looking at. Yes, it's encouraging that we saw that number come down to 3%, but economists say where's the really healthy level? It's at 2%. So we're not yet mission accomplished. We still have a ways to go. That's the reason why the Federal Reserve might likely raise again interest rates by 0.25 percentage points, as markets are expecting when they meet later on this month.
We'll be watching. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Thank you, Brian.
Nearly 80 million Americans are facing stifling heat that is still scorching cities from coast to coast today. Cities like Miami and El Paso have felt 3 straight weeks of triple-digit temperatures. This prolonged heat has led to over a dozen deaths already this summer. And in 2022, 148 deaths were blamed on extreme heat. That is according to the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration, also known as NOAA. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Miami for us. Kathy, what is the heat like in South Florida today, and what are we seeing across other states?
Hey, Ellison. Well, it is summertime here in Miami, so it is hot, but today we could be looking at a record if we reach 95 degrees, and we're getting pretty close to that. When you factor in the humidity right now, it feels closer to 101 degrees. That's a feels like temperature, and perhaps over the past 31 days, we've seen the heat index over 100 degrees. So we've been dealing with this stagnant, stifling heat for quite some time. And as you mentioned, it's not just South Florida that's baking, but folks in Texas and also California, they are sweltering as well. In fact, Death Valley could be reaching 130 degrees by this weekend. And yes, it's summertime. A lot of folks want to be outdoors and kind of enjoy these warmer temps, but it can get pretty dangerous. And health experts say that, look, you need to take a lot of breaks, try to find that AC, drink a whole lot of water, because when the heat index flirts with 105 degrees, you're more at risk of heat exhaustion or even heat stroke, especially if you're younger, older, and perhaps have some underlying health conditions. So all things that you should keep in mind. And it's not just the heat wave that we're experiencing on the ground here in Florida, Ellison. In fact, on the water, there is a marine heat wave. So off the coast, there are some spots in the Keys where water temps are anywhere in the mid-90s to upper 90s, which is 5 to 10 degrees above average. So something that's pretty unusual this time of year. And environmentalists are saying, look, it's a combination of this stifling and staggering weather pattern. Allison?
Kathy, is the federal government considering anything here to try and protect communities from the record-breaking heat?
So yesterday, the Biden administration announced that, look, there are a lot of heat waves. They're happening more frequently and they're becoming more intense. So they are putting a lot of resources into tackling this issue now and for the future. So they plan on putting some resources into NOAA, and they're going to be having research centers and getting some information, strategizing with vulnerable communities to better prepare them in these extreme conditions. Also, they plan on meeting with mayors and also local leaders all across the country to, once again, better prepare themselves for the future, especially when it comes to these extreme heat conditions. Allison?
NBC News correspondent Kathy Park live from Miami for us. Thank you.
Ellison, in about 30 minutes from now, President Biden is expected to speak as the NATO summit wraps up in Lithuania. This just hours after he met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky praised the U.S. for its continued military and financial support. He has also welcomed a new agreement to put Ukraine on a path toward joining the alliance. But the exact timeline of that deal, it is still unclear. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba is live in Lithuania for us this afternoon. Monica, great to see you. So we know Ukraine has been trying to join NATO for more than 15 years. President Biden has just recently said now is not the right time. It's a message he's reiterated because it would draw NATO into the current war. But others are saying that argument gives Russia an incentive to draw the war out even longer. Is there actually a viable path forward here for Ukraine?
It does seem that there will be eventually a path here, Vicki, and it was President Biden over the weekend who said Ukraine was not ready to join the NATO alliance specifically because of the ongoing war. But also the allies here at this summit in Vilnius, Lithuania, agreed that certain conditions need to be met by Ukraine when it comes to some democratic reforms and some security reforms. So while all of that needs to be finalized, as well as some kind of end to the ongoing war that's been raging now for more than 500 days, as you know, this is still something that President Zelensky arrived at this summit wanting more of a clear timetable on. But today, when he met with President Biden, he did sort of seem to change his tone. He was a lot more grateful in his words compared to yesterday when he was calling the lack of any certainty absurd and unprecedented. Here's a little more of what President Biden had to say in that face-to-face meeting that went double the amount of time we were expecting it to go, with the two leaders, of course, discussing a lot of topics.
All our allies agreed Ukraine's future lies in NATO, while Ukraine continues to make progress on necessary reforms. But we're not waiting for that process to be finished to make the long-term commitments that we're making to Ukraine's security.
And President Biden acknowledged some of President Zelensky's frustrations with certain things he's asked for during the course of this war. But President Zelensky did say thank you very much to the United States for agreeing to provide those controversial cluster munitions, which they have agreed to do in the near term. Vicki.
And Monica, we are waiting to hear from President Biden later this hour before he heads to Finland. This will be his keynote speech to NATO. So what are you expecting to hear from the president?
I think he's going to be wrapping together everything the U.S. is continuing to pledge and really to come together to talk about this broad show of support for Ukraine, continuing to say that that is completely unwavering and hearkening back to when the war started. I think we can expect President Biden to talk about what President Putin thought would happen when he was seeking to divide the West, in the words of White House officials, and that they are clearly standing together to try to show President Putin that nothing could be further from the truth now. Vicki and Nelson.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba in Lithuania. Thank you, Monica.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Americans whose credit scores spiked during the pandemic are now seeing them slip. Data from credit reporting company TransUnion shows those consumers are actually falling behind on their credit cards and personal loan payments at higher rates than previously expected.
CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer joins us now. Hey, Contessa, so during the pandemic, many Americans were able to save and pay down debt. Talk to us about why those same borrowers are now struggling so much to keep up with their loans.
Well, Vicki, Ellison, it makes sense, really, when you think about it, because you've got higher costs really putting pressure on household finances, and then higher interest rates, which are pushing up the monthly payments on credit cards and other loans. More than 25% of credit card users with a score below 600 moved up by an average of 88 points during the pandemic. They actually saw their credit improve, according to Intuit Credit Karma. And then nearly 40% of those users have dropped back to their pre-pandemic scores. All right, Farmers Insurance no longer will offer coverage in Florida, including home, auto, and other policies. It's expected to affect as many as 100,000 people. Farmers is the fourth big insurer to exit Florida this year alone. There was more than a dozen in the previous 2 years, as the state's insurance markets deal with, of course, weather threats, but also litigation costs and fraud costs as well. They are calling it the Avocado. Chipotle unveiled today a robot that can cut, core, and peel avocados. The company says normally it takes about 50 minutes for a person to make a batch of guac. The Avocado cuts that prep time in half. And the new robot option comes as the restaurant industry generally is facing a big labor shortage. So, I mean, nobody wants to do the prep anyway. All we want to do is eat the guacamole, right? The prep
Call it a win-win all around, right? Yes. They don't have enough people, and then this thing is super fast, and then you don't get the avocado hand that sends you to the ER.
Yes, that's true.
I'm telling you,
that's right.
First.
Yummy, all the things. All right, CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer, thank you.
Coming up, the Northeast is reeling from record-breaking flooding. We'll have a look at the state of emergency in Vermont, and we'll learn more about when we'll actually get a break from this extreme weather. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
The state of Vermont is still reeling after not just hours worth of unprecedented rain, but days worth of unprecedented torrential rain and flooding. It left homes deluged, cars submerged under the water, and major roads destroyed. More rain is expected to hit the state in the next several days, and it's worrying some local officials and residents who are still trying to pick up the pieces. NBC News correspondent Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Vermont's capital city. Lindsay, we've heard so many devastating stories from people in this area. People are processing what's happened to them. They're also trying to clean up. What are you hearing from people today?
I mean, Ellison, we've got 2 months worth of rain that fell in 36 hours. Feet of rain just submerged these businesses here in downtown Montpelier. And you can see the cleanup is well underway. I mean, they're just wringing out a mop here. Everything is caked in mud once you finally get that water out, and it's also really dusty here. So we know the nearby river crested. The waters are beginning to recede, which is great. There was a nearby dam that folks here were worried would go over the spillway. That didn't happen, so that's one less thing they have to worry about. But the damage is severe. We're talking weeks or months of cleanup here. We're talking businesses who don't know how they're going to be able to make ends meet here in the coming months because their livelihood is threatened. We've got sheetrock that has to be replaced. Again, they're still pumping out water. This is really day one of the cleanup effort. I talked to the co-owner of a salon and perfumery and the co-owner of a bookstore. You know, they prepared, they took merchandise off lower shelves, but there's really only so much you can do. Nobody expected this deluge of water. Let's listen to what they told me.
Even if this is a temporary pause, it's really hard. Either way, we're out of business for a while.
It's a big mess. We have a lot of people coming in to help us, but there's a ton of cleanup. Wet books are not an easy thing to clean up, and it's kind of heartbreaking looking at the books and throwing them away.
Ellison, the city is still under a boil water advisory, and the ground is so saturated, people are worried because there is now, that dust is impacting my throat. There's more rain forecast tomorrow, Ellison.
All right, NBC News correspondent Lindsay Reiser, we appreciate you being on the ground.
Well, Ellison, right now, a slow-motion landslide is leading to the collapse of a cluster of homes in Southern California, with the earth literally shifting under their feet. Homeowners have been forced to evacuate their homes in a matter of minutes. This all happening about 25 miles south of downtown L.A. That's where we find NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joining us live. Hey, Steve. So first, walk us through the damage that you are seeing there firsthand now. And when did homeowners start seeing signs that this landslide was happening?
Yeah, Vicki, there's no doubt about it. The damage is catastrophic. We're talking about 12 homes in this neighborhood that have been almost moving since the weekend. Red tagged, at least 10 moving again, sliding downhill continuously, maybe moving at least 20 feet since the weekend. 16 more on watch, on notice. Residents, of course, upset, looking for answers. This happened over the weekend. Saturday is when those residents started noticing cracks in their homes, started noticing cracks on the ground, called authorities. Authorities gave them 20 minutes. Imagine this, 20 minutes to gather everything you can and get out as fast as you can before condemning those homes. And so now the race is on to find a geologist to do a site survey to determine how this happened, but the damage is severe. I will say it's localized. You know, you're looking at the neighborhood behind me. There's hundreds of homes. This is only affecting a small area, but until a geologist gets out on scene, we don't know if more homes could be affected. That's why there's so many on watch as we speak. Vicki?
Steve, these homeowners are literally having their lives from inside out. How are they dealing with being evacuated, seeing their homes being destroyed? What are officials saying in terms of how widespread this might become?
Yeah, I mean, you know, homeowners, as you can imagine, are upset. I spoke to one guy that was very, very upset. He said there may have been warning signs to lead officials to let them know that something was happening, and so they want answers. Vicki?
All right, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Thank you so much, Steve.
Later this hour, how to deal with the terror that can be calling customer service. We've got some tips for you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
On the front lines in Ukraine, volunteer medics are risking it all to save the lives of those fighting against the Russian invasion.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has an amazing report showing us how this group of wartime paramedics who came from all walks of life are banding together to save people on the front lines.
This is the brutal reality of life on the front line. Soldiers under constant fire, patching up shrapnel wounds, at times tying their own tourniquets as they try to break through Russian defenses, clearing a maze of Russian trenches. This video posted 3 days ago of fighting near Bakhmut in the east, according to the Ukrainian military, where they say they're gaining ground. Soldiers who survived these frontline battles say the same thing. It's difficult to break through Russian defenses because they fortified them well. They were preparing for a year, 22-year-old Dimitro says. Shrapnel pierced his stomach, arm, and leg when his unit stormed Russian positions 2 weeks ago. 2 friends died. 43-year-old Volodymyr told me his unit liberated a village and crossed more than a mile into Russian-controlled territory.
How difficult is it to get through those defensive lines?
The most difficult thing is to move forward without communications. The Russians are jamming signals, and you're under constant fire by tanks, mortars, helicopters. He told me the most difficult thing was watching fellow soldiers being killed because, he said, we don't have the right resources to fight the Russians.
What kinds of injuries are you seeing among the soldiers who are coming back from the front lines?
Injuries from mines and explosive trauma is most common, this doctor told me. On the battlefield, even medics are in short supply. When asked which battalion this medic is from as he treats a wounded soldier, he says none. He's a hospitaler, part of a volunteer force of more than 300 combat-trained medics from all walks of life, an interior designer, a youth mentor, a web designer, all helping to treat and evacuate Ukraine's soldiers, ordinary people taking extraordinary risks. Tanya works on the front line. It's quite dangerous because we're very close to the Russian positions, she tells me, staging and sleeping just a mile away. She's had a few close calls. This was her team's transport vehicle. They don't have enough armored cars to use on every trip. Pavlo, a web designer, is on his first rotation with the hospitalers, working on this massive retrofitted bus, moving the wounded from hospitals near the front line to major medical centers in the nearest city.
What has it been like?
11 runs, 130 casualties. Yeah, it was busy.
The teams spend 2 weeks on call 24/7. On this day, they're changing over, the new team getting a quick run-through on the bus. A few short hours later, the real thing. 10 wounded soldiers, some with devastating injuries, in need of evacuation. This man lost his foot. Another has shrapnel wounds to the chest. The team does their best to make the patients comfortable before the bumpy, hours-long drive to a main city. The medics say the faces and stories of the wounded stay with them. For Pavlo, it's a 19-year-old patient who lost limbs.
Considering the amount of traumas, like the percentage of his body affected, he was so strong and brave that I just can't forget him, and I'm just thinking like how young he is. And he was a volunteer.
Do you worry about getting hurt? Do you think about your own life?
Of course, I understand something may happen to me, but Tanya told me, if everybody is afraid to be killed, then who would defend Ukraine? Who would save lives? That's my choice, and I understand that one day I may not wake up. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
Thanks to Kelly for shining a light on the work that these folks are doing. It really is God's work.
Amazing work. All right. Four American men are actually under arrest in Japan. They allegedly attempted to smuggle gold into that country.
Tokyo police say the men were carrying 105 kilograms of gold bars. Take a look. Worth about $6 million. That was coming from Thailand. This happened last September. Investigators say the men may have smuggled gold into Japan in the past in an effort to dodge import duties and taxes.
Up next, Iowa's new 6-week abortion ban, how supporters and critics are responding to its passage. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back now on this Wednesday. Glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. At least 3 people are dead and 14 injured after a crash involving a Greyhound bus and three tractor trailers in southern Illinois. The trucks were parked along a highway exit to a rest area near Highland, Illinois, when the Greyhound bus crashed into them. That is all according to police. All of those who died were passengers on the bus.
North Korea conducted an intercontinental ballistic missile test earlier today. The launch comes just days after they threatened the U.S. over what North Korea claims were spy planes entering their airspace. It flew for more than 600 miles, landing near Japanese waters. The White House condemned the launch and said it would take all necessary actions to ensure the security of the U.S., South Korea, and Japan.
And Microsoft says email accounts at multiple government agencies around the globe were recently broken into by a group of hackers based in China. An estimated 25 organizations were breached by the gang, who are known to target Western governments to spy on them. According to the U.S. government cybersecurity watchdog, one federal agency's email was breached in June, but they did not name which agency. Microsoft says the hackers were kicked out and no longer have access.
We begin this half hour in Iowa, where lawmakers passed a new ban on abortion late Tuesday night, making it illegal for women to have the procedure around 6 weeks. The state's governor says that she plans to sign the bill into law on Friday.
Hundreds of people showed up to the state's capitol yesterday to voice their opinion on those restrictive measures. Abortion in Iowa was previously legal up to 20 weeks into pregnancy. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is live in Des Moines, Iowa for us. Shaq, walk us through the details of this new law and big picture politically. What's the political atmosphere there like right now that it has actually passed the state legislature?
Well, I can tell you it is still tense. There is still lots of reaction. In just the past half hour or so, a group of abortion providers, including Planned Parenthood, filed a lawsuit against the state to try to temporarily block enforcement of this 6-week, roughly, abortion ban. You mentioned it will take effect immediately after the governor signs this legislation. She says she'll sign it on Friday. So you have a group of abortion providers asking the courts to step in and block any enforcement of that, which could take place again as soon as Friday. What this law does, it bans abortions after roughly 6 weeks. That's the point when doctors say women usually don't even know that they're pregnant. There are some exemptions for cases of rape and incest if reported and for the life of the mother. But again, we're just learning in the past couple of minutes or so that there is an attempt at this point to put a hold on this law. We don't know where that will go.
If that attempt is not successful, once the governor signs the bill this Friday, what does it mean if you're a woman with an appointment at a clinic in the state for an abortion, Shaq?
That was a question that I asked multiple doctors yesterday, the day before. There's still some uncertainty there. What many clinics have done already is moved some appointments that were scheduled for later this week, that are scheduled for next week. They moved them up to this week before that ban passed the legislature. We also know that Planned Parenthood, other abortion providers in this state, they have started looking at out-of-state options. One thing that is clear is that even before this ban was passed, there was an impact that it was having on women who were seeking that care. Last year, the state of Minnesota saw a dramatic increase, almost 3 times as many Iowans traveling to Minnesota for abortion care. That is a trend that most people expect will only continue and grow in the future.
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster live in Iowa for us. Shaq, thank you.
Microsoft founder and billionaire Bill Gates is out with a new warning about the growing risks of artificial intelligence.
In a blog post yesterday, he wrote that he has some real concerns about AI. But Gates also said he is confident the world is ready to deal with the challenges. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward is here with us now. Jake, good to have you. So Gates focuses on short-term risks in this piece. He laid out 5 major areas of concern. What are they?
Well, he basically ticked through the kinds of things that you and I, have talked about so many times, you guys. He started off with the risk of misinformation on the eve of the 2024 election cycle. How is it going to be accelerated by AI? He talked about the aiding of cyber attacks and hackers being supercharged by AI. Of course, there's the risk of taking away jobs. There's the inherent bias that has been built into so many of these systems, as study after study has shown. And, the worry that our kids aren't going to be learning because they're going to start using ChatGPT to do their schoolwork. But in each case, what's so interesting is while he says there are understandable risks here, he over and over again seeks to sort of reassure people that we've already gotten on top of a lot of these problems and we're going to do pretty well. I have to say the experts and the studies that I've been reading ever since he came out with this, they don't seem to agree with him.
Yeah, he called this the most transformative innovation of our time. It always strikes me that when we talk about these op-eds, these things of warnings that people have signed, that the people who are writing them, signing them, they are the ones that seem to be in a position to do something to mitigate risk, to make it better. Where's the balance here?
Isn't that funny, Allison, right? I mean, this is the thing, is you've got Bill Gates sort of, talking here as this sort of independent academic-style observer, but he's not that, right? He's a Microsoft co-founder.
He's involved.
He's involved, and he is directly investing right now in AI companies. Just recently, he invested in a company called Inflection AI. That's a personal assistant system, and he talked very proudly about how he thinks that kind of technology could blow away Amazon, blow away Google.
Wow.
This guy is putting a lot of money into it. So the experts I've been speaking to basically say, until someone who does not stand to make money off AI tells us not to worry about it, we should all keep our eyes open.
And we will stay tuned to your reporting, which has really helped walk us through a lot of these issues. All right, Jake Ward.
Thanks, Jake.
Well, Amazon Prime Day, it ends today, and while many shoppers rely on reviews to decide whether to make a purchase, not all of those reviews are legitimate.
Yeah, Linda Bacchiero from NBC New York takes us through how to spot those fake reviews.
Amazon Prime Day scored $12 billion in sales last year for the online retail giant. Shoppers often relying on reviews. But are they all reliable?
If I see there are very few reviews or a few reviews, 5 or 10 reviews, I'll look at them cautiously.
Look for how many people have reviewed and what is the star.
Safety in numbers. Trust when many people are saying something.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says as many as 40% of online reviews are fake. Amazon says it uses AI technology to hunt for fake reviews and tells us it blocked 200 million last year alone. The Federal Trade Commission now proposing a rule to stop marketers from paying for positive reviews. If they do, they could face civil penalties. In the meantime, there are some free tools to help consumers spot fake reviews. Review Meta combs through Amazon, and FakeSpot analyzes billions of reviews across several retail sites. Saud Khalifa is founder and CEO of FakeSpot.
We provide a grading system. It's an A to F kind of a grading system. The A grade means there's a majority of trustworthy reviews. F means there's a majority of reviews that you should look with a closer eye.
He says certain products tend to be targets.
Things like USB cables have a very high preponderance of fake reviews. And last I checked, it was about 45% of the reviews in that category would be unreliable.
So what can you do to spot a potentially fake review? The FTC says look for information on a product from a variety of sources. Watch out if there's a sudden burst of reviews on a particular item. And keep in mind that a negative review could also be fake to harm a competitor. And when reviews are mostly positive, FakeSpot has this suggestion.
Take a look at the negative reviews or even the 3-star, the mid-level reviews, and try to see what the problems are with the product. The price may be really good, but if it breaks within 1 week, then you're not going to be really satisfied with that.
If you spot a fake review on a product, you can use the report link on Amazon. Linda Baccaro for NBC News Daily.
1/3 of Americans say they are willing to wait on hold for a customer service agent for roughly 6 minutes, but the average hold time is more than 17 minutes. Whether you need to talk to the internet company or get a refund, it can be a long and infuriating process. Vicki is here with some specific tips that can help you get the outcome you want faster. Vicki, we are in the thick of summer travel season, which means higher chances of flight delays and cancellations. So what can people do if their vacation plans take a hit?
You talk about those minutes. Don't they feel like dog minutes? Like each minute on hold seems like 20 minutes. So here's the thing, Ellison. If you're at the airport and your flight is being delayed or canceled, I want you to act fast and multitask. As you're walking over to customer service or the self-serve kiosk or the lounge, if you're a fancy member of an airport lounge, you also want to be on the phone calling the customer service line and trying to rebook your flight on the app. Enlist help from your other family members if you're traveling with them. Have them research other flight options, other nearby destinations, even flights on other airlines so that when you get through to someone in customer service, you can present some options. You also want to know your rights and read the fine print, both when you purchase those tickets and when it comes to refunds and any protections your credit card might also offer you for travel, so you can advocate for yourself. And also keep in mind, Ellison, if you book through a third party like Expedia, you're going to have to look to them for customer service help, not the airline.
So do you have any tips for people who are on a call and are like, I just want to talk to a human being? How can we talk to someone quicker?
I know, we always talk like hit dial 000 or pound. Some of these companies have kind of gotten onto that, so that doesn't always work. So start by researching or Googling a more specific number. For example, if you want the Marriott Hotel's rebooking number, put that into the internet search engine and see if you get a number that's not just the general customer service. If there's an international number for customers, you could try that. Just beware that if you're calling an international code, your cell phone provider might charge you more. Could be worth it, though, if you get to someone quicker. Oprima dos para español. If you speak another language, select that language option on the phone menu. Often you'll get to someone quicker that way. And if ever they say, hey, would you like to place a new order or start new service, press the number, because that will get you in touch with a salesperson, a human being, very quickly. Then from there, be polite. See if you can get transferred over to customer service. And timing is everything. Wednesdays and Thursdays, you're going to get through 7% faster. Sunday is technically the best day overall if customer service is open that day. And TalkDesk says, whatever you do, try to call before noon.
All right, Vicki Nguyen, some wonderfully helpful tips. Thank you so much. Straight ahead, Taylor Swift is doing it again, breaking Ticketmaster, why they're struggling to meet the demand for the international leg of her tour. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Pre-sale tickets for the international leg of Taylor Swift's Era tours are on sale right now, but fans are having deja vu as Ticketmaster struggles again to keep up with the demand.
No, this is not what we wanted to hear. Ticketmaster actually had to pause sales for the shows in France because of what they're calling a glitch. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on the fans' frustration.
Seeing the Eras Tour live is a dream for so many Swifties around the world. But it's hard to do just that, as Ticketmaster's troubles selling Taylor Swift tickets have now also emerged abroad in Europe. On Tuesday, the company paused sales to Swift's 6 shows in Paris and Lyon, France next year. Ticketmaster says an issue with a third-party provider is to blame, adding, as soon as we saw fans experiencing issues, queues were paused. All codes not used to purchase tickets will remain valid.
I got the lucky space of 463,506. When I got that email a few hours later saying that the entire site was, that they're pausing ticket sales, that was very shocking.
This dilemma hard to shake off for Swifties that watched the Eras Tour Ticketmaster meltdown unfold in the U.S. last fall.
I had the tickets in my cart, the exact tickets that I wanted, and then I spent the entire 10-minute countdown trying to log in.
Zoe McCormick lives in Paris and says she took off work Tuesday to purchase Eras Tour tickets.
I was so sad, so disappointed that this was happening again after everything that had happened in the U.S.
Last November, Ticketmaster ultimately canceled the general sale for Swift's United States tour after a massive pre-sale rush and bot attacks caused the site to glitch. Some fans waited for hours in virtual queues only to see error codes sending them to the back of the virtual line. For many, eventual heartbreak.
This is history here. We've never seen the demand
for this kind of tour before. A Ticketmaster can only afford to blow this so many times.
Ticketmaster's technical issues and control of the market, even taking center stage at a Senate hearing earlier this year.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
I can still make the whole place shimmer. For now, Swifties are staying hopeful, saying they'll be enchanted if they can just land a ticket.
I just want to be there and I want to dance with my friends. I'm still staying positive.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
All right, well, it is a Hollywood crisis as the Screen Actors Guild prepares to strike. The Guild has agreed to mediations with top studio leaders, but they have not pushed their midnight deadline, saying, quote, time is running out.
Yeah, if SAG were to go on strike, they would join the writers' strike, which began in May. The move would also mark the first time in, get this, 60 years that Hollywood has seen a double strike. Let's bring in entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon, to break down this impending drama. So, Chris, we've heard that studio heads have actually brought in federal mediators to try to deal with this, which sounds
pretty crazy.
Crazy to me. I'm like, am I crazy?
This content's that important, though.
Yeah, I mean, are people optimistic that something can get done? It seems like bringing that in, that's what they
I'll be honest, I'm not optimistic. It's important to know that the SAG-AFTRA is kind of going against the AMPTP. They're the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. They represent 350 of the biggest companies, so Paramount, Sony Pictures, Universal Films, streamers, and networks. So it's pretty significant to get all of these major conglomerates to come together and agree upon these terms. They're going to affect their bottom line. Streaming has kind of come in upended the business model. So to make this work, to make SAG-AFTRA happy, make the Writers Guild happy, they have to come off a lot of money, and most streamers just aren't profitable. They're making a ton of money, they're spending a ton, but they're not profitable.
And it's not just streaming that's disrupted things, right? AI is another factor. Talk to us about the issues that these stakeholders can't seem to agree on.
So a few things. There's higher wages. So right now, the season back in the day for like a network TV show was 22 episodes. Now it's about 8 episodes. So they want to get paid the same per season because these shows still are getting Emmy nominated, tons of buzz for streamers, better benefits, better streaming residuals. So you're getting paid on the back end when it goes into syndication. And like for Netflix, it's already in syndication. If it's global, it's already syndication. You want to have better residuals, protection from AI, which is already happening. The Indiana Jones film's out right now. The first half hour of it is Harrison Ford via AI. And then also self-tape audition regulation. So these are pretty significant things to try to work through. And I don't think they're going to have an agreement tonight.
So if there is a situation, the double strike, first time in 60 years, what does that mean for those of us who really enjoy watching TV and movies?
We have a famine of content. There's not going to be a whole lot of content coming out from the streamers, also films hitting theaters. That's going to be affected by SAG-AFTRA. We will see a lot more reality competition shows coming out, like The Ultimatum, Love is Blind, and probably a bunch more reruns.
Right.
These streamers have a big IP of content that they kind of bring up from 20 years ago, which is kind of cool. Discovering shows that you missed, and some stuff that came out the past 5 years was big budget. They can kind of find a way to resurface that.
So this is your time to get caught up on all that stuff you missed if we don't get any new content.
I know. I'm going to go crazy, y'all, because you know I love a new show.
Yeah. What's your old, like, if they do, let's just play it. What if you would go back? What's your one you're going to watch? Boy Meets World? Like, what's the vibe?
Ooh, like from back in the day. I would say if you missed The Office, watch that one.
The Office,
I love
that.
The Office right now.
All right. CEO of Pop Viewers, thank you so much, Chris Witherspoon. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, it is the unsung hero of the English language, the period. You might just think of it as the dot that ends our sentences and finishes our thoughts.
But not for Gen Zers. For Gen Zers, the period can pack an unintended punch. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist shows us how this punctuation is evolving in the digital age.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Winter is coming.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Okay, so here we have three common quotes. I admit some more famous than others. Why did we put them together? What do they have in common? Nothing. Nothing except one little thing. Yeah, that right there. The period. That little dot that ends every sentence, at least according to your grammar teacher. Conclusive, declarative, 1/3 of an ellipsis, the end of a thought, and indeed an afterthought, at least to some, but not all, because for an entire generation, the period is not just punctuation. It leaves a mark.
It definitely is a thing. I would assume that either they're really proper or they're mad at me.
Meet Femi and Barbu and Pato, students at Rutgers University, all Generation Z, all prolific texters.
I feel like I don't know how to end this sentence. Is it a period? Is it an emoji? Or is it like, sometimes I'll just do like another exclamation point, or like maybe I just leave it with no punctuation or no emoji.
Just one period. More than one period would be like if I'm saying I'm upset, period, it's gonna be like I'm upset.
Upset because apparently a message with a period sends the wrong message.
Where you put periods, commas, even exclamation points can completely change the way that I read a text message.
If I say, we need to talk with a period, that's completely different than we need to talk.
Gen Zers everywhere seem to agree the period is making everything too final, too formal, too serious. So says Professor Mark Beal.
Yeah, Gen Zers have told me, period, you gotta be careful with the period.
Yeah, I feel like they have an attitude.
They tell me that, because someone might think I'm mad or I'm angry.
That would definitely be like very passive aggressive.
That's one expert opinion, but we decided we needed others.
Right, so if you get a text message like this, how do you interpret that?
Like I'm in trouble of some kind.
Okay, and if you get one like this, how do you interpret that?
Even worse, like I'm in more trouble than I was before.
Okay, so if you get a text,
that's a good one.
I hope you have fun, exclamation point. That's a good one.
Yeah.
And if you get that one?
Again, an abrupt end, so I would take that as I hope you don't have fun.
Wow, complete opposite, huh? All right.
By this point, you may be thinking, enough, Aaron, it's just a period. So what if Gen Zers don't use it? Who really cares? Sorry, just a second. Hello?
Hi, Aaron. I'm Laurel McKenzie. I'm a linguist at NYU.
So, Laurel, what's going on here?
Anytime that language changes tend to be driven by the young. So on the face of it, it's not that different from slang. So young people start using a new slang term in a new way, and old people are befuddled. You can go back hundreds of years and find people complaining about how young kids are speaking these days.
So, is the period finished, or can it be saved, negating its nefarious notoriety, its perceived penchant for perniciousness? Professor Beal?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think in this, as we're going into more informal communication, if that's the proper term, texting, Slack, and other channels, I think the rules may be being put aside for let's just get the point across.
Some are hard-pressed to agree, but maybe, just maybe, they have a point. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Okay, I admit I was skeptical going into that piece, and Aaron really laid it out and helped me understand.
Fantastic work. That was amazing, and I am going to be overthinking every single text now.
All right.
Aaron,
when in doubt, don't put a period.
That was amazing. All right. Here is what's trending right now. We are getting our first look at the new Willy Wonka origin story starring Timothée Chalamet. Wonka will be a prequel to the 70s classic. The film will feature fantastical song and dance and is set to be released December 15th.
Can't wait. Plus, Marvel sharing a first look at Deadpool 3. Comic fans rejoicing over Deadpool and Wolverine teaming up, with Ryan Reynolds returning as the character, of course, Deadpool, and Hugh Jackman as the X-Man character. Images show us a fight between the two in front of the old 20th Century Fox logo. That film comes out next year, May 3rd.
I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, July 12th, making his case. President Biden addressing world leaders in Lithuania before heading to Finland for the final leg of his European trip. We're going to break down his high-stakes speech that is highlighting the strength of the NATO alliance.
Relentless heat. It's another scorcher today across parts of the south and west coast. Some areas could see record highs yet again. How communities are dealing with the deadly heat wave and when temperatures could finally start to drop.
Growing threat. Bill Gates is now sounding the alarm about the risks of artificial intelligence, but he's also staying optimistic. Why the billionaire says the world is prepared to manage the new problems.
Benefits of boredom. Many parents think their children need to stay busy, especially during the summer, but it turns out that might not be the case. Why some experts say letting your kids get a little bored can actually be a good thing.
I'm a big believer in that. All right, we welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with breaking news out of the NATO summit in Lithuania. Right now, President Biden is delivering his keynote address before he leaves for Finland. He is reiterating the United States' commitment to Ukraine as Russia's war inches closer to NATO's doorstep. President Biden says the alliance is stronger today than ever.
Speaking earlier today, Mr. Biden promised to support Kyiv for, quote, as long as that takes. The president also sat down with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. They discussed trying to chart a path forward and help Kyiv join the NATO alliance. Eventually, the exact timeline of that deal is still unclear. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily joins us now from Washington, D.C. Mike, what have we heard so far from President Biden?
Well, one of the reasons why President Biden has really put such an emphasis on unifying and expanding NATO is because of what we have already seen in terms of NATO expansion in the past. And Lithuania is a perfect example of that. So as he has begun his remarks just in the past few minutes, President Biden is pointing to the host country for this NATO summit, Lithuania, which itself has resisted Soviet, now Russian efforts to try to trample on its own democracy. Lithuania is one of those so-called Bucharest 9 members of the alliance that has been most concerned and pushing the rest of the NATO alliance to try to make sure they're doing everything they can to support Ukraine, because the concern has always been, if Ukraine is allowed to fall to Russian aggression, so could potentially some of these other bordering countries to Ukraine. So the president, as he's finishing his attendance there at the NATO summit in Lithuania, preparing to head to one of the newest members of NATO, Finland, touting the example of Lithuania at a time when they've obviously made some significant announcements as it relates to Ukraine and continued support for their efforts to fight off Russia's aggression.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli in Lithuania for us. Thank you, Mike.
Today, nearly 80 million Americans across the country are under heat alerts as a relentless heat wave rages on.
Now, some cities entering their third straight week of triple-digit temperatures. We are less than halfway through the month, and July has already had multiple record-breaking days of heat. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Miami with our report. And Kathy, what are the temperatures looking like across those hardest-hit cities today?
Hey there, Vicki. So right now here in Miami, it's summertime. It is hot, but we have already broken a record. It's 95 degrees here in Miami. When you factor in the humidity, it feels closer to 104 degrees. And for the past 31 days, the heat index has been at least 100 degrees or even hotter. So we've been kind of sitting in this stagnant heat dome for quite some time now. But it's not just South Florida experiencing this extreme heat. Folks in California, also in Texas, they are sweltering as well. We just learned that Death Valley could be approaching 130 degrees by this weekend. And, you know, it is summertime. A lot of folks want to enjoy the outdoors, but you do have to be pretty cautious because things could get dangerous. In fact, when the heat index reaches 105 degrees, you are at risk of heat exhaustion or heat stroke, especially if you're in the categories of being young, elderly, or have underlying health conditions. So you do want to take it easy. But Vicki, it's not just the heat wave that we're experiencing here on the ground, but there is a marine heat wave here in the state of Florida as well. Some spots off the coast, they are clocking in at mid to upper 90s, which is 5 to 10 degrees above average. And experts are saying that it's just this stagnant weather pattern that we continue to see here in the region.
Kathy, is the federal government planning to step in here to try to alleviate some of the issues people are facing under the extreme heat, especially since this seems to be something that will be consistent moving forward?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ellison. So the Biden administration, they recognize that these heat waves are going to be more intense and prolonged. So they are putting more resources into communities that have these extended heat waves. So they're putting more money into NOAA, and they're going to be creating research centers and tackling these issues, especially in vulnerable communities, to make them more resilient to heat waves. Also, they're going to be holding summits and meetings with local leaders and mayors, talking about ways their own communities can be more prepared for heat waves in the future.
Kathy, do we have any idea when temperatures are expected to let up?
That's a great question. I looked here in Miami. It looks like it will stay in the 90s at least through the week. Perhaps the climate unit will have some better news.
All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, stay dry, cool if you can. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being out there.
Well, today we have some good news for the economy. Inflation fell to its lowest level since March of 2021. It rose 3% in June. That means prices still rising, but at a slower rate than we have been seeing. Last year at this time, inflation peaked at 9%. That was a 40-year record.
Yeah, the news sparking a rally on Wall Street, sending stocks higher. That's because the Federal Reserve is set to raise interest rates again. But this report could potentially impact their plans. Here to break all of it down is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, Put this in plain language for us. What do all these numbers mean for the average person's wallet?
Yeah, well, let me try. So the weather is hot, but the inflation numbers are cool. And we saw the numbers come down a little bit in terms of the year-over-year changes in prices. As you mentioned, 3%. That's how much more things got expensive in June 2023 compared to June of 2022. That's a slower pace than the 4% that we saw in May. And by the way, much slower than the 9.1% pace of price increases we saw in June of 2022. That was the peak. So we've come down quite far, although the Federal Reserve and other economists say really where we want to be is closer to 2%. So we're going to have to continue to watch those threads.
Brian, where are we seeing the biggest price changes that actually will impact our everyday spending?
Yeah, well, I've got the slides right here in terms of the categories that we break out in the Consumer Price Index. You can see food and shelter. Yes, the prices are going up, but they're going up at a slower pace than we've seen in prior months. These are monthly changes. So food went up between April and May by 0.2%. It slowed to 0.1%. Shelter, this is the largest cost for most American households, going from 0.6% between April and May to 0.4% between May and June. The one place where we did see prices go up was in energy. That's because gasoline prices did go up. It was down almost 4% between April and May, up 0.6% between May and June. But I want to show you the yearly changes when it comes to the prices that we actually see at the pump. You can see right here, $3.82. That's over $1 cheaper than we saw this time last year. Eggs and milk also got cheaper, $2.71 to $2.22, $4.15 to $4. But bread did get more expensive, $1.69 to $1.94, showing the nuances. Some things going down, some things going up.
So, Brian, let's talk about the Federal Reserve. I guess there's an argument to be made looking at these numbers that the interest rates that they were raising in the past, it has been successful. But when we look ahead, we're expecting them to keep raising the interest rate. But is there any chance they could look at this new report and say, hey, we've done enough, never mind?
Yeah, Allison, the short story there is that the Federal Reserve is likely looking at this and saying, well, it's not going to change our thinking here. They've slowed the pace of price increases. And as I flip it and reverse it back to this slide right here, again, this is improvement, certainly. But the Fed, again, wants to see 2% on the headline number. And also in another measure, which is when they strip out, essentially, there's more volatile components like energy and like food. They haven't gotten there yet, which is the reason why markets are pricing in the chance that they'll have to further raise interest rates again, likely by 0.25 percentage point when they meet in just about 2 weeks.
Flipping it and reversing it. We see you. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Starter homes, they could be a thing of the past. 48% of last year's home buyers between the ages of 18 and 24 said they plan to stay in their first homes for at least 16 years. That's according to the National Association of Realtors.
That is a long time. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. So, Dominic, until now, homeowners would typically live in that first home, that starter home, for 3 to 7 years. So why are younger Americans saying, we got to stay put, we're going to stay put longer?
All right, it's a pretty easy and short answer, Vicki, Ellison, to that point. It is just rising mortgage rates. The average rate right now for a home loan is around 6.8%. But almost 2/3 of homeowners have a rate that's lower than 4% because they've bought or refinanced in the last 3 years. Now, according to mortgage analytics firm Black Knight, those numbers are kind of behind it. So the concept of trading up becomes a lot more expensive if you have to do so at those higher rates. So why not just stay put for longer, especially if your mortgage rate is already fixed at those lower levels. Also, Google is facing a potential class action lawsuit which claims the company improperly scraped vast amounts of data from the internet to train its AI systems. Now, the complaint accuses Google of violating privacy and property rights by doing those types of scraping activities. The lawsuit claims Google could owe more than $5 billion if found liable. The company's general counsel calls the claims baseless and says American law is clearly on Google's side. And Domino's Pizza reversing a long-held policy not to work with delivery apps. It will now put its menu on Uber Eats and Postmates as well, while still continuing its delivery on its own. The Domino's CEO says the goal is to generate $1 billion in new sales. The program is expected to roll out, by the way, nationwide by the end of this year. So I guess it's all about the options for consumers. Ultimately, I guess if you have that many more ways to get food to you, you tend to do it more. And so that's what these restaurant CEOs are all hoping, ladies.
$1 billion.
A lot of pizza.
Yeah, $1 billion sales. Dom, aren't they the ones, too, that were going to do the geotagging so they could, like, bring the pizza to you on the beach or at the park or whatever?
Yes, they were. And not just so. This is Domino's trying to expand that. And by the way, if you take a look at the way things have shaped out for the pizza business, huge pandemic tailwind. exploded, right? But starting to fade a little bit right now, so they're trying to find more avenues for growth. I will tell you that I'm one of those folks who likes to save money on pizza, so I actually go and pick it up because it's slightly cheaper at Domino's to pick it up than it is to get it delivered.
You know what was most surprising to me about that first story, to backtrack here? Not that people are staying in their first home so long, but the fact that they said home buyers between the ages of 18 and 24.
Who are those people?
I would love to meet them. That is good on you.
Right. Let me just put it this way. You want to talk about another ripple effect, ladies?
Yeah.
The people in suburban neighborhoods, you move there to have kids in school. A lot of these new families cannot find houses for sale because the people, even with their kids out of school now, are still staying in their homes. So it's upsetting the real estate cycle in all different ways.
Fascinating. There are so many layers to it. You did a great report in Atlanta related to all of that.
Yeah, build to rent.
All right, it's NBC senior markets correspondent Dominique Chu. Thank you.
Thanks, Dom. Well, a little girl fought back against a man trying to kidnap her, and she won. How that 6-year-old was able to escape when we come back. You don't want to miss it. We're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Back now with the story of a brave young girl in Miami who survived a kidnapping attempt. Police arrested the man who tried to take the 6-year-old outside of her home. NBC's Maya Eaglin has more on how that little girl escaped.
A courageous 6-year-old girl with a big bite. 6-year-old Allyric was sitting outside her Miami apartment by herself when police say this man grabbed her and tried to pull her into an SUV. Allyric telling NBC South Florida that's when she fought back.
I bit him right here.
On his arm? How hard did you bite him?
Real hard. After the bite, the man eventually gave up.
And then he threw me on the floor, started running back to his car, and left.
Police say the 6-year-old and her siblings noticed a white SUV parked nearby earlier.
I already know because we never seen no white and black car.
After reviewing surveillance camera footage, authorities spotting a man and the car matching the description lurking around the apartment building before the attempted abduction and then fleeing. Using street cameras and a license plate reader, police tracking down and arresting 33-year-old Leonardo Venegas, a according to an official police press release. He was arrested without bond on kidnapping and child abuse charges.
Just protect your kids and look over them. Keep a close eye on them because anything can happen in the blink of an eye.
Alyric's mother grateful her daughter's safe and proud of her bravery.
You know, some kids can't think quick like that, but I'm glad that she thought like that.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Really smart and brave. We want to turn now to Iowa, where lawmakers passed a new ban on abortion, which makes it illegal for women to have an abortion right around 6 weeks. Before this, abortion in Iowa was legal up until 20 weeks into a pregnancy. The state's governor plans to sign the bill into law on Friday. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is live in Des Moines, Iowa for us today. So, Shaq, break down the details of this new law and how are people there reacting today?
Hi there. Well, I'll tell you, there is already immediate reaction in terms of, or in the form of a lawsuit. Planned Parenthood, a group of abortion providers suing the state, trying to get a temporary hold ordered by the court on this abortion ban. Governor Reynolds is expected to sign this abortion ban into law on Friday. They're hoping that a court intervenes before then to stop enforcement of this ban. As for the details of the law, you mentioned that it will stop abortions, it will make them illegal after 6 weeks. There are some exemptions in the law, including for cases of rape and incest if reported, and to protect the life of a mother. That's one thing that you're hearing a lot of doctors say it's not clear in terms of how far they can go and when they can intervene if there's concern about the life of a mother. But a lot of reaction right now, the biggest so far, is in the form of that lawsuit.
Shaq, you talked with supporters and critics of the bill yesterday at the state capitol during this basically a special legislative session. What were they saying?
Yeah, I'll let you listen right to them. There were a lot of people here at the state capitol, folks on both sides of this issue. Listen to what they told me.
This is a states' rights issue, and it belongs to the people in Iowa. It doesn't belong to the people outside the state.
I really would love to see no abortion at all, but where we're at right now, I think it's a good compromise.
It's pretty demoralizing for those of us that take care of women to have the potential of losing the ability to practice full spectrum care.
Definitely a range of emotion. You're hearing more people express that even today. We'll continue to see what happens and what impact this has on this state that's going to be important when you talk about presidential politics. Guys?
Shaq, before you go, practically speaking, what does this mean for women who have appointments at abortion clinics right now?
I just in the past few minutes talked to an abortion nurse. She said that at the clinic, they're already moving up appointments that were scheduled for later this week, scheduled for next week. They're also talking with patients who are seeking abortion care about out-of-state options. One thing that we've seen is that even the debate of this legislation has had an impact. We know that 3 times the number of Iowans have traveled to Minnesota in the last year seeking that abortion care. So you're going to continue to see that impact in this state.
All right, Shaq Brewster, thank you so much.
One of the biggest names in tech is highlighting the risks that come with the rise of artificial intelligence. Coming up, we'll tell you why Bill Gates also says there's reason to be optimistic.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly 7 million Americans over the age of 65 live with Alzheimer's. It is a disease that can severely impact brain function, but now there could be some hope for patients who get that diagnosis early.
For the first time ever, the FDA has fully approved a new drug that can slow the effects of Alzheimer's. However, there's still some big questions around its long-term efficacy as well as its safety. Today, special anchor Maria Shriver spoke with some experts and has everything you need to know about the drug.
Some call it a revolution in Alzheimer's treatment.
This gives hope. It's momentous.
For the first time in history, the FDA giving full approval to a drug that targets the underlying causes of Alzheimer's. It's called lecanemab, or the brand name Leqembi. It's a twice-a-month infusion treatment for people in the earliest stages of the disease, suffering from mild cognitive impairment. They make up about 1/3 of all Alzheimer's patients. The drug works by reducing amyloid plaques in the brain, which researchers say may be a root cause of Alzheimer's. In a study of nearly 1,800 people with early Alzheimer's, the drug slowed cognitive decline in patients by 27% over a year and a half. Dr. Joanne Pike is CEO of the Alzheimer's Association.
This is pivotal.
But it also should be cautioned that this is not reversing Alzheimer's. This is not going to slow it down if you're a year or 2 years into your journey, correct?
This is not a cure, correct. And in fact, it slows down progress at the earliest stages for a period of time.
Patient Zell Bachnick says the drug has given him more time with his wife, Gail, before his mind fades away.
Taking this drug has given me a lot of confidence.
Zell's memory had been declining for years. Diagnosed with early Alzheimer's, he joined the study and has been getting lecanemab infusions every 2 weeks for the last 2 years. Since he began treatment, tests show his cognitive abilities haven't declined at all, allowing him at age 89 to continue his active lifestyle.
You may get shocked, but I still ski winter skiing. And I'm looking forward to this winter coming up.
You ski?
Yes, downhill skiing.
But he's not allowed to do double diamonds or moguls anymore.
Lecanemab does come with risks. In the clinical trial, 12% of patients had brain swelling and 17% brain bleeding. Dr. Jason Karlowicz is an Alzheimer's expert at the University of Pennsylvania.
Many people hear brain bleed, swelling of the brain, and go like, whoa, not for me. Why would anybody want to do that?
I'm concerned, but I would dampen that immediate fear. These can be detected before they cause harm.
But he says that will require rigorous pre-screening of patients, and once on the drug, close monitoring of them for adverse effects. Experts say lecanemab is not appropriate for anyone in the more advanced stages of Alzheimer's and could be dangerous for those on blood thinners or who carry the APOE4 Alzheimer's gene.
There can be harms to people. In the absence of a skilled practitioner, in the absence of a well-educated patient and family, you don't know their APOE genotype, which raises the risk. Things could go wrong really bad.
Long-term, the drug's safety and efficacy are still unknown, and it's expensive, around $26,000 a year, though full FDA approval means Medicare will cover it, with some conditions. While it's not a cure, the Bachnicks say the drug gives families like them something they desperately need, a ray of light in the long and dark tunnel of this disease.
It gives people hope that there is life after these diagnoses, that you can move forward.
Our thanks to today's special anchor Maria Shriver for that report.
A hospital in California is in hot water. Up next, we will tell you why it is facing a federal civil rights investigation for the way it treats black women giving birth at their hospital. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues after this.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
We're back now on this Wednesday. Happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. President Biden just wrapped up his keynote speech at the NATO summit in Lithuania. He reaffirmed America's support for Ukraine and directly called out Russian President Vladimir Putin for his brutal invasion.
When Putin and his craven lust for land and power unleashed his brutal war on Ukraine, he was betting NATO would break apart. He was betting NATO would break. He thought our unity would shatter at the first testing. He thought Democratic leaders would be weak, but he thought wrong.
A new study shows high levels of a chemical irritant were in the air for weeks following the Ohio train derailment in February. Levels of the irritant, called acrolein, were up to 6 times higher than they were before the disaster. Low levels of exposure can lead to slow breathing and burning in the nose and throat. Officials told residents in the area it was safe to return to their homes just 5 days after that derailment.
And a record number of LGBTQ+ athletes are set to compete in this year's Women's World Cup. 87 out players will be on the field. That is more than double what there was at the last competition back in 2019. The 2023 Women's World Cup kicks off later this month, and get this, Australia and New Zealand.
All right, that's going to be exciting.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to turn to some other news now. There's a slow-moving landslide near Los Angeles that is forcing people from their homes.
At least a dozen homes have been marked as unsafe after the ground began to shift Saturday, cracking walls and collapsing roofs. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Rolling Hills Estate. So, Steve, first, talk to us about the damage that you're seeing firsthand now. And is the evacuation zone, is that going to grow in size?
Yeah, I mean, you know, my producer described it better than I could, which is like an elevator dropping. That's the eye level of these houses. You would normally be seeing windows and doors. Instead, you're now seeing rooftops. They've sunken that low, and they continuously slide at least 20 feet since when this started this weekend. A lot of the backs of them are now falling into a ravine that is behind the home. So it is just widespread devastation. I will say it's localized to only about maybe a handful of homes, 20 or so. 12 have been red tagged. Another 10 are sliding. 16 are on watch. It's a big enough area, but the rest of the neighborhood mostly unaffected. At least that's what officials think. We won't truly know that until there's a geology report to determine what exactly is happening and how much of the earth is impacted. So, yes, the size of this footprint could grow easily, especially if things like the water main, the electricity is affected on some of the other houses that are nearby, guys.
Steve, have you been able to talk to any of those homeowners? I mean, in some of the video, we could see two people standing just looking at all of the destruction. How are people coping?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, you can imagine seeing your home one day standing and then the next day it's sunken into the earth and watching it day by day move, literally. One guy I spoke to, his name is Weber. He's been living here for quite a while now. He said every day it's another 10 feet that he sees the foundation of his home move, and his home is gone. It's a total loss. So he's already dealing with that and telling me that there may have been warning signs before all of this happened. This is him. Listen to this.
I'm angry people have dropped the ball because there was indication that in April something might have happened. And no one alerted us, and at least we could take more valuable out of the house.
Again, to really determine that, it's going to require a survey. Hopefully those people getting on scene now, taking that site survey, getting that information to homeowners as they seek relief in all this. Guys, back to you.
All right, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson, thank you. The risks of artificial intelligence are real, artificial intelligence. The other risk is not saying it correctly, but that will work on. Apparently those risks, though, they're manageable. That at least is the new message from Microsoft founder and billionaire Bill Gates.
Yeah, he put up a blog post yesterday and laid out some of his greatest concerns, but he also expressed a lot of optimism about the new technology. We've got NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward here to help us. So, Jacob, good to see you.
Hi.
Gates basically laid out 5 areas of concern, right? But overall, his message is positive. First, walk us through what he says are the cons of AI.
Yeah, sure. So in this blog post, he lays out these 5 categories. Fears about misinformation being amplified during the 2024 cycle, that cyber attacks and hackers will be supercharged by AI, that jobs will disappear over time, that biases will be perpetuated by these technologies because the large language models tend to pick up how we behave on the internet. And as you know, we're a little ugly on the internet. And, you know, that it'll take away the ability of kids to really learn from their schoolwork because more and more we're seeing everybody from students all the way up to lawyers using ChatGPT to impersonate expertise. And as you mentioned, you know, his tone is pretty optimistic here. He basically says time and again, we have solved these kinds of problems in the past. We'll be able to do it again in the future. I've been speaking to experts and reading studies that basically say that may be a little optimistic. A lot of this stuff is uncharted territory. And, you know, this is a guy who personally invests in these companies. So perhaps he's not the academic voice we should be listening to.
Yeah. When you're looking at an article from someone like him, do any of these tech geniuses, if you will, who are talking about the risks and saying, hey, we can manage it, do they have any sort of plan for how we balance it?
You know, they don't, except that they bring up, you know, the need for business and government to work together. In the past, when I've really dug in with tech leaders, they tend to say, oh, well, you know, government should sort of keep their hands off as much as possible. We in the tech industry understand this stuff best, and we should regulate it. Gates seems to suggest that there should be some, you know, partnership there, but really firm, ideas that he has about that, those weren't in this blog post.
Quickly, before you go, we're hearing that just minutes ago, Elon Musk announced on Twitter that he's launching a new company called XAI. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so at this point, we don't know exactly what it is. He says it's going to be about understanding the nature of reality, so it's a really focused and specific task there. What he has done, however, is announced the long list of employees, and they are all AI and large language model people. They're people who worked on Google's DeepMind, on OpenAI. This is probably the competitor to OpenAI and ChatGPT that we've been expecting from Musk for some time.
All right.
NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward, thank you.
Thank you. Well, Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles is now facing a civil rights investigation over its care for Black mothers during childbirth. This probe launched after a lawsuit was filed by the family of a woman who died after giving birth at that hospital.
Yeah, they say the hospital didn't provide adequate care for her because she was Black. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more on the investigation.
A California hospital is facing a federal civil rights investigation for the way it treats Black women giving birth there.
My wife would be here with her boys if it wasn't for the color of her skin.
The death of 39-year-old Kira Johnson initiating the scrutiny after her husband filed a civil rights lawsuit against Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. It was later settled. Kira and her husband Charles, already parents to one son, a picture-perfect family, when she died after a scheduled C-section delivery of their second child in 2016.
After allowing my wife to bleed and suffer needlessly, while my family and myself begged and pleaded for them to simply just treat her with dignity and respect.
The case bolstered by this video deposition from Angelique Washington, a former surgical technician at Cedars-Sinai who was in Kira's operating room.
The room started to look like a murder scene, a crime scene. It started blood everywhere. I knew it didn't feel good.
The LA Times reporting on the investigation after reviewing a letter sent to Kira's husband Charles from the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, stating the department is reviewing the allegations. NBC News also obtaining the letter that says in part the HHS Office of Civil Rights, quote, is aware of allegations that Black women are provided a standard of care below what is provided to other women who are not Black when receiving health care services related to labor and delivery. The CDC says in 2021, the maternal mortality rate for Black women was 69.9 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's 2.6 times the rate for white women.
It has to do with racism in society, racism in healthcare, bias amongst healthcare professionals. So we're seeing a disproportionate number of deaths.
A Cedars-Sinai spokesperson declining to comment on the investigation, but telling NBC News Cedars-Sinai clinicians, leaders, and researchers have long been concerned with national disparities in Black maternal health, and we are proud of the work we've done and continue to do to address these issues. Kira's husband also filing a lawsuit against her doctor for gross negligence, receiving a $1 million settlement, and filing an additional suit against the hospital that was also settled. Johnson vowing that the pain his family has endured will shed light on the devastating consequences.
Kira's legacy will be that this is no longer allowed to happen anyplace.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Leslie Van Houten, the convicted killer and member of the Manson family that terrorized Los Angeles back in the 60s and 70s, has been released on parole.
Van Houten served more than 50 years in prison for murdering a supermarket executive and his wife at the age of 19. Here's NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson with the controversial release that is sparking a lot of outrage.
Convicted murderer Leslie Van Houten, one of Charles Manson's most famous followers, is out of prison. Van Houten was released to parole supervision on Tuesday in Los Angeles. The 73-year-old had been serving a life sentence after she was convicted for the gruesome killings of Lino and Rosemary LaBianca in 1969. Her parole request had been rejected 5 other times amid family members' outrage at the possibility she could walk free.
I want her to stay in jail the rest of her life.
It was part of a string of cult murders, all at Manson's direction, including pregnant actress Sharon Tate and 4 others at the home of Tate and her husband, director Roman Polanski. Van Houten, then aged 19, wasn't there for the Tate murders, but the next day she and other followers broke into the LaBianca's house and stabbed the couple multiple times. Van Houten was originally sentenced to death. That was reversed on appeal and changed to a life sentence. Though Governor Gavin Newsom had rejected parole in the past, his office now telling KNBC the governor is disappointed by the Court of Appeals decision to release Ms. Van Houten, but will not pursue further action as efforts to further appeal are unlikely to succeed. Van Houten speaking to ABC about Manson.
You know, it didn't happen overnight. He spent a lot of time taking middle-class girls and remolding them.
Charles Manson died in prison, but he and the Manson family have continued to capture the attention of the country and live on in pop culture, including the 2019 hit Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
You are...
I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business.
Now the real-life impact being felt by those left behind.
I really do not believe that anyone who kills two people, and especially having in such a brutal manner, should ever be let out of prison.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Well, with school out for the summer, some kids might be getting bored during break. But up next, we're going to tell you why experts say that might not be a bad thing. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, today we are talking about boredom and why it can actually be a good thing for your child. According to a 2017 Gallup survey, 21% of parents say they don't know what to do when their child is bored.
But development experts say that letting kids figure out what to do with boredom can lead to creativity and self-discovery. Clinical psychologist Dr. Kelly Ruggles joins us now with more. Dr. Ruggles, tell us more about the benefits of boredom.
So there are actually quite a few benefits of boredom. You mentioned a couple of them already, one of them being creativity and imagination. When your children are bored, it forces them to come up with new ideas and figure out ways to entertain themselves, which builds problem-solving skills and imaginative play. It also engages them in understanding themselves, right? They're more likely to discover who they are and what their interests are when they have some free time and are forced to figure out how to fill it. And then lastly, it builds resilience. Being bored is hard and sometimes it's frustrating, and so it teaches kids how to deal with uncomfortable situations and how to tolerate a little distress, which is really important long term.
I love that, and it makes so much sense. In our house, if someone says, I'm bored, we say, only boring people are bored. I mean, that's probably not the best response. What do you say to your kids when they're bored? How do you help them learn to embrace their boredom?
So this is definitely easier said than done, but when your kids are bored, you're really going to want to validate that experience for them. Validate the fact that it is hard to be bored, but that you know they're capable of doing hard things. And then, you know, help them come up with ideas. If your kid's not used to having free time, you might have to jump in to jumpstart some of those ideas, but make sure that you step back out because you really want them to practice. So don't get sucked into solving it for them.
So let's talk about tablets, iPhones, iPads. As a parent, you might not always have the time or really the energy to plan out a host of activities you already are doing and juggling so many things. Is it okay to give a kid a cell phone or a tablet to play with if they're bored? And is there a way to give it to them and maybe help it spur more creativity or just be a bit more of a productive experience?
Absolutely. It's okay to give your kids a screen. We all know as parents that it's hard to just keep your kids entertained all the time. But again, set some limits on that so that they're used to having time to fill on their own. Get them in the habit of having free time so that it's not always on you to fix it for them.
Is there any chance that when your kids say that they are bored, if they're bored all the time, what are some of the negative effects or impacts that you should be looking at that are perhaps red flags that go beyond just boredom?
Well, when kids say they're bored, they don't always mean the word bored. Sometimes when they say they're bored, what they're really saying is they want some more time with their parents, that they haven't had enough time to hang out one-on-one with them. It might mean that they want some change in the routine. Maybe they've been doing the same thing over and over and they want to switch things up. Or it could mean that they want some more independence. They want to be able to choose what they do in their free time rather than having everything so structured and laid out for them.
On the other hand, what if your child is in a state of just feeling incredibly overstimulated and you're noticing that they're just kind of in a sensory overload space? How can you help them deal?
Absolutely. Schedule in that free time, right? This is the kind of stuff that you have to do in advance when you're looking at your child's schedule to make sure that you are regularly building in free time so that they don't get to the point where there's too much going on and they can't emotionally handle it. So always make sure that you're building in free time, even when we're not on summer break during the school year.
And, you know, Dr. Ruggles, there's this movement of parents, like, they're really involved. They're really playing with their kids all of the time. Growing up, that wasn't really the case for some of us. Our parents left us to our own devices. At what point are you know, how do you strike that balance?
Yeah, I think, again, you're right. A lot of us didn't grow up with our parents spending as much time as we might try to spend with our kids. And so what we want to do is we want to take the lessons that we learned from our parents, but do it in a new way. So, again, build in more free time, spend time when you can, but make sure you're giving them time to spend on their own.
All right, Dr. Kelly Ruggles, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Doctor. You're watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Women are leading the charge to help some professional sports organizations become more inclusive.
NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis shows us how the city of Seattle is setting the example as a progressive sports town by pushing for more representation.
She's at the forefront of bringing big events to one of the country's fastest growing cities.
It's a huge catalyst for the revitalization of all of our cities, frankly, post-pandemic.
Beth Knox, who runs the Seattle Sports Commission, is thrilled about winning the crown jewel event in baseball for the first time in more than 2 decades.
Major League Baseball has awarded the 2023 All-Star Game to Seattle and the Seattle Mariners.
The All-Star Game at T-Mobile Park, home of the Seattle Mariners. And she's not the only female power player in Seattle's sports world, a world typically dominated by men. Katie Griggs runs the business behind the Mariners.
I am incredibly passionate about people.
2 years ago, she took over business operations for the team, becoming the first woman ever in that role for a Major League Baseball team. Her goal? Become the most progressive team in the sport. One way she's doing that, putting together a diverse committee that includes several women to pull off the premier event.
We really wanted to put together a group of emerging leaders who would look at this event holistically through many different lenses.
That's included hosting the Jenny Finch Classic for softball players from urban areas, the first ever showcase for players from HBCUs, a camp for a Native American tribal school in the area, free events like the drone show and movie nights for people who can't afford the expensive tickets for the game. Griggs says adding diverse voices like hers means a better experience for fans.
I think it's really good for the sport. I think it's really good for sports in general to ensure that leadership reflects our fan base.
But progress of getting women in the room is slow. A recent report card by the University of Central Florida gives Major League Baseball the worst grade among major men's American sports. America's pastime has a long way to go, with women making up only about a quarter of senior administrators. Those numbers are even lower for top executive positions. But some pro teams are catching on. The Miami Marlins just became the first team in American men's pro sports to have women run the baseball and business side of things. And in football, the Las Vegas Raiders have made Sandra Douglas Morgan the first black woman to run an NFL team. But it's in Seattle where women are really running the sports show. At the University of Washington, the WNBA's Seattle Storm and the NFL's Seattle Seahawks.
These women, in my experience, are very passionate about getting things done. But it's really about making the region a better place. And I love working with people who have that kind of passion and determination.
Seattle will stay in the sports spotlight, hosting the NHL's Winter Classic on New Year's Day, and NCAA Men's Basketball Regional in 2 years, and World Cup matches in 2026.
There's a lot of great aspects to Seattle. You can walk to the stadiums. So it's a special environment that is especially conducive to these large sporting events.
As for women helping to define men's sports, Griggs says gender parity is coming.
I see a path in the future to having a lot greater representation of our fans.
Rahema Ellis, NBC News.
Here's what's trending now. Tennis star Naomi Osaka announcing the birth of her first child. The 4-time Grand Slam single champion welcoming a little baby girl with boyfriend rapper Cordae. The couple had previously announced they were expecting back in January. A source confirmed to People that Osaka is doing well. While there's no word yet on the baby's name, Osaka said she would opt for a more, quote, unique name rather than a traditional one.
Well, after much debate, the upcoming Barbie movie will be shown in the Philippines. The movie's release was in question because of a controversial scene showing a drawing of the South China Sea. Well, the country is now asking Warner Brothers to blur the scene with that map. It comes after Vietnam actually did ban the film because of the same map. Barbie is set for a worldwide release next Friday.
And Jets fans, get ready. The New York Jets will be featured on HBO's hit show Hard Knocks this year. The docuseries chooses one NFL team each year and films the team going through training camp and preseason. The Jets have already made some major headlines this offseason with the addition of superstar quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Other teams considered for Hard Knocks this year included the Chicago Bears and the New Orleans Saints.
People will be excited to watch that.
Absolutely. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. The news continues after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, July 12th, 2023, red alert. Tens of millions of Americans suffering through yet another day of blistering heat. Some states even breaking heat index records. How long these sweltering temperatures are expected to last.
Cash crunch. New numbers show inflation is easing across America. What the data means for your bottom line.
On the edge, homes in a California community on the verge of collapsing. What's being done to help the people who live there?
And Microsoft Outlook. Bill Gates speaks out on the true dangers of artificial intelligence. What you need to know about the potential threat.
It is 11 a.m. in Las Vegas, 1 p.m. in Tupelo, 2 p.m. in New York. Glad to be with you.
Yes, we're going to begin this hour with the extreme weather that's upending lives across the country. Right now, 80 million people from Florida to California are under heat alerts. Historically high temperatures are hanging over Texas and Arizona. In Florida, Miami is breaking records for yet another day with the heat index in the triple digits.
At the same time, Vermont and New York State are cleaning up after historic flooding. In Vermont's capital city, one of the biggest issues right now is tremendous amounts of debris and mud covering the roads. That's making getting help to those who need it that much more difficult. And take a look at this. That's Ludlow, Vermont. Train tracks are suspended in midair. Flash floodwaters ripped through the community, completely washing out the land that used to be underneath that train track.
Just incredible. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by, and NBC's Lindsay Reiser is in Vermont. Though let's begin with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She's in Miami, where word on the street is it feels like 105 degrees right now. So, Kathy, how are you doing out there, and how are people dealing with the heat today?
Hey, Zinkley. Yeah, I can attest to that. It definitely feels like 105 degrees out here. It's sweltering. It feels like a sauna when you factor in that humidity. And here in Miami, we've already matched a record that we saw back in 1981, already 95 degrees. But yeah, it's that humidity, that stifling heat that just makes matters worse. And over the past 31 days, we've seen a heat index here greater than 100 degrees. So it's a stagnant, stifling weather pattern that we've been seeing for quite some time now. It's uncomfortable standing here, but can you imagine what it's like working in these conditions? Well, we had a chance to catch up with some roofers here in the Miami region exposed to these conditions day in and day out. Here's how they're staying cool. Take a listen.
The humidity is what kills you. I usually wet my wrist and my neck. Those are the cool down areas for me. That works for me.
And we should note that the heat can really take a toll on your health as well if you're not careful. When the heat index is hovering close to 105 degrees, you're more at risk of heat exhaustion, even heat stroke. So you do want to take those breaks, drink plenty of water. And I do want to make another point here in Florida. It's not just the heat wave we're experiencing here on the ground, but also there's a marine heat wave as well, where the temperature off the coast in some spots, it's record breaking. In fact, it's closer to mid to the upper 90s. That's 5 to 10 degrees above average. I'm getting the wrap here, so back to you guys.
But it's above normal for the water temperature. Kathy, thank you so much. Yeah. Let's bring in Bill Cairns. Bill, why is it so oppressive, this heat, and why is it lasting so long?
Well, the marine heat wave isn't helping, along with above average temperatures in the Gulf and the Atlantic. Just went under an excessive heat warning in the Dallas area that was just issued. So we got Sacramento, Phoenix, Vegas, Dallas, Oklahoma City, all in excessive heat warnings. And right now, 80 million people have some kind of heat alerts that are being issued by the National Weather Service. That's 1 out of every 4 Americans. It's already 98 in Dallas, 97 in Amarillo. Phoenix, you're on your way to 110 once again. El Paso will break 100, and Miami's currently at 94. So we're really going to focus the next couple of days. The really dangerous stuff is going to be in the Southwest. So Phoenix today, 112. Palm Springs, 113. Every single day, we're going to get a little bit warmer. 114 in Phoenix, Vegas at 109. And then as we head into the upcoming weekend, we're going to come close to challenging the all-time hottest temperature ever recorded in Las Vegas. It's 117. Notice Sunday is 116. And if we don't do it Sunday, we have a chance on Monday also. So this heat wave is not going to break anytime soon.
Oh, no break for anyone.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, Bill, thank you. Let's now go to NBC's Lindsay Reiser. She's in Montpelier, Vermont. Lindsay, how are recovery efforts going there at this point?
Well, the sun is shining. The water has receded. This time yesterday, people were canoeing here in downtown Montpelier, but you can see what is left. Everything is just caked in mud. If it's not wet and muddy, it is dusty. And so it is just business after business, really starting with the assessment and the cleanup today. Some businesses are telling me they don't even know if they're going to be able to open up again, if it's even going to be worth it. That's how bad this was. You know, people are prepared for this, but they weren't expecting the deluge that they got. Like this bookstore that we talked to here. I mean, they got 3.5 feet of water inside. So all of those books gone. Let's go ahead and listen to the co-owner of this bookstore and what she told me.
It's a big mess. We have a lot of people coming in to help us, but there's a ton of cleanup. Wet books are not an easy thing to clean up, and it's kind of heartbreaking looking at the books and throwing them away.
State officials say there have been more than 200 rescues since Sunday. So far, no fatalities reported. Luckily, we are expecting more rain tomorrow, but officials say they believe the waters have receded enough and that the area can take it. Back to you guys.
Lindsay, I was in that bookstore last summer. I ate tacos on that street and stayed in a hotel. It's a beautiful town. I hope everybody gets to get life back to normal eventually. Lindsay, thank you. Well, we are following some breaking news overseas. Just moments ago, President Biden delivered a major speech on the future of NATO. The president says the alliance is more united than ever after the summit in Lithuania. Biden's speech comes hours after his meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Ukraine still does not have a clear timeline on when it could join NATO. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us from Lithuania today. Josh, support for Ukraine was a big theme in President Biden's speech. What did he say about NATO's role moving forward?
Well, Kate, a big part of this speech was an opportunity for President Biden to review the past and these 500-plus days of war. The president really praising NATO for having rallied behind Ukraine and also praising the resilience of the Ukrainian people. But President Biden also using this speech here in Vilnius to try to cast forward to what comes next, saying that President Putin remains making this bet that eventually Western support for Ukraine is going to erode. He said President Putin of Russia still has made a bad bet and that nothing is going to change in terms of continued U.S. and NATO support for Ukraine. Take a listen.
After nearly a year and a half of Russia's forces committing terrible atrocities, including crimes against humanity, the people of Ukraine remain unbroken. Our commitment to Ukraine will not weaken. We will stand for liberty and freedom today, tomorrow, and for as long as it takes.
President Biden also meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky, who, as you pointed out, had expressed a lot of frustration about the fact that he is not walking away from this summit with a clear timeline of when Ukraine will be in NATO. But he is walking away with other major wins for Ukraine, including a commitment to basically shorten the process for Ukraine getting into NATO. They're not going to have to go through some of the hoops they were going to have to before. He's also getting major long-term security commitments from the group of 7 allies to be a bridge from now until Ukraine's eventual NATO membership. And he also got a commitment that training on F-16s that the West is going to be providing to Ukraine will start next month. The president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, saying that it was a successful meeting with Biden, that it lasted more than twice as long as he had anticipated, and that he feels good about what Ukraine was able to accomplish here in Lithuania.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Lithuania. Josh, thank you.
We've got important news this hour about your money. New economic data show inflation is hitting its lowest levels in years, but the price you pay remains stubbornly high. Here's the breakdown. The June Consumer Price Index is up 3%. That's compared to this time last year. But month to month, it rose just 0.2%. Both numbers are slightly lower than what economists predicted. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to break it all down for us. So, Brian, can you just walk us through what these numbers mean, both the good and the bad?
Yeah, well, as is the case with numbers, you got to contextualize it. So that 3% yearly rate, that is significantly down from the 9% that we saw in June of 2022 and lower than the 4% that we saw in May. So where did we see the price changes? If you break it out by category, you can see that we actually saw some flattening in terms of food prices, for example, where these are the monthly changes that you're looking at. In June, it went up by just 0.1%. That's slower than the 0.2% we saw in the month prior. Same story with shelter, the cost of rent and also mortgages. That slowed in June compared to May as well. But prices did go up in energy, where gasoline did tick up, but it remains below the prices that we saw this time last year. These are the yearly changes that you're looking at. You could see eggs and gasoline did get cheaper. Milk got cheaper as well, but bread did go up, underscoring how not everything is getting cheaper, but a lot of categories certainly are, especially in food and energy, Sinclair.
Yeah, and Brian, I mean, every time we talk about inflation, we also talk about the Federal Reserve. I know they're set to meet again in just 2 weeks. So could today's report and those inflation numbers have any impact on potential interest rate hikes?
Yeah, with all econ stories, it's impossible not to talk about the Federal Reserve. But the expectation is that the Federal Reserve will look at this report and say, look, it's good that that yearly rate of inflation is coming down, but where they really want to see it is closer to 2%. So even coming down to 3% isn't quite there yet. They paused in the last meeting in June, but markets are pricing in the odds that they'll raise interest rates again by 0.25 percentage point when they meet at the end of this month. We'll have to follow up in about 2 weeks, Sinclair.
Yeah, we know you'll stay on it. Brian Chung, thank you.
A popular baby store is closing all of its locations, and Chipotle unveils a new machine.
Ooh, I'm curious. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi. Well, let's start with a group of lawmakers led by Senator Elizabeth Warren. They're urging the Biden administration to investigate whether tax-prepped software companies illegally funneled data on millions of customers to Meta and Google. The companies under scrutiny: H&R Block, TaxSlayer, and TaxAct. Meta and Google tell CNBC its policies clearly prohibit the practice, but H&R Block also says it takes privacy seriously and has taken steps to prevent it from happening. No comment from the other companies. Bye-bye baby stores are going to disappear for good. CNBC has learned that a last-ditch effort failed to save the company recently owned by the now bankrupt Bed Bath & Beyond. Brand management firm Go Global Retail was trying to buy the beloved chain, but its CEO says they just couldn't reach an agreement. Bye-bye. And they're calling it the Avocado. Yes, Avocado. Chipotle unveiling today a robot that can cut, core, and peel avocados. The company says it normally takes about 50 minutes for a person to make a batch of guac, a big batch, but the Avocado cuts the prep time in half. The new robot option comes as the restaurant industry faces a big labor shortage. And of course, I would assume no avocado hands, which is a big thing in the ER. You slice your hands, which happens quite often.
It's a no-no. And I can attest, Chipotle was my first job out of high school, I gotta say, or in my senior year of high school, and it does take a long time to cut those avocados. So I'm sure
peel them and core them.
It's too much. So we welcome that change. Christina,
you did Chipotle. I was a sandwich artist when I was 14,
Look
15.
at that. Team of many talents.
Subway. Okay.
All right.
I
was an ice cream scooper.
We got the whole thing.
Friendly.
Dinner, lunch, and a little dessert. Christina Partsinevelos, thank you.
Coming up, the slow motion disaster that has an entire California neighborhood on edge.
Plus, the investigation into a crash involving a Greyhound bus that left 3 people dead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Do the summertime.
Jurors are likely to begin deciding today whether the convicted shooter at a Pittsburgh synagogue will get the death penalty or life in prison. The prosecution is arguing for the death penalty. The defense wants him to remain behind bars. Last month, the jury found the gunman guilty on all counts over the shooting deaths of 11 people at the Tree of Life synagogue back in 2018. It's believed to be the deadliest attack on Jewish Americans in U.S. history. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins me now. Rahema, what were the final messages from the prosecution and the defense in closing arguments?
Well, the defense is still making its closing arguments, but in this morning and as we're into the afternoon, what they're saying essentially is the defense is saying that his client is mentally disturbed, mentally ill, but the prosecution is saying that we've got a man who was intentionally criminal. Prosecution is arguing that what he did was intentional, that he targeted Jews, that he had rants on the internet wanting to do away with Jews, and that he went in heavily armed with an AR-15 and over 700 rounds of ammunition. And because of that, they think he should be eligible for the death penalty. The defense is saying, on the other hand, that he has a brain impairment, he's schizophrenic, and for those reasons, his life should be spared. Kate?
And do we have any idea how long it'll take for this to wrap up and when the jury might get the case?
The thinking is that the arguments will be finished today and the jury will begin to deliberate. No one knows how long it will take them to come to a conclusion, but they have to be unanimous if they are going to find him eligible for the death penalty. If they don't find that, then the judge would then sentence him to life in prison. Kate?
All right, Rahema Ellis for us. Rahema, thanks.
At least 3 people are dead and more than a dozen others are hurt after the Greyhound bus they were riding crashed. It happened early this morning on Interstate 70 in Madison County, Illinois. That's near the Missouri border, about 40 miles outside of St. Louis, Missouri. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now with the latest. So, Stephen, a lot of people ride Greyhound buses. How exactly did this incident happen?
Yeah, scary stuff here, Zen Clay. We know that this started with one of those large Greyhound buses hitting 3 parked semi-trucks that were along a rest area's exit ramp there on I-70 near Highland, Illinois, about 40 minutes away from St. Louis. 3 people, as you mentioned, did die in that crash. But as far as what actually caused that bus to initially veer over and hit those vehicles, that is not clear right now. I did hear from Greyhound just in the past little bit, and they say that the driver is among the people who is now in the hospital. They say they are also working with local authorities to try to get to the bottom of this situation, Sinclair.
I mean, I'm hoping they're all healing and recovering quickly. What do we know about the people who were inside the bus?
Yeah, along with those 3 who died, we know 14 others were injured in this situation. 4 were taken to the hospital by helicopter. 10 were taken by ambulance. All of those victims, by the way, were passengers inside the bus, not outside of that rest area, Sinclair.
All right, Stephen Romo with the latest there. Thank you so much.
Coming up, why police believe a patient shot and killed a surgeon inside an exam room. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this. Don't go anywhere. We're streaming on all those places you see: YouTube, Android, Peacock, NBC News Now.
Fire, there's more.
We got a lot.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit, too.
Welcome back. If you're still eyeing a trip for this summer, cost is probably a big factor in planning your itinerary. But if you're a last-minute planner, you may be in luck because new data show that now may actually be a good time to book. That's because some travel-related prices are actually down compared to this time a year ago. CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins us now to break it all down. So, Seema, let's start with those trying to book a last-minute flight. I'm actually one of them. So if I'm trying to book in July or August, what's the best way to do that? What should we be looking out for?
Yeah, well, I think this latest CPI report really shows us that airfares and hotel prices are starting to ease. And one of the reasons prices are starting to come down is because more Americans are going abroad this summer, Europe specifically. So the deals are likely going to be here in the U.S. And we've seen airfares drop about 8.1% in the month of June. They're expected to drop even further in the month of July. As always, though, you want to book early, even if it is last minute. And don't forget about drive-to destinations. With gas and car rental prices down over the past year, that is certainly a key way to save.
Yeah, that's a great tip. You can also drive in addition to flying, taking the train, and of course you need somewhere to rest your head. So what should we know about hotel bookings and home rentals? What are the price points right now?
Yeah, so when it comes to lodging, average cost to check into a hotel is falling, but just slightly in key markets like Maui, San Diego, Florida Keys, whereas prices are down sharply in markets like San Francisco, and that's due to the ongoing crime issue. Bottom line is make sure you check to see where you can find a good deal. Some of the under-the-radar destinations like Augusta, Myrtle Beach, where it does cost less than $300 to check into a hotel per night. That's where you're starting to see prices ease, and that could be a good value for some of the cost-conscious customers. Now, when we talk about vacation rentals, that's where a lot of experts are expecting rates to fall in the second half of this year because Americans are looking for that value and in general becoming a bit more cost conscious. Plus, as I'm sure you know, over the pandemic, many Americans bought a second home and then rented it out. So there's now more supply on the market, and that too is pressuring prices.
I mean, we love a little good summer travel news. Seema Modi, thank you for bringing us that.
Well, Amazon's Prime Day ends today. While you and other shoppers rely on reviews to pick out the right products to buy, not all of those blurbs are legitimate. I know, shocking. Linda Baquero from our New York City station takes us through how to spot the fake reviews.
Amazon Prime Day scored $12 billion in sales last year for the online retail giant. Shoppers often relying on reviews. But are they all reliable?
If I see there are very few reviews or a few reviews, 5 or 10 reviews, I'll look at them cautiously.
Look for how many people have reviewed and what is the star.
Safety in numbers. Trust when many people are saying something.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says as many as 40% of online reviews are fake. Amazon says it uses AI technology to hunt for fake reviews and tells us it blocked 200 million last year alone.
The Federal Trade Commission now proposing a rule to stop marketers from paying for positive reviews. If they do, they could face civil penalties. In the meantime, there are some free tools to help consumers spot fake reviews.
Review Meta combs through Amazon, and FakeSpot analyzes billions of reviews across several retail sites. Saud Khalifa is founder and CEO of FakeSpot.
We provide a grading system. It's an A to F kind of a grading system. The A grade means there's a majority of trustworthy reviews. F means there's a majority of reviews that you should look with a closer eye.
He says certain products tend to be targets.
Things like USB cables have a very high preponderance of fake reviews. And last I checked, it was about 45% of the reviews in that category would be unreliable.
So what can you do to spot a potentially fake review? The FTC says look for information on a product from a variety of sources. Watch out if there's a sudden burst of reviews on a particular item. And keep in mind that a negative review could also be fake to harm a competitor. And when reviews are mostly positive, FakeSpot has this suggestion.
take a look at the negative reviews or even the 3-star, the mid-level reviews, and try to see what the problems are with the product. The price may be really good, but if it breaks within 1 week, then you're not going to be really satisfied with that.
If you spot a fake review on a product, you can use the report link on Amazon. Linda Baccaro for NBC News Daily.
Up next, punctuation is harmless, right? Well, maybe not. Coming up, why Gen Z says one particular mark goes too far. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Police are investigating 3 deaths in 1 week at a drug and alcohol treatment center in Indiana. The victims were men ranging in age from 19 to 46. 2 were found in rooms directly across from each other. According to our local affiliate, police suspect all 3 cases involve some type of drug overdose, but they say aspects of the incident are suspicious and no conclusions or determinations have been made yet. The treatment center says it's working closely with authorities.
Swimming is now banned on parts of Nantucket Island. Great white sharks were seen killing seals very close to shore, and wildlife officials worry people could get hurt or killed. So they've put a ban on swimming in some spots until further notice. There's no timeline yet for how long the ban will last.
It's a little scary. You do still have a chance to win the Mega Millions jackpot, Zinkley. Nobody claimed the top prize during Tuesday's drawing, but don't worry, there will be another opportunity to strike it rich on Friday. The estimated grand prize for Mega Millions is up to $560 million. And tonight is the Powerball drawing, and that's now worth $750 million.
That's pretty impressive. Well, we're going to turn now to a disturbing story this hour out of Tennessee, where police say a prominent surgeon was shot and killed by a patient inside an exam room on Tuesday. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this story for us. So, Maggie, this is the last thing you imagine happening at a doctor's office. What more do we know about this shooting and any possible motive?
Yes, Zinkley, no motive being released by investigators at this time. But in the last couple of hours, they have ID'd the man who they say was the shooter, also releasing a mugshot to the media. They say he is 29-year-old Larry Pickens, and they say right now he is being held on charges of first-degree murder and aggravated assault. There he is. Again, that just down in the last couple of hours. But to your point, no motive being released just yet, though they say he is the man who killed prominent orthopedic surgeon in the Memphis area, Dr. Ben Mock. He was, again, an orthopedics kind of hand, shoulder, elbow surgeon who was nationally renowned, also worked with local children's hospitals. And police basically telling reporters they got the call around 2 p.m. yesterday saying a doctor had been shot at this Memphis area clinic. They arrived and they found Dr. Mock dead in an exam room. Here's part of what they also had to tell reporters yesterday.
Suspect had a firearm in his possession. It was on his person. It wasn't in his hand. He was taken into custody without incident. So we do have the suspect in custody at this time.
Again, the suspect now being named as Larry Pickens, but St. Clair, again, they're only telling us that he was a patient. Dr. Mock was there, obviously, as a physician. No motive beyond that at this point.
I mean, it's still so disturbing. How is the community reacting right now, Maggie?
The outpouring of love is massive. I mean, on social media, and then also we've gotten statements from local hospitals and local clinics where he worked. Basically, everybody who knew Dr. Mock just remembering him as a beloved colleague, an employee, a man who really cared about his patients. He had actually just spoken to our affiliate a couple of weeks before this about the dangers, even though it can be a lot of fun, obviously, of 4th of July fireworks, urging people to keep kids back as fireworks going off and just trying to help families have fun on the holiday. Everybody remembering him and asking the community to keep his family in their thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, absolutely. Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
Part of a neighborhood is collapsing in Southern California as the earth literally shifts beneath homes there. A slow-moving landslide has destroyed at least a dozen homes in the Rolling Hill Estates. It's a community about 25 miles south of downtown Los Angeles. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is in Rolling Hills Estates for us. He's been there since yesterday. Steve, how many homes are we talking about impacted right now, and are there concerns that there could be more?
There are certainly more, Kate, and what we don't know is most troubling. You've got at least 12 homes now red tagged, meaning they are no longer livable. 10 of those homes are still moving at least 20 feet since this weekend, but probably a longer distance than they have been traveling. And there's a ravine behind those homes, so they're literally crumbling down into that ravine as we speak. Another 16 under watch. The problem is, there has not been a geological survey, as far as we know, to determine why this has happened. So we don't know exactly how far this spreads. Could it affect a water main? Could it affect a sewage line? That's a no. Could it affect other houses? That's the real concern. That's what officials really want to know as quick as possible. And that's what residents want to know, why this happened and why it only took 10 minutes for them to get out of their house before it literally crumbled to the ground, all under investigation, Kate.
And forgive my ignorance of California geography, but we think about earthquakes, we think about fissures and, you know, the earth breaking. This is not that. This is a landslide.
So it might be. There was a fissure that was discovered underneath the homes, leading officials to believe that maybe it was this extreme California winter that we had, that so much of the ground was saturated and waterlogged, that may be the reason. This area in general, we're on a peninsula which has a lot of activity that is seismic or geologically unsound. But it hasn't been located to this neighborhood before. So we just simply won't know until the results of that survey. In the meantime, residents are getting help. The city has declared a localized state of emergency. So we're going to get state, federal resources. There's places for them to stay. They're getting tax relief. They just want answers at this point. Kate?
Yeah, I can only imagine. Steve Patterson, thank you so much for being there. Appreciate it.
The FBI is in sharp focus today on Capitol Hill over allegations among some Republican lawmakers that the agency is too polarized. FBI Director Christopher Wray faced an hours-long grilling from members of the House Judiciary Committee. It comes as an increasing number of Americans view the FBI negatively. According to an NBC News poll, just 37% of people view the agency favorably. That's down from 52% 5 years before. NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian is following this for us. So, Ken, why do these Republican lawmakers believe the FBI has become more political?
Well, they have a litany of grievances, Zinkley. They accuse the FBI of spying on Americans, of censoring conservative views on social media, of persecuting Catholics, and, of course, of treating Donald Trump unfairly. All of these things are distortions, in some cases, of mistakes that actually happened. But instead of treating them as mistakes, Republicans are saying that the FBI is a broken institution. Take a listen to one of them.
The American people that we represent are losing count of the scandals that are mounting. The FBI has been involved. They've seen evidence that it's being used as a political tool of the Biden administration.
I find it disingenuous for members of Congress to harangue the head of the FBI about people losing faith in the FBI when those same members have been trumpeting lies and conspiracy theories about the agency for months. Words matter. They have consequences. And when leaders lie or embrace disinformation, that's dangerous.
This hearing really has been a window into the two realities in which different parts of the American politic are living right now.
So with all that said, Ken, how is the FBI responding to the accusations?
Well, the FBI is trying to be factual. They have a link to a website where they're putting out specific responses on each of these individual issues. But really what their overall response is, they are not political. And I can say, as a reporter who covers them on a daily basis, there's no evidence to support the charge that this FBI, run by a Republican, Chris Wray, has been in any way used as a tool of the Biden administration. That's just false, but yet that's what the Republicans have been saying over and over again at this hearing, Zinkley.
All right, Ken Delanian with the latest in Washington. Thank you.
Microsoft founder Bill Gates is highlighting the growing risks and some benefits of artificial intelligence.
Yeah, in a blog post, Gates outlines his concerns, saying AI's advancement is similar to those uncertain times before speed limits and seatbelts, adding AI is changing so quickly that it isn't clear exactly what will happen next. Joining us now to talk about this is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, thanks for being here in person, too, from California.
Nice to see you here. Yep, thank you.
So I know Gates outlines 5 specific areas of concern. What are those? And does he offer any solutions?
So he talks here in this blog post about things that we are all talking about when it comes to AI right now. He talks about the fear that it will accelerate misinformation, a loss of jobs, the kinds of bias that get sort of vacuumed up by these large language models, that it will turbocharge the work of hackers around the world, and that it will keep our kids from really learning in school because they can simply deploy ChatGPT to do their homework for them. Right. He doesn't, I wouldn't say, actually come up, I would say, with much in the way of concrete solutions. He comes back to a tone that I see a lot of tech leaders striking, which is that we need to somehow improve our muscles as individuals and as a society, that business and government need to work together. But he also says over and over again that he thinks that we're kind of on top of a lot of these things already. I will say that the experts I've been speaking to since that blog post came out, and in the research that I do in my beat, they don't feel the same way he does. Important also to note here that he is personally an investor in a lot of these AI companies, so not exactly an academic here.
I was actually just going to bring that up, right? Because he says that these risks are manageable. He says at another point that he has more reasons to be optimistic than not. He also is one of the largest shareholders in Microsoft still, right, which has an AI division. Right. And then you look at Elon Musk is launching a new AI company. That just came out today. He said a lot about AI. Right. Who are we supposed to be listening to? Because if we listen to the two of them, they have an interest in saying it's all great.
I definitely, the experts I've been speaking to basically say, when you hear from these heads of industry about, the manageable risks and we're all on top of this, it's really important to remember these guys make some money off this stuff. It's also, they say, important to wait for voices from people who are not invested in these things. It's not until an academic who does not make money off of AI tells us not to stop worrying about it that we should all relax.
And they're not saying that.
That does not seem to be the case. And in this case, Bill Gates, as you say, not only an investor, still having money in Microsoft, still has money in all kinds of other AI companies. Not exactly an impartial voice here.
Yeah, so important with these new technologies to proceed with caution. Mm-hmm. As you always say, Jake Ward, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, a closer look at a new Alzheimer's treatment that's already helping some patients live life to the fullest. You're watching NBC News Daily.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we're learning more about Leqembi, the first fully approved FDA treatment that can slow the effects of Alzheimer's. But there are still some serious questions about its long-term efficacy and safety. Today's special anchor, Maria Shriver, has more.
Some call it a revolution in Alzheimer's treatment.
This gives hope. It's momentous.
For the first time in history, the FDA giving full approval to a drug that targets the underlying causes of Alzheimer's. It's called lecanemab, or the brand name Leqembi. It's a twice-a-month infusion treatment for people in the earliest stages of the disease, suffering from mild cognitive impairment. They make up about 1/3 of all Alzheimer's patients. The drug works by reducing amyloid plaques in the brain, which researchers say may be a root cause of Alzheimer's. In a study of nearly 1,800 people with early Alzheimer's, the drug slowed cognitive decline in patients by 27% over a year and a half. Dr. Joanne Pike is CEO of the Alzheimer's Association.
This is pivotal.
But it also should be cautioned that this is not reversing Alzheimer's. This is not going to slow it down if you're a year or 2 years into your journey, correct?
This is not a cure, correct. And in fact, it slows down progress at the earliest stages for a period of time.
Patient Zell Bachnick says the drug has given him more time with his wife, Gail, before his mind fades away.
Taking this drug has given me a lot of confidence.
Zell's memory had been declining for years. Diagnosed with early Alzheimer's, he joined the study and has been getting lecanemab infusions every 2 weeks for the last 2 years. Since he began treatment, tests show his cognitive abilities haven't declined at all, allowing him at age 89 to continue his active lifestyle.
You may get shocked, but I still ski winter skiing. And I'm looking forward to this winter coming up.
You ski?
Yes, downhill skiing.
But he's not allowed to do double diamonds or moguls anymore.
Lecanemab does come with risks. In the clinical trial, 12% of patients had brain swelling and 17% brain bleeding. Dr. Jason Karlawish is an Alzheimer's expert at the University of Pennsylvania. Many people hear brain bleed, swelling of the brain, and go like, whoa, not for me. Why would anybody want to do that?
I'm concerned, but I would dampen that immediate fear. These can be detected before they cause harm.
But he says that will require rigorous pre-screening of patients, and once on the drug, close monitoring of them for adverse effects. Experts say lecanemab is not appropriate for anyone in the more advanced stages of Alzheimer's and could be dangerous for those on blood thinners or who carry the APOE4 Alzheimer's gene.
There can be harms to people. In the absence of a skilled practitioner, in the absence of a well-educated patient and family, we don't know their APOE genotype, which raises the risk. Things could go wrong really bad.
Long-term, the drug's safety and efficacy are still unknown, and it's expensive, around $26,000 a year, though full FDA approval means Medicare will cover it, with some conditions. While it's not a cure, the Bachnicks say the drug gives families like them something they desperately need, a ray of light in the long and dark tunnel of this disease.
It gives people hope that there is life after these diagnoses, that you can move forward.
Big thanks to Maria Shriver for that report. In today's Now, an incredible story of an unbreakable bond between a plane crash survivor and his nurse. Two people brought together by fate, restoring hope and saving each other in different ways. Nightly News Saturday anchor Jose Diaz-Balart shares their story.
Jeff Klosser's life was forever changed after being injured in a small plane crash back in August 2021. Now, almost 2 years later, Jeff drove 420 miles to thank Sanford Medical Center ICU nurse Alicia Peterson for saving his life in an unforgettable reunion.
Thank you
for keeping me alive.
You look so good.
I did okay.
You were probably the first patient ever that I was like, yes, this is why I want to be a nurse.
Here's a twist. Alicia felt she needed to thank him.
As a nurse, I was contemplating whether or not the job was for me.
This is a letter Alicia wrote to him after he was discharged. Those smudges there, tear stains.
I think a lot of it had to do with being scared, but also wondering if I would even be able to make a difference in someone else's life.
But Jeff, throughout his weeks in the hospital, had made it clear to her that she was making a huge impact on his life.
You'd said that I deserve nothing but the best, and that whoever I end up taking care of in the future, they are very lucky to have me as a nurse. And I walked out of that room and I was in tears because nobody had ever said that to me.
Jeff knew she had a bright future ahead, encouraging Alicia she was in the right place.
And Jeff helped you.
Jeff definitely helped me, yes. Thank you for solidifying that I was supposed to be here.
And Jeff, she helped you in many, many ways too.
Absolutely. I think that's kind of the lesson, even though I'm a lot bigger than Alicia is, that there's the opportunity for people to care and do the next thing, do the right thing, and go and take care of each other.
Oh, Jose Diaz-Balart, thank you so much. That is the power of human connection.
Right? It makes you feel good about people when you see the stories like that.
Absolutely.
You are watching NBC News Daily. Thanks for being with us.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Okay, they are the unsung heroes of the English language. The dots and the dashes that split up our words, ... and hold our thoughts together.
We're, of course, talking about punctuation marks. Love them or hate them, they really do matter. And if you need proof, just ask Grandma. You see it right there. I'm sure she'd much prefer that sentence with a comma.
But a grandson or a granddaughter, they might feel quite differently because one of those punctuation marks is falling out of favor.
Why, you might ask? Well, as our Aaron Gilchrist tells us, to Gen Zers, the period can pack hell of a punch.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Winter is coming.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Okay, so here we have 3 common quotes. I admit some more famous than others. Why did we put them together? What do they have in common? Nothing. Nothing except one little thing. Yeah, that right there. The period. That little dot that ends every sentence, at least according to your grammar teacher. Conclusive, declarative, 1/3 of an ellipsis, the end of a thought, and indeed an afterthought, at least to some, but not all, because for an entire generation, the period is not just punctuation. It leaves a mark.
It definitely is a thing. I would assume that either they're really proper or they're mad at me.
Meet Femi and Barbu and Pato, students at Rutgers University, all Generation Z, all prolific texters.
I feel like I don't know how to end this sentence. Is it a period? Is it an emoji? Or is it like, sometimes I'll just do like another exclamation point, or like maybe I just leave it with no punctuation or no emoji.
Just one period. More than one period would be like if I'm saying I'm upset, period, it's gonna be like I'm upset.
Upset because apparently a message with a period sends the wrong message.
Where you put periods, commas, even exclamation points can completely change the way that I read a text message.
If I say, we need to talk with a period, that's completely different than we need to talk.
Gen Zers everywhere seem to agree the period is making everything too final, too formal, too serious. So says Professor Mark Beal.
Yeah, Gen Zers have told me, period, you gotta be careful with the period.
Yeah, I feel like they have an attitude.
They tell me that, because someone might think I'm mad or I'm angry.
And that would definitely be like very passive aggressive.
That's one expert opinion, but we decided we needed others.
Right, so if you get a text message like this, how do you interpret that?
Like I'm in trouble of some kind.
Okay, and if you get one like this, how do you interpret that?
Even worse, like I'm in more trouble than I was before.
Okay, so if you get a text,
that's a good one.
I hope you have fun, exclamation point. That's a good one.
Yeah.
And if you get that one?
Again, an abrupt end, so I would take that as I hope you don't have fun.
Wow, complete opposite, huh? All right.
By this point, you may be thinking, enough, Aaron, it's just a period. So what if Gen Zers don't use it? Who really cares? Sorry, just a second. Hello?
Hi, Aaron. I'm Laurel McKenzie. I'm a linguist at NYU.
So, Laurel, what's going on here?
Anytime that language changes tend to be driven by the young. So on the face of it, it's not that different from slang. So young people start using a new slang term in a new way, and old people are befuddled. You can go back hundreds of years and find people complaining about how young kids are speaking these days.
So, is the period finished, or can it be saved, negating its nefarious notoriety, its perceived penchant for perniciousness? Professor Beal?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think in this, as we're going into more informal communication, if that's the proper term, texting, Slack, and other channels, I think the rules may be being put aside for let's just get the point across.
Some are hard-pressed to agree, but maybe, just maybe, they have a point.
Maybe they have a point.
I love that. Aaron, thank you.
Yes.
This came out of a conversation that we were all having in the newsroom about periods.
And
it was generationally different.
Some people view it as harsh, and others, it's just the end of a sentence.
I mean, people like me who've been around longer are like, hey, what's the big deal? Period. Aggressive.
There it is, exclamation point. It's okay. We love you either way. Stay with us. We're also streaming free 24/7 here on NBC News Daily.
Great to have you. We'll be right back. ...
fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samwan.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, July 12th, 2023, burning up. Record-breaking heat scorching the West with several cities seeing temperatures surpassing 110 degrees. How people are coping with this extreme weather and when we can expect some relief.
Targeted, a surgeon shot and killed inside an exam room in Tennessee. Why police believe a patient is responsible for the brutal attack.
Cooling off, inflation hits its lowest rate in more than 2 years when you'll actually see prices start to drop.
And the boredom dilemma. Why keeping your kids occupied with activities might actually be a bad thing.
Can't wait to get to that one. Well, we're going to begin this hour with that extreme heat.
Yeah, it just doesn't go away. It is stretching from California all the way east to Florida. Right now, 80 million people are under heat alerts. Temperatures are hitting triple digits in multiple states today, and the humidity is making it feel even hotter. Historically high temperatures hanging over Texas and Arizona. People in Nevada can expect temperatures over 100 for the next 5 days straight.
Yeah, and at the same time, there is a slow-moving disaster unfolding near Los Angeles. A landslide has caused at least 12 homes to come off their foundations. People living there only had minutes to evacuate, and more homes there are in danger of collapsing.
We'll get to NBC's Steve Patterson on that in just a moment. Also, meteorologist Bill Cairns will have the forecast. But let's begin with the heat. And Tiffany Lane is with us from our NBC affiliate in Las Vegas. Tiffany, the high in Vegas today, I think, is like 107 degrees. I know you're used to hot weather, but you're baking for days. How are people handling it?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on. You're right, we are used to these temperatures out here, but it doesn't mean it gets any easier for us. A lot of people, as you can see on this strip, I mean, we have people come, millions across the world come here to Vegas, especially during the summertime. And right now, you look around, there are not too many people walking on the strip. And as you mentioned, it's 107 outside. It's just too hot for so many people. But they're being smart, staying indoors and cooling down. You have, obviously, these casinos are well air conditioned, which is good, and they have plenty of activities. So that's what many people are doing. But we do have a lot of people out here right now. We have NBA Summer League on this strip for about another week. We have a baseball game this weekend. We have so many activities, and we may reach near record-breaking temperatures this weekend, so it's going to get even hotter. So you're encouraged to stay hydrated, wear loose-fitting clothing, and just making sure you're staying cool. Back to you.
Yeah, hoping people stay safe with those 80 million facing those heat alerts. Bill, break it down for us. Why is the heat so bad and lasting so long right now?
Now, the weather pattern is stuck. I mean, some areas are actually kind of cool, the Great Lakes, northern New England, but the rest of the country that's been hot is going to stay hot. The weather pattern shows no signs of changing, and it's the duration that really gets to you because, you know, it can be hot in Phoenix, obviously, in Las Vegas, but when it's day after day after day of extreme heat, it really starts to take a toll on you and also your AC systems. So it's 102 already in Phoenix. Vegas, it's 101. She was just standing out in that. 100 in Dallas, 99 in Del Rio. Florida, South Florida, heat indices are in the low 100s once again, so not a lot has changed. The focus over the next, say, 3 to 4 days is going to be in the Southwest. That's where the extremes are going to happen. 112 today in Phoenix. These temperatures are ranging about 6 to maybe 10 degrees warmer than normal. Phoenix, 114 as we go through tomorrow. Vegas begins to significantly heat up, though, as we get into Friday, Saturday, and especially Sunday. Notice on Sunday, Vegas has a forecast of 116 degrees in the shade. The all-time hottest temperature is 117, so we have a shot at that. Notice the Central Valley of California is going to get extremely hot, too. And as far as Vegas goes in that record, if they don't break it on Sunday, they may do it on Monday. Also, 116.
Wow. All right. Thank you. Let's go over to Steve Patterson. He's in California. How much damage has that landslide that we were talking about done so far? And what's being done to help people in those homes?
Yeah, broadly, the problem is, Kate, we don't know how much damage has been done to the area because there needs to be a geological survey, a site survey, so scientists or officials, so authorities can know exactly what the damage is, if that extends further into the neighborhood, and how they can help people assess the damage. Right now, we know 12 homes have been red tagged. Of those, 10 are still moving. 10 have moved at least 20 feet since this started on the weekend. But I spoke to one gentleman, his name's Weber Yen, who says his home has moved 10 feet every day. I should say the ruins of his home, because his home is almost entirely destroyed. You can see it in some of the images on screen now. He's a little worried that there should have been more advance notice, that there were warning signs as early as a few months ago. Here's what he told me. Listen to this.
I'm angry people have dropped the ball because there was indication that in April something might have happened. And no one alerted us, and at least we could take more valuable out of the house.
Meanwhile, they are helping people here. Certainly, the city has applied and has now declared a disaster in this area. There will be more state and federal funding. They're helping people with tax relief. They're helping people find shelters. They just need to help people find answers as well. The mayor is on site. I'm about to have an interview, so we should learn a little bit more. Back to you.
Yeah, we'll look out for that. Just unbelievable images and realities people are facing. Hoping everyone stays safe. Steve Patterson, Tiffany Lane, and Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
There's important news about your money today. Inflation is now at its lowest level in 2 years.
Yeah, but the price you pay is still a bit higher than normal. The June Consumer Price Index is up 3%. That's compared to this time last year. But month to month, it rose just 0.2%. Both numbers are slightly lower than what economists predicted.
Here to help us break it down, Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Caleb, great to see you. Good to have you on set. So we mentioned those top-line numbers. What are we seeing in terms of the good, the bad, the ugly in this report?
Yeah, the good is that gas prices really have fallen a lot. They're down close to about 28% year over year. Remember, that was the big headline last year. As gas prices rise, they bring all prices with it because we need gas to transport items. So that dropped a lot, which is bringing down overall inflation. Food prices actually came down, too. They're still up about 5% year over year. But eggs, which was a big factor a few months ago for different reasons, those prices have come down. Milk prices have come down. Bread prices have not come down. So that's a big mix of things going on. Shelter, though, rent still remains very high, putting pressure on a lot of people.
I mean, Caleb, it's not lost on me that this is the 12th straight month that inflation has gone down, but people are not necessarily feeling that at the grocery store and just in their everyday lives. When might that change?
I don't know if that's ever going to change. If you look back at 3 years, inflation for food is up something like 15%. So we think of it as a thing that started last year because the headline numbers got very big. This actually started during the pandemic with a lot of different mispricing going on. First it was goods, then it was services. Now we're seeing this balance of both things. Transportation prices still very high.
Oh, feeling that one. Caleb Silver with the latest. Thank you so much.
President Biden is on his way to Finland after wrapping up 2 days of meetings at the NATO summit in Lithuania. The president delivering a speech today calling the NATO alliance vital and pledging support for Ukraine.
Yeah, President Biden's remarks came after his meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The summit ended without a clear timeline, though, for Ukraine to join NATO. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Lithuania. So, Josh, let's start with President Biden's speech. What else did he say about NATO's future and its support for Ukraine?
Well, Zinkley, a big part of President Biden's speech today was about taking stock of the last year and a half, with the president really praising the Western nations for not losing their strong support for Ukraine, praising the Ukrainians for their resilience, saying that despite a year and a half of what he described as crimes against humanity by the Russians, the Ukrainians have not crumbled. But a major focus of the speech today was really on looking at what comes next. Watch.
The defense of freedom is not the work of a day or a year. It's the calling of our lifetime, of all time. We are steeled for the struggle ahead. Our unity will not falter, I promise you.
President Biden also meeting here in Vilnius with President Zelensky of Ukraine just after the Ukrainian leader had come out on Twitter sharply critical of NATO's reluctance to immediately allow his country into the alliance. But after that meeting, Zelensky saying it went great, that it lasted twice as long as had been scheduled. And really these two leaders trying to focus as they wrapped up the summit on what they were able to promise Ukraine, namely a commitment to start training Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets to be provided by the West, as well as long-term security commitments that the G7 nations are going to make to Ukraine, essentially putting on paper the one-off contributions of arms and money they have given over the last year and a half, saying those are going to be regular contributions from these Western democracies to Ukraine, trying to use those long-term commitments as essentially a bridge until Ukraine is able to finally join NATO, which these nations gathered here have signaled is not going to come until after they are no longer in an active war with Russia, Clay.
All right. Josh Letterman with the very latest. Thank you so much for that.
Contract negotiations are underway in the Detroit auto industry, and a popular pizza chain is teaming up with delivery apps.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Morgan.
Hi, Clay and Kate. Well, negotiations formally kicked off today between the United Auto Workers and Detroit car makers. The UAW president vowed to be aggressive in bargaining with General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, including enacting work stoppages or even strikes. Higher prices are expected to strain back-to-school sales this year. Deloitte shared a forecast today that found parents with kids in grades K through 12 are expected to spend nearly $600 per student when stocking up on new school supplies and clothing. As high as that sounds, it's actually a 10% drop from last year, and it's the first time Deloitte has expected a decline since 2014. And the world's largest pizza chain, reversing a long-held policy to not work with delivery apps, Domino's announced it will now put its menu on Uber Eats and Postmates, but Domino's drivers will ultimately deliver the food. Domino's will also continue delivering with its own app. The program's expected to roll out nationwide by the end of this year. And guys, not just a tasty development perhaps for consumers, but also for stockholders, with shares of Domino's up 10% on this news today.
They like that. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're going to be a pizza company, you kind of have to
deliver
have
everywhere.
all the delivery.
Though I wonder if they'll keep up. They're pretty big on like trying to get it to you fast. So we'll see if that maintains with the apps.
Yeah, and they've talked about sluggish growth and people not ordering as many pizzas. So maybe the scale of having more delivery apps in the mix changes that.
All right, Morgan Brennan, thank you.
Thanks. Well, coming up, the cleanup underway right now in Vermont after catastrophic flooding left many communities in ruins.
Plus, how Swifties overseas crashed Ticketmaster once again. You're watching NBC News Daily.
summertime.
It is day 2 of Amazon's Super Summer Prime Day. And if you're still scrolling for savings, you might be reading reviews of products, right? Well, we have a warning for you.
Yeah, fake blurbs appear to be everywhere. In fact, the problem has become so severe that the Federal Trade Commission is actually getting involved. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky joins us now with the latest. So, Noah, first off, how is the FTC looking to actually address these issues?
I mean, they acknowledge there's a problem here. And I think anyone who's shopped around, looked for comparison shopping, knows there can be a problem with things like fake reviews, paid reviews, either fake good reviews or fake bad reviews. There are now systems to suppress honest reviews, and companies are gaming that system. But here's what the FTC is really concerned about. They're concerned AI may be making all of this worse. So what they've done is they've started the process to create new rules. In the next few months, they would like to try and make these new rules official. And what they would do is they would ban fake or paid reviews across the board. They would ban insider reviews where a company's executives, review their own products. And they would ban the buying and selling of fake followers to give an artificial kind of following, artificial influence, if you will. These things would all come with fines. The FTC may be rolling these out later this year.
So I was going to say, how are they going to do that? I guess fines is the way they try to really make it real, right? I was telling you in the commercial break, I did a story last year about fake reviews for doctors and dentists and service people. And, it was a lot. There's a lot. In the meantime, before the FTC acts, how can consumers make sure that what they're looking for is really right for them?
Yeah, so look, I'm not just a consumer reporter, I'm also a consumer. And this is what I do. There are ways to protect you when you're shopping around. There are sites, I'm not going to endorse any individual one, but if you Google review verification, there are sites that basically use AI to your advantage, and they will tell you if a product's reviews look fake. They're using algorithms, they're using other systems, and then you can say, oh, this product looks great. Is it real? Is it really worth my time? Just Google product verification reviews. That'll
and
get
those
you there.
3 that are on the screen there, are those examples of
some of the many examples? Yeah, there's more and more that pop up all the time. But if you want to check a specific site, you can type in Amazon verification for reviews. Any specific site, Walmart, Target, these all are getting incorporated now into these verification systems.
All right, great tip. Noah Pransky, thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. Well, Taylor Swift fans have more bad blood with Ticketmaster. This time, though, it's over international tour dates.
Yeah, a lot of fans said that they waited for hours only to be snubbed again due to technical glitches. It's an issue that they've come to know all too well. NBC correspondent Emily Ikeda has more on the cruel summer for Swifties.
Seeing the Eras Tour live is a dream for so many Swifties around the world. But it's hard to do just that, as Ticketmaster's troubles selling Taylor Swift tickets have now also emerged abroad in Europe. On Tuesday, the company paused sales to Swift's 6 shows in Paris and Lyon, France next year. Ticketmaster says an issue with a third-party provider is to blame, adding, as soon as we saw fans experiencing issues, queues were paused. All codes not used to purchase tickets will remain valid.
I got the lucky space of 463,506. When I got that email a few hours later saying that the entire site was, that they're pausing ticket sales, that was very shocking.
This dilemma hard to shake off for Swifties that watched the Eras Tour Ticketmaster meltdown unfold in the U.S. last fall.
I had the tickets in my cart, the exact tickets that I wanted, and then I spent the entire 10-minute countdown trying to log in.
Zoe McCormick lives in Paris and says she took off work Tuesday to purchase Eras Tour tickets.
I was so sad, so disappointed that this was happening again after everything that had happened in the U.S.
Last November, Ticketmaster ultimately canceled the general sale for Swift's United States tour after a massive pre-sale rush and bot attacks caused the site to glitch. Some fans waited for hours in virtual queues only to see error codes sending them to the back of the virtual line. For many, eventual heartbreak.
This is history here. We've never seen the demand for this kind of tour before. A Ticketmaster can only afford to blow this so many times.
Ticketmaster's technical issues and control of the market, even taking center stage at a Senate hearing earlier this year.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
I can still make the whole place shimmer.
For now, Swifties are staying hopeful, saying they'll be enchanted if they can just land a ticket.
I just want to be there and I want to dance with my friends. I'm still staying positive.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
I have one word for Ticketmaster: karma.
They can't seem to shake it off. Well, coming up, why police believe a patient murdered a doctor inside an exam room. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can catch us wherever you stream live, all those places on your screen. The news continues after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Orlando police have released body camera footage showing the moments when an officer shot and killed a 26-year-old man. Derek Diaz died last week on July 3rd. Orlando's police chief says this all started as a drug investigation, and the officer who fired the gun thought that Diaz was reaching for a gun. Now, Diaz's family is demanding answers. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following this story for us. Stephen, this body cam footage, we should warn people, might be disturbing to some of our viewers. What can you tell us? What does it show?
Yeah, disturbing indeed, Kate. Diaz's family has been asking for this video ever since that shooting happened back on July 3rd. Orlando police releasing 3 different angles from the officers who were there, their body-worn camera footage here. We do want to listen to how this started. We do also want to note this video was blurred by the police department.
Don't move. Put your hands on the steering wheel. Put your hands on the steering wheel.
Well, that was Officer Jose Velez. He asks Diaz there, who's 26 years old, to hand over something that he had in his hand. It was wrapped in aluminum foil. Then, as we heard, tells him to put his hands on the steering wheel. At some point, it seems like the right hand, Diaz's right hand, goes toward the center console, and that is when Velez fires those shots and immediately backs away from that scene. And the other officers involved, their videos were released as well. That was the best angle that we see. We should note, however, there was no weapon that was actually found there at the scene, Kate.
Okay, that's important. Diaz's family and one of their attorneys I know spoke at a press conference, Stephen, earlier today. What did they say?
Yeah, as you can imagine, they were upset. They say they do have some answers now, but not enough. They want to read that police report. That has not happened yet. Here's more of what Diaz's daughter's mother had to say.
The video was so sickening to watch. I threw up while watching it. While we were watching it, we were told that they weren't going to answer any questions, that they wouldn't let us re-watch it. We got to watch the 3 videos. One time they said we had to leave, and that was it.
All of this is about police training.
Yes.
And we want to make sure that police are being trained to deal with citizens, especially in the downtown area where a lot of college students are, where there's a lot of young people.
Now, we should note, Kate, police say that after he was shot, Diaz threw something out of the window. Difficult to see in the video. The family has questions about that. State agencies are now investigating.
All right, Stephen Romo following that. Thank you.
Jurors are likely to begin deciding today whether the convicted shooter at a Pittsburgh synagogue will get the death penalty or life in prison. The prosecution is arguing for the death penalty. The defense wants him to remain behind bars. Last month, the jury found the gunman guilty on all counts over the shooting deaths of 11 people at the Tree of Life synagogue back in 2018. It's believed to be the deadliest attack on Jewish Americans in the United States history. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now. So, Rahema, what were the final messages the prosecution and defense made to jurors in closing arguments today?
Essentially, the defense is saying that his client, Robert Bowers, is mentally insane and should not be considered for the death penalty. The prosecution is saying that he is intentionally criminal, that he amassed a large arsenal of weapons, including an AR-15, 500, 700 rounds of ammunition, and targeted Jews, went to a synagogue on the Sabbath, and then they say he engaged in what they called a killing ground. The defense is saying that the client is, however, has a history of mental illness. There's evidence of mental health impairment in his brain. He's schizophrenic, has epilepsy, and structural impairments of the brain, of which the prosecution is telling the jurors that they should dismiss. Once they finish their arguments, the jurors then will go in to deliberate as to whether or not this man should be eligible for the death penalty. If they decide that, they come out and let the judge know, and it has to be a unanimous verdict. If not, then the judge is likely to sentence him to life in prison. Sinclair?
Rahema, any idea how long the jury is expected to deliberate?
Well, when they found him guilty of 63 counts, which had some 22 some odd pages, they deliberated about 5 hours over 2 days. Not a lot of time. The question here is pretty simple. Is he eligible for the death penalty to be a consideration or not? It's not just a factual, but for some people it will also probably be emotional. Sinclair?
All right, Rahema Ellis with the latest. Thank you so much.
Elon Musk has already ventured into cars, space, social media. Coming up, the newest project he's getting into. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
At least 3 people are dead and several others are hurt after a Greyhound bus crashed in Illinois. State police said the crash happened just before 2 a.m. along Interstate 70. The bus hit 3 commercial vehicles parked on the exit ramp. According to Greyhound, the bus was traveling from Indianapolis to St. Louis.
A driver is under arrest in Alabama after a police chase. That driver is only 8 years old. Montgomery police say a boy stole a vehicle at gunpoint Tuesday morning and then led officers on a pursuit. The young boy is now in custody, facing several charges. We have not yet heard from either him or his family.
And Clemson is the latest university to ban TikTok on its campus, on all of its campus-wide networks. The university says the ban is due to security concerns, but students can still access the popular social media app while they're using their phone's carrier's network. South Carolina's governor has banned TikTok from all state government devices last year as well.
We've got a disturbing story today out of Tennessee where police say a prominent surgeon was shot and killed by a patient inside an exam room on Tuesday. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this story for us. So, Maggie, this is the last thing you ever expect to happen at a doctor's office. What more do we know about the shooting and any potential motive?
So no word at this point on a potential motive. Investigators have been very tight-lipped kind of about what may have led up to this shooting in particular, only saying, and the person they've ID'd just in the last couple of hours, 29-year-old Larry Pickens, the alleged shooter, they say, was indeed a patient of Dr. Ben Mock, a prominent, as you said, orthopedic surgeon in the Memphis area. This happened at a Collierville clinic. That's about a half hour outside of Memphis. Yesterday afternoon around 2, police telling reporters they had gotten that 911 call that a doctor had been shot. When they arrived, they found Dr. Mock dead in an exam room. Here's more of what they told reporters in those first few hours.
Suspect had a firearm in his possession. It was on his person. It wasn't in his hand. He was taken into custody without incident. So we do have the suspect in custody at this time.
And again, that suspect just now ID'd is 29-year-old Larry Pickens. As far as Dr. Mock goes, he is just being remembered. And again, he was just killed yesterday. But already that outpouring of support on social media from the clinic, from a local children's hospital where he worked as a prominent, renowned, respected orthopedic surgeon. Those who knew and worked with him asking the community to keep his family in their thoughts and prayers. And Clay, so just an absolute tragedy.
No, truly it is. I mean, Maggie, what else can you tell us about this suspected gunman? What do we know?
Yeah, so it's coming out slowly but surely. Investigators being a bit tight-lipped at this point, but essentially they say Larry Pickens was indeed a patient of Dr. Mock. The chief telling our affiliate there in Memphis that they say he was at the clinic for several hours leading up to the appointment. We don't know why he was there. We don't know what brought him there. But again, they are saying that he was a patient, that this was, in their words, a targeted attack. And at this point, they say he is being held on $1.2 million bond, charged with first-degree murder and aggravated assault in this case. Sinclair.
We know you'll stay on this one. Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Vermont is cleaning up after days of torrential rain and historic flooding there. In Vermont's capital city, Montpelier, one of the biggest issues right now is the tremendous amount of debris and mud covering roads. And even more rain is expected to hit the state in the next few days, though hopefully not as bad. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Montpelier. Lindsay, there are so many devastating stories from that area. What are you hearing?
I mean, Kate, I know you visited last summer. You told me that last hour. For people who have seen the area then and see it today, it's really heartbreaking. Everything is caked in mud. The water has receded, but you still see water in the streets. And that, Kate, is from either people trying to wash off whatever was in their store during that flood, or people have literally been pumping water out of their basements for hours. I mean, you can take a look at your screen how high that water got. People were getting by on canoes in the area where I'm standing at this time yesterday. The good news is the rivers have crested, the water is receding, but still more than about 200 rescues since Sunday night. A lot of areas still are without power. And of course, you mentioned more rain in that forecast, but let's go ahead and hear what some business owners told me about this long cleanup left ahead.
Even if this is a temporary pause, it's really hard. Weeks, months, nobody knows. So either way, we're out of business for a while.
It's a big mess. We have a lot of people coming in to help us, but there's a ton of cleanup. Wet books are not an easy thing to clean up, and it's kind of heartbreaking looking at the books and throwing them away.
That bookstore owner, she moved books from lower shelves, but Kate, there was just so much water. They simply just weren't expecting that much.
Yeah, I can imagine. And, I think lucky that there was no loss of life that we know of, right, Lindsay? Am I right on that? But there is more rain in the forecast. Right. So how are they getting ready for that?
I mean, as of this morning, no reported fatalities, but the ground is saturated. There is a fear. State officials believe that the water has receded enough that the rains shouldn't be a problem. But of course, it is a pervasive worry here, especially if it's raining. It's going to make cleanup a lot harder, Kate.
All right, Lindsay Reiser for us. Thanks for being there.
Iowa is set to become the latest state to ban abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Late last night, the state legislature passed the bill as fierce protests erupted the proceeding. Iowa's Republican governor said she'll sign the bill into law this Friday. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Des Moines, Iowa. So, Shaq, first off, set the scene inside the State House for us. What reasoning did legislators give for actually enacting these restrictions now? And also, how did opponents react?
Well, you saw opponents react very dramatically, not just last night here at the Capitol, but already earlier today, they filed a lawsuit with the district court, hoping that the court puts a hold on this legislation that would become effective immediately after it is signed by the governor. But for conservatives in this state, they have been celebrating this. This is something that they have been looking for years at this point. They say that the bill is actually a compromise, at least among their own party, because it includes exceptions for the health of a mother, for cases of rape and incest if they are reported. I want you to listen to what we heard from the bill sponsor, someone who's been trying to get this passed and worked to get this approved for years. Listen to what she told us last night.
We can't call health care reproductive health care. The reproduction has already happened. And so this in no way limits health care access for women. Women will still get the care that they need. They'll still get pregnancy attention. And they have exceptions if they find out that they're pregnant and choose not to be pregnant. Or, like I said, the life and health of the mother, or rape and incest. So this really doesn't limit anything in any way, shape, or form.
All Democrats in the legislature voted no. They said that this law was unclear. They said it would be dangerous and harmful to women. And you're already seeing some abortion providers and clinics start to scramble to figure out what they need to do now and what happens next, assuming this law goes into effect.
Yeah, and Shaq, I mean, this kind of thing, right, these kind of laws, these restrictions are not new. Now, many states in the United States do have these severe restrictions on abortion in the wake of Roe v. Wade being overturned. So how does Iowa compare to surrounding states in the region?
Yeah, unlike some other states that I covered, Iowa's not going to be on an island. You see in that map right there, Iowans have and can still go to Minnesota or Illinois to receive that care. Planned Parenthood saying that is pretty much part of their plan at this point. But you see that full map there, the dark red, the blue. You see the access to legal abortion in this country is being reduced month after month after the overturning of Roe v. Wade. You have about 15 and Iowa will be the 16th state to ban abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Again, that 6-week mark is a point in which many women don't even know that they're pregnant. So you're seeing a dramatic shift in this country from just a year or so ago, and it's a direct result of the Supreme Court's action to overturn Roe v. Wade.
All right, Shaquille Brewster with that news from Iowa. Thank you.
The FBI is in sharp focus today on Capitol Hill over allegations among Republican lawmakers that the agency is too polarized. FBI Director Christopher Wray faced an hours-long grilling from members of the House Judiciary Committee. It comes as an increasing number of Americans view the FBI negatively. According to an NBC News poll, just 37% of people view the FBI favorably. That's down from 52% 5 years ago. NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian has been following the hearing for us. Ken, good to see you. Why do Republican lawmakers believe the FBI has become more political? What did they lay out today?
Good afternoon, Kate. They laid out really a litany of grievances. They accuse the FBI of spying on Americans, of censoring conservative views on social media, of persecuting Catholics and the parents of school children, and of course, of treating Donald Trump unfairly. And some of those issues are really distortions of mistakes that the FBI has acknowledged. But instead of treating them as individual mistakes, the Republican caucus is painting a picture of a broken FBI that is doing the political bidding of the Biden administration. Take a listen to one Republican lawmaker.
The American people that we represent are losing count of the scandals that are mounting. The FBI has been involved. They've seen evidence that it's being used as a political tool of the Biden administration.
I find it disingenuous for members of Congress to harangue the head of the FBI about people losing faith in the FBI when those same members have been trumpeting lies and conspiracy theories about the agency for months. Words matter. They have consequences. And when leaders lie or embrace disinformation, that's dangerous.
And that was, of course, a Democrat defending the Bureau and talking about lies and conspiracy theories perpetrated by the Republicans and saying that's why so many Americans are distrustful of the FBI, Kate.
So, Ken, Christopher Wray, the director, was sitting there today. How did he respond to all of these accusations? How is the FBI broadly responding?
So the FBI, interestingly, is responding in very detailed fashion with a web link to specific issues raised in the hearing. I've not seen that before, so they're taking this very seriously. Wray himself played it pretty cool, but he did get annoyed at one point. He called it insane, the idea that he, as a registered Republican appointed by Donald Trump, was leading an agency that is doing the political bidding of the Biden administration. And as a reporter who covers the agency, I can say it has a lot of faults, but there's no evidence that the FBI has been politicized in favor of the Biden administration or Democrats, Kate.
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you.
You bet.
Well, coming up, why being bored may actually be good for your kids.
Stay tuned for that. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. A giant lost a very big wedding ring. Okay, no, not really, not really. It's an art installation. Cool. This is at the Santa Giulia Museum in Brescia, Italy. The exhibition is the artist Fabrizio Plessi. I don't speak Italian, but something like that. The ring celebrates his emotional marriage, in quote marks, marriage, to the city and to those who live there. He's so dedicated, he wants to marry the city.
So beautiful. I mean, I'm in the market for a ring, so maybe I'll pick up that one.
Wait, what?
More NBC News Daily after this.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In today's Modern Parenting, we're tackling boredom and why it's actually not so much of a bad thing for your kids. A 2017 Gallup survey found that 21% of parents do not know what to do when their child is bored.
So, all right, where's the positive? Some child development experts say it's actually better to let kids figure out how to deal with their bored feelings in their own way. Maybe get creative, right? Here to talk about all this, clinical psychologist Dr. Kelly Ruggles. Good to see you, Dr. Ruggles. Thanks for being with us. Kids say they're bored all the time, right? I'm bored. But what does that actually mean coming from a child?
So when kids say they're bored, it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have anything to do. Sometimes when kids express boredom, what they're really saying is they want some more time with mom and dad. They want a little bit more attention, and that's their way of getting it. Other times it might mean that they actually want more independence in how they spend their time. If they're used to going from one activity to the next structured activity, they might be asking for an opportunity to make their own choices in how they spend their free time. Or it could just mean that they want something new in their routine. They want to break up the monotony, and they're calling out the fact that things have been rote and they want to do something new. So boredom isn't always just a lack of having something to do.
No, I love this so much, Dr. Ruggles, and I remember growing up, every time I told my dad I was bored, he would say, good, go do something creative. So why is it okay to let kids feel bored? How might it actually benefit them?
Well, there's actually a lot of things that kids can learn when they're bored. You just hit on one, which is creativity and imagination. When kids don't have things to do, they're forced to figure things out and try new things and use their imaginations in ways that they don't normally do. And that can usually lead to something called self-discovery, which means they might, run upon a hobby or a passion or a new interest that they would not have otherwise found if they were busy. So boredom can lead to self-discovery. And most importantly, boredom can actually increase a kid's resilience, which means their ability to tolerate uncomfortable emotions. Being bored can be frustrating and it can be hard. And each time your child has to navigate those tough feelings, they learn something new that they can apply to their future.
All right, I'm going to own this. When my kids were younger, I actually wrote a piece for Today.com about how I had overscheduled my kids because I was so worried they'd be bored. I had them in a million different activities, and I kind of saw it and tried to take a step back. Where do you fall on that, doctor, about like scheduling your kids too much?
Yeah, it's always about having a balance, like it is with most things in life. You want to have things that they can do, right? That it's important as parents that we make sure our kids are exposed to a variety of things so that they do get a sense of who they are and what they like. But we should also be focusing on building in that free time, that time when nothing is scheduled, so that they have an opportunity to explore their own interests.
And Dr. Ruggles, something you touched on is the fact that boredom might indicate a child needs a change of routine. So how can parents make these times more fulfilling for their child?
So I think, again, we're trying to avoid you jumping in there and completely solving it for them. But what we really need to do is make sure that our kids are prepared for dealing with boredom, which means before they ever say I'm bored, trying to expose them to a variety of things so that they know what to do when free time hits them, making sure they have a lot of social interactions so that they're not always trying to solve boredom on their own, and setting screen time limits in general, because screens have a way of keeping us occupied without really making us do the hard work.
Yeah.
So limiting that so they have more free time.
Well, and screens are often a go-to for myself included, especially when they were younger.
Yes.
When a kid would say, like, I'm bored, or you're at a restaurant, I'm bored, you hand the cell phone or the tablet over to play games. Is that not a great idea?
I mean, again, I think it's moderation. When we talk about things like a restaurant where we know it's this really short period of time, that's not that bad. It's okay. As soon as the food comes, we put it away and they eat. But if they're doing that for hours on end, day after day, we're really getting in the way of their own development and making sure that their brains are used in a variety of ways.
And briefly, what about grown-ups? We get bored. Do we reap the same benefits? Should we embrace it too?
Absolutely. The rules go for us, too. It is okay to be bored. Stillness is good. It lets us introspect. So we should also take some time to relax and not plan too much.
Yeah. One of the best moments of my weekend was I went for a run and I just stopped at one point and sat down with my dog.
I love
Amazing.
it. It's the small moments of life, really.
Yeah. Dr. Kelly Ruggles, great to have you with us. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
There's a lot more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Elon Musk is making a push to get in on the artificial intelligence boom.
Yeah, the Twitter owner and Tesla CEO is forming a new company. We believe it's called XAI. Musk announced the news in a tweet saying XAI's goal is to, quote, understand reality.
With that, let's bring in NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. Now, we don't even know how to say it. It's like XAI, capital AI.
Yeah.
Yes. Is it somebody's nickname? Who knows?
It sounds broad at this point. Do we have any idea about the concrete plans?
So, we are surmising that it is an artificial intelligence company, and that is because of the people that he has hired. When you go to the XAI website and you go through the biographies of each of those people that he has announced as people, they are not astronomers, they are not car experts. These are each AI, large language model experts. They're people who've been hired from places like Google's DeepMind or from OpenAI. So it is a very veteran sort of AI cast, and there's a lot of boasting on the site about them having made contributions to very foundational models that have made the current AI moment possible. So it seems pretty likely here that this is going to be an AI thing. He says that he's going to speak out on Twitter in the next 48 hours to tell us exactly what it is.
Okay, so we'll be watching for that.
Sure.
We know this is not Musk's first foray that into artificial intelligence.
Right.
What could his path fast. Tell us about where he's going with this.
Well, what's so interesting about Elon Musk, right, is that he was one of the original founders of OpenAI, the makers of ChatGPT, put $1 billion into them. He wound up walking away from them because there was sort of a conflict of interest in which there was some conflict around him trying to hire people away into Tesla. He got into basically a brouhaha with OpenAI. And ever since, in his public statements, he's been very critical of OpenAI. There feels like there's some sour grapes there, and it really feels like he's trying to get in on the action now. The question, of course, is what kind of company would he make, right? Would it be this kind of high-minded, academic-minded, ethics-minded place? Or would it be more like this sort of absolutist free speech thing that we've seen on Twitter, in which misinformation and bots have been given to rise? We don't know which direction this is going to go, but certainly he seems to have the firepower, at least in terms of who he's hired, to do something big here.
I'm struggling to remember, Jake, and you'll know. Did he say negative things about AI at some point?
Yes,
he had
so
some concerns about it?
He's one of these people, these tech titans, who speaks not so much about the short-term worries about bias or losing our jobs, but about the long-term Terminator scenario. He has spoken out about the threat of AI, taking over our lives in some way. Presumably, his company won't be making those kinds of robots, but that's as much as we know at this hour about what he's got planned.
But we know you'll stay on it.
I will. I promise I will.
So, Jake, guess what?
What's that?
It's time for trending, where we look at the stories that are trending right now. Will you stay with us?
Oh, my Lord, I will. Sure, of course.
You can just jump in and comment at any point.
Let's go.
Okay. All right, let's jump in. Well, the nominations for the 75th Annual Emmy Awards are out now. Hit HBO drama Succession earned 27 nominations and made history with its 3 lead actors earning nominations for lead actor in a drama.
Are you guys
Anybody
Succession?
watch? Anybody?
So, Succession makes me so nervous. Each one of those scenes, I'm the kind of person who can watch tremendous amounts of violence and heartache, but I cannot watch people be embarrassed on TV. And Succession destroys me. Yeah, it destroys me. So no, I cannot watch that show.
All right, well, if you can't watch that, there's also Ted Lasso and The Last of Us. Each picked up more than 20 nominations. Each winners are set to be revealed on September 18th at the Microsoft Theater in LA. The award show could be postponed, though, due to the writer's strike.
Oh, right. Ted Lasso.
Close to my heart. I can do that hard. But of course, the writers very worried about AI. That's a big subject of the writer's strike.
Yes.
So this could be the last generation in which we really see human-written dramas.
Nice segue there, Jake Ward.
You got to get in there.
Introducing Timothée Chalamet as Willy Wonka and Hugh Grant. Where's Hugh Grant? That's him in orange. As a singing and dancing Oompa Loompa. Sidebar, I used to have nightmares about Oompa Loompas as kids. A recurring nightmare. This is the longest trailer that we've seen yet for the film Wonka. It's a prequel of the 71 classic starring Gene Wilder. The new film has musical numbers, I guess. It's going to come out in December.
Are you into musical numbers?
I'm into some musical numbers. I'll do that. That original Willy Wonka, if you go back and watch that, that is a trippy film. There's a lot of funky stuff going on. I wonder to what extent that will actually be an influence on the new film, or whether they'll be like, we're not going to be that trippy. We're going to be a little more modern. I wonder.
Timothy feels a little risque. Maybe he will. All right. Well, have you ever witnessed your cheeseburger had a little more cheese on it, or wished it had more cheese on it? Well, Burger King Thailand may have taken that request a bit too far. The chain is sharing their newest menu item, the real, oh gosh, cheeseburger. I can't eat cheese, so I'm already feeling a little stomach upset.
I love cheese, but that's a lot of cheese.
This would destroy my family. I have a vegetarian daughter who hates cheese.
Okay, well, it's definitely not for her. Thank you for watching NBC News Daily.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Wednesday, weapons and politics. President Biden and U.S. allies assure Ukraine that NATO's support will not waver. The flow of weapons will continue. All of it until Russia is defeated and the alliance prevails. And then maybe Ukraine comes in. Plus, markets cheer a better than expected inflation report showing that the red-hot rise in prices is continuing to cool as workers finally start to see the first signs of actual relief in years. And the plot thickens in the Republican presidential primary as a prominent conservative group zeroes in on a new strategy to try to take on Trump, but keeping in mind how much of the party is still defending him. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. We begin today with what arguably is going to be what the history books spend more time on when it comes to the Biden presidency, and that is the expansion of NATO. We're going to begin with a rallying cry for NATO's purpose as the wartime summit in Europe closes out, cementing NATO's renewed relevancy on the world stage. Today, in a flurry of meetings with President Zelensky, NATO leaders offered multiple assurances that it will arm Ukraine's military until Ukraine wins the war against Russia, paving the way for Ukraine to eventually join the alliance, but not putting them in the alliance yet. In front of a crowd at Vilnius University, President Biden reaffirmed America's commitment to NATO and its involvement in the war against Russian aggression.
We will not waver. We will not waver. I mean that. Our commitment to Ukraine will not weaken. We will stand for liberty and freedom today, tomorrow, and for as long as it takes. Putin still wrongly believes that he can outlast Ukraine. He can't believe it's their land, their country, and their future. And even after all this time, Putin still doubts our staying power. He's still making a bad bet that the conviction and the unity among the United States and our allies and partners will break down. He still doesn't understand that our commitment, our values, our freedom is something he can never, never, ever, ever walk away from. It's who we are.
Biden's address came just hours after he delivered a series of personal assurances directly to President Zelensky, acknowledging Zelensky's own frustrations that the alliance isn't moving quickly enough to pave the way for Ukraine's full membership.
I hope we finally have put to bed the notion about whether or not Ukraine is welcome in NATO. It's going to happen. You're all moving in the right direction. And the frustration, I can only imagine. I know you're many times frustrated about when things get to you quickly enough and what's getting to you and how we're getting there. But I promise you, the United States is doing everything we can to get you what you need as rapidly as we can get it to you.
For his part, Zelensky seemed to back off his criticisms of NATO from 24 hours earlier, acknowledging the alliance's demands that Ukraine cannot join until after the war is over due to the risks of igniting a bigger world war. To be sure, questions certainly remain about the future of the war and the sustainability of NATO's long-term involvement. But as President Biden noted as he closed out the summit, right now, it is hard to question the alliance's importance.
Each member of NATO knows that the strength of our people and the power of our unity cannot be denied. If I sound optimistic, it's because I am. Today, our alliance remains a bulwark of global security and stability, as it's been for more than 7 decades. NATO is stronger, more energized, and yes, more united than ever in its history. Indeed, more vital to our shared future.
So while Biden is making his commitment to NATO clear, former President Trump, the Republican frontrunner in the 2024 race, actually considered withdrawing from NATO. And today, a bipartisan pair of senators reintroduced a bill that would forbid any American president from withdrawing from NATO without the consent of the United States Senate. So joining me now is Josh Letterman. He's been covering the NATO summit in Vilnius, Lithuania. Bill Taylor's former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, and he's now vice president for Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. But Josh, you know, I do think sometimes in our sort of incrementalness of the news cycle, we don't always fully appreciate where we are and where we were. Nobody 4 years ago would have thought Sweden and Finland would be members of NATO and that the NATO alliance would have this kind of focus, this kind of strength, and now they're even looking towards Asia. It's a far cry from where we were, say, 5 years ago with NATO.
It absolutely is, Chuck. One of the things that was really stunning about what came out of the final day of the summit, you had the G7 nations, which includes not only many of these NATO nations in Western Europe, but also Japan, come out and offer long-term security commitments to the Ukrainians, including military assistance. The Japanese, historically so reluctant to get involved in those kind of efforts. We've seen Germany turn away from its long-standing fears and reluctance to be involved in arming other countries after its legacy from World War II, really step up and be forward-leaning in supporting the Ukrainians, not only diplomatically and politically, but also militarily. And President Biden making the point in his speech here today in Lithuania that this is exactly the opposite of what President Putin wanted, right? His supposed reason for launching this war was fears of NATO expansion. And in fact, he's getting NATO members 31, 32, and likely after this war ends, number 33 with Ukraine.
You know, Josh, what are NATO officials saying to you about, you know, a year and a half ago, the idea of expanding NATO would have been considered a red line. The U.S., France, and Germany all would have been, oh, I don't know. And then obviously these threats from Putin have never materialized. So if the threats have never materialized, say, on Finland, why are we so concerned about the threats when it comes to Ukraine?
Well, I think from NATO officials I've been speaking with, it's because for so many years, they didn't have Russia in an active war with any of its neighbors. And so it was much more theoretical. Remember, it was only 4 or so years ago that President Macron of France was referring to NATO as brain dead. And all of these countries were so reluctant to increase their defense spending, so reluctant to get involved in these kinds of situations. But now we have a real life example of not just the more minor incursion we saw from Russia in 2014 into Ukraine, but a full-fledged war, land war on the continent of Europe. And so these countries like Finland, Sweden, certainly the Baltic nations, they have a real tangible fear here that if this is part of some territorial ambition by President Putin to recreate an empire, that they could be next.
A couple more housekeeping items on the end of this NATO meeting. Number one, the deal with Turkey in order to get Sweden officially approved. Erdogan made it seem as if, hey, I still got to get it through Parliament. Look, we still have Bob Menendez to deal with in the U.S. Senate. On the Biden side of things, any nervousness by the White House that this fragile deal with Turkey could fall apart?
Not from the White House. They feel like, especially fresh off his reelection, President Erdogan is the decision maker here, and that essentially this is now just a perfunctory step to send it to the Turkish parliament. Likewise, if you remember just a few days ago, the Hungarians were also still objecting to Sweden joining NATO. They have now made clear if Turkey's in, we're in too.
And then the decision to talk about China in the communique and to look towards Asia. We know Macron wasn't thrilled about that. How would you describe the support of including China in there?
I think that there's a real effort by these NATO nations to make sure that even as they are keeping a laser focus on dealing with the threat from Russia, that they're not taking their eye off the ball in terms of other threats. Because there was a long period of time after 9/11, Chuck, where NATO was really focused on Afghanistan. They were really focused on counterterrorism. And some of the concern is that they sort of missed the growing threat from Russia, were not as prepared, did not have as many troops forward deployed into Eastern Europe, and had to play catch up. And so now you see NATO trying to make sure that even as they're dealing with Ukraine, they are not going to have to play catch up when it has to do with dealing with other potential threats from countries like China.
All right, Josh Letterman, who's been reporting from the NATO meeting for us, doing an excellent job. Josh, thank you. Let me bring in Bill Taylor, person we turn to a lot when it comes to understanding the politics and the war inside Ukraine and what this means. So, Bill, look, I don't think anybody expected this NATO meeting to be the meeting where Ukraine got its official invitation. If you're President Zelensky, as frustrated as you are that you're not getting the, look, once you win the war, you're in, which is what I think he wants to hear, but he's getting almost everything except that. Is this still a successful meeting for Ukraine as far as you're concerned?
I think it is, Chuck. I think it's a successful meeting. You're right. President Zelensky wanted to have something a little more firm, a little more definite about what happens, how he gets in, how Ukraine gets into NATO. He's had this promise since 2008 that you've talked about a lot, where the NATO alliance said that Ukraine and Georgia would become members, but they never said how or when. And so President Zelensky wanted something firmer than that, much more concrete. And I think he got some of that. I mean, there was the mention of membership. There was a mention of invitation. There was the hedge about conditions and when everybody agrees. But nonetheless, President Zelensky comes out with a clear direction. Plus, Ukraine dominated this summit. Ukraine was the story of this summit in Vilnius. Right. And so that was, I think President Zelensky can be pleased with the outcome of this summit.
Let me ask you this, just talking strategically about NATO and the rest of Eastern Europe. If Ukraine becomes a full member in the next 5 years, who's left? There's going to be some countries who maybe who wouldn't necessarily look as if they're prepared to be NATO nations, but they're going to be sitting there going, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm thinking of Moldova. You threw in Georgia. What's your sense of what happens to these smaller Eastern European countries?
Smaller East European countries, as long as they're in this gray zone, Chuck, that you're talking about, are vulnerable. Ukraine is still vulnerable. Let's be clear. Until Russia gives up on empire, until Russia gives up its imperialist instinct that it's had for 300 years, until that's gone, there's still a threat, which is why the other thing that came out of this summit from the G7, which again will make Zelensky very pleased, are these guarantees of weapons and security, a security guarantee that means that will help them defend themselves against a long-term threat from Russia until Russia is no longer an imperialist empire.
One of the, I think, more remarkable developments has been the growing U.S. political support for NATO, for getting Ukraine into NATO. I saw Nikki Haley talk about it, so you have some Republican presidential candidates talking about it. We know there's plenty of Democrats now in support of this. Just, if you're Zelensky, is it knowing that the U.S. basically is there, and you really just need to lobby the rest of Western Europe, which is probably going to be the tougher sell? Isn't that progress for him?
That is progress. That is progress. But actually, Chuck, it's interesting. And in the lead up to this summit, it was not the U.S. that was leading the charge for being forward-leaning. We were not the most forward-leaning member of the alliance. It turns out that a lot of the European allies, NATO allies, were eager to go a little bit farther than they actually ended up going. And the United States and Germany actually were not so forward-leaning on this thing. So it turns out that, yes, this summit has demonstrated strong support for Ukraine from the Europeans in the first instance. And then you got to believe that everything that President Biden said, the G7, the summit discussion, the bilateral, demonstrates that that Biden is there, that the Biden administration is all in on Ukraine victory.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and make you try to predict what's going to happen inside the Kremlin. But if Putin's hold on power is as weak as it is, NATO expansion, I mean, if he were truly vulnerable to, say, voter sentiment in Russia, and we don't know that, we obviously don't believe that he is, this is a weaker Russia today than it was yesterday. So in theory, Putin should be in some serious political trouble. I assume this creates more internal conflict for him.
It must create more internal conflict. And just this last couple of days is exactly what you say. But remember the last 2 weeks when he was challenged by a mutiny, by an possibly attempted coup. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, he's worried about his own safety, his own security, his own stability of his own regime. Yeah. And so he's not able to focus on the war in Ukraine. So yes, I think he's weaker. I think Ukraine has the advantage, has the morale advantage as it's always had, and now it's even more with a weaker Russia and a stronger NATO supporting them. So yes, I think Mr. Putin is in trouble.
Bill Taylor, it's always good to get your perspective on this. He's former ambassador to Ukraine and, of course, a big part of the U.S. Institute of Peace focusing on Russia and Ukraine. Thank you, sir. And as I mentioned, in addition to its focus on the war in Ukraine, leaders at the NATO summit also focused on the growing threat posed by China, cautioning in their official communique that, among other things, China's, quote, malicious hybrid and cyber operations and its confrontational rhetoric and disinformation target allies and harm alliance security. NATO is thinking about being a check on China. So in the latest sign of that threat, Microsoft says hackers in China recently broke into the email accounts of around 25 organizations, including multiple U.S. government agencies. A State Department spokesperson confirmed today that they are one of the agencies that was hacked. A CISA official tells NBC News that the hacking campaign was surgically targeted to spy on a small number of official emails. And Senate Intel Committee Chair Mark Warner also says the breach appears to be perpetrated by Chinese intelligence. All of this comes as the U.S. military in the Pacific trains for a potential conflict with China. My colleague, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie, is in Guam, where she witnessed those military exercises and has filed this report on the growing threat from China.
Chuck, Beijing is pushing back on a NATO communique that said China could become a threat to the NATO bloc countries. China today denouncing that and any efforts by NATO to potentially expand into the Asia-Pacific region. Well, we're here in the Asia-Pacific region right now in Guam, traveling with the U.S. military. We got a rare look inside a military exercise that's tackling one of the biggest challenges to the Pentagon today, preparing for a possible conflict with China. We're with Air Mobility Command. That's the command that's responsible for sending aircraft all over the world. Now, here they are exercising the potential to move people, weapons, and equipment from the continental U.S. all the way forward into the Asia-Pacific region, and how they can do it fast and potentially under fire. We had an opportunity to sit down with General Mike Minahan. He's the head of Air Mobility Command. You may remember a few months ago he made headlines when a memo he sent to his commanders came out in the public, in the media. It said that the U.S. may be fighting China in the next 2 years, in 2025, and he told his men and women in his command that they need to be ready. He told us that he still believes what he wrote in that memo, that they need to be ready for the potential for conflict with China, and that if in fact that comes, the men and women of AMC will be at the tip of the spear, the first ones moving forward with people and logistics. Here's what he had to say. Do you still agree with everything you wrote in that January memo?
I agree absolutely with the urgency and the action.
And why? Why do you agree with the urgency?
Because it matters, because my nation is counting on this team, Air Mobility team, to put the joint force into position, and I don't intend to let America down.
Is a lot of the urgency that is driving you right now, is that driven by the idea that the U.S. may find itself at war with China in the coming years?
I think the urgency that's driving me is I understand very clearly Air Mobility's command. The urgency that's driving me is that I understand very clearly what Air Mobility Command would be asked to do in this theater. Everybody's success is going to rely on us doing our job.
The exercise we're here covering, Mobility Guardian 2023, occurs every couple years, but this one is unique. It's the largest so far, and for the first time ever, it's being held here in the Asia-Pacific region. General Minahan says that's because this is the theater that counts. Chuck?
Courtney Cubie, our NBC News Pentagon correspondent. You saw her last week in Somalia for us. Now you're seeing her in Guam. She is everywhere. Coming up, priorities in politics. I'll talk to a Republican lawmaker about the growing divisions inside the Republican conference in the House and about his fellow Judiciary Committee members' attacks on FBI Director Christopher Wray, a Trump appointee. That happened today. Plus, Iowa's new 6-week abortion ban is poised to become law after Republican lawmakers push through new legislation, despite protests inside and outside the chamber and a state Supreme Court that had some questions. We'll dig into what it means for 2024 as the countdown to the caucuses are on. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There is a growing rift brewing between Republicans in the House and Republicans in the Senate over foreign policy and defense spending. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is an outspoken backer of increased aid to Ukraine, while Speaker McCarthy is ambivalent to committing to another package. At the same time, the Senate is waiting to advance the yearly defense authorization bill as House Republicans demand dozens and dozens of amendments on some right-wing priorities that have no chance of passing, but they want to be able to use it politically, from abortion to diversity programs at the Pentagon. And speaking of some far right-wing priorities, FBI Director Christopher Wray, a Donald Trump appointee, spent the day before the House Judiciary Committee facing a ton of criticism from the right and attacks from Republicans on the committee, echoing former President Trump's complaints about the FBI, that it somehow, because it's targeting Donald Trump, that the FBI has been politicized.
You preside over the FBI that has the lowest level of trust in the FBI's history. People trusted the FBI more when J. Edgar Hoover was running the place than when you are.
There's a serious decline in the people's faith, and it's on your watch, sir.
We're seeing the polling numbers. The FBI is tanking, and it's under your watch, sir. And it concerns me for the American people. When I'm in the district, the number one concern, and I come from a fairly rural district, is weaponization of the FBI and the DOJ coming after conservative American citizens who just simply want to have a voice in the process.
And joining me now, it is worth noting that the Republican scorn was not universal with Director Wray. Here was Colorado's Ken Buck interviewing
Thank
Christopher
you for your
Wray.
work with the FBI, and thank you for your history of work in law enforcement. According to Wikipedia, you're still a registered Republican, and I hope you don't change your party affiliation after this hearing is over. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you for leading an agency, as you mentioned in your opening statement, that protects Americans from foreign terrorists.
And joining me now is Ken Buck, the Colorado Republican congressman who you just saw questioning Director Wray there. Congressman Buck, it's good to see you. Let me just start right there. Can you explain the disconnect between you and the rest of Republicans on the committee today that were questioning Director Wray? You seemed a lot less partisan, shall we say, than some of your fellow members.
You know, Chuck, I spent 25 years in law enforcement, 15 with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Department of Justice in Colorado. I am a big fan of prosecutors. I'm a big fan of those who wake up every morning and seek justice. And I believe that's exactly what Christopher Wray did. Are there folks in the FBI who have gone rogue and who have made mistakes? Absolutely. Is he doing his best to rein them in, admitting that there were mistakes made in FISA warrant applications and other situations? Yes, he admitted that. I think we have to do everything we can to support law enforcement at this very difficult time in American history.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this growing distrust of the FBI is due to FBI actions or the irresponsible rhetoric from some on the right?
You know, I think that there is irresponsible rhetoric on both sides having to do with law enforcement and in particular the FBI. I think that it is unfortunate that social media oftentimes magnifies the differences that we have in this country rather than how we are united. And I think that is, there are a number of problems with the FBI, but certainly the rhetoric is over the top oftentimes.
You know, Director Wray pointed this out. He said, he goes, the idea that I'm biased against conservatives seems somewhat insane to me, given my own personal background. Registered Republican. He was Chris Christie's attorney during the whole Bridgegate mess. This is somebody who, when he's not in public service, is clearly right of center. So how does that fact, that set of facts, not at least change the tone of some of people like some of these members of Congress? I won't single out names.
Well, Chuck, I think that you know, good facts never get in the way of folks that want to create conspiracy theories and increase their social media presence. And that's absolutely what happened with the FBI. I think that when you look at Christopher Wray's service in America, to his country, it is admirable. It is a person who cares deeply about this country, and whether he's a Republican or a Democrat is irrelevant. The fact that he has dedicated his life, and he mentioned this in sort of a humorous way during the hearing. He said, you know, I'm getting some feedback, I'm sorry. We have you were offered other jobs where you could have made much more money, and he says, you know, my wife has reminded me of that often. So I think we have to compliment the man and respect what he's done.
When you have the chair of the Judiciary Committee pushing for cuts to the FBI, cuts to the Justice Department because they don't like certain investigations, it does feel as if some people think an investigation is political if it's investigating a member of the party they belong to. How do you get past that?
Well, that's wrong. If there are cuts because the FBI is inefficient, because the FBI is wasteful, I am absolutely in favor of those cuts. If there's cuts to punish the FBI or to punish any agency because of a prosecution that ultimately will be decided by a jury in a courtroom, That's wrong, and I certainly won't support any cuts to an agency as a result of any kind of partisan politics.
Let me ask you this: when it comes to, I mean, you're focused more on civil liberty issues involving the FBI, the FISA courts, things like that. And I think about the judge's ruling that sort of banned any government conversations right now with social media companies. Is there a congressional answer here to how the government should deal with social media companies when it comes to making sure factual information that the government needs to inform the country of gets out there unfiltered?
Yeah, I absolutely think that law enforcement agencies and other agencies have the ability and should have the ability to get information out about hurricanes, about other natural disasters, about threats to this country from within or from without. There is a legitimate role for government agencies to inform the public about threats. What we have to be very careful of in protecting civil liberties is to make sure that the government agencies aren't trying to censor information. And that's so often what we've gotten into trouble with in the last few years, and that is it disinformation or is it a different opinion? And we have to be sensitive to that.
That is talk about can be eye of the beholder.
Right.
What you just described.
It absolutely is, and it shouldn't be in the eye of big tech. We are a country that's strong because we have diverse opinions in cable news, we have diverse opinions in newspapers, in radio, and we should promote those diverse opinions and make sure that we come out with the best answer. That's what makes us so much better than any other country in the world, because we can be wrong and then get it right in the long run.
Let me ask you about the defense authorization debate. We know there's a lot of members of Congress that want to have a more thorough amendment process. Frankly, it's going to be for a bunch of amendments that won't make it into the larger bill. What is your philosophy, and what's worth fighting to get an amendment for, and what isn't, given that Republicans control 1/6 of the government, right? You know, 1/2 of the legislative branch. There's a Democratic Senate and then Republicans over there that don't agree with Republicans on some of these things in the House, and a Democratic president. How much do you push and how much do you not?
Well, I think it's what we push on, and frankly, this is a defense bill, and the Defense Department should be focused on defending the country. The Defense Department should be focused on the military needs that it has. I have a problem with the social programs that the military has gone into. I'm sure the Senate disagrees with me, and ultimately that's going to be a compromise. But I hope that we cut wasteful spending in the Department of Defense, and there's hundreds of millions of dollars of that. And I hope that we give our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen the training that they need and the equipment that they need so they can fulfill their mission.
Where are you on more Ukraine funding?
I'm not at this point. When I see the bill and I see what's in the bill, I absolutely think that Ukraine surviving and Ukraine thriving in this war is important. But again, I don't want to waste money. I want to see what's asked for, and I want to make sure that the mission is clear.
Where are you on Senator Tommy Tuberville holding up military promotions right now due to a Pentagon rule over abortion? Do you think that's an appropriate way to protest at this point, or do you think the point's been made and it's time to move on?
You know, I guess I don't follow what happens on the other side. For the most part, the senators are taking naps when we're getting a lot of work done in the House, so I am not that focused on it. I think that at some point we've got to move on, and we've got to make sure that this president has his nominations confirmed, just like the last president needed to have his confirmations confirmed. So I really haven't followed it that closely.
One of my favorite rivalries in Washington. It's not always the Dems versus the R's. It can be the Senate versus the House. Very quickly, Ken Buck, Marjorie Taylor Greene, do you want her to be a member of the Freedom Caucus or not?
She's not a member of the Freedom Caucus, and she shouldn't be in the future.
What did she do to, what makes somebody a good standing member at this point, as far as you're concerned?
Well, it really isn't political views. We have had differences on votes for a long time. It is the ability to come together and have meaningful discussions every week about bills that we're going to be considering. She has consistently attacked other members of the Freedom Caucus in an irresponsible way, and as a result of that, she was kicked out of the Freedom Caucus, and she should not be a member. We have diverse opinions in the Freedom Caucus. It's not monolithic, but insofar as attacking other members, it just shouldn't be tolerated over and over again. It's not one simple attack. It's not what happened on the floor a few weeks ago with Lauren Boebert. It is a series of really poorly thought out attacks on other members.
Ken Buck, Republican congressman from Colorado. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your views with us. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you.
Up next, the rate of inflation just hit its lowest point in more than 2 years. We'll break down the numbers, what they mean for you, and prices. Next, and another potential interest rate hike. Are we going to get one? You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Markets closed up today following some hopeful economic data. We know sometimes the stock market doesn't ever go up when there's good economic news, but in this case, the two matched. There was a new report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics which showed that the inflation is growing at its slowest pace in more than 2 years. Doesn't mean that prices still aren't going up. They are. Consumer prices rose just 3% in June compared to a year ago, which is significantly lower than the 9% rise we were seeing at this same time a year ago. So let me bring in NBC News and business and data reporter Brian Chung, who joins me to break down these June inflation numbers, what they mean for consumers. So Brian, this is one of those things. The good news is prices are going up slower. This doesn't mean prices have somehow dipped below where they were, say, 2 years ago at this time. So walk me through the good, the bad, and the uncertainty of this inflation report.
Yeah, well, it's complicated because, as you mentioned, yes, prices are still going up. They're just going up by a slower rate, which implies that some things are getting cheaper while other things are still getting more expensive. Let's try to sort all this out, right? As you mentioned, that's a yearly rate of inflation, 3% between June of this year and June of last year. That's significantly down from the 9.1% we saw in June of last year and down from the 4% we saw in May. If you break it out by category, you can see that some of the price increases that are still happening, well, it's happening in food, it's happening in energy, it's happening in shelter, which is the largest cost for most Americans, just the cost of putting a roof over your head. Let's expand a little bit on food and energy. I'll show you this chart right here, which if we just ignore this first column, let's take a look at the yearly changes, right? So, okay, eggs went down by about 50 cents. We saw milk go down by about 16 cents. Bread's going up, though, from $1.70 to $1.94. gasoline prices did go down. But if we now take a look at January 2021, the inauguration of Joe Biden, here we take out June 2022, you can see prices for all of these categories are still higher than they were at that time. Now, you can also say that it's higher than pre-pandemic during the Trump administration as well, but just worth remembering. The last point I want to bring here, just to bring things around full circle, at least we have this. Wages are higher than the rate of inflation. That happened for the first time just this summer. The blue line represents how expensive everything at the stores are getting. The yellow line explains how much you're actually making in terms of your employer paying you more money. To see this above this is something the Federal Reserve and economists are probably saying that's a good thing. We have not seen that in many years, Chuck.
All right. Now the question is, how many more quarters will the Fed decide they still have to raise rates? We shall see. Brian Chung over at CNBC4. Brian, thank you. Meanwhile, severe weather today. It doesn't matter where you sit. It seems like you're getting something that's severe. Maybe it's heat, maybe it's rain, maybe it's something else. More than 80 million Americans are still under these heat alerts this week as that relentless heat wave moves across the Southwest, which brings us to today's Meet the Press Minute. It was 30 years ago, in the summer of 1993. The Northeast was in the middle of a days-long record-breaking heat wave. Temperatures were soaring into the triple digits. Former Vice President Al Gore, who has long pushed for action on climate change, joined Meet the Press during the 93 heat wave. He was sitting vice president in his first term with a warning on global warming. Take a listen.
Last question, the heat wave. Is this Al Gore's global warming? Are we being punished for not listening?
Well, you know, any given year, the scientists say that it's impossible to attribute the heat of any given year to the long-term trend. But may I give you a serious answer?
I wish you would.
The majority of scientists have been telling us for years that the long-term warming trend greatly increases the odds that any given year will produce a much larger number of 100-degree days. And that trend has been borne out over the last several years. We've seen records broken with regularity.
FBI roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The reproductive rights landscape is about to undergo another major change in a state that will be pivotal in the 2024 presidential primary. Last night, lawmakers in Iowa passed legislation outlawing most abortions at 6 weeks. It's a drastic reduction from what has been the current legal limit of 22 weeks. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds announced this morning she intends to sign it into law on Friday. Now, demonstrators on both sides of this issue showed up in force at the state capitol in Des Moines to make themselves heard during the debate. And it led to some heated confrontations inside the rotunda. Some abortion access advocates protested in the gallery as the final state Senate vote was taking place. Now, it's worth noting this is the second such ban passed in Iowa after a previous and nearly identical 6-week ban was struck down in court on procedural grounds. So in this case, this was a special session, and they tried to pass a bill that would pass muster. An abortion rights group has already filed a suit to try to block this new ban, so it will no doubt make its way back before the state Supreme Court. But to understand all of this landscape in Iowa, I'm joined by Brianne Pfannenstiel. She's the chief politics reporter for the Des Moines Register. So Brianne, let's start with this decision. Explain why they had to go back a second time, and what is it that they changed this time that we think the Iowa State Supreme Court will allow this law to go through?
Well, this is a really interesting case because the Iowa legislature first passed this law in 2018 when Roe versus Wade was still the law of the land. And so it had been blocked by the courts from taking effect because Roe was in place, kind of preventing that from happening. And so after the overturn of Roe, after some changes in the state law, the governor, Kim Reynolds, took this back to the courts and said, we would like to have this enacted. And the court was deadlocked 3-3. They sent it back and said, basically pass new legislation and we'll start fresh. So now that Roe is no longer the law of the land, the Iowa legislature is going back to the drawing table, and they passed what is essentially the same law again. There are just maybe a few minor changes here and there, but it is basically the same law. So as you mentioned, the ACLU has already sued to try to block it from taking effect. The governor is set to sign it tomorrow. And so we'll see, how the legal landscape has changed, how everything has really changed around abortion, and how the justices may consider it this time.
Well, let's talk about the political landscape, because that's obviously what you and I do for a living. There was a Des Moines Register poll in March that showed that Iowans look like America when it comes to abortion. Some states are a little more conservative on the issues, some states a little more liberal, but Iowa looks like it is right where America is collectively. 61% think abortion should be legal in all or most cases, 35% illegal in most or all cases. 6 weeks does not match where public opinion is. Where would we first watch to see if there's a backlash over this law? I don't think it's the caucuses, is it?
No, I don't think so. On Friday, we're going to see a big cattle call event. The Family Leader, it's a Christian conservative organization, is hosting, a handful of these presidential candidates coming to the state. And so they're going to be talking to a room of Republican, evangelical, likely caucus goers, right? And so we're going to see these presidential candidates, I think, probably lean into some of these abortion conversations, and they may or may not endorse the 6-week ban. We've seen a lot of them talk about a 15-week ban and talk about where they want to be on this. But as you point out, Iowans have been very consistent overall in saying that a majority, 61% right now, says that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. So, I don't know that we'll be looking to the presidential campaign trail to see kind of moderation on that. But in, the next general election, there are congressional districts like Iowa's 3rd, where Zach Nunn is in office. He's a first-term Republican in kind of the district that includes Des Moines. Right. So he's got a lot of these suburban communities, white suburban women who will likely vote on this issue. So we'll see where they stand on that.
I was just going to say, what have we heard? You read my mind. It wasn't just Zach Nunn, but how about Ashley Hinson and Marionette Miller Meeks? I mean, all three of these districts were held by Democrats about less than 10 years ago at one time or another. These are swingish districts, so I assume this is where a majority of these 61%ers live. What have they said about this law specifically? Any of those members of Congress come out lukewarm on it?
Well, I think what we're seeing right now is a lot of Republicans in the state just kind of coming out and declaring their pro-life bona fides, right? That they believe life is life and that it needs to be protected, and kind of having more vague statements of support for the governor and for the legislature over this law. And so certainly when they get into an election cycle, we'll see kind of, policy-wise where they drill down on something like that. But it's going to be really interesting to see, as you mentioned, these are districts that have been held by Democrats quite recently. But, I think as you're seeing, this law very much reflects the state's swing to the right over the last several years, and the way that Republicans have really claimed a lot of electoral success in the state. And so Democrats are kind of, on their back foot here. And so I don't know to what extent they'll be able to push back into message. And so a lot of that depends on the top of the ticket as well.
It will matter a lot, that's for sure. Brianne Fannin-Steele, so much to talk to you about, even on the caucus side, but hey, we're going to have you back soon enough to talk that as well. Thanks very much. Still to come, political group that once supported the former president is now trying to take him out. There's a new ad targeting key early state voters. Panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
The Grail. Welcome back. Arguably the biggest challenge right now for Republicans looking to take on Donald Trump in 2024 is how to take on Donald Trump in 2024. A former president whom Republican voters have eagerly supported in the past. Do you attack him head on? Do you run to his right? Do you ignore him completely? While his rivals are all trying different ways to chip away at Donald Trump's lead without alienating his supporters. That seems to be the key ingredient here. But it's a puzzle no one has figured out just yet. Now, a political group, once aligned with the former president, is trying a different tactic. Take a look.
I love Donald Trump. I love what he did. He was attacked all the time, and it seemed like, it just seemed nonstop. The drama, with my own sister. I didn't get invited to her Thanksgiving after a while. He's got so many distractions, and I'm not sure he can focus on moving the country forward.
Joining me now is Democratic pollster and NBC News political analyst Cornell Belcher, and from the other side of the aisle, Republican strategist Brad Todd. Gentlemen, good to see you both. And Brad, I really want to hear your reaction to this ad, because you've said something to me very important. You said, look, the key ingredient here in defeating Donald Trump, if you're a Republican, is not to cancel Donald Trump. This isn't about making the case that he was an accidental president, that he was an asterisk, that's the mistake the media makes sometimes, that this is not, that you have to figure out how to embrace him and let him go. How did the Club for Growth do?
Well, I think it's an interesting tack, and they've done a little bit more than others have. I've always thought that there was possibilities that he could lose in a gold watch strategy, right? By saying I agreed with a lot of what he did, I think he was important. I think he was good. He was president, but he's not right for the next phase. I've always been intrigued that that might be a strategy that would work, and they seem to be touching on that.
Cornell, you've seen your share of messaging campaigns against Donald Trump. Look, what Democrats say about Donald Trump to rally Democrats is going to be different than what a Republican needs to say to rally Republicans against Donald Trump. What do you make of it?
Well, look, I agree a lot with Brad, which is unusual. But the fundamentals, I'm taking a shot at you, Brad. But the fundamentals of campaigns are the fundamentals of campaigns. And look, you're not going to get ahead of the person in front of you, especially, I mean, Donald Trump, for all intents and purposes here, is the incumbent. And you don't beat an incumbent unless you give the voters a reason to fire that incumbent. And they voted for him several times now, so you have to actually give them a hard reason to fire that incumbent, and which means you actually have to hit the guy. And you have to hit him with something that sticks and resonates. I like the Club for Growth ad. I do, because I think they have a lot of lemons and they're trying to make lemonade. My fundamental problem, though, is, you know, if you look at it at the NBC polling, you see most of the Republicans, especially those primary voters, they actually think Donald Trump won the election. So the idea that he can't win is problematic, I think, about their overall strategy here.
Well, I would
Brad,
take
one
issue
of
a little bit with that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I would take issue a little bit about having to hit him and take him on to get him fired. That is the physics of campaigns, right? You beat an incumbent by getting the voters to fire him. But Donald Trump is unique in that the negatives on Donald Trump are baked in the cake. Every voter knows them, and plenty of Republicans know him. Remember, after the November elections last year, he was under 40. He was in the mid-30s, maybe even under 30 in a few polls among Republicans. So there are plenty of Republicans who already have misgivings about Donald Trump. The challenge is for another candidate to prove that they bring all the positives that Donald Trump brings so that the negatives then matter.
So what does that look like, Brad? Give me an example of what is a positive. I mean, because at the end of the day, if you're extraordinarily successful at making your case, Club for Growth, you only maybe have half the party on your side on this message because the other half's in the other place. So it feels like even success here doesn't mean victory.
No, I believe that there's about 25% of the Republican Party that wants to vote for anybody but Donald Trump in this primary. Some of them may vote for him in the general, but they want to vote against him in the primary. Those people will come around and they will coalesce quickly as soon as it looks like somebody's close to beating Donald Trump. So your task is not to to cater to that 25. You've got to cater to the 40 in the middle that are not never Trumpers and not forever Trumpers. And so if you could ever get 30 of that 40, then the other 25 becomes pretty easy, and you're over 50 to win. So, but look, Donald Trump's going to have 40% of the electorate, 35 to 40, no matter what. You've got to have a strategy to get 45. It's not just get ahead of him. You got to have a strategy to get pretty close to half.
Yeah.
Look, I follow.
In our short, go ahead.
I follow Brad's. I follow Brad's reasoning on this. I think the problem with it, though, is Brad is that he's grown. He's growing his lead over the field, and the guy who's actually trying to do that the most is DeSantis, and this is really problematic for DeSantis because he's shrinking, right? He's not actually growing; he is shrinking, and the problem for DeSantis, look, it's fine if Donald Trump is gaining among undecided voters, but he's gained a couple points among undecided voters, but he's also shrank the guy who's trying to in fact do the strategy that I don't disagree with, but the strategy that you've actually laid out.
Well, it's hard to think of another candidate who started off in better position until he ran a campaign than Ron DeSantis in any presidential campaign. I mean, he started out 11 points ahead, and he's managed to work himself into 30-something points down once he started running. So that's true.
Yeah, the lesson there is don't run. Your numbers will never be higher. Let me close with this. In 2022, Pew did a terrific after-action report, and they found that Republican turnout, Brad, was really good. They had a good turnout. Democratic turnout, not so good. It tells you that Republicans didn't vote for Republicans in some key races. Does it not, or is it just simply the independent number that cost Republicans a better night in 2022?
It was mostly independents. Republicans have to win about 60% of independents to win almost any election. Independents as a group lean right ever so slightly. And especially when Democrats have the White House, Republicans have to clean up with independents, and we didn't do it in 2022. In 2020, actually, Republicans did pretty well with both base and independents. This is why they had a good night down ballot, and the presidential race was closer than most expected. But the key for Republicans is winning independents and turning out marginal voters who don't like anybody in politics. We do have to do that. Democrats 20 years ago, they were the ones worried about marginal voters. Today it's us.
Yeah. Cornell, you look at those 22 numbers, is that glass half full because nobody showed up and you still did well, or glass half empty because a lot of Democrats didn't show up?
Well, I think it's half full. I mean, look, I think that the problem for Republicans is what you just showed about Iowa, and the polling is the overwhelmingly majority of Iowans are not where Republicans are on this fundamental issue about a woman's rights, and that I think is the problem that Republicans had with independents the last election. And guess what? We're not going to let them off the hook in the next one either.
That hasn't gone anyway. Cornell, Belcher, Brad Todd, always good to get you two debating. I didn't even need to be in part of the conversation, which is actually means I did my job. You guys were great. Thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now continues with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air with more rescues even today in Vermont. You've got troops out in helicopters looking for any other people stranded after dangerous flooding. We are live there and in Miami, just one of the cities baking in a dramatic and difficult heat wave. And developing tonight overseas, the new and explosive allegations that the man who's basically the British version of Walter Cronkite paid a teen for sexually explicit pictures. And you might not believe who ID'd him. We're live in London. Also tonight, Fox News and Tucker Carlson could be paying out millions more dollars after the man at the center of a bananas conspiracy theory about the Capitol attack says they pushed a fantastical story about him in a new lawsuit. Plus, in the backstory, we go behind the scenes for new details on a huge scoop. Toxic lead leaking from phone cables across the country, near kids' schools, near people's houses. The hunch that uncovered it all. And some of the biggest names in Hollywood could be just a few hours away from joining the writers on strike. The first time for a walkout by both unions since Psycho hit theaters. What it means for what you watch later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight more rain is on the way in Vermont with nowhere for it to go, with federal officials just now getting a sense of scope of the damage in that state. The National Guard is out in helicopters looking for anybody still stranded in neighborhoods that have just been, look at this, swallowed up by water. Some 200 people have already been rescued, including just today. Vermont's governor warning, don't let your guard down just yet.
We could see waters rise again. So it's critical Vermonters be aware of their surroundings, remain vigilant, and plan ahead.
So that could mean potentially more scenes like this one, right? Look at this car just boxed in from the mud, from the rocks. You've got a Lay's potato chip truck that was carried away by water. It then ended up, look at that, boom, slams right into a bridge. And while New England's dealing with all of that, there is a very different concern down south with record-breaking heat. 1 in 4 Americans under an alert right now from California. You see it stretching all the way to Florida. And honestly, probably 4 out of 4 of us over it. Just over it. It has been so hot for so long. El Paso is now at a record 26 days in a row above 100. Miami, 31 days in a row. That's where we find Kathy Park, who we'll get to in just a second. But I want to start with Lindsay Reiser, who's live for us in Montpelier, Vermont. There are towns there under boil water advisories, adding to the stress for people, even as there have been rescues happening today, a full 36-plus hours after this flash flooding happened. Give us a sense of what it's like and where it goes.
Yeah, we're going to show you, Hallie, some of the communities impacted by this boil water advisory, including the city we're in. I mean, one of the few places, maybe even the only food establishment we found that was open in downtown Montpelier and serving people couldn't give ice because of this advisory. But by the way, Hallie, in a testament to the strength of this community, they were offering all of their food completely free on the house. But that's another story. Take a look behind me here. This is what we're talking about. I talked to a bookstore owner here. All of this gone. This is just damage. We're talking 2 months of rain that came down in 36 hours. And this woman's store the water was 3.5 feet high. Another business owner that I talked to, his 8-foot basement was flooded, and then another 3 feet. And so you hear that noise behind me, the humming, the machinery. These are generators, and they have been pumping water out of these establishments for hours. We have multiple hoses going. This is what people are dealing with. So yes, the water has receded, the sun is out, but now we have the cleanup that's going to take days, weeks, or months. Let's go ahead and listen to what some business owners told me about this slog of a cleanup still ahead.
We emptied the bottom shelves of bookcases, but it went up like 3 shelves. So we definitely lost a lot of books. So this is definitely the worst, and this is going to be, it's going to be a big financial hit for us, certainly.
So the good news is we do have a disaster relief declaration that frees up federal funds. We have FEMA on the ground here taking a look at everything. So, and obviously the community support. I mean, volunteers coming out and helping these business owners, really coming through for one another. So everybody that I talked to, I mean, they're obviously despondent about what's going on. One business owner telling me he doesn't even know if it's even worth reopening his doors, but everybody just so thankful that people are coming together. But Hallie, you did mention that threat of more storms. Rain is in the forecast tomorrow. We know how saturated this ground is, but state officials say they believe the water levels have receded enough that it shouldn't be another flash flooding issue, Hallie.
Fingers crossed, Lindsay. A lot of people hope that that is certainly the case. Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much. I want to get to Kathy Park now, who is down south in Miami on this. Frankly, Kathy, it feels like never-ending heat wave that is breaking record after record after record. I get that it's summer, but this is unusual and dangerous heat.
Yeah, Hallie, it is summer here in Florida. It's hot, but it's unusually hot this year. Right now, I just checked the feels like temperature, the heat index. It's 101, so it's a slight dip from what we saw earlier in the day. But yeah, it's been relentless. In fact, there have been 31 consecutive days where the heat index has been in the triple digits. So it's a stagnant heat dome that has kind of been circulating here in South Florida and beyond. But then yesterday, we had a chance to talk to a meteorologist with NOAA who said, adding insult to injury, you have the Saharan dust outbreak, which is headed this way from Africa. And that's actually going to suppress some of the thunderstorms that may be in the forecast this time of year. So usually we rely on those thunderstorms to kind of cool things off at points throughout the day. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like that's going to happen, especially with this pattern of the Saharan dust outbreak headed this direction. And then you're dealing with a marine heat wave as well, especially off the coast of Florida. There are some spots in the Keys where the temperature is clocking in the mid-90s to upper 90s, which is 5 to 10 degrees above average. So a lot of unusual weather patterns this year, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to get a break this week. Hallie?
Kathy Park, live for us in Miami. Thank you so much. Elsewhere in Florida now, some new body camera footage released today has a furious family demanding answers from Orlando police after officers there shot and killed a man who police say was not armed. The family of Derek Diaz was shown the video this morning, just minutes before it was put out publicly. It's of Diaz sitting in his parked car downtown around 2 a.m. on July 3rd. When police officers approached him, they say they suspected he had drugs. Steve Romo has more.
Yeah, Hallie, and the family of the man killed here, the Diaz family, they've been asking for this video to be released ever since this first happened. Orlando police releasing this video that they have blurred in some spots. We do want to warn you, though, this video is disturbing. It's very hard to watch. It's from these 3 officers' body-worn cameras. Let's listen to how this exchange actually started.
Don't move. Put your hands on the steering wheel. Put your hands on the steering wheel.
This was at 2 a.m. on July 3rd there in Orlando. Officer Jose Velez goes up to the vehicle 26-year-old Diaz was in, asking him to hand over something that was in his hand wrapped in aluminum foil. He then tells him to put his hands on the steering wheel when Diaz does that initially before appearing to move his right hand toward the center console. Police would later say they feared he was reaching for a weapon. Well, Officer Velez then shoots Diaz and then backs up. Police say after Diaz was shot, he actually threw something out of the window of that vehicle. The Orlando Police Department released a statement saying the officers did render aid at the time. Diaz, though, was pronounced dead at a hospital. Police say they were at that intersection looking for drug patrols. Now, we did hear from family members and the attorney representing them today about this. They say they did finally get that video, but they still have plenty of questions.
The video was so sickening to watch. I threw up while watching it. While we were watching it, we were told that they weren't going to answer any questions, that they wouldn't let us re-watch it. We got to watch the 3 videos. One time they said we had to leave, and that was it.
All of this is about police training, yes. And we want to make sure that police are being trained to deal with citizens, especially in the downtown area, where a lot of college students are, where there's a lot of young people.
Now, police say they did not find any weapon in Diaz's vehicle, and his family points out that he does not appear violent in that video. Right now, there are state agencies investigating. Hallie?
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that. So listen, some key news on the economy tonight, and good news if you'd rather not pay more for the stuff that you need. Check this out. Markets are all closing up in just the last hour, with the S&P and the NASDAQ at their highest point in more than a year after this new inflation report out today shows that stuff's not getting expensive as quickly as it was. The hope that, hey, maybe the economy's slowing down enough that the Fed doesn't need to keep hiking interest rates. Noah Pransky is at the big board to help us make sense of all of this. In the plainest of English, right, what does this inflation report mean for, honestly, like my grocery budget or yours?
Well, hopefully, if your wages may climb a little bit over the years, your wages will start to catch up with that inflation rate. Because our magic number released today, only 3%, the lowest year-over-year inflation number we've seen since the first year of the pandemic. We break it down even more. You can see specific changes. Airfare and gas way down from a year ago. Cars about steady, clothing up a little bit, electricity a little more. It's a very volatile number, so no big surprises there. Housing, almost 8% up, though. This is a really stubborn one. We have a shortage in America. Housing is one that is going to be an ongoing battle when it comes to inflation. But we zoom in even more to your shopping cart. Look, eggs are down. That's good news to a lot of families. Gasoline, well, don't put gasoline in your shopping cart. You're going to make a mess at the grocery store. But the price of gasoline is down. Milk down. Bread is actually up for a lot of reasons. Supply chains, war in Ukraine. But as you can see, most things are a little bit less expensive than they, well, I should say, only a little bit more expensive than they were a year ago, Hallie.
There's also this interesting thread here on how more people are using some of these buy now, pay later apps, not for like a vacation or a big piece of furniture or whatever, but on essentials, presumably because even though inflation is starting to come down, prices overall are, you know, still higher.
Yeah, and a lot of families are finding that it's a really quick way to get access to a credit line. There's no interest if you pay it off pretty quickly. 40% jump in buy now, pay later apps in just 2 months, the first 2 months of the year. Huge increase. In fact, right now, the numbers suggest that 1 out of 8 American families are using buy now, pay later apps for things like groceries.
Of course, real quick, for some businesses, and one very well-known brewery in particular, you know, the damage has been done here.
Anchor Steam. If you ever had a good cold Anchor Steam, you know the brand, but it's the San Francisco brewery, oldest in the country. They say they're closing today because of declining sales and inflation being a factor. Established in 1896, it's 127 years old, America's first and oldest craft brewery.
Inflation taking a big bite. Noah
Sign of the
Pransky, thank
times,
you
yeah.
so much. Sure is. Thank you, friend. Let's take it to Capitol Hill now, where the FBI director tonight is getting a ton of flack from the right. That his agency, they say, is being weaponized against conservatives. Listen to how sort of spicy things got.
When the court says the FBI misled, that's a nice way of saying they lied.
This is about whether the very system of justice in our country can be trusted anymore.
Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not.
You preside over the FBI that has the lowest level of trust in the FBI's history.
Respectfully, Congressman, in your home state of Florida, the number of people applying to come work for us and devote their lives working for us is up over 100%.
We're deeply proud of them, and they deserve better than you.
Okay, that's a taste. Obviously spicy on this whole issue of trust in the FBI. Look, this is our latest NBC News polling showing a 15-point drop among voters who say they view the agency positively in the last 5 years. Garrett Hake has been covering this. He joins us now. And listen, over the course of multiple hours, I think it ultimately was like something like 5 hours, you saw a lot of this, right? The back and forth, conservatives trying to take a bite out of Chris Wray, the FBI director. What's fascinating here, big picture, is the way that Republicans used to be kind of the party of law and order. Now they're the party of kind of going after the FBI, at least for some of these conservatives we've seen today. There is a question, right, for Democrats of how they try to make sure that the FBI gets its credibility restored without making this like a Republican versus Democrat thing.
Right. I mean, that's a huge challenge. If you're a Democrat, you want the FBI to have that kind of, sterling reputation that it has historically had. But the more you pump it up, the more it looks like you have a partisan problem on your hands. And the great irony here is, of course, that Christopher Wray is a Donald Trump appointee. He, at one point during that hearing, told a lawmaker that the idea that he was somehow biased against conservatives was, quote, insane. So, he tried in his kind of understated, low-key way to continue pushing back against these claims that somehow the FBI was irreparably damaged, irreparably politicized. And Democrats, by and large, had his back, at least in the best way they could. I asked Eric Swalwell, who's one of the Democratic members on this committee, about kind of the scope of the problem here. And I think he really outlined the challenge that the Bureau and lawmakers face. Listen to what he told me.
Is it important to reverse that from where you sit?
It's this crazy loop that the Republicans have created, right? They attack the FBI, and that brings down the approval rating of the FBI, and then they use the low approval rating to justify the attacks that they're making. I do worry that, their safety is at risk.
And, Hallie, historically, we have seen examples where there have been, standoffs or shootouts or violence against law enforcement when you get into a situation like this. And the other interesting historical note that just kind of feeds this irony is if you look back in the polling here, to the degree there was a difference in this, the reversal was the shoe was on the other foot, as it were, after Jim Comey's perceived kind of involvement in the 2016 presidential race, where it was Democrats who were very frustrated with the FBI. Not Republicans. That largely faded over time. We'll see if this does now.
It was almost inevitable, Garrett, that the classified documents issue would come up, given, of course, the FBI and its involvement in this investigation into Donald Trump, the former president, allegedly mishandling all these classified documents. Wray was asked about this. He said he couldn't comment directly about a case when he was asked if he had properly stored the docs. But I want to play what he did say, speaking generally here.
There are specific rules about where to store classified information, and that those need to be stored in a SCIF, a secure compartmentalized information facility. And in my experience, ballrooms, bathrooms, and bedrooms are not SCIFs.
Ballrooms, bathrooms, and bedrooms are not SCIFs. Subtweet Mar-a-Lago, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't the only mention, by the way. He was asked about the idea that there was a raid on Mar-a-Lago, and he basically said, I don't know anything about a raid, but I do know there was a properly executed search warrant that was performed on Mar-a-Lago. So he was willing to touch that issue a little bit. And frankly, I was surprised he didn't get more beat up by some of the more pro-Trump members in the room on that issue. But look, this is something that's been very front of mind for the former president. He talks about Wray and the FBI all the time on Truth Social, claiming they're weaponized against him, claiming they're coming after him. I expect you'll hear more of this. And Hallie, that kind of language broadly has been adopted by a lot of the rest of the Republican field. You've got folks like Mike Pence and Ron DeSantis, who both talked about firing Wray and appointing a new FBI director. The FBI director has a 10-year term, largely to prevent exactly the kind of thing they're talking about.
Garrett Hake, live for us on Capitol Hill tonight. Garrett, thank you. Overseas, in just the last couple of hours, we've seen President Biden arriving in Finland as that country gets ready to metaphorically slap Russia in the face by joining NATO and sending the message that Putin's invasion of Ukraine is backfiring. That's after NATO already this week has worked to try to calm the frustration of the Ukrainian president over not getting an invite to join them by making some new commitments. They're slimming down Ukraine's membership process from 2 steps to just 1. They're laying out a series of steps to help Ukraine over the course of multiple years. And they're creating this NATO-Ukraine Council, which held its first meeting earlier today. Here's the president on all of it.
We will not waver. I mean that. Our commitment to Ukraine will not weaken. liberty and freedom today, tomorrow, and for as long as it takes.
NATO is also promising to send millions more dollars in help, but with some countries apparently looking for a little more thanks from Ukraine. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying today the U.S. deserves a degree of gratitude for what it's done so far. And the British Defense Secretary, Ben Wallace, telling reporters today he warned Ukraine that its allies are not like Amazon, referencing, of course, a company that'll ship you whatever you want, whenever you want it. Still, over in Helsinki tonight, it is all about hurting the Kremlin as Putin watches Finland, which has been neutral for a long time, fall into the arms of NATO, officially in April. We're taking a closer look with Josh Letterman tonight in our breakdown.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is forcing its neighbor Finland to rush toward the embrace of NATO and the U.S. Just 1 month after joining NATO, Finland hosting its new allies for war games, learning how to fight together, and sending a clear message to Moscow. Finland's foreign minister telling NBC News that these days her country has almost no relationship with Russia.
You can't have a normal relationship with a country that is actively waging a war, not complying with international law.
But it wasn't always like this. For years, Finland and Sweden, just like Switzerland, prided themselves on neutrality, steering clear of conflicts between major powers. But look what's happened since Russia invaded Ukraine last year. Russia's border with NATO countries more than doubled. NATO's territory set to expand by more than 300,000 square miles, including Sweden. The U.S. troop presence in Europe surged to 100,000 for the first time in decades, with 40,000 NATO troops deployed to Russia's doorstep. And Russia's neighbors increasingly convinced that Moscow is a threat not just to Ukraine, but to them.
It's really incredible how public opinion has changed. You know, when you look at Sweden and Finland, they were like 25% over decades in favor of NATO membership. With Russia's aggression, public opinion has changed. 80% Finland and Sweden are now in favor of NATO membership.
Finland was invaded by the former Soviet Union back in 1939. But for decades, its 830-mile border with Russia has been calm. These days, the signs of a growing rupture are everywhere. Beyond hosting those military exercises, both on land and in air, Moscow and Helsinki are kicking out each other's diplomats. Russia shutting down Finland's consulate in St. Petersburg. Visits between their militaries designed to build trust now canceled. In southeast Finland, a statue of revolutionary leader Vladimir Lenin dismantled, while Finland begins building a border fence and tightening rules on Russian citizens crossing the border.
How tense is the situation now on the Russia-Finland border?
We have always had this long border with Russia, and unfortunately we have also been in a situation where we have had to defend our country against Russian invasion. We are not concerned. We are prepared.
Josh Letterman is joining us now. And Josh, it is a reminder that the last thing Vladimir Putin wants is more NATO presence in his backyard. You know, it comes as we are getting an interesting look at the Russian military and some of its top brass. You've got these 3 Russian generals, one killed in an airstrike in Ukraine, another possibly assassinated while out for a jog, and some Russian officials describing a third who basically disappeared after last month's mutiny as taking a rest, taking a nap. I mean, what does this tell us right now about the top ranks of the military in Russia?
Well, Hallie, the best Kremlinologists in the world, including, to be sure, those at Russia House at the CIA, are trying to get to the bottom of that very question. The one thing we can say with certainty is that it appears there's a whole lot of tumult going on behind the scenes within Russia's government and the top ranks of its military. And as far as General Surovikin, that guy that you saw on the left-hand side of the screen, who was the general running Russia's operations in Ukraine at the beginning of the war, he was then taken out of that role. He is the one that a Russian lawmaker has said is unavailable right now because he's taking a rest before that lawmaker ran away from reporters. We know that he is someone that has been reported to have known in advance about Prigozhin, the leader of Wagner's plans to mount that armed rebellion against President Putin. And I asked a NATO official here in Vilnius yesterday, what do you guys really know right now about what is going on in Russia, and specifically with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group? And he said, look, we can't tell you where Prigozhin is right now. We don't know whether that deal for him to go to Belarus fell apart or just was never what it was described to be in the first place. They are trying to learn, just like we are, what exactly is going on within the Russian power structure right now. But he said the one thing they do know is there is no love lost right now between the Russian military generals and the leaders of the Wagner Group. And so the fact that these two groups are going to be essentially apparently, according to Putin, combined into one. The Wagner Group brought under the control of the Russian military does not bode well, according to this NATO official, for the effectiveness of the Russian military going forward.
Josh Letterman live for us in Finland with that great reporting, as always. Thank you, Josh. We've got to get to some breaking news back here at home in Washington. One person is dead after being hit by a driver just a couple blocks from the White House. The Secret Service says that driver is still out there. This is the scene here, Constitution Avenue and 17th Street Northwest. If you've been to D.C., this is like right at the Ellipse, right near the National Mall. About a block or so from the West Wing, you see there's a huge police presence. A lieutenant for the Secret Service says the person who was killed died at the hospital. They're trying to find whoever did this. We've got our Tom Costello scrambling to the scene. He is going to join us live the second that he gets here. Stay with us for more as we get more reporting on that. We also have more reporting here on the show with police saying a patient shot and killed a surgeon in an exam room, why they think this was a targeted attack. Plus, what police are saying in just the last hour about that Pennsylvania inmate still on the loose.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The Webb Space Telescope releasing one of its most dramatic pictures yet. If you're wondering what baby stars look like, stick around. It's coming up in our 5 things. But first, we've got to get to this story out of Memphis with the patient accused of shooting and killing his doctor in an exam room, set to be arraigned tomorrow in Tennessee. It's a bizarre case involving a suspect here and an orthopedic surgeon in what police describe as a targeted attack, as they were both at a clinic near Memphis. Maggie Vespa is joining us now. What happened here? Why do police think that this doctor was targeted? What's the backstory? Yeah, so essentially, Hallie, the main question that we're all asking, it sounds like you're asking too, is motive. Like, why specifically did this patient, police say, target this doctor? And the short answer is they're not saying right now, or at least if they know the motive, they're not releasing it to the public. What they are willing to tell us is that the suspect seen there, 29-year-old Larry Pickens, carried out, as you said, a targeted attack. Here's kind of the gist of what we know. This happened around 2 o'clock yesterday. A targeted incident is what they're calling it. The shooter, they say, again, his name Pickens, they're telling us, was a patient at the clinic and had been threatening staff for a week. And I should note the latter half of that second bullet point is according to a Tennessee lawmaker who said that she had talked to witnesses, seemingly employees in the clinic. This was also a one-on-one interaction between the patient and the physician, Dr. Mock. Police saying the gunman spared many patients and employees. In other words, they say this was a full clinic. Everybody was there for work that day, but they say a lot of these employees had gone through active shooter training and they got out quickly. Also, seemingly, though, they say again, this was a one-on-one attack. Here's more of what investigators told reporters in those initial hours after the shooting yesterday. Take a listen.
Was a healthcare worker, and he was a patient to our understanding. A firearm in his possession, it was on his person, it wasn't in his hand. He was taken into custody without incident.
You can see they're being really guarded there. Again, they're just referring to him, that point, as the suspect and the physician. We now know that suspect, 29-year-old Larry Pickens, according to police, is being held on charges of first-degree murder and aggravated assault, set again to be arraigned tomorrow in the shooting death of Dr. Ben Mock. We use phrases like this, Hallie, a lot, but Dr. Mock being remembered on social media and by his colleagues just as a beloved, a renowned surgeon. He had national awards before. People saying they're just devastated by this and asking everyone to keep his family in their thoughts. Hallie.
Maggie Vespa, thank you very much for that update. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, officials say 3 people were killed and more than a dozen hurt after, look at this, a Greyhound bus crashed into 3 tractor trailers right at an off-ramp in Illinois. This is some of the wreckage here. Several people were brought to the hospital. Officials say some of them were seriously hurt. Number 2, in just the last hour or so, we're getting an update from Pennsylvania State Police who say they are, yes, still looking in this manhunt for this inmate on the run, the one we've been telling you about with so-called survivalist skills. Police are saying tonight they have new information that makes them more concerned he's armed. It's a little cryptic, but that's what police say. Officials have ordered that the prison yard roof get fixed. They say people should keep an eye out for anything suspicious. They're saying, hey, even check your doorbell cam video in case anything got picked up. Number 3, the Biden administration is out with a new proposal tonight that would limit how much lead-based paint can be in houses and in child care facilities. The government banned lead-based paint back in the 70s, but millions of homes could still have it, the EPA says. Even low levels of lead are bad for kids' health. It could reduce lead exposure, this new move, for thousands of kids every year. Number 4, check this out. Baby stars. That's what this is. Is this incredible or what? A real image from NASA's James Webb Space Telescope released today on the first anniversary of that space telescope, pulling in pictures like this one. These are dozens of stars right at their moment of birth. So if you ever wondered about a star's life, well, picture's worth 1,000 words, they say. Number 5, just a programming note, the ESPYs are tonight celebrating big sports performances. Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs will be there, Lionel Messi, and champion skier Michaela Schifrin. So let's talk about Fox News in more legal hot water tonight after a man who says the network lied about him is now filing a defamation lawsuit against both Fox and Tucker Carlson. You may have heard the name Ray Epps. He's a Trump supporter who was seen storming the Capitol on January 6th. Why is he suing Fox and Carlson? He says that they falsely claimed that he was an undercover government agent who instigated the violence on purpose as a way to disparage then-President Trump and his supporters. The suit also alleges that Epps faced death threats, had to sell his business, had to move to another state, all because of Fox's coverage of him. The new suit comes as Fox faces this $2.5 billion lawsuit from a voting tech company after it just paid something like $800 million to settle a case from another one, Dominion, back in April. We don't know how much in damages Epps is asking for. Brian Stelter, who is the author of Hoax and Network of Lies, is joining us now. This is like another sort of brick getting thrown at Fox here, one of several lawsuits that the network has faced, that Tucker Carlson has faced. What are experts saying about the chances of this one being significant? It sounds like it could be. Talk us through some of the details.
This is a very strong case, as are some of the others you just showed on screen. That Dominion case was settled. Smartmatic is next. They want billions of dollars. That's going to take years through the courts. But now what we're seeing, Hallie, are individuals like Ray Epps suing Fox. There's a couple cases like this of individuals going to the courts and saying, I was defamed by the right-wing media. My name was ruined, and I need to seek justice through the court system. As you said, we don't know how much money Ray Epps is seeking. It's not going to be billions of dollars the way that Dominion and Smartmatic have sought. But he did say he had to relocate, had to move, he had to leave his job, that he really suffered as a result of this. If anybody watched the House hearing today with the FBI director, there were repeated questions from Republicans about undercover agents or assets being in the crowd on January 6th. That's been a popular theme among far-right lawmakers and media. Ray Epps is one of the targets of that narrative, saying he was part of the troublemakers, but one of the covert agents trying to stir up trouble that day. There has not been a lot of evidence of that. Tucker Carlson and others have pushed it for years, and that's why Epps says he has to take action.
You talk about Tucker Carlson. He's a big focus of this lawsuit. I think people remember that he got fired by Fox a few months ago. He's got this new show out on Twitter. He's going to moderate like a presidential forum with the candidates you see on screen here later on in the week. He is certainly not going quietly into this good night, right, despite the controversy around him.
That's absolutely right. You know, his star has taken a hit. It's been blemished because of his firing. He's not reaching as many people on Twitter as he was on Fox, but he is still a force to be reckoned with within the right-wing media. And that forum later this week, where he's interviewing presidential candidates, is a show of his power. He has a fiercely loyal staff, many of whom have either left Fox or been fired by Fox. Some of them have joined him in Maine, where he's living this summer, working on a new venture. So what we see from Tucker right now on Twitter and doing candidate forums, I think it's probably just the beginning. But as we think about his future as a real kingmaker in the GOP, these lawsuits do have an impact. They do have an effect. They do show that words have consequences about the election, about January 6th. Those consequences can last for years.
Brian Stelter, thank you very much. When we come back here on the show, a lot more to get to, including the wife of one of the UK's biggest broadcasters, naming him as the BBC anchor accused of paying a teen for explicit photos. We'll tell you what police are saying about the case in a story that is rocking the UK. That's coming up.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Some developing news tonight as we are just learning that a veteran BBC anchor, basically the British version of Walter Cronkite, is the man at the center of this huge scandal over in the UK over sexually explicit photos he allegedly paid a 17-year-old for. It comes as we're just hearing from police in London who say there's no evidence that there was actually any crime committed, but this is still a huge deal. We're talking about Hugh Edwards.
He's one of the most famous and most distinct broadcasters in the UK. He's done just like all the big stories, right? He's the guy that they called in when Queen Elizabeth died. And he was ID'd publicly. The reason we know his name publicly is his wife, who put out a statement about her husband. She's saying, in part, the events of the last few days have greatly worsened matters. He has suffered another serious episode and is now receiving inpatient hospital care where he'll stay for the foreseeable future. The BBC says they're investigating all of this. They have, of course, pulled Edwards off the air. I want to bring in Sky News reporter Ashna Hurinag for more on this from London. Can you give us a sense of, for an American audience here, how big a deal this is? The BBC now in the position of sort of reporting on the news that its own company is making, and what else we know?
I have to say, it is the strangest sight to see, to turn on the BBC News channel and watch them reporting about their very own. This is someone who is their top earning presenter. It is so easy to try and, so difficult to state how popular this man is. One of the most highest
Hey, Ashna, I'm so sorry.
in the BBC.
Ashna, we can't even... Somebody is heckling you, I assume? I presume that that's what's happening now? Because we can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm very sorry for that.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll tell you what.
Quiet. But hopefully you might be able to hear me a little bit clearer now. As I say, someone who is the most decorated BBC television member
Sadly,
of
no,
staff.
Ashna. It is entirely unintelligible. I'm going to ask you to do this. I'm going to ask you to stand by, Ashna. We'll see if that heckler goes away. Very loud. We're going to come back to you because I think this is a fascinating story. I'm anxious to get Ashna's perspective on this, her reporting on this over at Sky News. We will check back in with her in just a second. Live TV, folks. We're going to sneak in a quick break. Coming up, we'll have that, plus more, including a family who says their 15-foot-long python is missing and could be anywhere. Plus, Beyonce taking her renaissance here to the U.S. and apparently bringing folks from overseas with her. We've got one of our reporters outside that stadium in Philly later on this hour.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. With the Wall Street Journal reporting today that AT&T and Verizon knew about a hidden web of thousands of phone cables covered in toxic lead that were spread out all over the country. But the Journal says the companies apparently really didn't do anything about it. This report builds on an investigation the Journal has spent months on. These cables that have been exposing workers and families and kids to lead, which you know can cause some long-term damage over time. These are phone cables cased in this stuff that were just left behind, underwater, underground, on poles up ahead. The Journal found lead from those cables all over the banks of the rivers that you're seeing on your screen, stretching from coast to coast. And look here, these blue and yellow circles, these are a bunch of cable locations just across Pennsylvania. The gray dots, schools. The lead samples here showing levels 7.5 times more than the threshold that the EPA recommends. The Journal talked with one mom whose 6-year-old twins played in a lot next to their house all the time. It was under one of these lead-covered cables. The kids got tested. Turns out, yes, they had higher levels of lead in their blood. According to this report, more than 2,000 lead-covered cables have not been dealt with by the companies or regulators. U.S. Telecom, an association representing AT&T and Verizon, says in a statement on its website that it hasn't seen nor have regulators identified evidence that these cables are part of a broader public health issue. Susan Pulliam was one of the journalists who worked on this report. She joins us now. An incredible team effort, Susan, incredibly important reporting and very comprehensive. I mean, the amount of research that went into this, you and your team went to something like 300 cable sites in this country. You all got hundreds of samples. This is a year and a half in the making, right? Pull back the curtain. Take us to the beginning. How did it start? Was it a tip? Was it a hunch?
Well, it started with a tip, like most stories do, that that there was a settlement by AT&T with an environmental group in California regarding one of these cables in Lake Tahoe. So we got the idea to find out how many of these cables were out there and what was happening in the environment. But it was a long road. We had to request the original permits that were filed when these cables were laid from the U.S. Army Corps offices across the country. And ultimately, they gave us 40,000 pages of permits that began from 1880 until the 1960s and had hand-drawn maps. And we had to translate all that into what became our map of the cables.
The first spot that you went to when you started working on all this, as we talk about that map and some of these locations, it's all across the country, it was down in Louisiana where you, I think it was your team, got to see in person what this stuff looked like, what these cables look like in the water. How did that set the tone for this investigation?
Yeah, that was actually the very first cable that we went to. It was the very first trip we took. We went to New Iberia, Louisiana. We got on the boat. It was myself and the 2 environmental consultants who helped us do the testing. They helped us gather the samples. The first cable we went to was on the banks of Bayou Teche in New Iberia. And we pulled up to the site, and there it was, a stump of lead sitting cut off on the bank of the bayou with these steel cords sort of snaking up into the sky. And it was just, it was really something to behold. It was really jaw-dropping. And it really sort of was a harbinger for the whole reporting experience. Every time we went down one corridor, we'd find something else interesting and surprising, and it would lead us to something else. But that first cable, it sort of gave us a sense that we were really on the right track, and we continued to find cables all over the country that were leaching lead into the soil and water, and a lot of them were, they were pretty ugly looking.
It's just to listen to this, right? I mean, this combines, I think, all the tenets of important and good journalism. Susan, I don't have to tell you, but it's the sort of in-person factor. There's the documents factor, too, because you and your team had to go through something like, I don't even know, tens of thousands of pages of records on these cables. Some of them were super old, so there was like a process to even be able to read what they said, right, for them to be legible.
That's exactly right. They were really hard to translate from the original permit into a spot on the map. Many of them were pages long, and the maps were hand-drawn. They were faint. Sometimes the notations were really hard to understand. And so we would, all of us were taking those original maps and going to Google Maps and trying to figure out what they were talking about. And it was extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. And we were all, constantly chatting back and forth about how our eyeballs were bleeding, because it was just really a lot of very, very hard work to put this whole map together.
Susan Pulliam, I'm sure there are still more pieces to come, more pieces of this investigation. I know that you and your team will be all over it. Thank you so much for giving us a sense of what it's like behind the scenes to put something like this together. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, officials in Alabama say 2 firefighters have been badly hurt after somebody or some people shot them. Investigators think this was targeted, but they don't know why. Officials say nobody's in custody yet. They're still investigating. Both firefighters are now getting treated at the hospital. Out of our Midwest Bureau, you remember when that train derailed in East Palestine, Ohio, back in February? Well, a new study shows levels of a toxic chemical found nearby was 6 times higher than normal, detected 2 weeks after officials told people it was safe to go home. Researchers say even low levels of exposure are associated with health problems, a signal that there is more to be done after that East Palestine derailment, perhaps. And out of our Western Bureau, imagine walking down the street, meeting a 15-foot snake. Well, if you live in this one neighborhood in California, near this family, that's their pet. Little pet python, been missing for more than a week now, could be anywhere. The family, they're telling neighbors, keep an eye on your small pets. Sure should. And your 15-foot ones, too. Still to come, Hollywood is bracing now for a potentially historic double strike. What happens if tonight actors join writers on the picket lines? We'll know in just about 6 hours.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
So in the next 10 minutes or so, the doors are going to swing open in Philadelphia for Beyonce to begin her summer renaissance on the first leg of her huge worldwide tour that's now here in the United States. She's bouncing to all the country's biggest NFL stadiums. She's in most cities for just a night, 32 spots in all. That's about 20 fewer shows than her fellow mega concert star, Taylor Swift. That's the Beyonce jet in that graphic right there, folks. This is demand for concerts. More people want to go see concerts. Ticketmaster's parent company says attendance is up something like 25% since before the pandemic. And by the way, it's sure not cheap.
It's more expensive, which if you've been to a live show, you probably get it. The average resale price per ticket has more than doubled to about $250 on average. But that's $480 for superstars like the Queen here, and more than that for Beyonce. Karen Hua from our Philly station is joining us now from outside Lincoln Financial Field. Karen, what's so interesting, there are some new numbers out today from the Fed, of all places, saying that where you are, Philly, had its best month for hotels since before the pandemic back in May, and they specifically call out the surge of Swifties who were in town. I have to think, given all the people behind you, there's a business boost for Beyonce coming into town, too.
Yeah, Hallie, that's absolutely right. You actually came in at the perfect time because this line just started moving, and it is so long that it has just looped around. You can see this entire crowd is just waiting to get into the stadium right now. A lot of energy. Not only did a lot of these fans tell me they got here as early as 5:30 this morning, very excited. Many of them have also come from around the world. We've met people who've flown in from Mexico, Brazil, West Africa as well. Take a listen at what they had to say.
Went to Stockholm, the opening show, and both nights, and Toronto for the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and here I am.
So that's Isabella from Brazil. She's already been to 5 concerts for just the Renaissance tour alone. She's actually one of several people I talked to today who follows Beyonce around from city to city. This is her first time in Philly, so she made a whole trip out of it. She's staying at a hotel in Center City. She's seeing the landmarks, having a cheesesteak, and when I asked fans why they see multiple shows sometimes in a row, this is what they told me.
And she gives a different show each time, so even if it's the same songs, the same set list, it's different each time. And then it's like, once you leave, you instantly get this dehydration. We call it depression, dehydration.
It's Beyonce, and again, this is my favorite artist, so I will spend whatever on her.
And so Latoya there says she spent $1,600 on a VIP ticket. But if you don't have that kind of money, there is a venue across the street, Xfinity Live. They're having a tailgate. Yes, a Beyonce tailgate, very similar to the Taylor gating that we saw just a few months ago for Taylor Swift. So you can clearly tell this is the mob of people who are all trying to get into the stadium right now. The door is open in just a few minutes at 6 o'clock, so definitely a lot of business for Philly. Yeah, Hallie.
I mean, you know that I'm from Philly, and I love that a cheesesteak is part of the Beyonce experience tonight. Can you, the women behind, I love them so much, and the energy, can you just give us this, where are they from? Turn around, who are they? And can they show off their outfits? They're great.
Yeah. Hey, can you guys come and show off your outfits? We're live on MSNBC right now. Where are you guys from? We're from Sharon Hill. They're from, where was that? Okay. Sharon Hill. Sharon Hill. Okay, give us a little model. Denim situation. A little bit of sparkle. Hallie, we've seen leather here. We've seen sparkle. It's 90 degrees. It's been more than 90 degrees all day long, and people here, they're not letting the heat stop them. They're still coming in full leather pants. They've got their blazer. Full out here, all for Queen Bee. It's because you're from Philly. You know, Philly brings the energy. This is more energetic than any sports game I've ever seen here.
Well, all right, Karen Bob, we'll get you to an Eagles game next season. We'll see how that goes. Karen, thank you so much. It's so great to talk to you. Love our Philly station so much. Really appreciate you being with us. Let's take you out west tonight. I mean, I could talk about Beyonce for 25 minutes. We won't, because we got to talk about what's happening in Hollywood with this deadline. It is coming up in 6 hours. They've got to get to a deal with actors to avoid a big strike that could bring production to some of your favorite shows to a total stop. I got to tell you, it's not looking great right now. The Actors Union is saying they're not going to be, in their words, manipulated into giving studio executives an extension when they say they've had more than enough time to do a deal. Now, keep in mind, this is an Actors Union that represents, famous people. Meryl Streep, Jennifer Lawrence, Mark Ruffalo, right? So it's not like extras in the union. Everybody, a lot of actors are in the union, all the big ones. So if this strike happens, it would be a huge deal for big studios like Disney, like Netflix, like NBC Universal, our parent company. Remember, the Writers Guild of America started its own strike back in May, so having actors go on strike too would be the first double strike in Hollywood since the 1960s. Dana Griffin is joining us now. So there's this federal mediator, I think, that has come into play, but it's not like the prognosis is super positive at this point, and they only have until midnight to get it done, or else this strike's on, right?
That's right. And at this hour, Hallie, both sides still remain at odds over several things, including streaming residuals and also increases in minimum rates. And like you mentioned, those negotiators have actually brought in a federal mediator, according to Variety, to try to help both sides ink out a deal. We even have a little excerpt from their report today. It says top Hollywood players are working on a plan to call in federal mediators to help avert a SAG-AFTRA strike, which just a day to go before the contract deadline. Now, both agreed, you may remember, back on June 30th to extend for nearly 2 weeks. It's unclear if that could happen again because the union has made it very clear that if they do not reach that deadline by midnight, they are planning to meet tomorrow to go over terms of that walkout. Hallie?
What's interesting is this is all happening right on the same day that the Emmy nominations are out. And I wonder, like, is there, it just underscores what a big part of our culture, movies, TV, actors are in many ways. Yeah. Is it going to look different? Yeah. Like, do we know how that could affect the show? It'll obviously affect the production, you know, maybe not of the shows nominated for Emmys, but of stuff that's in the works for the summer and the fall, potentially.
Absolutely. And we still don't know the answers to that, but think about it. You need writers even for the Emmys. And if you've got actors not showing up, it could cause the show to postpone. Right now, it's slated for Monday, September 18th, or they may have to cancel, you know, worst case scenario. But this is also going to push back a lot of those fall shows, even the shows that had scripts in hand. If those writers aren't able to work, then this is just going to prolong, you know, us getting our favorite shows back. And, you know, people are likely to turn more to TikTok and YouTube to try to get content creators to be entertained by those content creators versus their favorite A-list celebrities, Hallie.
Yeah, that's for sure. Maybe, I don't know, maybe more people will watch the news, Dana. Who knows? Dana Griffin, thank you very much.
You know what?
Appreciate it.
Let's hope so.
We'll see. Thanks. That's a wrap for this hour. More coverage picks up right now. We're coming on the air with more rescues even tonight in Vermont. Today, troops searching by helicopter for anybody still stranded after that dangerous flooding. We are live there and in Miami, just one of the cities baking in a dramatic and difficult heat wave. We're also live just a couple blocks from the White House, where somebody is on the loose, on the run, after driving their car into a crowd and killing somebody here.